Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Can you feel the adrenaline? Dirt flies hypnotized by the wheel spin. Hear the crowd, everybody's whistling. Line on the fence. If you can put it all together 3 times, this 1 week of racing could change your life. Everybody knows this is where it all begins. Do what you gotta do for 20 plus 2 out at the ranch.
Hello, RacerTV.com, and welcome to Friday here at the ranch. Picking up the program with Schoolboy 2, 12 to 17, BC just wrapping up that sight lap as we get ready to kick off the day of racing. Going to kick off some championship motos here in just a little bit as well. But Schoolboy 2, 65, 10 to 11, and Supermini 2 still have a second moto they have to put in the books.
All right, folks, as we see our riders making their way back down into staging, time to take care of one of the most important parts of the day for us. Each and every event here at MX Sports, we find it necessary to start with an invocation of prayer, and of course we'll follow that up with our national anthem. So important that we recognize the people that keep us safe. We recognize this wonderful country we live in and the opportunity we have here at the ranch. With that being said, right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand the mic over to Mr. Kevin Kozad. Kevin, if you would, everybody please stand, remove your hats, and join us as Kevin leads us with today's invocation.
Thank you, Megawatt. As a family of racers, let us take this time and pray together. Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for such a day as this. We thank you for a day that we're finishing up second motos and we're beginning championship motos. We're here doing what we love to do. We're enjoying such a great sport at a great facility, at a great race. But we're believing, number one, before anything happens today, that your blessings, your protection, and love is about this place, about this track, and about each and every rider on every gate drop throughout this day. As we say each and every morning, but we could never say it enough, the men and women that serve our country in the military, the men and women that provide the freedoms we enjoy, bless them wherever they are on this day. We thank you for another fun day of racing with our motocross family, because we ask it now in your name, Jesus. Amen.
Kevin, thank you so much. Folks, if you would please remain standing, remove your hats, and cross your heart. God bless America. Just ready to kick this thing off. Going to get those bikes fired up. We're going to see a 2-car go in the air here in just a moment. And that's going to get our Friday kicked off here at the ranch. Just a couple motos to go before we move into that third and final championship round. Start handing out the championship hardware. We're going to see tears of joy, tears of sadness. We're going to see the range of emotion here as we move into these final races starting here this morning. Just moments away, about to see that card go up as we kick things off here this morning.
Absolutely, Mega. Taking a look now, Schoolboy 2 sitting on the line. Those final moments of preparation. A couple of deep breaths. K-Dub, we see some riders getting themselves pumped up. They're doing the arm shakes. They're doing the flex. They're screaming. They're yelling. Other riders, cool, calm, and collected, trying to stay as chilled out as possible. What was your approach? What was your technique here in these moments?
Yeah, I think right now you got to do whatever you feel like to get that blood pumping and ready to go. I mean, there's so much adrenaline pumping. And remember, these guys thought they were going to be an evening moto, and there's a lot of different prep for an evening moto. Now it's 7 a.m. in the morning, and they're about to get to ripping. So that is that's a situation where it's kind of a flip of a game plan, right?
Absolutely, yeah, completely different scenario. End of the day, track's kind of baked up, lines are developed. Meanwhile, now fresh chocolate cake, as they said in the beginning of the week. Got the pick of the litter as far as lines go, and we heard this as well in some of these motos. They do touch up the track. This is a completely prep track. Some of these faster classes say it's actually harder to separate yourself in these situations because that track is so smooth.
Yeah, I think they feel like it's a level playing field, and when I say level, I mean smooth. And a lot of these riders have a little bit of a different skill set, letting them navigate some of the bigger bumps and braking bumps and the acceleration bumps, all the different things that go into the hard pan and the soft and the sand. Yep. Now it's just kind of smooth. So yes, I think the riders that really like it rough and the gnarlier, rougher just kind of situations, they feel like, oh, now it's going to be a lot harder to break away. And I think we should see to that point, a lot of lap times in a very tight window here in this Moto 1.
Yeah, we touched on the fastest lap time of the week, the Oakley Fast Lap, set yesterday in the second race of the day. I believe that was our plus 25 junior class by Jacob Baumert, a 150.772. So we've got a very fast class here today. Could potentially see some competition for that fast lap time by the end of the moto. As the car is sideways and the gate's down, we're off and rolling. Schoolboy 2. Look at the drive from one of the Kawasaki's. Is that Vincent Way?
That was Vincent Way, but he pushed out. It looks like the number 23 there.
Trinity Bachelor going to be credited with the whole shot. William Kanigher in the number 2 spot. Vincent Way, Mason Rayner, Gavin Moon, and Deegan Kortenbach, your top 6 early. So a couple of the big names in the overall picture with a solid start here in Moto 2.
Trinity Bachelor is actually parked next to me, and as I got up this morning and come down to the podium, I saw him. He looked ready to go, and obviously he is, as he is credited with the whole shot and now leading them back into Storyland. Yeah,
Bachelor on that number 23 ride coming out of Idaho. Got to see him a little bit earlier this year out at Mesquite MX, and really seemed like he was trying to put the program together so that he could peak right here at the ranch. He's showing what he can do right now out front.
Yeah, looking very good as we have a sea of riders heading back into the Storyland section of the track. Tough on tear-offs there on lap 1 when you're buried that deep. The moisture is in, the dirt is tilled, and well, it's tough to be buried in the pack right now. You're pulling tear-offs left and right.
We'll talk about being buried in the pack. How about your first moto winner, Deacon Dino, 22nd place when they came across the stripe. So the KTM rider has got to go to work, and he's got to start making passes quick because he has a ton of room to make up if he wants to fight for this podium. Looks like that might be Kanigher still in the number 2 ride. Thought we saw some position swapping around as we see them launching their way into that Thor Sand Sweeper for the first time. Look at the drive around the outside. Absolutely flying. I think upshifted in that corner.
Got to get it back down, though, as they go into the deep, slow Bermuda Triangle that has claimed so many riders. Good job. He did it well. Had such a head of steam. You see how the entry point of that corner was just completely different for that lap.
We saw that a few times yesterday as well. The back end getting kicked up. Guys are so hard on the brakes. They're just hanging on to it. As they check in for lap 1, it's still Trinity Bachelor, William Kanigher, Mason Rayner in the number 3 spot now. Vincent Way back to 4. Riley Bussey in the number 5 position. Gavin Moon, Carson Fields, Tegan Kortenbach, Grayson Townsend, and now Deacon Dino up inside the top 10.
That's an impressive first lap there for Deacon Dino, passing, 10 riders, as he was somewhere in the 20 range. So he's probably very thankful that he's been able to make some quick work of some of the guys, but still a lot of work left to be done.
And we welcome here in the booth with us Dean Diaz. Dean, we've got a lot of the heavy names up front, but your first moto winner just now breaking into the top 10. Deacon Dino making some quick moves, but the guys he's got to pass now, they're championship level quality.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do. You know, he's not passing lappers out there right now, but I'll tell you what, I was standing outside. I watched that start. I could have swore that number 27, Vincent Way, was going to come away with it. Drift a little bit outside. Trinity Bachelor was going to capitalize. He's done a great job out front right now.
Yeah, we've heard that a couple times throughout the week. A few riders feeling like they had the whole shot, and then some riders able to cut underneath late into that corner and actually snag the whole shot away from them.
Yeah, watching them right now as they make their way through that Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper. Your leader, Bill Bachelor, Kanigher in the second place position, Mason Rayner in third, and where is Vincent Way? He's making his way in the screen right now to do a little bit of battling right now.
Here they come by the tower to complete lap number 2 through the Bermuda Triangle for our leader, as now we're locked in here on the Thor Sand Sweeper, which is very nice right now. We see these Schoolboy 2 riders carrying some amazing momentum around that corner, not dug out quite as much. That will last about 2 or 3 motos and then it'll get whooped out. But right now it is just fantastic to watch these bikes lay into that berm.
Absolutely. I'm pretty impressed. A 151 flat exactly by Trinity Bachelor on that last lap. No K-dub. It's not quite enough. He's got a couple of tenths. He's still got to shave off. And I'll be curious to see whether or not these coming laps we actually see the lap time continue to drop as these lines get developed.
I actually thought the track might be a little bit too deep to post the fastest lap time. But I think Trinity Bachelor might have a different plan here, as he's just a couple of tenths off right now, and the track will get faster.
We'll take a look as we watch Deacon Dino, a 152.3 in the pack on that last lap. He is desperately trying to work his way inside the top 5 as he only picked up 2 spots on that last lap.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Zach, it makes it a little more difficult when you get a bad start when conditions are like this. The track is fresh. It's not quite as beat up as, or challenging as What'd you see?
A big get off in that long short shoot. Just caught the tail end of it outside of the tower. Hopefully those riders are all right. Couldn't quite tell the number on them.
Yeah, a couple of guys down right there in that short shoot, man.
Yeah,
tough break for them.
Actually, 3 riders down there. They are the 31, 76, and this is the third fella.
Man, that was a... we talk about the speed. I think it's deceiving how fast you're going through some of these sections on the track. As those riders, they went tumbling, bikes went flying. It does look like at least 2 of them remounting the machine. That other rider being tended to by our track crew. As we flash forward here on Racer TV, back to the front. I believe that's Mason Rayner. Possibly no, I believe that's a bit further back. That might be Dino. How far has Dino climbed up as he slingshots around the outside of that Thor sand sweeper?
Wow,
I'm going to have to wait till he crosses the stripe. This guy might be inside the top 5.
That is such an impressive line there, as he's got to be 4th gear.
Hey guys, check the board. 148.5. That's a new fastest time.
Whoa!
Out there for Trinity Bachelor.
What a shot there! Good catch, Dean Diaz. So shout out William Caniger as well, a 149.3. But your new fastest lap time of the week, a 148.5 from Trinity Bachelor.
First position and second position would have had the fastest lap time. They both went below the 150.
And 4th place.
Vincent Way, well, that was well. Deacon Dino. Wow.
6th.
Look at this.
Wow.
Yeah, Dino, exactly, in traffic. So going to be very curious to see if we're even done yet. Oakley guys, just hang on to it. Don't make the Insta post yet.
Yeah, Megawatts, write that in dry erase because we may be changing it here in just a minute, but what a lap, and I was wrong. I thought it would be much later in this moto when the track got super fast. These guys are throwing down, and to the point earlier about what's the track going to race like as it's fresh, as these guys were expecting a late afternoon moto. Look at how many guys are in the 49s. I mean, yeah, they are the top 5, are kind of matching each other. So the trick here with 13 minutes to go is when is the track going to start getting deep enough to really differentiate and can you trust the new line, right? You may not be able to trust some new line because it's kind of fresh soil that hasn't really been developed into a deep rut that'll hold you just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. If you let that clutch out too fast or hammer the throttle too much, that back end can break loose and you can lose time. So you got to kind of be a little ginger through some of those lines out there.
Oh, wow. Just got word from our spotter, Sophie Phelps. Sounds like our leader may have actually tipped over. So issues for Bachelor. And that could hand the lead over to William Caniger. Mason Rayner and Vincent Way would move up in the podium spot. So we'll see when they come across the line next. There it is, the 95, a 148.6 on that last lap.
Trinity Bachelor checks in 3rd, so that's good. Obviously not.
New fastest lap time, Mega. Erase that board. Deacon Dino, a 148.093, and that is still in traffic, Dean. That's a big point to make as well. This guy gets clean track. We might see low 148s.
Yeah, look at Brennan Harris, and he jumps inside the top 10 with a 149 lap time. He's buried in the pack, so look to see him climb through this one before it's over.
Yep, 148.093 for Deacon Dino.
And as Deegan Dino starts clearing some more of this traffic, I can see these times getting lower and lower. And like Kevin said, this track's just now getting worked in. It's going to dry out a little more. These lines are going to get more developed. And I think we're going to see that 148 beat by the time it's over.
Oh, I 100% agree. And you pointed it out. Deacon Dino doing this in traffic. And so I think if he's able to get to a point, even if he's still not in the lead yet, where he can get a clean lap without having to maneuver around other riders, this is going to be impressive to see just how low of a time he can get.
Right now we're watching the 95 machine of Will Caniger. Man, he is super excited about this. He really wanted to race last night. He thinks he had an advantage in the rough stuff, but he got a good start out here, and he's riding really well out in front of this Schoolboy 2, 12-17 BC. Mason Rayner still in 2nd, and 3rd is Trinity Bachelor. What are we seeing on screen right now, Kevin?
Well, we're seeing 20 miles of bad road. I'm trying to pick up a number. There it is, the 19 of Deacon Dino, who's been a man on a charge right now. Got the pack right in front of him here as they fly by the tower.
Well, we talked about how important these motos are for keeping momentum, K-Dub. Deacon Dino keeping that momentum in his direction, not letting that bad start stop him, as he has arguably made the most passes in this moto.
Yeah, he was buried, not super deep, probably a mid-pack, but enough to, man, when you see the names that are in front of me, there's this massive sense of urgency that should come over Deacon Dino, and he answered the call as he moved by 10 riders on lap 1 and has been continuing to charge towards the front now with the fastest time of the week. So he's doing everything he can, but right now, even with Trinity Bachelor last lap making a mistake, he only dropped down 2 positions, and the field in front of him are just killing it also. So this is got some work still cut out for Deacon Dino as he's got some passes to slice and dice through here with 10 minutes left.
Look at this shot on Racer TV. That is 2, 3, 4, and 5, all right on that long short shoot. The number 1 spot just ahead, exiting those 10 commandments. So we have an insane battle inside the top 5 as Dino has worked his way up right about to the rear wheel of Vincent Way. Trinity Bachelor just in front of him, and then Mason Rayner hanging on to the number 2 ride.
Yeah, Vincent Way better make a move because here comes Deacon Dino. He caught that pack fast, and catching him is one thing, but getting around him is total another one as they make the way into Storyland.
Well, Deacon's got some kind of trick up his sleeve. I can bet that. But when you look at these corners right here and you got a 3-pack of riders in front of you, you don't have the 5, 6, 7, 10, 12 option. Right now there's 1 or 2 options, maybe sometimes 3. There's not nearly as many ruts, and when you come up to a pack of riders where Deacon Dino is right now, it will make it more difficult. Not saying he can't get it done, but he's going to have to be creative in this.
So watching them make their way through that Rocky Mountain sand section, up and over what used to be the wall. Seems like it's lost a little bit of that peak late in the week. These guys are still absolutely sending it as the Yamaha rider of Rayner really doing a good job of responding to that pressure. You know he can hear the freight train behind him as look at Dino launching his way to the Thor Sand Sweeper.
That would be a spot where you might could get it done. He's been really fast. Vinny Way still quick around the inside, so it wasn't going to be enough. But that's one of those turns in the sand. By nature, it's all aligned, right? It's a lot easier there than in this tilled and softer stuff back in Storyland, and now that they come to Billboard.
Yeah, there's not much passing through here in the Billboard section. They're going to single file through here, but I'll tell you what, I think it's going to come down to the 10 Commandments. I think that's where we're going to see some passes being made there as Vinny Way is still trying to make a move, and he needs to make a move, right? Because Deacon Dino is right there on the rear tire.
Another point as we look at our leader, number 95 on the board here, not on Racer TV, sorry. He ran a 49, so Deacon Dino's probably going to see that that gap start to increase too. He's just clear sailing, clear goggles, not catching a lot of roost, where these guys are just eating a ton of roost as Deacon Dino goes to the inside. Good call, whoever said it was going to happen in the 10 Commandments. That was great.
Oh, look at that, going to try to force the issue, runs that really tight line, going to close the door. Whoa, Vinny went for a ride there. He keeps it on 2 wheels, but is going to give the position over to the 19, and he's trying to BOGO it as they launch into Storyland. There it is. He makes the pass once again on Mason Rayner. Now sets his sights on Trinity Bachelor, who has retaken the number 2 spot.
Yeah, solid ride right there for Bachelor. He's making that move right there. He has to make the move, right? Because here comes the number 19, Deacon Dino. And Dino has been pretty flawless this whole moto, making his way through the pack.
I tell you what, I saw an interview from Dino after that first moto, and the level that he holds himself to. He said he'd be frustrated if he wasn't the top guy, if he wasn't the guy to beat. He knows how much work he's put in, and he's showing what he's capable of now, working his way through about the 22nd spot, now battling for the 2nd spot.
Watch now as they make their way through that Thor sweeper, that sand sweeper right there before the finish line. That's another place where we've seen a lot of passes being made, a lot of guys going outside.
Look at this.
Kind of wedging it. What do you see, Zach?
Might be another pass to add to the tally. Dino going to cut back underneath. Wow. Pulls up right alongside of him as they're wheel to wheel. That when they cross the stripe, Bachelor are going to hang onto the spot by about a knobby. And look at that. Dino launches all the way over the Tunnel of Love.
Yeah, that was awesome. I seen Dino take that line a lap before. I think he really liked the way he pivoted out and got to the inside, going through the finish line area. Unfortunately, was able to make a pass, but you know he's there. Showing a wheel is what it's all about right now. You know, put the pressure on, make the rider in front of you make a mistake.
Dino doing a great job of not following the 23 of Bachelor as they work their way through some lap traffic, which is also going to start to play a role as that lap rider was on that same line as Bachelor. Bachelor did a good job of staying clear. I think Dino didn't quite get the drive he wanted through the Commandments.
Yeah, that rider lapping right now. You see he's losing from Finner. I believe that's Owen Caffel. He gets out of the way as good as he can as they make their way through that traffic.
Good drive here from Dino as we get into the Storyland section with lappers, as if Storyland's not the most difficult part of this.
Exactly, that's why
there's a lot going on right now. Check it out.
Side by side through the back of Storyland. Can Dino keep the momentum up? A lap rider in between them? No. It's going to cost Dino as the lap rider takes a look over. Hold your line, he thinks to himself as the leaders go by on both sides. And Dino turns it into a pass as they go into the Rocky Mountain sand section.
Deacon Dino threading the needle on the outside part of that track to get around that lapper. Wow, that was an impressive and Gutsy move.
Yes, yes. Risking it for the biscuit was Deacon Dino, but he gets the pass done and now tries to set his sights on William Caniger. Now, we have seen these riders slow down a couple of seconds over the last few laps while they were all battling in a group. We wanted to see what Deacon Dino could do with a clear track. We're about to find out.
Yeah, we're definitely about to find out right now as these laps are winding down. Your leader is still Will Caniger, and I'll tell you what, Will Caniger going in with the second in the first moto. Deacon Dino, who is now in second, is going with the first. They're going to be tied going to his third and final moto if it stays like this to the checker flag. Trinity Bachelor going to check in that third place position right now. He's sitting third overall. And then we see behind Bachelor, Rayner, Way, Fields, Bussey, Harrison, Chase Lawton joining the party, and Carson Wood all the way back in 10th, man. So Carson Wood obviously not getting off to a good start in this one.
Yeah, Wood having some tough luck here in this one. Don't even believe we had said his name yet so far, as one rider down just at the tail end of the billboards. That's going to be the 14 of Lake Campbell, having some bad luck right there. But how about it, Deacon Dino working his way through the pack. As we take a look towards the backside of the top 20, Logan Edwards in 20th. Haiden Prescorn in the number 19 spot. Grayson Townsend having some issues, dropping back to 18th. Jackson McCarty, Dustin Davis, Jet Kellogg, Jace Williams, Blake Lisby, Tegan Kortenbach, Gavin Moon, and Brendan Harrison, 20th through 10th. What are you seeing, Caleb?
Yeah, we're just focused here on Brendan Harrison and the 74 there of Riley Bussey. Excuse me, sorry about that. See a little smoke coming from the gas ride there. I think it's fine. Just probably been eating a lot of roost. Brendan Harrison did not get the best of starts, so he's been working through traffic. Turned some decent lap times. Look at the depth of the 52s and 53s.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so hard in this moto to make passes. Deacon Dino obviously did a great job at it. And speaking of Deacon Dino here,
yeah, he was
2 seconds faster than William Caniger on the last lap.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the 2-lap board is coming out right now. I'm not too sure if it is or not, but they're making their way through now. That Rocky Mountain Stand Sweeper. We're watching that number 74. That is the number 74 of Riley Bussey on screen right now, making some passes. And Bussey, man, none of these guys out here in the Schoolboy 2 are a slouch. They've been riding hard, came out of the area, into the regionals, and they're here at Loretta's as that 2-lap board is out now, guys. So 2 laps to go for Will Caniger, Deacon Dino, and Trinity Bachelor, your top 3 on the racetrack right now.
So William Caniger, let's see, that gap has been cut by more than 4 seconds. It was 6.7, I believe, now 2.2 as Deacon Dino, ruh-roh, 5 seconds or so faster on that last lap, K-Dub. Deacon is bringing the fight to the 95.
That's not what you want to see if you're William Caniger here. 2-lap board is a welcome sight, but man, when you check your 6 and you realize your lead has been cut down by probably about 3/4 of the gap of what he had, it's that's gonna be a tough last 2 laps as Deacon Dino's got a hit of steam right now.
Look at this battle going on in the backside of the top 5. Carson Fields, Chase Lawton, and I believe Carson Wood may be in this as well.
It is Carson Wood's there trying to overtake through the horseshoe here.
They're going to see.
We're going to go the long way around on the fresh soil. It actually worked out. Okay,
not as bad as we thought it was going to.
Yeah, but to that point, there was no rut to hold him, and as he exited, you saw the bike step out just a little bit. Yeah.
So to the backside of Storyland they go. These guys fighting to stay inside the top 5. There you see the 17 of Carson Fields.
26 Carson Wood just there behind him. And I'm seeing our leaders jump by this progressive launch here. It is still Will Caniger leading out, but Deacon Dino is right on his rear wheel as we come to the white flag, Zach.
This is exactly what we wanted to see here on Racing TV to kick off Friday racing. Your leader, William Caniger, has put in a flawless race so far, but there is the hard-charging number 19 of Deacon Dino, your first moto winner. Started outside the top 20 and now has the lead in his sights with 1 lap to go.
And what I feel like is Caniger's been pretty consistent with his lines. And Deacon Dino coming through the pack, he's gotten really creative, so I think Dino might really have something up his sleeve here.
I couldn't agree more, Dean. Yeah, the creativity we've seen from the 19 so far in this moto. He's got a map of this track that I don't think many other people have. He's done the insides, done the outsides, he's cut underneath. He can go pretty much wherever he wants. Meanwhile, Caniger doesn't know what the 19's got up his sleeve.
Yeah, the 95, man, a great corner right there. Standing up all the way to that inside corner, carrying a lot of momentum into the 10 Commandments. So, pass not going to happen there.
Let's see. This could come all all the way down to that Thor sand sweeper in the Bermuda Triangle. But Dino trying to close it to within a bike length or two as they head into Storyland. He goes to the inside, big hook in that rut. Dino still a good exit to the corner.
Lap traffic going to play a factor here in the Storyland. And Will Canniger, I believe he's on that future MX gas out there, charging hard, coming over here the double triple out of Storyland.
Yeah, Canniger did a good job, took a little bit of a wide line, but look at that. Dino is right there, wheel to wheel as they launch out of Storyland. Look at the lap traffic in front of William Canniger, doing everything he can to predict where those lap riders are going to go. Dino funnels in behind him through this Rocky Mountain sand sweeper. This is going to come down to the final few corners. Dino going to have to make something happen. Whoa, Canniger gets a little sketchy on the landing of that jump.
Yeah, here they come to the center of the track into the progressive launch. It's the 95 of Canniger and in the air at the same time as Deegan Dino. Dino going to go to the outside and try to get around to Canniger. And for Dino, it's going to go to the inside here in the last corner before the finish line. What's going to happen?
Canniger does a great job, gets a better drive through that Thor sand sweeper. A fantastic job as William Canniger going to grab the second Moto win. Round of applause up here in the tower. What a fight from the 95. Deegan Dino, hats off to him, charging through majority of the pack from about 22nd up to that second place spot. Trinity Bachelor going to round out the podium as it looks like Mason Rayner going to cross the line in fourth. Vincent Way in the fifth place spot.
Yeah, he's coming through in fifth right now. Chase Lawton, he'll take that sixth place position. And behind Lawton, right behind Lawton, we see Carson Wood. Carson Wood going to be in seventh. Solid ride for Carson Wood out there. It looks like Carson Field's going to be in that 8th place position. Brendan Harrison's bike, he will make it through and finish up in 9th. And rounding out the top 10, making his way across the finish line right now, it will be Riley Bussey on the number 74 Yamaha. And that is your top 10 rundown out here in Schoolboy 2. And this one was the thriller, man. I'll tell you what. For a first moto, the Schoolboy 2 12-17 was hard to beat. As Deegan Dino really rode hard, came through the pack, only 1 second behind our winner, Will Canniger, there at the end. So that's going to be a great third and final moto. A 2-1, a 1-2. They're tied up going into moto number 3.
Yeah, you couldn't draw it up any better, and William Canniger knew how important it was to hang on to that. Not sure if he knew it was the 19 or not, but he knew, I cannot let this guy get around me. What an impressive ride. I can't wait to hear these podiums.
See you there. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and throw it on down to the podium and hear an interview with our Schoolboy 2 12-17 BC.
I'm up here on the podium with our third place finisher of this moto. This is Trinity Bachelor, everyone. Give it up for him. Trinity, that was an exciting moto to watch. Tell us about it from your perspective.
I mean, got off to a good start and was good out front. Ended up sliding out, which wasn't ideal. But, you know, the rest of the race was a fight.
Well, it was a great race on your part. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Hunter Racing, Brandon Hart, he's helped me a lot. Everybody at Moto Sandbox, Thor, Canada, Tamer, Motorcycle Mall, Renthal, 100%. Just everybody. I mean, a lot's gone into this, you know, dealing with this shoulder thing. And yeah, it's good to be up here.
Trinity Bachelor, everyone. Third place in second moto of Schoolboy 2. our second place finisher, everyone. Give it up for Deegan Deno. All right, Deegan, great ride. We saw you come through the middle of the pack. Will you explain that race to us and how you're feeling going into Moto 2, sitting on 1-2 Moto scores?
Yeah, spun off the gate. The gates are they're brand new right now, so I did my side lap start. I came back and I saw a hole coming out. And yeah, I just knew it was gonna be tough. I tried to come off normal, but it kicked sideways and spun pretty bad. I heard I came from 25th to 2nd, and yeah, great ride up front. They were riding good. I was charging really hard to catch them, and I did. Lappers helped us both out, didn't help us out, and yeah, it was a great ride all the way back to 2nd. So yeah, pumped on that, saved my championship. Could have gone a lot worse, so yeah, 2nd's not bad. I wanted to win, but yeah, you can't be mad at this 1-2, 2-1 for him, so it's going to be winner take all into the 3rd Moto.
It will be. And are you aware that you set the fast lap that Moto of the week?
Yeah, that's what I heard. I told my dad and my trainer I was running a 47 this morning, and I got a 48. So I'm mad that I didn't get a 47, but a 48 I think should get the job done, I hope.
Not a bad lap time at all. Who would you like to thank?
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My whole parents, the whole KTM crew, Darian, Jed, Styles, Brownie, we'd be working our butts off. Twisted Development, Ride Dunlop for the tires out there. MX-14's hooking up great right now. The track's super deep. 100%, Monster Army, Monster Mike, Bell Helmets, Danny. AP Designs for the cichlids, Alpine Stars, Christian, Renin USA, Justin, W, Pro Taper, Gut Seats, and everyone else, thank you so much.
Deegan Deno with the 2nd place finish in Moto 2 of Schoolboy 2. Now we'll get our Moto winner up here. Everyone give it up for William Kaniger. William, that was a great ride. You got to be feeling good after winning this early morning Moto. How was it to have your Moto pushed back from last afternoon now to this morning?
A little frustrating. You know, we all get prepared to go race later in the day, and personally I like it a little more rough and hotter. It's a little more gnarly and a little bit more of a separation. So this morning it was pretty crucial to get a good start, which I executed on. And yeah, after that, just waited behind Trinity a little bit. He ended up tipping it over, and then after that, it was just clear sailing until we hit the lappers.
Yeah, you didn't even need the rough track to get the job done. Who would you like to thank?
The Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe out there. My mom and dad, my brother, all my friends and family that came out to watch me this week. The whole Future MX team down in Florida, we've been working our butts off. Brian, RJ, Kyle, all them guys, I can't thank them enough. My trainers, Brandon Hartraff, Matt Pachelia, I got to give it up to them. They put a lot of effort into me, and I try to put just as much back into them. Oakley, AMSOIL, just everybody, man. I can't even go through and thank everyone, but everyone who helps me out, thank you so much.
William Kaniger, everyone. First place in Moto 2 of Schoolboy 2. Now sitting on 2-1 Moto scores, and Deegan Deno with 1-2 Moto scores. It's going to be a great 3rd Moto. Back up to you guys in the tower.
All right, thank you, Sophie. Is good times down there at the podium, the happiest place on the property. As we get ready to run down our 65 10-11, we welcome Jackie Legs, Jackson Burrow back into the tower.
What is going on, everybody? Going to take a look here at this 65cc 10-11. One of our 2 classes that we didn't get to run yesterday, going to run here first thing this morning. Racing Kyler going to be on that 54 machine, the 10th place there in Moto number 1, 9th place was Levi Letty on the 46 machine, the Florida native. Then your 8th place, that belonged to Talon Henson on the 49 machine, making his way from California. Your 7th place was Forrest McPherson on the 98 machine. And taking a look here for our 6th place. There in that first moto, it was Beckham Smith, the Texas native, on the 23 machine. Your top 5 now, Levi Geis, he was your 5th place. Your 4th place belonged to Weston Otto. 3rd place. As we break into the top 3, and the gate is down here in this one. Looks like the whole shot going to come from the inside there, and it was a gas machine. The area.
João Ferreira with a great start out there. João Ferreira Jr. on the number 22, gas. Finally getting the start they needed, but Absher Hall right there with them, man. I'll tell you what, Absher Hall's every hitter in the 65, 10-11. Here's Levi Geis in 3rd. Weston Otto, Talon Henson. So all our heavy hitters, guys, right there at the front of this one. Oh, Absher Hall making a little mistake there, entering the commandments. I think he's going to get past. He does get past by the number 34, Levi Geis.
Geis making some quick moves. 2nd place, Cannon Zabanik a little bit further back in the pack, as well as your first moto winner, Jax Baker, who was in that 9th place spot when they crossed the first corner. They head back into Storyland here for lap number 1 as one rider, I believe that's the 85, having some tough luck. Chance Sharon.
And it's the number 34, Levi Geis, now as they make the way in the far back of Storyland. He's made some quick moves from 3rd to 1st quick. There goes João Ferreira. They're trying to thread the needle on a way inside line right there, but Absher Hall rails the outside and has the momentum and set up for the inside now as they're about to make the way into the Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper.
Boys, keep your eyes on this. I want to finish this top 3 rundown here. Martin Espino was our 3rd place there in that first moto. Cannon Zabanik, your 2nd place, and then taking the win there in moto number 1 was the 99 Cobra machine of Jax Baker. So that's going to be one we are looking out for here as we are through our first sand section, what we call a mile or 2 of bad road, and now going to head over to the Camel's Back. Taking a look here at the crew, letting all the riders make their way by. Going to make sure we show some love here on Racer TV to the crew.
Watching now Levi Geis making his way into the corner before the finish line. He has already made his way through that Thor sand sweep around the beach, making his way to check in for lap number 1 here. And it's not even a full lap, you know, that's just a start lap. So we'll see these times coming in. We'll see how big the gaps are. Levi Geis already opened up pretty good now over your 2nd place rider. And the 2nd place position of João Ferreira there about 3 seconds back. And a 10th of a second back is Absher Hall. So there's a battle there for that podium position. Here comes Beckett Burke, Cannon Zabanik, Zayden Cantu. He's in 6th. Parker LeBeau, Grayson, Kyler, Talon Henson, and Weston Otto running your top 10. Jax Baker in 11th, Martin Ospina 12th, and Beckham Smith out there. He's buried in the pack in 13th, and 14th is Tucker Tix, and rounding out your 15th, Zach, is Ben Baker on the number 18.
Man, yeah, backside of the top 20 looking like Vandergriff in the 16th place spot. Braden Vandergriff, Landon McBride, Caden Sedgwick, Luke Skelton, and Jacob McGinnis. The rest of that top 20, we can, whoa, big kick there. That might have been the 99, and it was your first moto winner, Jax Baker, back there in 11th place.
Yeah, Baker trying to make some moves right now. Had a great first moto. Not getting off to a great start here at moto number 2, so he is battling now through the pack.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Baker actually, I believe, lost a spot or 2 on that last lap, so got to stay calm, not override this machine. It's only their 2nd moto, so they still do have another moto to go after this, but Baker going to need a little bit better than outside the top 10 if he wants to stay in this championship hunt.
Absolutely. I'm watching a battle right now. That is Absher Hall and João Ferreira on Racer TV. Check him out now. They're coming out of Storyland. João Ferreira has that good inside line, but Absher Hall carries a lot of speed on the outside. And now we're watching the co-rider just behind him. That's Cannon Zabanik. Zabanik trying to make some moves as well. As we see Ferreira got back around Absher Hall. They're going back and forth, cat and mouse, for João Ferreira and Absher Hall.
Man, what a battle we've got here on RacerTV.com. Look at the different lines through the Rocky Mountain Sand section a little bit further for Absher Hall. But that opens the door up for Beckett Burke and Cannon Zabanik, who are now getting in the fight as well.
Yeah, we've seen Zabanik. He's got around Beckett Burke, and Burke trying to make some moves back around him. Absher Hall going way to the outside right there. Good move trying to take a different line, but you can't let the Cobra Rider get the inside.
Man, Zabanik, a multi-time champ here at the ranch, takes that tight inside line. He's going to try to do the same thing through the sweeper, cut a little bit of real estate off, and he might make the pass happen with it.
Yep.
Zavanek going to start to apply pressure to the back of Ferreira.
And here comes Burke. I don't know what's going on after Hall. Looks like he's pulling a tear off or something right there. Had to slow down a lot and lost 2 positions just like that.
Through the stripe they go. It is still Levi Geis out front leading the way. Jao Ferreira in the number 2 spot, and Cannon Zavanek now in the number 3 ride. Beckett Burke, Asper Hall. The backside of the top 5 is, look at this, Zavanek already trying to make something happen. I think he just got it done. Oh, slamming into the tail end of that rut right there. Takes a little glance over, reads the pit board.
Yeah, made a hard dab right there coming out of that billboard corner. That's how that billboard corner is. It's a little bit tighter than more of our corners out here. What was your secret through there, Kevin, the billboard corner?
Generally, you would just go inside. The good thing about the inside rows is it just gets a little bit wide normally. But I've seen some good. Honestly, here's the deal. I run the billboard turn depending on how I need to run the turn after the billboard turn, after the mechanics area. That is
all about the setup.
The billboard turn is a relatively slow corner, so it's a great opportunity to set up for down the track.
I agree with you on that 100%, Kevin. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. We're watching the 29 right now, battling out with the 26, Absher Hall. That is the 29, Beckett Burke and Absher Hall. Hall trying to get back around number 29. Here they go. In the storyland, Absher Hall got a good drive. Looks like he's got the pass made.
Oh, still side by side. Going to take the inside, see if he can close things down before that next left. He's going to the outside, trying to carry the momentum through Storyland. A little dab up the inside, and it got the pass made.
Yeah, Absher's been really working those outsides, carrying a lot of momentum. I've been paying attention to that throughout this moto. And we're still early in this one. They're going to be coming around for number 3.
Yeah, and especially on these 65s, you can see how important the momentum is. Track's still relatively thick as well, not just in the sense of deep ruts, but even the tilled-up spots. You can see how hard they're over the back end. They're trying to get that power to the ground. As the 29, we see, whoa, gets a big kick.
As the 42 is Aiden Cantu out there. So he's in the picture as well. We counted him out.
Yeah, Cantu really making a couple of quick passes, kind of fell off the group and then remounted a charge as they launch up and over, getting ready to come by us here at the tower.
So I believe it's Cantu now making some moves up there. We'll have to see what they do when they come in time of scoring. But I believe he's got it on Beckett Burke and Absher Hall. As Levi Geis checks him with a 2:12 lap time, I'll tell you what, on a 65, a 2:12 is blistering right now on that racetrack.
Oh, two riders now having problems. 29 and a 24, that's Beckett Burke.
And I think the 54 machine, which should be.
That's Racing Kyler.
Yeah, Racing Kyler out there.
Oh, no. Tough break there in the Bermuda Triangle right before the finish. As we see the 29 getting a big kick right there. Beckett Burke now finds himself outside the top 10.
Yeah, we're looking at Levi Geis, Cannon Zavanek, Jao Ferreira. Now let's go back to 3rd. Zayden Cantu, he's the one on the move right now. He's up to 4th. Absher Hall in 5th, and 6th is Weston Otto. 7th, the number 74, Parker LeBeau. The 99 is Jack Baker in 8th. The 23, Beckham Smith, he's your 9th place rider. And now rounding the top 10, a familiar name there on that Yamaha, Talon Henson on the 49.
So watching them make their way towards us and going to take that right into the 10 Commandments. This is a super important section. Look at the body English there.
Beckham Smith just putting the body English on it like you say there, Zach, and it might be enough. No, it's not going to be enough to make the pass. And I love, as the riders go into Storyland, we start calling a pass about here, and it really doesn't get solidified until the later half of Storyland or even tripling out. It takes the entire section to make a pass.
It takes the entire story.
They've been handlebar to handlebar the whole way through this section here. Oh, rider down. That's going to log jam.
Beckham caught up behind him.
I believe that's the 30. Who?
It may have been
the 22. Oh, yeah, Jao Ferreira.
Tough break for Jao, man. Running that podium position now. Going to find his way outside the top 5.
I think he actually kind of held up, was it Beckham or maybe Jax? I don't know. We'll see as time and story comes around, but it affected several of our leaders there.
Yeah, now Jao Ferreira just in front of the 96 with Tucker 6, so he's around that 10th place position now. After running 3rd this whole moto, we got our eyes now on the Beckham Smith machine. That is the 23 behind the 74 Parker LeBeau. So this is the battle for about the 7th place spot right now. Through the center of the racetrack over the progressive launch, it's the number 23 of Beckham Smith. On a hard charge right now. He knows that this one's only about halfway over. He's got plenty of time to make some work happen.
Yeah, these kids still plenty of racing left to go as we watch them make their way through the Thor Sand Sweeper. And we are seeing some mistakes here from the top runners as well. So got to think that adds a little extra motivation as we continue to watch Jax Baker just now break inside the top 10. He was battling there with Beckham Smith. And it looks like Smith now has moved into that 6th place spot behind Parker LeBeau. Talon Henson trying to come along with him.
Yeah, check him out now, Zach. As they're making their way through the mechanics area, what do you see, Kevin?
I was just making the point that he's now past Parker LeBeau as Beckham Smith. So that brings him up to the 5th place position.
Yeah, it looks like Jax Baker has kind of caught up to this group as well. We've seen these 3 rider freight trains kind of work their way up through the top 10. Might be seeing the same right here as they were relatively comparable actually on the lap time. So all of these riders inside your top 7 or 8 or so can kind of drop these lap times between those 2:14s and 2:15s.
And I will shout out and say on screen real quick, I seen the number 72 of Weston Otto putting some pressure on Jax Baker, so we got to see how that one unfolds through this moto.
So 4 laps complete here in 65, 10-11, moto number 2. And same thing with this class. Got to think they were kind of preparing for a beat-up rough track at the end of the day. Now they get a fantastic track, 2nd race on course. Got some lines developed as Levi Geis just going out for a cruise right now.
Yeah, you're right about that, Zach. Definitely a blessing in disguise right there. They got a really good racetrack in the 65cc 1011 and a very, very raceable track right now as they're following the Schoolboy 2 class. Those lines really starting to open up for these 65 riders. As on screen now, we got the number 34 of Levi Geis, who's been resilient this whole moto. Look at that. Last time through, he had an 11-second lead, and I only see it getting better and better.
Yeah, that 2:10 lap time was super impressive for Levi Geis. Let's see what it is as he comes across to check in for lap number 5. I mean, 2:10 substantially faster than the rest of the field right now. He's got clear sailing, not a speck of dirt on the 34 number plate right now. He's across the line with a 2:11.2. And we'll see what Zabanik and the rest post as they are just now getting to the finish line. And Levi Geis already checking the pit board.
Yeah, to your credit, Jackson and I were just standing there talking. We're just standing there talking about that 2:10 lap time. Our fast lap is just under 150. That's coming from Open Pro Sport guys, okay? That's coming from the fastest guys on the track. And these youngsters on 65cc machines turning down in the 210s, 211s.
Yeah, 210 and 211 is super impressive.
Watch it now. We got a really good view of those 10 commandments.
Look at the gap. I mean, our leader has been through. And now here we go with our 2nd place rider, Kenan Zabanik. That is what 15-second gap looks like.
Yeah, it's huge. Big shout out.
Check out the window here just before the 10 commandments.
Wow, that's Absher Hall and Beckham Smith must have got together right there. I mean, a tough break for those riders.
23 picking it back up, trying to get going. Absher Hall still. Okay, he's up.
Yeah, these guys were jockeying position through that short chute right there. I'm not going to say there was any contact made, but the way they both down there, I'm sure they were racing hard in that one.
Yeah, all of these youngsters are racing very hard. A lot on the line. We'll keep an eye out the window for an update. I believe that is, you've confirmed that's Absher Hall? Yeah, we'll keep an eye out.
Becca Smith's back rolling again, but unfortunately going to lose quite a few positions, getting tangled up there with Absher Hall.
Man, tough break in that long short chute. Claiming a couple of riders here so far today is, looks like Hall trying to limp his way back towards the machine.
Yeah, you know, true champions, they take the checker flag. He's going to get back on the steed and ride.
Man, these kids are tough is an understatement. I say it all the time. And just the racing aspect kind of ingrained in their DNA, as he is definitely feeling the effects of that crash, but still trying to make his way towards the machine.
On screen, Kevin, we're watching the race right here in front of us. And it is the number 11 machine that we're watching right now. That'd be Martin Ospina, one of your first moto riders, I believe, alongside the top 10 there.
I believe Ospina was, 3rd in Moto 1, so.
Ospina now trying to make as many passes as he can before it's over for sure, because you don't want to throw away a 3rd moto finish.
Yeah, 3:23 are about where he's at right now. Yeah, he's in 23rd, so 3:23 is certainly not the way he wanted to start his morning here on Friday at the ranch, but got some time left, see if he can make a run at a very, very respectable first moto there, landing on the podium. Got to thank his people and talk to probably Sophia or whoever he got to speak to, and he's got some charging and some work to do right now.
Yeah, we see on screen a couple of our all of our riders making a couple passes there as we've seen Declan Smith and Asher Hall go down. So now we're looking at Levi Geist, Cannon Zabinick, Zayden Cantu, Callan Hinson up to 4th, Jack Baker 5th, Parker LeBeau in 6th, 7th is Lessonado, Jal Ferreira in 8th, Rayson Kyler is in 9th now, and Tucker Tick is your rider out of the top 10.
Man, how about that? So some big shakeups towards the top side of the top 10 is Zabinick now moves to that number 2 spot. Zayden Cantu in the 3rd place position. Zabinick a 2nd place there in Moto number 1. Meanwhile, Levi Geist a 5th. So Zabinick looking strong in this title fight as well. And then, man, really been impressed with Zayden Cantu working his way up. He's another one of those riders, didn't quite have the first moto. He wanted 23rd in the first moto. Now trying to show what he's capable of. Kind of crazy. We've got 3rd from first moto in 23rd and 23rd from first moto now in 3rd.
Yeah, Zach, you're right about that. Cantu, man, huge ride for him. And what a confidence boost for moving into that 3rd and final moto here if he can stay on the podium. We're watching now. It looks like Beckham Smith will check in, but he's going to check in, I believe, in that.
All right, guys, as we said, Levi Geist through one more time. Lap 7 going to be 2:11.6. The lap time, as we take a look, just about 4.5 minutes left. Levi Geist checks through. Cannon Zabinick in that number 2 ride. Zayden Cantu still in the number 3 position. Talon Hinson riding in 4th. Going to be Jack Baker rounding out our top 5.
Yeah, you're right, Megawatts. The 2-lap board is out, and as we watch Levi Geist head to the long short shoot here before the 10 Commandments, what a difference, right? I mean, the first moto, hey, 5th, that's not bad. He's had some mishaps, had a gnarly crash here in the 10 Commandments, which he's going through right now earlier in the week, but 5th is probably he's thinking that's not where I want to be. Then you answer in the next moto and you have a 20-second lead. I mean,
that's amazing. It really is amazing.
Hey, gang, we're going to take a second look a little further back. Going to be Landon McBride in 11th. Levi Letty riding in 12th. Eli Herrick in the 13th position. Going to be Caden Sedgwick circulating in 14th to 15th spot. That's going to be Beckett Burke. 16 going to be Beckham Smith. 17th, Braxton Gether. 18th position belongs to Braden Paxton. Going to be Brim Brockmuller circulating in the 19th spot. 20th going to go to Luke Shelton on the number 15 ride.
Yeah, thank you for that, Megan. We do appreciate it as they have checked in for lap number 7. Now the 2-lap board is out, so 2 more to go for your leader, Levi Geist. And, man, I'll tell you what, this kid has ran such a good moto. He's making his way now through that Rocky Mountain sand sweeper. Almost getting cut up by that roll-off there.
Watch those roll-offs there.
Some big lap riders losing his roll-offs. And we're watching a battle right now out there on the racetrack through the mechanics area.
Need a side view there with all the snowflakes are just covered in roots. Trying to pick them out. There we go. Back to the number 11 there.
All right, we still see the 2 card out there anxiously awaiting that white flag. It's going to be just a moment. We'll see that final lap coming up here. Just about 2.5 minutes to go here in our 65 10-11.
Martin Ospina up to 18th now, just a lap ago when Megawatts was calling out the top 30 or 40 there. Yeah, top everybody. He was in 23rd, so making some moves here. He's only got about a lap and a half to go, but these are when those little bitty single points come into the biggest pick. They make the biggest part of the picture, right? Every little point counts, and fighting that last lap and a half can really pick you up another handful if you keep your head down and go.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, if you've been putting in the work, you know you're a little stronger than everybody else. You're able to make a couple of passes there, and I think that's where the first lap and the last lap are probably the place where you make the most passes. As we watch it now, making their way through the backside of the racetrack, coming out of Storyland. And I guess the white flag is out. Yes, the white flag is out now. Levi Geist, your leader, got 1 more to go in this one. Cannon Zabinick still in 2nd. And rounding the top 3 with a solid ride out there is Zayden Cantu. But look at there, 2nd. Fast our last lap through is Talon Hinson. He's about 3 seconds back in that 4th place position. And running the top 5 is Jack Baker. Who are we watching on screen right now, Kevin?
Just watching Levi finish this last lap, and I kind of had to chuckle. I think the fellow with the roll-offs dangling in the wind is still in front of Levi, and I'm just thinking, is he going around the track just mesmerized by the roll-offs in front of him? You know, he definitely don't want to lose focus right now.
He's got on his board.
He's got some stuff on his bike. There's still some more. If here in a sec, we'll see coming out of the storyline. You see the roll-off flapping in the wind.
Pick up the roll-off.
he probably felt those get onto his bike. It's not going to cause a big damage, but it is very distracting. And with the lead, guys probably like, okay, I'm just going to sit here and chill behind us. So long thought that I had, but there we go. Now he makes the pass. He went outside.
88 of Braden Vandergrift, who always has some issues. You have a hitter right there, man. You see that roll off flapping.
Yeah, I caught that last time around through the beach turn, and it's aggravating, number one, to him, because he can feel that, and he can also hear the flutter. But the rider behind him, how do you not focus on 15 feet of film flapping in your face? Unbelievable.
Yeah, right there in your eyes. I'll tell you what, you're right about that, Megawatt.
Clear vision and smooth sailing here with one turn to go, the toughest turn on the track, the Bermuda Triangle. But it does not get Levi, guys. He keeps his race going through the turn and takes the win here to clinch Moto number 2, 65cc 10-11.
That's what you
impressive win.
That's what you call a statement moto, Kevin.
That was dominant.
Absolutely dominant. We're still waiting for your second place rider to make his way through now. The finish line section. Here he comes, checking in with us, your second place rider. It will be the world champion, Cannon Zabinek, going to finish up in second. It's a solid ride for him, 22 seconds back.
And again, incredible lap times here down in that 210 range, 211 range early in this race, finishing out with 216s, 250, even a 212 by Talon Henson here. Last lap on lap number 9, a 212. Unbelievable what we're seeing here so far in 65 10-11. Just about to round out this second round of racing. Going to get into our third rounds here coming up in just a few moments. Going to start handing out championship hardware.
Absolutely, Megawatt. You pointed out yourself, Zayden Cantu finished up third behind Zabinek. Talon Henson, he was pushing hard because he was only 0.6 of a second off of that podium. Talon Henson going to finish 4th, 72. Weston Otto in 5th. Parker LeBeau in 6th. 7th is Racing Kyler. Jax Baker on the 99 going to finish up in 8th. 9th place, number 96 of Tucker Tix, and rounding your top 10, the number 46 of Levi Letty. And with that top 10 rundown, we're going to throw it on down to the podium. We're going to get an interview with our 65cc 10-11 riders.
Moto wasn't as this. So tell me about that and how you managed to get it up on the podium this time.
I got a horrible start my first moto, but this time got a really good start. I was like top 10, then just passed my way up to 3rd.
Well, way to go. Are you shaking a little bit right now?
Kinda.
Is it because you're tired from your moto, or are you a little bit nervous on the podium?
Tired.
Okay, better answer. Who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my mom and dad, Jesus Christ, World Moto, RJR, Clover Hill, Troy Lee Designs, Dunlop, and everybody else. Thank you.
Zayden Cantu, everyone. 3rd place in 65 10-11 Moto 2. Awesome ride by that young gentleman. Now we'll pull up our 2nd place finisher. We can get Cannon Zabinek up here. Everyone give it up for Cannon. Nice, hey dude. I noticed that you had to work up a little bit, pick up some spots throughout the course of that moto. Will you tell us about it?
I got a bad start, passed a lot of kids on my first lap, got to 2nd, then my bike wasn't working right, so I just stayed there.
Who would you like to thank?
Mom, Dad, Puppy, Yaya, Bibo, PR2, MPC, Alpine Star 100%, Cobra Elite, Teamer, Pro Circuit, videos. Thank you.
Cannon Zapanik, everyone, second place. 65-10-11, Moto 2. Now for our Moto winner. He's already on his way up here. Levi, guys. Levi, great ride. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I got a good start. Finally put myself in a good position road by race.
Well, you certainly did that. How are you feeling going into this last set of motos?
Good.
Glad to hear it. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, God for keeping me safe. Troy Designs, PR2, T-Rex, Oak Hill, Denny, Kyle Cunningham, Oakley, Aaron, Roos, VP, Dunlop, ASV, all the Cobra boys, and everybody else for cheering for me.
Listen to that list of sponsors. That's Levi Geis, everyone. First place in 65-10-11, Moto 2.
All right, thank you down there on the podium. Coming up next, Supermini 2, 13-16. Give you a top 10 rundown on this one. Moto number 1, Chip Glasgow on the number 52 out of Cairo, Georgia. Finish up in 9th in Moto number 1, Brecken Moss, the number 32 machine. Your 8th place competitor in race number 1 out there. It was Darren Pine. Pine time going to be out here in this one. The 7th place rider out there, Reese Seba. Solid ride for Seba. In 6th, going to be the 19 of Gage Brown. Your 5th place rider, 96 of Chase Dashiel. And 4th, it's going to be the 67 of Knox Lewin. 3rd place, number 44, Nolan Ford. Your 2nd place rider, it was Dane Pappas on the number 35. And your first moto winner, Colt Martin on the 47. Here they go.
Perfect time in there, Dean, as the gate's down, and it's looking like it's Pine time early this morning. Darren Pine going to grab the whole shot. Reese Seba, Brody Pacheco, Camden Scoggin, and Colt Martin, your top 5 early. So a solid start from your first moto winner, Cash Landry, Nolan Ford, Gage Brown, Dane Pappas, and Cash Anderson. Your top 10 as they head into the 10 Commandments.
Darren Pine going through their double triple, almost going double quad. That Supermini going, I've been watching it. I'm pretty sure a 450 can go double quad in those commandments. But I'll tell you what, the 58 at Darren Pine, that's who you don't want to get the whole shot. Darren Pine, we've seen him come through the pack and take victories. He's out there with the whole shot. Let's see what he can do with it as they make their way back into Storyland.
Dean, I can tell you exactly what number 58 can do with it. He can take advantage of it. A lot of guys are good starters. A lot of guys have the ability to get out and run that pace. But when you give a guy like Darren Pine clear track, he's got clear vision, clean air, he will take full advantage of it. Right behind him, Reese Seba on that number 36. But I believe the number 58, Darren Pine, is going to go to work early in this one.
You're right, but I'll tell you what, he has carried Reese Seba right there with him. Kevin, what do you see?
Yeah, I'm just going to say he has to go to work because Seba's not going to let him go here. This is a very tight opening lap battle and pace as they start to stretch out on third just a little. These two really got their head down, trying to make a run for it. Look at that, tripling or quadding or flying by the tower. Launching. These guys are launching.
Yeah, I made up a name for that one yesterday. They called it the progressive launch now as they launch into that Thor Sand Sweeper, man. For the first lap, the opener has been a good one.
I got to tell you, Cash Dashiell sent that thing 6 feet further than anybody else off that big quad, well into the rollers, past the red marker. Dashiell trying to make a statement, pick up the spots early in this one. And the look on Zach's face is incredible. He's watching these Superminis fall out of the sky right by the tower.
Well, all I'm thinking about is Mela Herrick yesterday. We didn't have any Superminis jumping this, and then all of a sudden Mela Herrick comes out and is launching this thing lap after lap. Then all the guys want to start jumping the big launch. That's all I'm saying, but it is certainly fast. Mela showed what it was capable of doing as far as the lap times go, and yeah, the guys up front are sending it as Darren Pine turns in a solid lap. Seba, Pappas, and Pacheco. Colt Martin not making any moves the last time through the stripe, so we'll see whether or not your first moto winner can start to pick his way through that top 5.
All right, guys, you see a 1:45.6 there. Of course, that's abbreviated lap because of the start. Now, our fast lap right now is 1:48.0 from Deacon Deno. These guys, now they're going to have to go through the beach to the finish line this time. How close to that fast lap of the day are these guys going to get on Supermini 2?
It's anybody's guess. I can't remember what the fastest was of our 65 riders, but it wasn't but a couple of seconds off of it. It's pretty incredible to see the top speed in all of these classes. As making their way out of Storyland, that is Pine. And he's putting the coals to him as he is starting to stretch things out a little bit.
Yeah, you're right, Zach. I thought Seba was going to give him a run right there, but Darren Pine is doing a great job at opening this lead up over Reese Seba. Dane Pappas in third, Brody Pacheco in fourth, Colt Martin in fifth, Nolan Ford in sixth, Gage Brown in seventh, Chase Dashiell eighth, ninth is Knox Lewin, and rounding your top 10 early in this one is Drew Marston on number 30.
Here we go, looking at the tail end of the Rocky Mountain Sand section. Taking the wide line, that was the 44 of Nolan Ford. As they get ready to come launching by us here in the tower. Oh,
Colt
man,
Martin.
didn't see that on Racer TV, but Colt Martin did not quite make it all the way over that big launch.
One of the riders coming up just a touch short there, the 32.
That's Knox Lewin, isn't it?
Of Breckin Moss.
Breckin Moss, sorry.
Yeah.
Giving a quick.
I could feel that in the tower.
I was getting ready to say, Kevin, that made my arches hurt.
Yeah, no,
that
but
made my feet hurt when they landed.
I literally can feel the building.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah.
Little
yeah, when that thing goes to bottom, there's no question about it.
And that's when they land it smoothly, let alone when they come up a little bit short. So
that's Zach, that's when they downside it. You're exactly right.
Perfectly right. So a quick kiss of the handlebars, and they're back and rolling as we're watching right now. Man, look at the speed. Really still seeing a lot of these riders taking these wide lines.
Wow.
You still see a couple of these spots not touched. Fresh dirt, and you see that power get to the ground up on the back wheel as well through the long short chute.
That was a great turn right before the long short chute for Gage Brown, and it set up a situation where he could get to the inside and ultimately, yes, now make the pass.
Wow.
That he ran about 2 or 3 turns just absolutely perfect to try to overtake Pacheco.
Yeah, he's made it happen right there. I seen it. He actually came out of the inside. I'm always curious to see what's faster in the Ten Commandments, the outside or the inside, but he really made the inside work there in that one as it set him up better in the corner after.
So you notice going into the Ten Commandments how they're starting inside, but they're letting it drift outside. Yeah. So it's enabling them to carry more momentum and almost make the inside shorter distance have the speed that you can carry around the outside. And Gage Brown executed that perfectly.
So, Zach, we see on lap 2, 156.8. Now, our fast lap of the day, 148.0 from Deno. That tells you exactly what kind of speed these youngsters are carrying here in Supermini 2, 13 to 16, with a 156.8 for your leader last time around, a 158 for Seba. And look at Pappas. Pappas comes in with a 157.6. He said, hey, I'm here to dance too. I know a couple steps.
But not only is he dancing, he's danced his way into that number 2 ride through that Thor Sand Sweeper. Just made the pass on Reese Seba as they get ready to come across the stripe once again. So, like you said, Megawatt, a little bit of difference in time, but different size in wheels, different size in rider. So impressive to see the pace that these guys are doing.
But that's a good lesson right there where the jumps are for show. Corners are for dough, because Pappas checked up and did not jump the progressive launch here, and Reese Seba did. Reese Seba went to the outside. Pappas just committed to a very good turn and was able to get the pass made going into the Bermuda Triangle. So not exactly sure at this point of the day. Like right now, the inside of the Thor Sweeper is fairly smooth. Later in the day, it's probably going to be more advantageous to jump. But right now, a pass was made by not jumping the progressive launch.
Yeah, more guys are going to be willing to send it than put in perfect form in those corners lap after lap. And that's what it takes, Kevin. You have to have that consistency. You have to use that racecraft. Shorten this track up. Find those good lines. Folks, we talk about it every moto. You have to search. You have to be able to adapt here at Loretta Lynn's. Track changes each and every lap. And the guy who can figure that out, the guy who can find the smooth line, Zach, he's going to be successful here at the end of it.
Well, the key word is smoothest, because smooth is going away very, very quickly as these riders, just like Haiden was talking about, they're really piecing things together, even almost arcing the straightaways. They start on the inside, they fade outside midway through, and then start to cut back down. It's really impressive to see the racecraft from our Supermini 2 riders as we are watching Colt Martin start to try to drop the hammer. He has got to work his way forward as he has kind of been held up here in this 5th place spot. As now he's all over the rear wheel of Gage Brown.
Yeah, Colt Martin, Gage Brown going at it. I'll tell you what, it's like we're watching a Christmas light show right here. Green, red, red, green. This top 10 has been changing every single lap out there on the racetrack. There's the big launch right there into the Sand Sweeper, a huge launch for the number 47 of Gage Brown. He's right on the outside. That inside's going to set him up, or sorry, the outside's going to set him up to the inside here. Not quite able to make the pass, but he is able to tuck in right behind Gage Brown, putting the pressure on.
Man, Colt Martin, he tried that inside line, but you saw how wide he faded out of that corner, kind of slammed into the outside berm and lost just a tick of time on the exit. But like you said, no doubt about it, Colt Martin going for it. I don't need to tell him that he's got to get moving forward. He's already well aware as he turns in a 1:56.9 on that last lap, faster than anybody in front of him.
When you talk about that far outside, Zach, it's a matter of not only a farther distance, but you're getting in that deeper sand out there. It's going to bog the bike down. You're going to lose some momentum, lose some RPM. So now you've got a longer way around and slower speed as well.
Back to the 10 Commandments we go. K-Dub's so excited. He's tossing papers up in the air. Everybody's celebrating here as we have a fantastic Supermini 2. Second moto.
Yeah, I was just looking at results, man. These guys are all over the board. Darren Pine not having a great first moto. Of course, Colt Martin winning it. He's now sitting in 5th, so setting up for another nerve-wracking third moto for these competitors, as no one's really just grabbed a hold of the championship just yet. I know we got a whole nother moto to go, but you can really get a sense of how you're setting yourself up. You know, you got 1 and 2 options, and now, man, it's flip-flop all over the place.
Well, we talk about the pressure of these third motos. If you're carrying pocket aces, sure, probably still a little nervous, still got to get the job done in this third moto. But if you're coming in with a 2.5 and somebody else has got a 1.7, and then we've got a 3.3 or something like that, we have multiple riders with several different scores and maybe a little bit of mixed luck as well. Haven't quite had the consistency in these motos. These third motos are going to be a ton of fun to watch, and they're coming up in just a few minutes as we continue to watch Supermini 2 make their way through. And looks like that is the 2-lap card, if I'm not mistaken.
No, halfway. We're only halfway.
Oh, halay. Wow. Yes, I am mistaken.
Been a lot of racing.
This battle right here on Racer TV.
Been a lot of battling.
What do we see on Racer TV, Kevin?
Well, it's just Papasiba and Brown. And Brown looks like he's really found something here. He had so much energy and commitment through the Thor sand sweeper. He was not on the TV at that point. I was watching out the window. If we stick with this here, there's going to be some action here in this 3- and 4-way battle here.
Yeah, Gage Brown, he rides like a man possessed. I think that's the best way to describe it. As he is charging hard right now, wheeling over some bumps, and he has to ride like that because here comes Colt Martin on the 47. He threads the needle through the inside, and he's going to take the outside.
All
here.
3 riders.
All going to go to the inside.
Wow. So you see how they take the inside, let it drift all the way out. That really opens up that corner and allows them to carry some more momentum, not giving, taking away the advantage the outside has. The outside has the advantage of momentum. They're taking that away, so it makes the inside a real winner at this point of the day.
And also it sets you up better for the next corner following the 10 Commandments.
But if you guys do remember, late in the day yesterday, we did have a few riders make passes by hugging that inside all the way to the corner. Yes, it slowed them down as far as the corner's momentum, but it did completely protect the inside.
You know, I had Ryan Villapoto at the house. We were talking about, we both pulled the number out of the hat of what we thought we would trust a line. He said 2 laps. I said 3.
Wow.
He said 2. He said sometimes the line gets better, sometimes it gets worse. Sorry, jump in there.
Made that line, I believe, he threaded from the outside to the inside and launched that hump after that triple there as they made their way into the Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper. So the pass has been made now. As we're watching Gage Brown now work on our number 47, I believe that. Colt Martin out there hitting that launch into that Thor sand sweeper.
Yeah, I think Martin might have actually been the one making the pass as he rails the outside. Yeah, I think he got back around Gage Brown and is now trying to chase down Reese Seba. They did launch past us here in the tower. And like you pointed out, Dean, only halfway, so he's got plenty of time.
And Martin, and that line that he took there, that last lap was so good. Thank you guys for updating me on that one. As they check in, Darren Pine, Dane Pappas, Colt Martin, Gage Brown, Reese Seba, Knox Lewin. Got to check in your 6th place position. Just behind them, Pacheco, Anderson, Moss, and Ford. Actually, no, Anderson's up to 7th on last lap, so Anderson, the man on the move, a 1:57 lap time, matching the lap time of our leaders.
Man, that is an impressive lap from the 55. We'll see if he can keep that momentum up, working his way through traffic as we saw Colt Martin. Seemed like he got the memo, needed to start moving forward, works his way into the 10 Commandments. Going to kind of cut back a little early to the inside, triples out. And he's got company coming with him. I think that is still Gage Brown.
Yep, downtown Gage Brown. He is still charging hard and trying to get back up with the number 47 of Colt Martin. And as far as the overall goes, we're looking at a 2-2 for Pappas, a 1-3 for Cole Martin. So these guys will be tied going at third and final moto. Darren Pine, he unfortunately had an eighth in moto number 1, coming with the win here in moto number 2. That'll help him as far as his overall score goes.
That will help a lot and also give you an outside shot. I mean, you never know what can happen. This is a crazy event with a 3-moto format. Right now, Darren Pine's doing all that he can do, right? I mean, what's done is done. You can't take back your first moto finish. So now for Moto 2, Moto 3, you just got to go down and lay the hammer down.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Cole Martin is going to make a statement right here. Sorry to kind of go off of what you're talking about right there, but there is some charger going around on the racetrack, and it's being led by the number 47 of Colt Martin.
That's big for him. You know, he's won 2 races so far, both of his first motos, and now was in a position to kind of hand over some points back to Pine or others, and man, to get up to the 3rd place position right now is huge, and he's running a great lap time with some time left. Who knows what's going to happen here as he's got a sight set on Dane Pappas. That will be a tough feat to catch him, but who knows?
Yeah, it's definitely far from over, though. Like you see on screen that there's 6 minutes left. And that battle we're watching right now, I believe that's Cash Anderson still trying to make some moves, still running 159, about 3 seconds behind Reese Seba. So Seba starting to feel the pressure now about the 55 of Anderson.
Like you said, Dean, going to be lots of time left as they work their way back through. Still over 5 minutes. The number 58, Darren Pine, still out front. Pappas doing everything he can do. Matching him on lap time, 157 to 157. Martin, 156.5. Look at Gage Brown, 156.9. Knox Lewin still in there with a 157. So top 5 all within about a half a second of each other on that lap time.
Through the long, short chute they go here on Racer TV, and down through the 10 Commandments. Great job of piecing that rhythm section together, fading to the outside, cuts back to that tight inside line for moving his way tight insides as well here. And gonna launch back into Storyland. Looking like this morning a lot of guys choosing that far outside, really keeping the throttle open.
Yeah, really opening that section up. You're right about that, man. Able to carry the speed. And that's what Loretta's all about. You want to find those lines where you can carry that momentum through these corners, because these corners can be challenging. Great shot of that section right there as they jump into that sand sweeper. Here comes the 58.
I see a big 2 out there by the official there at the finish line.
Yep, 2 lap forward plays out, so 2 more to go for Darren Pine in this one. Running a 156 deep into this moto with a 2 lap board coming out. So amazing ride in there by Darren Pine. 157 backing up that Dane Pappas. Pappas on a charge as well on that number 35. 157 for Colt Martin. We're looking at gaps about 6 seconds between Pine and Pappas. And about 3 seconds back, we see Martin. 2 seconds back, it's Gage Brown. So Brown, he's fighting back on the number 19 machine. And Knox Lewin, he's going to check in 2 flat that time through, and about 5 seconds back from the number 19 to Gage Brown.
Yeah, great read there, Dean, as like you said, the gaps, a little bit of space between them. They can kind of see each other, but not in a position to throw a wheel in there quite yet, and they're running out of time with about a lap and 3/4 to go. Great ride from Pine here so far. Oh, yellow flag's coming out. What was that? That was not Pine. Okay.
Yep. One rider to the outside of the racetrack.
Great job from our flagging crew there, quickly on top of it. As we watch the 35 of Dane Pappas try to get that power to the ground. Dane Pappas launched past us here in the tower. I think he's probably got one of the smoothest landings. I only mildly shook here in the tower when he landed. What are you seeing here, Kate?
We're seeing Colt Martin here on the 47, and you know, Pappas is in the windshield there. I mean, he's got visual. I don't know that he's going to have the time. Last lap around, they posted nearly identical lap times, but man, it's so frustrating to have that guy just right there, and you just can't find the little edge. But there's a lot going on these final laps here as they're starting to get into some back markers and some things that could throw an added twist in the Moto 2 of Supermini 2.
Hey, Zach, you want to hear something crazy? Just got a text from Jeff Cerny. Got a huge sale on Dunlop and Twin Air today. We're going to empty the trailer. Okay, Jeff's not hauling it home. Everything on sale. All tires on sale. Twin Air specials on all filters and lubes. up at the Dunlop trailer. So right now, folks, there is not a better time to stock up on Twin Air, stock up on Alpine Star, stock up on Dunlop as you exit the ranch, as you plan on heading out to the next event, heading home. Load that truck up. Jeff doesn't want to haul it home. He's going to pay you to take it home, basically. Everything on sale today at Cernix, and I encourage you, stop by, take full advantage of that. That's a great opportunity from our friends at MX Tire and Cernix Racing.
Yeah, we do talk about the opportunities here at Loretta's to see some of the best amateur racing in the world, but also all of our vendors, all of our amazing people here on site. They've got special pricing a lot of times. They've got a ton of great offers, and like you said, they don't want to take it home. So you're seeing a lot of blowout sales here in the tail end of the week. All
right, speaking of blowout, we don't have one on the track. White flag is out. Darren Pine, Dane Pappas, Colt Martin, Gage Brown, and Knox Lewin keeping this thing tighter than two coats of paint as they work their way into the final lap. White flag is out.
So watching right now, Darren Pine, one more time to go. Dane Pappas and Colt Martin trying to put it up on the box here in Moto 2. Gage Brown and Knox Lewin, your top five, as they're working their way through some lap traffic. Exiting Storyland, hugs to the inside, and going to go to that Rocky Mountain sand turn.
Here he comes. Got a couple lap riders in front of him, but I'll tell you what, he got a 7-second gap that he has. Is going to definitely play a good role in this one. He'll be able to take his time and navigate through. Able to clear one of those riders. He still has one there just in front of him. As they make their way in front of us on that progressive launch, it's going to be the 58, Darren Pine. You know what time it is, Zach?
It's looking about Pine time as he's going to swing it wide in that Thor Sand Sweeper. Yeah. One quick trip through the Bermuda Triangle.
And we knew it coming out of the gate, right? He got the whole shot. We knew that's not the first he wants to get the whole shot because he's going to take it all the way down to the wire, and he does that. There goes your winner, Darren Pine, in a Supermini 2, 13-16.
Absolutely fantastic run there for the 58. It does look like it'll be Dave Pappas crossing the line in the number 2 spot. Should be Colt Martin rounding out your top 3 as Gage Brown and Knox Lewin look to round out your top 5. Last time through it was Cash Anderson, Nolan Ford, Brody Pacheco, Brecken Moss, and Reciba, your top 10. Here in Supermini 2, 13-16, Moto number 2. As backside of the top 20, looking like Tucker McNeil in the 11th place spot. Drew Marston, Chase Dashiell, 11, 12, 13. Toby McAllister, Trip Glasgow, Jake Willis, Cash Landry, Camden Scogan, Austin Webb, and Sam O'Leary, your top 20. As we get ready to send things down to the podium, I believe Sophie Phelps, maybe Jason Wygant standing by down there, getting ready to chat it up with our second Moto winners here in Supermini 2, and then we get ready to drop the gate on some third Motos.
It's a little bit loud down here on the podium with all these side laps firing off, but everyone give it up for our third place finisher. All right, Colt, you've had a very consistent week so far. You've been on the podium, I believe, every moto that you've raced. Talk to us about how you've pulled that off and about this moto.
Yeah, it's just been trying to get a good start, but that ain't happening. But I just been passing really quick, and I've never really been that great at that, but been working on it, and yeah, it got a little bit better. But that moto got a terrible start. Then charge was like maybe 6th, and then Nolan fell past him, and then in Storyland I passed Gage and Reese in one corner. I don't know how, but just held it on the outside, and then just kind of rode my race from then. My bike messed up the last lap, so I couldn't really go nowhere, but yeah, other than that, it was pretty good.
Awesome podium finish. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Chris and Weston for coming to watch and help with the bike. My pawpaw, my TT, my little cousin Rowan. I want to thank Alpine Star, Oakley, FXR, Deft, Aaron from Oakley, Christian from Alpine Star, Jason from EVS, Mika Metals, T-Rex Throttles, Brad from FXR, Factory Connection, Tamer, Roost, Bellray, Guts, Mifa Moose, Clubmex, Brandon, Daniel, Hayden, Ben, and Mike, and FMF, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Colt Martin sitting on a 3rd place in his second moto here at Supermini 2. Now we'll bring our 2nd place finisher up. We've got him on his way up here to the podium. Everyone give it up for Dane Pappas. Come on up here. Dane, no stranger to this podium experience. Tell us how you got here to this 2nd place ride.
It was good. I was kind of struggling at the beginning of the week, so we did some gearing changes, and it works pretty good this moto, so bike feels really good. So yeah, we're gonna keep it rolling.
How are you feeling going into your last set of motos?
Good. Me and Colt are tied, so I'm gonna give it my all.
Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, CMYK, Chris, Caleb, my brothers, Rob Parker, Liette, Jamie, Twisted, Guts, FMF, Joel, Rob Parker and Liette, everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Dane Pappas, everyone, 2nd place in 2nd moto of Supermini 2. Now we'll bring up our moto winner. He's getting all ready. Goggles on, hat on. Everyone give it up for Darren Pine, your 2nd moto winner here in Supermini 2. Darren, great ride in a very competitive class. Explain to us how you got your bike up here on the top of the podium.
Yeah, I nailed my start. That was my best start all week, all week for sure. And I had a really good first couple laps. And yeah, it was just a good moto.
Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, TTMX, Van Martin, Gas, 100% Mended, FMF, John from JM Racing, Bees Moto Lab, Dunlop, and everyone at Sportsby, thank you.
Darren Pine, everyone, 1st place, 2nd moto of Supermini 2.
All right, thank you for that, Sophie Phelps, as we get the 2-minute card up here for our first of the 3rd motos. Let's take a look at your top 5 overall. Joe Perrin on the number 70, 4th place. Travis Delnicki on the number 48. Brock Peterson overall sitting in the 3rd spot. Judson Wisdom in the number 2 ride. And Brandon Haas making it easy with a 1-1 in the number 1 ride. Championship motos officially off and rolling with our Vet 30 Plus. It's a Yamaha looking like leading them into turn 1, but it might be a Cowie leading them out. No, 2 Blue Crew riders, Chris Wisniewski in the number 1 ride on the 78, and then the number 1 of Brandon Haas trying to make some quick moves around the outside. He's got Megawatt hooting and hollering. Look at that, the 38 of Brandon Ream making some moves around Donald Alford as they head into the 10 Commandments. Look at the drive from the Kawasaki at the tail end of those Commandments. He's trying to take the long way around and slingshot himself into the lead. What a drive there from the 38. Meanwhile, Brandon Haas trying to just stay calm in the chaos of that opening lap. Looks like he has maintained control of the lead as they head back into Storyland, and that is a scary story for the rest of the field.
What a start to Vet 30 Plus.
Championship time, Kato.
I got to tell you right now, Haas was not going to be denied. He came around the first turn in third, second turn in second. By the time we got to the end of the 10 Commandments, had himself set up with a great position to the inside, was able to use the momentum around the outside into Storyland. The number 1 machine out front and leading the way. Wisniewski in that number 2 ride trying to keep pace.
So here we go, out of Storyland they go, going to make their way through the Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper as your leaders now getting ready to buzz by us here at the tower. Oh, looks like that Kawasaki going down right there. I believe that was the 38 of Brandon Ream, who had a fantastic opening lap going. Meanwhile, let's see, Brandon Haas checking in for a first lap complete. Chris Wisniewski, Brandon Haas, and Donald Alford, your podium or your top 3 early. Now it is Haas. Wisdom making some quick moves on the Yamaha. So that might have actually been Judson Wisdom who was leading there for a while. Cody Williams now in the 3rd place position. Wisniewski back to 4th. Joe Perrin checks in 5. Giancarlo Klauser in 6. Brock Peterson, Brendan Myers, Michael Ash, and John Moeller, your top 10.
This is going to be one of those motos where it might be easy to predict the overall, as now we have this awesome new column to the right of our screen here, shows us overall runnings. Of course, that's going to be Brandon Haas in position for the overall. It's going to be Judson Wisdom in 2nd. And actually, Brock Peterson, who's currently sitting in 7th, that's going to be enough to have him in the 3rd place position for the overall in our Vet 30 Plus, but still a lot of racing to go, but nice to have that feature so it can help us keep the fans updated on who's in the running for championships.
Yeah, and that's not just available to us, that's available to the fans as well on that Loretta Lynn's app for live timing and scoring. You guys can see the overall picture, so make sure you guys are staying up to date. And here on site, if you haven't already, get that Loretta Lynn's app downloaded as it's championship time, plus 30 out on track. As
like number 17.
We'll get the timing and scoring adjusted here in just a moment on your screen, but it is Brandon Haas leading the way on that Club MX FXR muck-off back Yamaha. Around the Thor Sand Sweeper we go as we're watching the 44 of Brendan Myers in the 8th place spot. As it is Brandon Haas checking in now with a 156.9. Judson Wisdom in the number 2 ride. What are you seeing, Kato?
I was just going to tell you that Brock Peterson there on his KTM number 5 just passed into 4th place position right at the finish line, but he's running a good clip right now with a 157, so might be coming up to the backside of Cody Williams and Judson Wisdom, excuse me, as they're to the long short shoot already.
So they take that right, headed into the 10 Commandments. You'll see your leader towards the entrance of Storyland. Meanwhile, on screen, look at this battle headed into the switchback. A couple of Cowies trying to bring the fight to the 21 of John Moeller at the backside of the top 10.
Wow, that was impressive. Having 3 bikes wide and the horseshoe turn now back in the Storyland as it continues to play out now.
All right, Vet 30 plus third moto out on track. Man, solid bounce back from the Husky rider. Believe that Kawasaki might be Brendan Myers. I think that's who was up front early and ended up going down on lap number 1.
Also might be Ream. It's hard to tell. There's so much dirt on the front. Yeah, that's the 38 there on screen now. So it's going to be Brandon Ream.
So there you see the 44 of Brendan Myers battling it out with the Kawasaki of Brandon Ream. John Muller up just ahead, I believe, as we get ready to put another lap in the books. Haas a 157 on that last lap. Judson Wisdom a 2 flat. 159 for Cody Williams and a 158 for Brock Peterson. So Peterson starting to really kick things into gear as well.
Yeah, Peterson really seems to be the man on the move right now. Of course, Haas is out just doing what he does. So outside of the number 1, who's looking fresh with a clean white number 1, nothing looks better. White background number 1, no specks of dirt on that plate. But here behind him,
yeah,
we
this
got
is
some
the
stuff
battle.
happening. Check this out.
This is the battle. Judson Wisdom, Cody Williams, and Brock Peterson all wheel to wheel. Look at this. Can we see a pass at the tail end of the Commandments? They're both trying to go to the inside. 2-man enter and 2-man leave. Wow, I thought one might have gone down. Let's see who makes that pass stick. That might be Peterson. No, I believe that's actually Cody Williams. Peterson still just behind, now trying to make a pass on the outside as they head back into Storyland. More side-by-side action just behind them. That's Wisniewski and Perrin going at it. As exiting Storyland, this is the battle for second place.
Yeah, Wisdom's now lost 2 positions in this lap. I believe that puts him into the 4th place position there.
Yeah, Wisdom got to take a breath, try to regroup here as he lost a couple of spots in a hurry. Meanwhile, the Gas and the KTM of Cody Williams and Brock Peterson, they're getting ready to duke it out as they exit that sand section. Now we focus on the battle between what looks to be the 32 of Giancarlo Klauser and one of the Kawasaki riders, possibly Joe Perrin on the number 70.
Yeah, that's the number 70 there. Get a side view of that side plate, which remains clean. Also his bib number there. Number 70 putting some pressure here.
Perrin going to scrub it down. Let's see, going to run the tighter line through this Thor Sand Sweeper. Chops off a bit of the turn. Is he going to be able to get him on the exit? Gets a little sideways. Drag race to the inside in this next corner, and the Kawasaki makes the pass happen. Man, that was a great setup there. As checking in now, it's Haas, Cody Williams in the number 2 spot, Brock Peterson in 3. All 3 of those guys at a 158. Meanwhile, Judson Wisdom, not the best lap, a 203 for him. Wisniewski a 201 and Perrin a 202. So things continue to stay close inside the top 5.
And unfortunately there for Wisdom, those 2 passes there in the last lap was enough to move him out of the 2nd place position for the championship. Looks like Wisdom will now be acquiring enough points to be in 3rd as they run right now. Brock Peterson, of course, Haas would be the champion if things were to end now, but more racing to go. But you're starting to see every pass matters, and they have championship implications at this point.
You said it, K-Dub. Every pass matters, and the number 5 of Brock Peterson knows that as he is continuing to apply the pressure to Cody Williams. That way he can have maybe a little reassurance on that 2nd place spot. Hard to argue with a 1-1 from Brandon Haas, trying to make it a clean sweep. But Williams and Peterson still going at it. As we take a look now, Cody Williams, he's sitting in that 6th place overall spot as well. So this would be a huge gain in points for Cody Williams. Could put him inside the top 5 overall. Currently sitting 4th as they run. So this one's for all the marbles here. The final moto of the week here for Vet 30 Plus. As we continue to watch these battles inside the top 10. Saw John Muller, Michael Ash, and Giancarlo Klauser going at it as well. There we see the 30 of Ash on your screen. Flash forward, and it looks like that might be Perrin trying to pick off another one as he runs it up the inside of what looks to be Wisdom. Things coming apart for the number 12 as he continues to lose ground. And you see in the body language, K-Dub, looks like something might be going on with him, taking those outsides. He just doesn't quite have the fight we saw early.
Yeah, things going south there, and things going in the right direction for Brock Peterson as he passes another rider there. He made the move on Cody Williams in the Thor Sand Sweeper. And that is going to be enough to add a little push, right? He's already been in the second overall position, right? So he's not going to get Haas. Obviously, Haas is unbeatable at this point with potential 1-1-1 if things continue. But nice to add a little cushion to your second place position there as Brock now overtakes Williams. It's not over yet, though. That's one of those positions that it does not have an effect on the championship.
Yeah, like you said, just a little bit of relaxation there for Brock Peterson as he puts in an impressive lap, actually a tenth faster than your leader, where Brandon Haas certainly probably got this thing on cruise control. He's built that gap up, and like you said, the math incapable of being argued with. A 1-1-1 keeps it easy for us. Brock Peterson, though, Cody Williams still a very solid run in the number 3 spot. This does keep him in the top 5 as they sit currently in that 5th place spot. Wisniewski jumping a few spots up on that last lap as well, now in the 4th ride. As Joe Perrin rounds out the top 5 there, we caught a glimpse of the 61 of Michael Mitchell there making his way through the top 10, or through the 10 commandments, excuse me, inside the top 20. Mitchell actually racing with a fractured hand, broke his hand here in this second moto. Saw him at the tower yesterday, could barely make a fist with that thing. So all of these riders, we talk about the quote-unquote 100% K-Dub. It's crazy how many of these athletes, young and older, are coming in a little beat up, a little bruised, a little banged up, but still toughening it out and doing what they got to do here at the ranch.
Yeah, there's a lot of people nursing some nagging injuries that some have come from the ranch, a little tip over here and there, but others in their training experience, but just too much on the line to sit it out. They make the call to come out here and tough it out. Sometimes it pays off.
Big thank you to all of our fans continuing to enjoy the live coverage here on RacerTV.com. Make sure if you guys haven't already, you are subscribed to Racer TV to help us continue to bring all of this live racing coverage from the 44th annual Monster Energy Loretta Lynn's Amateur Motocross Championship. It is championship time here in Vet 30 Plus. You know, we got some folks watching back home. I know my buddy Gavin Delker, a racer himself. He's eyeing up this plus 30 class. I'm not sure if he's the 30-30 yet, but he is certainly scoping out the competition out there in Oklahoma. Going to come moto with us soon, I am sure. As this is one of my favorite parts here, the end of the week. It's crazy. We'll already start to see the direction talking about next year, K-Dub. It's crazy. It seems like the first few days, everybody says, I can't believe it's here. Then you kind of have that 2 days of, oh, it's Loretta's. And then all of a sudden it's, man, I'm ready to get this week kind of wrapped up, get back to work, and get ready to get back here next year.
Yeah, it goes by fast. And, you know, it's always brings a little sadness whenever I have to leave the ranch.
Right.
It's certainly a long week. It's a lot of prep for not only the participants, but also the entire crew here getting the track going. They've been here, and you guys have been here for weeks and weeks now. So a lot goes into the event, and whenever it's closing time, I always get a little sad.
Yeah.
But we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because we have all of the third motos to go right now. This is our first third moto here. The first champion will be crowned in here. It's looking like it would be Brandon Haas, but right now I'm going to focus on the here and now and not thinking about packing up and heading home because it's been a great week, but the championship rounds are what we're all waiting for, and they are upon us.
Yeah, this is the main event of the week. Championship time, those number 1 plates getting brought down to the podium area. You know, Jason Wygant getting fired up. We're going to have some champagne showers going on, and everybody trying to end the week with an exclamation point as Vet 30 Plus making their way around. Haas another solid lap, continuing to just ever so slightly back it down, a 2:02.0 on that last lap. Peterson continuing with the 2-minute flat, as looking like we're watching a solid battle. I know Giancarlo Klauser was in that. I believe that's Wisniewski just in front of him. Joe Perrin in the mix as well. So 4 riders all going at it as Giancarlo Klauser starts to climb his way inside the top 5. Wisniewski trying to hang on to it. That's who we've got on screen, the 32 of Klauser, taking the wide way around, carries a bit more speed. Oh, look at this slideways for the 78 coming out of that corner. Doesn't get the drive, and Klauser makes the pass. And looks like Perrin, a very solid drive through the commandments, going to try to funnel to the inside here and see if he can sneak past the Yamaha as well. Gets a good drive, starts to fade out, and is able to close the door.
Wow, that's tough. And now look, as soon as you get past by 2, we got a third rider coming here. That's the number 30 of Michael Ash. That's going to be a bad lap if you get passed by 3. That's going to be rough.
Yeah, we kind of talk about the quicksand out here. One mistake leads to another. One pass leads to you getting passed by a couple of people, and it can get a bit overwhelming, as we do see the 78 forfeiting that spot to the 30 of Ash.
Yeah, that'll be a lap that we wish we could take back, but still having a good ride. So the 78 looks like, well, he'll be back in 7th now. Speaking of all the folks watching at home or listening, we got to send a shout out to Dom.
Oh man, the Dom.
The Dom. Dom has left the ranch a little bit early this week to go home, spend some time, well-deserved time with the family. I think he's heading to a concert, but I know he's listening in the car, so.
Yeah, we couldn't thank Dom enough. Everything from the Italian ice to just a good company.
That's a good place to start.
Yeah, to start.
The
Absolutely.
Italian ice he delivered was fantastic.
He brought up some fresh fruit from the farmer's market for us, always taking care of us, and excited to see Dom here in just a couple of days up at High Voltage Hills in New York for that state championship that will also be shown here on RacerTV.com, so make sure you guys are tuning in for that. But right now, the only thing you need to be tuned in is this battle. Look at that.
Slam the door.
Inside and inside. Oh, look at this momentum for the Yamaha. Man, they crisscross right back across.
Giancarlo Klauser just putting the pressure on Joe Perron right now as they are to the long short shoot, handle to handlebar.
Klauser made a pass in this section a lap ago. Can he do it again? He's got the inside into the commandments. I don't know. Perron's been lightning through the 10 commandments all moto long.
Able to triple is this 70 there.
Gets that door shut back to the inside in front of Klauser. As they get ready to head back into Storyland, Perrin gonna shut down the attack for now. As Klauser, with a little glance over the shoulder, wants to see what's going on behind him. Make sure he's not gonna have any unexpected company.
It's time to dig deep for these 30-plus riders as the 2-lap card is out, and that puts you in the point of the moto where, dang, this is a long moto.
Yeah, it seemed like that to me, guys. Yeah. I'm sitting there listening to you guys, and we're watching these lap times. I was like, man, this has been a long moto. Guess what? They're all the same length. We've got the time on the course, but that 2-lap card is out, and this has just been an amazing race here. And that 30-plus, you were talking about Klauser there. That guy's been in a battle. Like you said, he's got his head on a swivel right now. Got to be aware, dude.
Yeah, it's the never-ending battle. He's got different opponents throughout it, but he just continues to grind as they make their way past us here in the tower into that Thor Sand Sweeper once again, as the white flag officially waving. 1 lap to go for the number 1 of Brandon Haas. Perrin, for now, looks to have shut down the attack of Giancarlo Klauser. We'll see if he can regroup and give it one last go on this final lap. And there is the man on a mission right now. The number 1 of Brandon Haas, trying to use himself as the proof in the pudding for what they've got going on down there at Club MX. Partnered up with the boys over at First Form recently. I know they're hanging out with us over at the Club MX tent, and really been impressive to watch the way they've tailored this program, working with First Form's app. They've got Daniel Blair over there now helping with the amateur side of things, and like Brandon said on the podium, he really just wants to use his riding as a testament as to what they can do out there at Club MX, and a 1-1-1, that's a pretty good showing.
Well, he needs to get this race over with quickly. He's got some stuff to get ready for Ironman. He's going to be heading there. You know, I mean, he's just running the show and doing race team stuff and training stuff and racing stuff, so it's important for him to turn fast lap times to get through the moto quicker so he can get back to work.
Yes, there is no rest for the number 1, and that seems to be just the way he likes it as he makes his way through that Rocky Mountain Sand section. Yeah, we don't only see him in the impound area in the podiums when it's his moto. He's supporting all of his athletes in all their different classes as well. Of course, Mike Bonacci probably hanging out down there in the impound area as well. A little wave to the fans. Thought he was going to give us a wave. Maybe next time, Brandon. Yep, it's all right.
He waved at us.
I don't think. I think he was waving at them. He missed us. He said he'd come see us later. So
all right, we'll give him a pass for this moto.
As he makes his way through the Bermuda Triangle for the final time, Brandon Haas going to get the sweep done and start the championship motos off with a 1-1-1. A fantastic ride from that number 1 as Brock Peterson crosses the line in 2nd. Cody Williams going to cross the line in 3rd in that moto. And we'll wait to see where Perrin, Klauser, and the rest of the field finish up before we give you that overall rundown. Does look like Brock Peterson going to secure second overall. And wait, there it is. Joe Perrin crosses the line in fourth in the moto, and that should be enough for the overall podium as we get ready to celebrate down on the podium, the first of our championship podium celebrations. Going to have some champagne, have some celebrations going on, and definitely going to be one you want to get to in person if you're here on site. Let's give you the rest of that top 10 in this moto. Giancarlo Klauser does round out the top 5 behind Joe Perrin. Michael Ash in 6th. Bryce Klippel works his way up to the 7th place spot. Chris Wisniewski slots in 8th. Brandon Ream in the 9th place position. And John Moeller going to round out your top 10. Travis Delnicki, James McNeil, Brendan Myers, Shane O'Banion, Mitchell Swire, Michael Mitchell, Judson Wisdom, Cody Lawrence, Dylan Cook, and KJ McKenzie. Your top 20 brought to you by our friends over at FMF as we get ready to send things down to the podium for championship time, that 30 plus.
Two. Okay, we're going to get on up for the third place finish. Excellent. That 30 plus, that is a wrap on the first championship of 2025. But first, we'll talk to the third place finisher, Cody Williams, getting cleaned up under there. Oh, it's going to get tight. We already have a sight lap underway. So we're looking for Cody Williams, third place, Brock Peterson, who's in the number 2 position, and once again the national champ. Looking for Cody Williams to come on up and take that bronze. There we go. One more sprint before the week is over to the podium. But it's so worth it, baby, because Cody Williams has taken third place. Let's hear it for him. Yeah. Hey, man, you got to be stoked on your week.
I am, and thank God I got back up there. I forgot to thank the number 1 person who I should have thanked, which is my fiance. This is wedding year, and I know I could have, you guys will disagree, but she won't. I probably could have done something better with my funds. But hey, we're here, and if she says yes, maybe she'll come next year. And thank God.
Well, congratulations. What a year for you all around. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank all the guys at Fox, Motorbikes Plus, Grant, everybody, Limited Decal Factory Connection, KJ from Southwick, Canning Speed Establishment, all the boys back home, Bakes, Trem, Whole 41 Tavern, GC44, everybody, Mom and Dad.
Gotcha. Get well soon, Chris Canning, by the way, right? Yeah, yes. All right, let's hear it for Cody Williams, taking third. Yep, we appreciate it. Brock Peterson, been in these podiums many, many times through the years. We'll bring him up for yet another medal. Brock's won titles, Brock's had podiums, Brock's had moto wins. He's been here doing this for a long time, and he keeps the run going. Silver medal for Brock Peterson. How is that moto? It's downright nice out right now, at least standing here.
I almost had to put a sweatshirt on. It's pretty cold out today.
How'd it go for you?
Still struggled with my start a little bit. It was a little bit better with the start, but at least I got up and was able to see Brandon in this moto. But man, I wish I could get a start with him and battle it out the whole moto. I think I had something for him.
Cool. All right, well, silver's not too bad. Who do you want to thank?
First off, Chris McMillan, he comes down, saves me a spot early, helps me out at the starting gate every time, so that's awesome. Thank you, Chris. My dad for coming down, my wife, Jim Duravage with Championship Power Sports, Pat Ann, she does a lot there, man. She's awesome. Go buy some KTM swag. Turbo Speed Suspension, FXR, Hoosier, they had me hooking up all week, man. That paddle tire is awesome. Delta Raceway, One Touch Painting, Tamer, HGS Slade Racing, No Toil, Mica, Guts Seats. Thank you, everybody, man. Appreciate it.
Brock Peterson, everyone. Second place, third moto of 30 plus. And for the first time this year, we're going to clear the decks and present a championship. Let Brock get some photos, though. And he wanted to do one more thing, and that is defend a #1 plate, and he has successfully done it. Let's bring up the 30 plus national champion, Brandon Haas. We got a lot for you, a gold medal, a trophy, and new this year, every single champion at Loretta Lynn's 36 are going to receive a brand new OGO 9800 bag with the logo for the series and the race right on it. There's Brandon. Hold it up and be proud. #1 plate's coming your way in a moment from Mike Burkeen. You got to feel that feeling of defending a #1.
Yeah, I can't say it got easier, but all week I've got good starts. I knew that's what I had to do to just clear there. This is such a technical track that you got to get out front in fresh air. And props to MX Sports and the track crew. They've stayed on it all week. This is pretty unbelievable what an event this really is. And it's humbling just to be here.
Yeah, and for you, a nice little goal to check to be able to say you're now a 3-time champ.
It's cool. Honestly, I would have never thought. 2010, I came here in just a 10x10 Easy Up promoting club when we started. And, you know, you just feel like the little new guy on the block. You don't really know, have a clue what's going on. Yeah, and saw the little guys. Like, I just got started and just kept picking away. And I would have never thought, to be honest with you. It's a humbling experience all the way around, having club and the race team and all the support we have and the people in my corner. It's yeah, speechless.
We're going to get this race start. We'll let Brandon thank some people. Who do you want to thank, Brandon?
Yeah, I'd like to thank man, everybody at club, my family, the race team. Say it over and over. Miguel back at club, he's a rock. Building a new campground, it's going to be second to none. We got a new gym going up that's going to be a university level fitness center and wellness care. It's, I mean, state of the art. It's going to take everything to the next level. Just on and on, man. Just everybody that keeps coming my way, it's really cool. Staff we have, Daniel coming in, Chad coming in, we're just assembling the troops, and yeah, I hope we can do it a little bit different, do it right, and year by year just continue to pick away, and yeah, it's all I know.
You got to respect the hustle, respect the grind. Let's bring Mike Burkeen from the AMA to the stage and hand over the first #1 plate of 2025 for Brandon Haas. That'll do it. Take it away, gang.
On the track and top 5. Top 5 looks like this. Aiden Kiefer, number 47, going in. Fourth going in was the 36 of Austin Schaefer. Third in that second moto was the 41 of Nate Freehill. 59 Tommy Doby, and 24 of Owen Colville. And on the start, it looks like Nate Freehill out there with Caleb Wood, Wolf Russell on the start. But we'll see Kevin Windham and Jackie Legs how it shakes down.
We sure will. Here we go, making our way into lap number 1. Lap number 1 complete here in this one for this 450B Moto number 3. Freehill going to be leading the way. Freehill 7-2 in our first 2 motos so far. And running in that top spot right now, Freehill would be in control of this championship here. Chase Haynes, he sits in that second place spot here in this moto. And that would also put him in second place spot for the championship. Owen Colville, where he sits right now, back in that 9th place spot, guys. That would put him 3rd in the running. If he's able to make up some passes here, he can rocket back up to the top of this one.
Yeah, Ryan Halday's got to be pretty happy right now with a 4-pack of Kawasaki's there in the top 5. Jaden Wolf on a Cowie just outside the top 5. So we'll we'll see if they can hold those positions. Probably got some Yamaha boys in your corner over there. Probably want to change that, right?
Owen Coville, yeah, he goes in with a win. I mean, he's sitting in the best spot. He's got two, we say, pocket aces in there, but he's back in ninth. So we're going to see how he gets this thing done. I know it's he's urgent to win a championship here in this 450B.
Well, if you look on the right side of the screen there, it's not enough at the moment as they run. A lot of time left, but Owen Coville needs to do some work to take what I think he feels is rightfully his after his first and second Moto performance.
Well, Freehill with a 7 in Moto 1, a 2 in Moto 2, gives him a score of 9, and he is out there winning right now. So the championship's on them handlebars right now. Can he hold that big old trophy on? Looks like the 71. That's Chase Haynes is going to go down, but up on his bike and ready to go. But it's still the 41 of Nate Freehill, the Northern California rider out there, lock and loaded, riding and doing what he's supposed to do, Jackie Legs.
Yeah, he sure is. And now on Racer TV, looking at this 24 machine trying to make up some ground. Along with the 61 machine, that's Caleb Wood. He's having a good comeback ride in this one. Caleb leading one of the first moto here of this one and then going down. But look at that. Coville starting to make some moves.
And he made enough moves now to secure the championship if things stay like they are. So that's a very important position for Owen Coville, now in the 6th place position. But it's probably still close. We don't have the overall points that at least I can read right now with the information I have. But you want to pad it at this point, right? He's going to want to stay in your groove and keep moving forward. He's had some amazing motos here. Keep your thing going. Don't think about big picture too much right now.
Going in right now, even with that pass, he is. He's got 2 points. Toby would have 7, then 9. So he needs to get up there and pad that just a little bit with that 6. And 2, that's 8. He's only got a little bit of buffer. I think, like you said, KW, you want to get a 5 or 6 point buffer if you can. So, or win it. Then there's no dispute.
Yeah, you could always do that.
Which I think Coville's going to lock and load and try to just keep going as far as he can go to the front.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, they got a good, cool racetrack here this morning, not near the temperatures that we have had this week here this morning. So I'm sure that's going to work towards these riders' favor.
Top 10 rundown as they came through. Freehill still out front. Kiefer in 2nd. Haynes in 3rd. Wolf 4th. And Buzzy the Tower is your leader, Freehill. So we're going to wait for that top 10 rundown as they go through the Bermuda Triangle right now. Austin Schaefer needs to get moving there. He's in 10th. Yelton Bussey, I just hollered at him, in 12th. Jacob Hawk. Not doing bad. These guys are really making some, turning some heads out here this last couple days here at the Dude Ranch.
Here we are with our number 24 going through the Bermuda Triangle. Man still on the move is Owen Coville as he's putting some pressure here, trying to continue his march towards the front as he's battling with Jaden Wolf.
Behind the billboards they go. Nice track. I mean, it's the moisture's holding in. It's not getting rough and choppy. It's kind of fast right now, Kevin, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, the track is super fast. We had this early morning moto where if you look back at the board back there,
148.
Yeah, we're at a 148. So we're substantially slower than that, but the track is still racing quite well. It's developed the lines, developed the bumps. They will continue to get worse and deeper as the day goes on, but we're not going to see the fastest lap time of the day probably in this area of the race, but it's racing well and really established right now, perfectly for racing conditions.
Great shot out there by our Racer TV Skydrome, Jackie Legs.
Owen Coville, he has now worked his way up in this pack of Kawasaki's. We've got 2 down, 3 to go.
154 by Freehill. Here comes Kiefer, Haynes, Wolf, Coville now still slugging away. Schaefer moves up a couple spots. He's was just around the 10th. Now he's in 8th, Yelp 9th, and Riley Bussey. Welcome to the party. Championship top 3 look like Coville. So far, so good. Nate Freehill would finish 2nd, 80 and Kiefer in 3rd. But you know as well as I do, Jackie Legs, Kevin Windham, it's never over till you see the checkers fall.
Yeah, if you always race until that checkered flag. Taking a look there, I want to give a shout out to the 75 machine. Looks like he's having some trouble. Cole Coker having possibly some bike problems. That machine smoking. The What you seeing, K-Dub?
Yeah, just look at the finish line here. There's a major race for the lead as they pass timing and scoring here to put more into the books. Freehill and Kiefer are just right on top of each other. 55-2 from Kiefer, so Freehill's got to really check himself. Look at this, diving to the inside on the billboard.
Oh, and there's contact by both of them.
Both of them hit.
What I call that's a pickup pass right there. He tried to bulldog his way around Freehill, and Freehill said, I'm not going nowhere.
Hey, that's going to be huge for the championship. Is now the 47. Kiefer goes from second, gets knocked over a bit. We'll have to wait for a lap to see where he checks in on timing and scoring, but great job of the Racer TV guys to jump in on that battle at the perfect slam fest.
Hey, you know what? This is what, like Davey was saying, the best is going to be the last moto. And the energy, I can feel it up here. It's like sticking your finger in a light socket up here in the announce tower, down on the track. Now we're starting to see the gloves come off. The sleeves are rolling up, and Freehill says, you're not passing me, dude. It ain't happening. So Freehill wants to win this moto. I mean, to solidify a second and a moto win here at Loretta's, and those guys, through their injuries and through their trials and tribulations, that's huge right there for Nate Freehill.
Hey, gloves are off for that 47 machine as he has been losing some spots. It's now going to be Freehill and Haynes. That's your top two. I believe Owen Coville now holds on to that third place spot, and then it's a battle between Wolf and Kiefer there for fourth and fifth.
Yeah, great job out there. Schaefer picks up another spot. In seventh, Bussy now looking good. So it's Freehill, Kiefer, Haynes in the top three. Coville in fourth. Wolf, Doble, Schaefer. A couple of guys down there, Lisby.
No.
Is that Kiefer again?
I believe that is, boys.
See.
Or is that Coville passing by now? No.
Yeah, oh boy, a shake-up.
Racer TV has moved on, but let's stick out of our side window here on the tower here.
That was the 47 ride. So that looks like Kiefer.
Wow.
Had a bobble. That's going to shake this up.
He's back into
Tommy, is it Doble now moves up in the third for the championship?
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one there.
Whoa.
Kiefer will continue to shuffle back.
Phew. What a battle. Hey, real quick, Dylan Kalzak, we need you to the MX Sports office, please. Dylan Kalzak, we need you to the MX Sports office.
We don't even have, I don't believe.
Yeah, Kiefer's now in the 11th place position. Just checking
I believe it's 2 laps to go.
Nice.
I'm looking at it. Do you see the white flag or anything? Not yet. Okay. So like we said, you never know what's going to happen until it's over. Well, it's starting to happen now before we even get there.
Yeah, it is. All right, Caleb Wood on screen now on that 61 machine, and he is going to be under fire here from a KTM. That is the 98 machine, going to slice and dice his way up the inside, and got to give that one to him.
Shots fired by Nate Freehill. Down at the end of the billboard, starting to shake this thing up.
Holland Russell into ninth. Caleb Wood going to move back into that 10th place spot. Young rider riding a little bit injured, as I'm sure there's a lot of people out here actually that are in that same boat as he is, but a gnarly get off as he was leading that first moto like I was talking about earlier.
Things are starting to settle in, Kevin Windham. It looks like maybe I don't see any charging going on. Maybe Colville's got the board and they feel enough cushion to say, hey, settle in, don't toss it. You're where you need to be.
Well, he's still the fastest rider on the track at the moment, of 56.8 on the last lap. So I don't know how much he's settling. Obviously his team has let him know that there is not the greatest sense of urgency, but still turning in some good pace. I was just sitting here thinking and kind of deflated for Kiefer there. That was a tough lap. Had the contact there behind the billboard, wound up going down there, and then another time here right after the wall double. Man, that was a tough lap for him and had some major championship implications, as he's now looking like he's in 7th for overall. So,
you think that could have been the start of the rattle, the little bump over there, and then trying to get off his rhythm a little bit?
Yeah, there was rattle for the entire lap. It looked like. I mean, clearly at the billboard, and then Jackie Legs even mentioned as he was coming out of the Storyland section. So go ahead, what you got?
I believe that is the. Let them check in real quick here with timing and scoring. I don't want to say anything wrong here, but Jacob Hawk and the crew going to move down behind Kiefer there, but saw one rider making a ton of passes. Blake Lisby making some there on that 57 machine, but that was not who I was looking at.
What do you see, Jackie Legs?
I'm trying to gather it up here, Wes Kane. Take it away.
Trying to make it.
I mean, I'm going to shout out Tommy Doble's in 6th, but a 3rd going into championship K-Dub.
Right now, let's shout out the guy on Racer TV. It's actually a 3-pack, but the Owen Coville statement just a lap ago was he going to settle?
Yeah.
I think the answer is now no, as he's got 2 Kawasaki's right in front of him.
So he's going for putting a fork in it.
Hey, let's go ahead and make
put the fork in it. Let's win the moto. Let's take this championship all the way to the bank. Leader. It's Nate Freehill, but you got company. Here comes the 24 ride of Owen Coville knocking at the door. There's the 71 of Chase Haynes. He does a checkup from the neck up. You can see him right there.
Wait, what's going on with
Coville? What a slide move right there to miss that lapper. Coville just squared that up. Shot. Here he goes. Could he get a 2 for Kevin?
We missed the pass here from Chase Haynes. We haven't given him credit for being the race leader right now. So something's going on with Freehill as he's relinquished the lead and apparently about to fall back to now 3rd place. Yes, as Coville has taken over 2nd. So that was a big move for the 41 in the wrong direction here.
Chase Haynes, a rider that we saw here in the C class, having a ton of success last year, and now trying to back it up again here in 2025 in this B class.
You're definitely on your way when you do the C class. You're this riding this good in the B, and your outlook for A class the following year really looks promising. So
hey guys, got to jump in real quick. Just got a word from MX Sports Office. We do have a found dog in the office. It's a shepherd mix named Tora. So if you have a shepherd mix named Tora, it's hanging out in the MX Sports Office.
All right. Get some doggy treats.
All right,
Make him feel at home.
Here we go. To the outside is Coville. Chase Haynes to the inside. Let's see what we're going to be able to do here.
Oh, Coville's right there ready to pounce. Let's see how cool, calm, and collected Owen Coville is. What do you think, Jackie Legs?
I think that Chase Haynes is the one that's cool, calm, and collected right now. He has a ton of fire here and able to hold on to it.
Goes to the outside. Here comes Coville with a good look. A good drive as they head into Storyland. Kevin Windham.
Wow, that was a nice move by Coville. He actually stayed so much lower, over the triple as Chase Haynes kind of sat into it, got a little seat bounce, and Coville just put the scrub, got the style points.
Kind of a textbook move right there, right out of the textbook. You read it. It was on page 39. It said, make this move. Kevin Windham approves it, and there it was done. It was highlighted right there. Good morning, Kevin Kelly.
I wish Chase Sexton could have been here today. He'd have been putting that in his photo log as well, been video, and that was another.
It's on page 39 in the textbook. You wrote it. They're doing it. Kevin Windham's textbook of technique and moves.
All right, everybody. Owen Coville going to be your new moto leader here in this 3rd and final moto of the 450B class. Hey, I want to give a shout out to the 17 of Carson Fields. That was the rider I was looking for, coming from like 17th to 10th in 1 lap. But continuing to watch this 24 machine as he makes his way here for another lap complete. This time going to be 8 in the books.
These boys are on fire right here. Championship looks like this if it ends now. Where are we at? We got
2 lap car.
2 lap board out. So Coville looks like he's solidified it, putting his exclamation point on this one. Coville, then Freehill still in 2nd for the championship, and Dobie. But like you said, guys are making moves now. With 2 laps to go, it's eternity right now.
Take it away, Kevin. That's a good battle right there.
Yeah, trying to make the number out.
I am as well. There's a KTM machine. I believe that's a 36 of Austin Schaefer we're watching here, battling it out with Tommy Doble. Tommy Doble has made his way around Austin Schaefer. Now has his sights set on the 7 machine of Jaden Wolf. So Doble up in the 5th. Let's see. He has a chance at a podium here, boys.
And the way that he went around that billboard corner, he just absolutely slammed the door. That's what caught my eye, and I couldn't make out the number, but now we're on it as they head back into Storyland, and we're going to stick with this one as this is the battle that could have some big changes to the 2nd, 3rd positions there on the podium.
So here we go, boys. This is going to be a good one going into these final 2 laps. Freehill continuing to stay under fire from Jaden Wolf as he tries to hold on to this bronze medal in Moto number 3. Tommy Doble to the outside here.
Long way around. Is it going to work?
This line right here you got to be methodical here as they pay the toll right there to come down 20 miles of bad road. The heat is on Kevin Windham.
I'm breathing back down Wes Kane's neck. I'm excited up here, boys.
Is that what that was? I didn't know what that was. I thought there was a warm air draft coming in.
It was the heat of the action on the track, and also you got Jackie Legs bringing
I got to pop my collar up, man.
All right, look at this, boys. Tommy Doble going to go to the outside. Look at that.
Whoa.
Into the sand.
Hey, that was a full send into the turn, not just the double down.
Picture perfect. Going to double his way through those big sand rollers and going to grab the spot from the number 7 machine. Tommy Doble up.
Oh, he fires back at him, Kevin.
Gives it back.
Side by side as they salute the captain. White flag. Urgency or surrender?
Oh, no.
I'd say both of them under a sense of urgency now.
Absolutely.
Whoa, the 7 fires back. There he is, Jaden Wolf, Doble, and Freehill just up there. They're about to roll up on him.
But look, guys, that pass was enough to put Tommy Doble into your second spot for the championship. So it's very important for him to maintain his position or better it.
And Freehill hanging on to that podium spot just by his fingertips, hanging on to see what's going to happen now. Can he make it? Can he do it?
So as far as the championship, Tommy Doble does not need these spots. His second is going to be as high as he's going to be able to go. Owen Coville going 1-1 so far, but no doubt Doble going to want that medal that's going to come here from this third moto.
Get close, get close. Get in here, Jackie Legs. Hey, we're not having fun if we're not up here. Close, calling the action. Under fire, K-Dub. You see the 41. Can he hang on one more lap?
Hey, guys, we've got less than a lap remaining. I do want to remind everybody here on site, we are not running these motos on the 30-minute mark. We've got several people asking questions about that since we had the 2 motos from yesterday as well as our Micro E. Make sure you are paying attention to the race order. We will not be running on the half hour exactly, trying to make up for that time we had to move to this morning. So please pay attention to those motos. We will not be exactly on the half hour.
Yeah, Micro E is going to be coming up after 125C. So it's going to be 85cc, 10 to 12, 125C, and Micro E. So here we go.
Thanks for the update there.
All right, Zach, good job keeping us informed there. Appreciate that. Everybody asked back there when they saw that race order. I'm like, listen, you just need to follow it and know where you're at.
Here we go, Wes Kane into the final corner here for this 450B class. And let's see who it will be. Owen Coville gonna hang on, and he grabs himself another gold medal, making it 1-1-1 moto scores for that young man.
Hey, great job for Owen Coville, obviously going 1-1-1, but hats off to the 71 of Chase Haynes, who kept him honest all the way to the checkered flag. So,
hey, hats off
for that.
And Nate Freehill going to finish up third on the box. He hangs on to it, but what a great way to finish up. He had a couple get-offs earlier in the week, able to come in and have that fight right there of his life and still able to hang on and get that podium spot. I know the Freehill family, they work hard. They got to love that.
Hey, hats off to Chase Haynes. Hats off to Nate Freehill for hanging on to that one and keeping Tommy Doble in that 4th place spot. Shout out to Tommy Doble. He did what he needed to do to get himself up into 2nd in the championship. Look at this. Troubles on the final corner for the 70 machine, but he's able to get it back going, Wes. Let's take a rundown here. Owen Coville, Chase Haynes, Nate Freehill, Tommy Doble, Jaden Wolf, your top 5. Austin Schaefer, Riley Bussey, Jonathan Yelton, Colin Russell, and Aiden Kiefer, your top 10. I know we need to hurry with these podiums, so we'll go ahead and throw it down when you're ready.
Take it away, boys.
Yes, thank you, Megawatt. We're just trying to not fall in the ditch down here because there's so many people under the tent celebrating this championship in 450B. Owen Coville, what an incredible 2-year run at Loretta's. Really busted out last year and keeps that roll going in 2025. Coville, Haynes, and Freehill fighting back for that 3rd. We're going to look for Nate Freehill on the 41 to make his way to the podium. I know he would have loved to have gotten the gold, but a good job for Nate to fight back and still salvage the bronze on the 41. So let's talk to the bronze medalist, Nate Freehill. It was a good moto. Got to lead a bit. Sure, you're a little bit bummed, but still salvage a podium.
Yeah, it was moto. I had a pretty hard crash my 250B race. I have a jacked up shoulder. It kept giving out, so I had to just tame it back and manage the moto. just run my pace.
Gotcha. All right. Good job then. Even better than I thought. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. None of this would be possible without him. It's a blessing that we all get to be here, so thank you to him. I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, brother and sister, Seven with Adam, to be hooking it up, the whole pro circuit squad, Jakes, Nike, Camila, all you guys, Oakley, Works Connection, Guts, Twin Air, Maxima, Dunlop, Sizzy Clean, everyone back home supporting and watching. Love y'all.
Let's hear it for Nate Freehill. And Haynes took in that one. So we'll bring up Chase Haynes. Looking for Chase Haynes, and we'll hand out the silver, and then the celebration will begin for the national champion. Well, this guy made an impact last year as well, and he showed he could get it done in the B class. Also, solid ride for the silver medal in 450B. Chase Haynes. What's that? Silver, bro. We're good. Yeah, I got confused. All right, silver for the guy that got second. Yes. Remember, your last year was a real breakthrough. How do you rate your year this time, moving up to B?
You know, I just trained a lot, and last year I was top 10, and just had to put a lot of work in to get it up here.
Absolutely. You proud of that silver?
Yeah, very proud.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Game Moto, GC, Adrenaline Motorsports, Team Green, Fly, Alpine Star, Pod, Service, Dynamic Design, ODI, and all my friends and family, Guts, and that's it.
All right, let's hear it for Chase Haynes, second place. And now the national champion. He's getting used to this feeling. A couple of them last year, got one this year. The rider from Plymouth, Massachusetts. We'll bring him up, hand him the gold. Let's hear it for Owen Koval. And that's the big one right there. There's the national championship trophy, and every champion will get that OGO bag that you see next to Owen right there. Andrew Lieb, if you want to present the check, this is also part of the On-Track Scholarship Race program. So Owen, just grab that. You take $350 that you get to put toward education, courtesy of the fine folks at On-Track, Pro Motocross Championship, AMA, MX Sports, and Yamaha backing that effort. So, last year was a great season for you here. You're in some gnarly classes. Did you feel you had more to prove, even more so this year? Because I think you're doing it.
Yeah, no, that's what is expected by my team and everyone behind me, Colleen and Lil B. The work that we put in, they expect me to show it here. So, yeah, I'm proud I made it happen.
And you didn't need to win that moto to get the title, but did you want the gold anyway?
Yeah, I want it. That's what I'm here to do, and yeah, that's what I'm here for.
That's good. All right, who do you want to thank for this great run?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, the whole Altus Motorsports Blue Crew Yamaha amateur team, Donnie, Ed, Jordan, Moose, Elite, Monster Army, Parts Unlimited, SKDA, Twin Air, Nihilo, FMF, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're looking for that AMA #1 plate from Mike Burkeen. Here it is, everyone. National champion 450B, Owen Koval.
All right, back to the action here. I got 85, 10 to 12, ready to go. Anderson Waddell sitting in 5th right now. 4th is the 68 of Landon Lee. Waylon Bollinger.
Hey, look at those scores.
2-6
scores, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are on fire.
Cash Edwards.
43, Chase Brennan. And the man with the plan, he's got a pair of pocket aces going into this one. Very strong, very great showing there. Good showing. The number 9 of Sawyer Geek. Rising to the occasion right here at 85, 10 to 12. Steinbrecker's back there as well. Looks good. Carter Gray. Here's the who's who, Kevin, in the 85, 10 to 12 class.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Sawyer Geek, his poise, how he handles people when they attack him, and he doesn't get rattled. He doesn't speed up or try to do right over his head. Just very composed young man.
Yeah, very poised out there on the motorcycle. Gavin Welzine out there. Chance Olberg, Gavin McCoy down on the roster a little bit. But, hey, like we say, Kevin, anything can happen. I hear the revs. Bikes go down. Here they go. They land rush to the first turn, as you say, Kevin. And we've got a great jump by that young man. Who is that guy?
Hole shot. That might be the biggest hole shot we have seen. He's not even in the
number 68 wants to jump in the mix, and that's going to be Landon Lee. Said, hey,
there you go.
You know what? I might be sitting in fourth, but I'm going to try to win it. Checky legs over here, moving things around. All right, great job out there as they funnel into the 10 Commandments down the long short chute.
And watch these dudes go through these 10 Commandments on these 85cc.
Hey, they're 10 wide as they come through there. Looks like on any Sunday how they show them jumping through there. Yeah,
the time's 30. Here we go back into Storyland for your leaders as we watch the crew make their way by.
Can Landon Lee do it? Like, nobody's really been able to take the measure of Sawyer Geek. And Landon Lee with a good start would like his shot at doing it.
Well, on that start, Geek is back in 12th, so he's got a lot of work to do. We're going to see if he can make it happen. There's a couple of riders that were down for a second. They're up and running, but Landon Lee has got a gap, Kevin.
Yeah, if you were to script a race where you had to beat Sawyer Geek, you better do exactly what Landon Lee's doing. Just try to run and hide, and you'll start picking up Sawyer Geek here in a minute.
Well, he was in 9th on that start, but I don't think he's going to stay there very long. Well, 12th.
Yeah, 12th.
He's not going to stay there very long. Here comes Landon Lee. I'm watching him out the window. You're watching him on Racer TV. Make that line. Here they come. They check in into the Sandy area.
Geek's in about 6th, Wes.
Yeah, I just got him on the radar. He buzzed the tower. He's making moves.
So not out of contention by any means. Early in the moto, Geek now about to pass for the number 5 spot. He's got a Yamaha rider directly in front of him. That might be Jaden Smart, so a couple of heavy hitters going at each other.
Yeah, Smart's been kind of silent. You would expected him to be definitely front runner here.
He is, and he is right now, but he's been a guy that's kind of struggled with starts, and coming through the field is not easy in this class for sure. We'll reset the field, Wes Kane. Landon Lee is your guy, and Anderson Waddell 2nd, Waylon Ballinger with another good start, 8th, Steinbrecher 4th.
Great job out there.
Chase Olberg in 5th, Sawyer Geek in 6th, and Smart right there with him, but we have a look on screen of the 68. Whoa! What was that?
Oh, a little high side. That's going to close the gap. He just ripped the tear off and said, I got to get going. Cade Nightingale, 8th. Martin Ospina, 9th. And 10th, Adam Grant. A couple guys I'll give shout-outs to out of the top 10. There's Chase Brennan, Carter Gray, Ryder Lane, McCoy, Whitaker. All those guys got a chance to make some hay while the sun shines, as the sun is not shining. A nice little overcast, and actually it's perfect to get out and ride your motorcycle today.
What you got, Jackie Legs? I know you want to read something.
Chase Brennan, I'm taking a look at him right now. He's sitting back in that 13th place spot so far, going 2-6 here in those first 2 motos. I expect him to make up some ground here in this one.
A little better start. He's in about 8th or so, I believe.
Yeah, he's carrying 8 points 13. Into it, and then while Ballinger a 9th and an 11th with Landon Lee. So Landon Lee's trying to saw that thing down with 11. It's going to give him 12. We're looking over there. Geek still has the title. If you're looking how it would end now, Landon Lee in 2nd, and he's doing the best he can. So I don't think he'll be able to best that 2nd. And then Ballinger in 3rd.
He just got around the number 24. You're watching him on screen. The 9 of Geek got around Steinbrecher. So he's moving through the who's who of this 85, 10 to 12. Let's see who's next on his list. Ballinger.
You see a little Deacon Deno coming up out of this when you look at the number 9 of Sawyer Geek. He's going to be able to follow in his footsteps. He's got the same poise that Deno had on the minis and coming up on the big bikes now.
Got a bunch of speed too.
Yeah, he's carrying a big sack lunch with him.
Well, look, they all just took care of Ballinger, I believe. Ballinger's going to slip back 3 spots. One rider is down. That's the 67. Cade Nightingale. He's back up.
Oh, man.
And that'll help out Chase Brennan. He'll move up a spot. But your leader's now heading into the store or the billboard area. And Geek is right in the mix there.
All right, Brennan up into the top 10 now as he runs in that 9th place spot. Carter Gray going to be able to get himself in that top 10 as well, sitting in 10th.
Watching our leaders pass the mechanics area, there is a beehive there. The 42 of Smart there, Steinbrecher. He closes him out on the left-hand side. They're just trying to keep pace. Geek just went through all those dudes.
Take a look at that. The 89 machine making some moves as well. Waylon Ballinger now able to get around Steinbrecher.
Geek making moves out there. Landon Lee still out front. Waddell. Geek now moving up in that third position on that lap and past a few more guys. So
I'm going to follow him. Whatever lines he's using, they are working right now.
That was
the inside.
That was a wild line right there by Geek. He's going to head into Storyland, and a story that he is writing right now is impeccable.
And Smart still trying to follow right along with Geek. One of the few riders that can actually do it. And he is locked into the number 9 of Sawyer Geek. Ballinger slips back a few spots. And there is Jaden Smart on that Blue Crew ride.
Smart's figuring it out. You know, you're going to have your ups and downs right there, but Smart's definitely up in there in the top 5.
That is Steinbrecher on the 24 trying to keep the 89 behind him. Ballinger.
Every position is counting right now.
And it changes. It seems to change every lap.
Just like that, yeah.
For the number 9 as he comes past us. And Sawyer Geek now has his sights set on Landon Lee. He's got him in front of him. Plenty of time. We've got several more laps to go. There is Lee crosses the finish line. Here comes Geek. The crowd is behind him.
Yeah, watching him now on Racer TV. You're coming out of that sandy sweeper turn into that left-hander. There's your Brennan right there, number 43.
There you go. Where's he coming in at?
Yeah, he's coming in looking good out there.
There we go. He was in 13th a lap ago.
We call that section, guys, the Bermuda Triangle, because when checker's falling, right there, Kevin, we've seen for many years, stories, dreams can become reality or they can become nightmares.
Yeah, we've seen people lose chains, lose the bike. Dane Pappas goes down, loses a Moto, I believe, to Colt Martin. A couple days ago, we talked about that on the Radio Fox show.
Saw Colt Martin this morning. I believe he got a 3rd or 4th in that Moto. Both chain adjusters were broke off the bike, and his chain was just laying on the. He finished. It was good, but I mean, normally they derail when that happens.
No doubt.
Something bad happens. He gets caught up in the countershaft sprocket. So he got lucky, got a finish, but the chain looks like a limp piece of spaghetti hanging around those sprockets.
Like Jason Wygant's arms or something.
Could be. All right, championship looks like this. Geek, Lee, and Ballinger. I see Smart moved up on the laps right there. He moved up. Jake Smart now.
Yeah, he's third. He's been shadowing Geek. They worked their way through the field. Geek went around Smart, Steinbrecher, Ballinger. And now he's got one more rider to jump onto the top step. And that's Landon Lee, who had that incredible start.
Great view right there. Jackie Legs of the boys coming through the 10 Commandments. It's going to be Lee out front. Geek in second. Smart moves up to third. Steinbrecher holds a solid 4th. Ballinger 5th. Uberg, Olberg in 6th. Stice 7th. Brennan on that Suzuki ride 8th. Carter Gray 9th. And Parker Hatt in 10th. Just out of there, having around 10th, 11th, and 12th, I got McCoy, Lampkin, Whitaker, and Graham. Delpino now starting to come up on the radar screen. Jackie Legs.
Whoa. It's on me now. This guy's everywhere.
Taking a look here at some of our Moto scores, man. Some tough luck for Nolan Cobb so far. He was 7th there in Moto 1, but a 30th for Moto 2, and going to be way back in the pack, sitting in 32nd right now here in this one.
There's a nice pass for Chase Brennan. Gets around the 57 of Ryan Stice. So he's getting close to a top 5. So a methodical move towards the front of the field. Got a 2nd place on the books already.
Brennan now moving 4th overall in the championship. Those guys over at Suzuki RM Army got to be pretty happy with this guy.
And take a look at that. He's sitting in 7th. We've got Waylon Ballinger in that 5th place spot. That's the rider that is just ahead of him on the championship. So we'll see what Chase Brennan's able to do if he can keep chipping away here at this one.
Brennan, Ballinger. Yeah, I mean, if he gets around Ballinger, that could put him in contention for 3rd overall in the championship.
And there is Brennan again on that.
He is on the hunt, Kevin.
Moving, son. Picking them off one at the time. That was Stice he got just moments ago. But hang on, that's the 43 of Brennan we are watching. The 13, who is that? Or is that the 40? Yeah, 13 of Carter Gray has actually jumped up in there and matched the pace of Brennan, so he may have some company here. Carter Gray on the hunt.
Carter Gray will not relentlessly never let up. He's just relentless in his attack.
And guys, I did the math. If Brennan can get around Ballinger here, that will be enough to get it done for him.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. So that is
I heard that. I thought I just heard that.
Yeah.
Good job, Jackie Bates. I like you to get the apex out, slide them pebbles over.
Well, he's got 2 things happening here. He needs to go and get Ballinger, and he needs to keep Carter Gray behind him, and Carter Gray has caught him. So 2 races in 1, if you will.
Yeah, he's playing offense and defense. Got to run that wishbone, that nickel dime package on the defense.
On the offense. Wishbone. That's a 50-year-old football play.
Hey, but it works.
It did in 1974.
Run that thing. Run the I formation. Fullback. Bring back the fullback.
Carter Gray to the outside here, boys. And not a good drive for Brennan on the inside.
That hurts. He's on the inside. He's still got control. Norman
here we go. Back to the outside here for Carter Gray.
See Gray looking over. He was like, was there somebody near him?
Gray goes to the outside in the Bermuda Triangle. Here they come. They're going to salute the captain. And it's still going to be Brennan. Carter Gray now. Watch him now as they go down in front of the billboards. And Carter Gray got that. He's got him trying to reel him in, Kevin. What do you see up over there where our leaders?
Watching Geek, he is slowly creeping up on the 68 of Landon Lee as they work their way. You can see him on screen here. The 68 is Landon Lee. Geek just behind him. They're smart, hopping through there.
He is very smart. He's got a big IQ of 4.0.
A big IQ of 4.0. That's usually a GPA. That's a low IQ, Wes. I think you want a 170 in the IQ department.
There you go.
He's got a 4.0 IQ.
All right, here we go. Landon Lee, Geek, smart. Smart, very smart. Smarter than me right now.
Not so much up here.
There's Brennan back on screen on that 43 machine, making his way through. Still able to hold off Carter Gray as of now.
There is Stice on the 57 machine. That's Ryan Stice in 9th, just inside of that top 10.
Captain McCoy back at 11. He wants to get in the fight. You never give up. These guys are pumped. Nightingale back up there in 14th. Pilgrim, Graham, Lampkin, Bonnick, all those guys just in the top 20 right there, just trying to get in there and finish out strong in the third motos here. But those Parapocket aces,
that's tough to beat.
That's all your Geek brings to the table. He can
sit right there in second.
Yeah. He could sit right there, but I don't think Geek's going to settle. Even if they showed him the board and said, let it go.
I would be actually more impressed if he did. Just stay. He's going to get right on him. He doesn't want to race him and go down, but he's going to get there. And if Lee makes a mistake, he'll be able to capitalize. If not, he'll sit back, take that second, take the championship.
You think? At that pace I'm watching right now on Racer TV,
it's taking him 4 laps to get there, though.
He's going to get there, and he's going to roll up on him. He's going to try to make the move. What do we got there? 2-lap board is not out yet. Still got laps to go.
85, 10, 2, 12. It is Sawyer Geeks championship to win here. Got the big number 9. Kind of a big kid. Won't spend too much time on 80s or Super Minis. You think he'll spend a little bit of time on Super Minis, but he just jumped right into that Schoolboy class. Here we go. Wes, he's now close enough to potentially make a pass. Maybe
there he goes, setting him up.
Be careful, feet come off the pegs there. Oh, he goes down like that. In the rut, there's the mistake. He makes the pass, and Sawyer Geek looking at perfect scores. That is not easy to do. 1-1-1s are impressive.
Yep, very, very impressive. And taking a look here, Sawyer Geek did exactly what he needed to do here in this one. He didn't have to make the pass on Landon Lee. He stayed back there in that second place spot, continued to apply steady pressure this entire race, and Landon Lee making just a small mistake there, and that's going to cost him a gold medal here in this one. But hey, still have a silver medal coming his way if he can hold on to this spot, and he will be second
still in the championship. So it's a great run. It's a great ride. Little bobble there. It could have been disastrous if more guys would have got around him, shuffled him back. But I think Landon Lee's going to be Papa. The family should be pretty happy.
Well, look out. He's got Smart right behind him. I mean, within half a second. There's Lee. You'll see Smart come into the picture there, Jackie Legs. I know you saw that as well.
Yep. Here we go. The 68 machine up and over the Camel's back, and looks like he's able to put another bike length or two between him and James Smart. Not quite as close as that battle was just a second ago. Going to keep our eyes on Racer TV on this 68 machine as the 2-lap car now comes out here in this 85cc 10-12 Moto number 3.
As we just saw. Think yet. I think that was just a blue flag the way he's holding it. We're still watching here. Geek, Lee, Smart, Steinbrecher, Bowlinger, Olberg, Brennan, Gray, Stice, and Hack.
All in the top 10. Great got Chase Brennan here. He is all over him now, coming around the big sweeper, and Brennan trying to fire back at him.
Oh, yeah, the number 13 now.
Just got him. And Brennan trying to counter right back.
Going back.
What you want to do.
There they go. On Racer TV, got the number 13.
So Gray
Carter
jumps
Gray.
up to 7th. Brennan slips back to 8th. And Brennan goes right back at him, Wes Kane.
Nah, he's not letting him off the hook. He's got to stay with him. He's going to give him everything he's got. Woo! Gray goes to the inside. Brennan takes a long way around down that choppy little mechanics area there. Gray with the momentum. He just swings out wide enough to keep the power on the ground. They both dive to the inside. And now the drag race is on. Brennan looking good, tries to go to the inside. Gray bobbles just a little bit. Here comes Brennan down that long, short chute. Both riders power to the ground. They choose different lines. Kevin, you're looking out there. What do you see?
I like it. Brennan has made the pass for the moment, but Gray's able to triple. Looks like he's got control of this right-hander to the inside. So the 43 fires back, and Gray tries to sweep around him. That's going to put him on the inside of the next turn. Can Gray fight him off here, Jackie Legs? Look out.
Let's see if he's going to be able to get it done. Here we go. And
Brennan
picks that spot back up here from Carter Gray. That's going to put him back into that 7th place position. Carter Gray will move back to 8th.
That hole started right there at the finish line. Oh, no, in the Bermuda Triangle, and it took till after going into Storyland. That's a big hunk of this racetrack to set that move up and drive that hard.
Right. It took him that long to lock it down.
Guys, I got some housekeeping to do here real quick. I know everybody has a lot of questions. We are not going on the half hour here today. We are not going to be racing on the half hour as we have done all week long. Coming up next after this 85cc 10 to 12 class that is out on the track racing right now will be our 125C class. They're on the gate. Then in staging is our Micro E Moto number 2, the one that we did not get to race yesterday. They're going to be coming up after 125C. So once again, that's the next race, 125C, then Micro E, and then 65cc 7 to 9 Limited. We will fall back in order from there on for the rest of the day. It will still not be on the half hour, and we will race Micro E at the end of the day like scheduled.
Yeah, thankfully, folks are used to just race. This is one of the more unique races where we lock in, and it is by the minute. So it's back to your normal race where you just kind of have to pay a little more attention, but we've got lots of ways for you to do that. We try to keep you apprised of what's happening. This is race 3, 85, 10, 12, 125C is on deck.
And you can get that information on 88.9 FM. If you want to tune into us, you can tune into Racer TV. You can also download the Loretta Lynn's app, or you can go to the Loretta Lynn's website and find all that information.
I mean, we're coming at you from every possible angle here. Just like Sawyer Geek was. He was coming at you left, right, and he
but he
chopped
was
his
very
way through the field.
He was very, like you said early on, we agreed on it, very methodical, very poised, very patient. He's just hitting his marks.
Yeah.
And he couldn't help it roll up where he was. He wasn't riding over his head, and the race came to him. So
how about Chase Brennan just shaking off Carter Gray?
Brennan looks good. What do we got now? 2-lap board is out. Now, if you do the math, Jackie Legs, could Brennan possibly knock off Wallinger out of that 3rd spot and end up on the box?
He's going to have to make some moves in order to do that. I believe it would make them tied if he, and it would, and that would go to Ballinger as he would score higher here in this 3rd moto.
But if he passes him, then the tiebreaker is who finishes in front.
Yep, and he'll actually have an extra point there, so he'll be in good shape.
There you go. Break out the abacus, Jackie Legs. Give us the intel. Let's set this up.
Let's go with white flag lap Wes Kane, the 85, 10 to 12 Sawyer Geek.
In control.
About halfway through this race, he worked his way through the field. So you could say he got great starts, which he did a couple times, and you could say he went through the murderer's row of guys here in this 85, 10 to 12. Yeah. So he's done it every.
You're checking boxes on that. Yep. Can he just start out front, or is it that guy? If he don't start out front, he can't do anything. Right. Check that box.
Handles the pressure. He was pressured and was able to shake off some riders as well. There's Geek, finger on the clutch there, elbows up, bouncing his way into that left-hander, working his way.
Power to the ground.
The 10
balls to the feet.
Landon Lee not too far behind him.
Nah, he's keeping him in tow, but I think, when you go 1-1-1, you are definitely making a statement here. If there was any question, any eyebrows raised, put it down. There's no more question. Check their boxes. Get him an ice cream up there on top of the hill.
He earned it, dude.
You're good.
That line is 100 people deep all night long. I drive past it to go to our cabin. There is so many people at that ice cream cone. Hundreds. Kevin Windham has always got somebody in line for him. He's giving them money. He goes, I'll buy yours.
No, K-Dub goes to the back door now. I got it set up. He goes right to the back door.
The old ice cream back door.
Oreo shake, babe. Perfect. Right here. That arm comes out. Oh, that's it. He don't even.
There you go.
No eye contact.
Money, ice cream.
Yeah, it's good.
Make it happen. There's Geek working his way through some lap traffic, Jackie Legs. It's almost there. 3 scores, 3 moto wins. That's impressive.
What do you got on that, Jackie Legs? You find out about Brennan, and could he actually get up on the box in the top 3?
He's sitting in 4th here as far as the championship goes. 2-6 moto scores for him to start this week off. Ballinger 6-3 moto scores. So if they sit the way that they are, it will be Ballinger your 3rd place in the championship with Brennan your 4th place.
But if Brennan makes the pass,
he's got to get Oldberg at least.
Yeah. You would have to at least get Oldberg here. Here we go into the final corner here for the number 9, and he will be on his way to a perfect moto score. 1-1-1 here at Loretta Lynn's.
There it is.
Sawyer Geek.
Bring us home, Jackie Legs.
There it is. The number 9 machine, Sawyer Geek, going to grab another gold medal, his 3rd one, and he will be your 85cc 10-12 champion. Landon Lee comes through in the 2nd place spot. Jaden Smart going to be your 3rd place here in this one.
That 4.0 IQ, says Wes K.
Yeah, it is
as high as you can get.
Haiden Steinbrecher checks in that 4th place spot. And let's see, is Ballinger going to be able to hold on for a 5th? Ballinger does. So Ballinger's going to be your 5th. So it's Geek, Lee, Smart, Steinbrecher, and Ballinger, your top 5 here in this one. Chance Oldberg going to pick up that 6th place spot.
Wes just shuffling papers, mixing stuff up, getting things out of order. It's out of control here, Jackie Legs.
It is.
Reel him in.
It is. I've been trying. All right, let's see. Chase Brennan checks in just now in that 7th place position. There's the 13 machine of Carter Gray, your 8th place. Ryan Stice should be the next rider we see. And there he is, your 9th place here in this one. Let's see if Parker Hack can get it done with a 10th, and he does, and that will do it for us up here in the tower. We're going to get ready to crown a champion here in the 85 10-12.
Hey, boys, going to grab it down here in a moment. Waiting on 3rd place finish. Finally got him on the radar. Been a rough week for Jaden Smart. But he will finish it with a podium in this moto. Let's hear it for the bronze. Go. Come around. Welcome back to the podium, Jaden Smart. Well, look, I'm sure you wanted more podiums than just this. First, what went wrong in those first couple motos that prevented you from getting up here more?
Yeah, just bad starts, and then I've been falling down a lot. But got a pretty good start this time and didn't fall.
Yep. Feel good to finally get back up here and get it back on track?
Yeah.
Cool. Who do you want to thank for a solid end?
My mom, my dad, my brother Eli, trainer Martina with World Moto, Donnie Luz, Ed Jordan, my whole Altus Yamaha Buka team. Enzo suspension, FMF exhaust, Dunlop GoPro, Moose, Bell helmet, 100%, EVS, Ethica, CP Racing, Camworks, Gold Country Casino, Skyline Steel, AM King, Hydropower, Motor Club Jerky. I really appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you so much.
There it is. It's here for 3rd place, Jaden Smart. Good job by Jaden, and this crew is pumped. Landon Lee takes 2nd place. We'll hand over the silver to him. Let's bring up the 2nd place finisher. Yeah, Landon Lee. Great job, Landon. I'll let some of these bikes go by. You look extra pumped under that 10. What's it like getting up here?
Pretty good. I like it.
Can you get more?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, V's Moto Lab, 7, No Worries Maintenance, Diamond A Motorsports, WBR Promotions, Robbie at RTC, MCP Bike Graphics, and that's it.
All right, there it is, the runner-up, Landon Lee. And by the way, everyone in this class is going to get money in the top 3 for their education. It's the scholarship race via On Track. We'll hand out that in a moment. But right now, we're going to clear the decks for the 1-1-1 sweep, the championship, the gold medal, and more. Let's hear it for Sawyer Geek. That's the Moto, and this is the championship trophy. We get even more coming your way. I'm going to bring Andrea Lieb up here from On Track. We're going to hand out money to the top 3 riders in this class. It goes exclusively to education, $350 to the winner. And you can't use it on bikes or fuel or tires. It's going to education for the rider or his family. Congrats for that, Sawyer. You can give that back to Andrea. Thank you. Hey, you didn't even need to win that moto necessarily, but you got the clean sweep. How's that feel?
Feels great.
What kind of work were you putting in to get these results this week?
You know, me and my trainer Jake, we've just been working super hard. You know, I haven't honestly been riding the best this year. I've been performing how I felt like I should have been. So it kind of lit something inside of me, and I just decided to work as hard as I could, and it got me up here. So I'm super stoked.
You got some confidence going forward, I would think now.
Yeah, but I'm going to stay humble.
Okay, that's good. Who do you want to thank, Sawyer?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ to keep me safe. It truly is Him, and He's the reason why I'm up here. My mom and my dad, they do so much for me, and I'm super grateful. Everyone at KTM Orange Brigade, they're awesome. Everyone at Fly, Hope and Alyssa, Alpine Star Christian, 100%, Moto Sandbox, my trainer Jake, just my whole family, and just thank you guys all and everyone who gets me up here. Truly is you guys. Thank you so, so much.
Well done, well said. I'm going to bring the AMA #1 plate on up, and then we can cheer and get the final link in the chain, which is that #1 plate. National champion in '85. Let's hear it for Sawyer Geek. All right, we're going to send it back up for the next moto. Take photos. Trophy stays here, but you get to shake some Welch's grape juice.
All right, that is the happiest place on earth there, the podium. Congratulations to Sawyer Geek. Great interview, super humble, just happy to be there. Good for you, buddy. Coming up 125C, here is your top 10. I'll tell you how they finished up. In the number 10 spot, it is Rayleigh Owens with 12-13 scores, 25 points on the books here for him. Wesley Minery in the number 9 spot, 13-5 scores. In the number 8 spot, Landon Junker, number 88, with 610 scores, 16 points. Pretty tight through here. Halo Pirate Dinsley in 7th on the KTM with 7-8 scores with 15 points. Also with 15 points, 8-7 moto scores, Jackson Flynn on the number 70 KTM. Here's your top 5 in the 125C class with moto scores of 5-4, very consistent for Jaden Smeltzer. 4th is Cooper Coyette, the number 18 Husqvarna with 2-6 scores with 8 points. 5 points total for Cash Edwards, 3-2 moto scores, and it's all knotted up top. We've got 5, 5, and 4, so anybody could take this next one away here. Kalen Bells on the 75 with 4-1 scores, 1-3 scores for Hudson Short, 4 points as well. So we've got a tight little race up at the top. Hudson Short had that great first moto, got a 3rd in the second moto, so it is business time in the 125C class. We love this when it's this tight.
Yeah, this is going to be good one. It's just going to shake them up, and they're going to roll them out there. You're going to see. But start is going to be key, Kevin, on this one. For Short and the other 2 riders tied for a second. They got 5 and 5, Bells and Edwards.
So basically, they're going to have to beat Short, put yourself in front of him, and then see what happens after that. See what Short can do.
Anything can happen in this 125C class. It's built that way. Hey, guys, Jeff Cernick says he can't go home. He says he needs to sell some more tires. He's got deals over there. He needs to sell some more product out there. So go by and see Jeff Cernick at MX Tire. You said, Wes, I can't go home. I haven't
enough money.
So stop by, and I'm like, Jeff, let me give you. No. I need to lighten the load. I don't need a loan. I need to sell more tires. So stop by over and see Jeff at Dunlop MX Tire. If you're slipping, get gripping, you might need a good start with a good Dunlop tire in Moto number 3. Take it away, Kevin.
Looks like Short has done that. That's exactly what he needed to do. Hudson Short will grab that whole shot on the 29. So check that on the box there, Wes Kane. Get the start. I did that. keep everybody behind you. Let's see if he can do that.
He's got a sea of riders behind him.
Yeah, he does. He's got the number.
They're all there. The 50. Yep. 90, 59.
Schmidt.
Cash Edwards, the 98. Here they go. 8, 9, 10 wide as they enter the 10 Commandments. Kevin, which one should they not break?
None of them. Just be good.
Don't break none of them.
None of them.
Get through there.
They'll all get you eventually. Yeah. How many of you broke, Wes? All of them. I ain't saying nothing about that.
All right, Hudson Short out there. Hudson Short out there in the storyland. There's Schmidt.
There's a new second
Papa Edwards.
We have the Yamaha in the number 2 spot.
It's a battle royale. A Pier 6 brawl erupting in the 125C with Hudson Short leading the field in the storyland.
Riding a very smart race. Wes Kane said that Jaden Smart had a 4.0 IQ, so you know that's a really strong IQ. He's got a 4.0 IQ, man. That's the best thing you've said all day, Wes.
Here we go, down around 20 miles of bad road. It's going to be Short now as he clips around the inside of that tree. Here he comes down in that nice rut, comes out smoothly.
I believe that's Kylan Bells has moved from 7th to 2nd on the number 75 KTM.
That is Bells, the number 75 KTM.
Of a ride.
There he is right there, Short. Smooth, silky smooth right now.
Let's see where Bells is. He's top 3 in this championship. Yeah, he's 2nd. He's 1 point behind Short. So if he gets Short, they're tied. He breaks the tiebreaker by beating him in his 3rd and final moto. So that'll be easy, Wes. You can do that math, right?
Got it all day long.
Abacus is slinging the white motorcycle.
Yep.
He wins championship.
Here they go down by the mechanics area. Towels are flying. Billboards are out. And
they know the score. The parents, the family, all the friends of Short and Bells, they all know what has to happen or what they don't want to happen. If you're in that Short camp, you want to stay exactly where you are at.
Here he comes down the long short chute. It's going to be Hudson Short looks good, and no short of a start right now. He's out front. He looks good to number 29. He's got company no. Kylan Bells, the 75. Carson Schmidt. Championship looks like this. Too early to tell, but to give you a rundown. Short, Bells, Edwards, and the rest are just trying to get in there and shake that up.
Yeah, Jaden Smeltzer also in this championship. He sits 4th. He's 6th on track. So we'll let this thing kind of percolate for a minute here. There's the 67, getting some pressure from the 88. Don't want that. You don't want to go backwards. Can't give up points.
Couple of notables back there. There's Davin Kane, Savitzi, Savage, Owens, Delling, Ferry. Beckett Ferry out there, top 15. Let's go, Beckett.
Buddy.
Hats off, man. Let's have a good run here on motor number 3.
We got a good one happening right here, Dean. You can see the KTM of Bells. He has got Short in his sights.
Yeah, absolutely. He's trying to make it a race here, Kevin, and for good reason. This is a championship battle on the line, on the track right now. Let's see if Short can do what Short does and stay consistent out in front, or if Bells can light up the fire and reel him in.
Well, he's got him there a little bit. He sees them as they come by the tower. Short still in control. He's got about 6 or 8 bike lengths ahead of him. But that battle right there, Kevin, look, side by side. The 88 is trying to heat it up with Cash Edwards out there. The 98, the 90, and here comes the rest of the trio.
A few of these guys sending it over the jump by the announcer's tower. That is such a big hit on a 125. None of our leaders were doing it. Short did not do it, nor did Kylan Bells. It's one of those deals you don't really have to, but it's about a dead even draw for me for if it makes any time up or not.
Yeah,
good battle right there on screen, Dean.
Yeah, super good battle right there as they head into the billboard section right now. That is, I believe, our 3rd and 4th place rider, Schmidt and Edwards. Battle on the racetrack here. They come to the mechanics area. Mechanics set the boards out. Those kids are looking over, reading the signs. There he is. The 29 is Short now, under pressure from Bells.
Yeah, he is right there. Different lines they have been taking. Bells was able to triple out of the 10 Commandments last time around. Man, where was he going to go in that pass? He was so close to the inside. Watch this. He can triple. He did last time anyway. There he goes. He'll huck it out of there. So save that little move for later in the race. He is now ready to get around Short.
He's sizing him up now for a big pass. We'll see if Short can counterattack and hold off the charge. Defeat this attack of our 2nd place rider, Kylan Bells.
Championship on the line here. I mean, it's simple. If Bells gets around and beats Short, look at that on the inside.
Short's got to get that turn wide. He let him in there. So Short needs to counterattack. Here he goes. He squeezes. Oh, goes down.
Short goes down. The 75 of Bells goes off the track.
He tried to close him off just a little bit, and he caught Short's leg, and Short just tipped over. Back up and running. No harm, no foul there. But how bad do you want it? This is what it boils down to.
Yeah.
In Moto 3s here at Loretta Lynn's, this is when the gloves come off. The sleeves get rolled off.
Look how close he is, Wes. He's not far. With that fall, he's only about 2 seconds behind, so I don't know if he can take a breath and regroup here.
So we're going to see how it works out here. Wow, what a move there.
Yeah, Bells now jumps out front of this championship race with that pass, so see if the feisty Hudson Short can go right back at him. You don't mess with Texas.
Here comes Cash Edwards now. Now Short going to protect, or he's got to try to move forward. So it's getting real sticky here, and we're just early on in the early laps of this 125C.
Yeah, Edwards that last lap making some moves out there as well as they come in to check in. Kylan Bells with a 2:09 lap time, so he's running strong. I've never seen a mistake by Hudson Short. Actually going down there in Storyland, he's on a 2:13, but here comes Cash Edwards. Cash Edwards makes him in the third. He's running a 2:07 West.
Cash Edwards is writing checks. His body can cash as he's putting pressure now on Short as they head up, down around the billboards. We're going to watch him now.
What are you talking about? Not right checks.
Okay, it's all cash.
It's Cash Edwards.
He's cashing them.
He's cashing checks.
That's right.
Wrecking necks. So your new leader now in control of this championship. One rider goes down in the billboards. Tough break for the 59, causing a traffic jam.
Tough break for him. That's going to be William Popov. David Kane back in 11th.
No relation, right?
None at all. Beckett's Ferry dropped back a little bit. Notable, he was running 15th, now in 23rd. Doing a great job this week. Hats off. There's rider scrambling to his bike. A little tip over there.
That was not a tip over. He walked from where that yellow flagger is to the motorcycle. He flew off that bike, and that bike went by itself for 30 feet. I'm like, why is he walking down the track to his motorcycle? Oh, there's a rider down in the 10 Commandments. He took one of those commandments right to the chest. Wow.
All right, here we go. He's up, though. He's good. All right, Bells now.
He's ringing some bells right now.
Yeah, ring that bell when you get on that podium because you get a championship.
Unbelievable. So Bells, 1 point behind Short in the championship race. Had to make this pass on Short, and he is now out front. Tied with points, in fact. Oh, there's another rider tipping
over there. It's
out with a rifle, just
seems like it.
It's wild. There was a bunch of crashes here in a matter of a lap.
All right, here we go. Watch him down into that long 20 miles of that road. Here's your Racer TV view there.
Yeah, speaking of Racer TV, we got the Radio Fox show. It went live last night on Racer TV and Verb Moto, a collab. That was cool. Kevin Windham, just an awesome interview. He was in the tower with us. So we'll do that again tonight at 8 p.m.
Bell, Short, Edwards, Smeltzer, Schmidt, Hare, Junker, 7th, Brown, 8th. Coyote going to move down a little bit. Saditsky now going to jump up to 9th. Kane, 10th. And the championship still right there. Bell in control, Kevin. He took control of that championship.
Yeah, he ran a 206, 208 for Short, so he is pulling away, doesn't even want to tangle with Short. Short trying to fight off Cash Edwards there on the 98. He's just behind him as they exit the 10 Commandments.
Don't forget about Smeltzer back there in 4th, the number 67. He's got a second faster lap on those guys, so he could definitely get up there and mix it up with both Edwards and Short. This is what we're looking for, Kevin. Third motos. Little D never disappoint here at the Dude Ranch.
Drama. We love the drama.
Yeah, always drama in the third motos. I can't tell you how many times we've seen people going with the 1-1 and disaster strike, generally around the billboard section.
I mean, I've seen bombs go off all over this
everywhere.
We have spread it out everywhere, nice and even. And it got Short a couple of laps ago, a little tip over, kind of bumped into Kylan.
He was trying to close down the turn a little bit.
Absolutely right.
It just didn't work out. He might have needed to be just a little bit earlier, but you got to give the Hudson Short doing his best out there. And once you get up on that box.
That's Preston Miranda on the number 15. We are watching Preston right here on screen.
Great job out there by
14th place. He's got Ryan Gomes just behind him on that gas.
There's a number 15 as well in there. You just pick it up on your screen.
So we talk about goals here, and maybe a top 10 was if he could finish top 10, he would probably be stoked with that. You know what I mean? Maybe a race win is not in the cards, but you have to set attainable goals. Top 10 in the C class is tough.
Yeah, because it's all over. You never know. It's very rare that he comes in and goes 1-1-1. I mean, Cooper Bergeron is one of those guys. He's in that junior ticket to see, and he's sitting on a 1-1. But what kind of pressure? What's he thinking about right now?
You can say it's not bothering, but they're thinking about it.
I talked to him a little bit last night. He's very quiet over there, just pondering about what his day lies ahead for him today and tomorrow. Dad was doing a tire this morning at like 6 o'clock when I came through, and they're just sitting there, getting ready to go.
A lot of that's nervous energy too, man. If you're a mechanic or somebody helping a rider out, you just need something to do. Keep you busy. I don't need to be talking to you because I'll just say dumb stuff. So I need to make myself busy. I'll mess something up.
All right, so Bell's out in control of this one, Kevin.
Perfect.
Yeah, 2-lap board is out.
Okay. So 2 laps away from a possible national championship for Kylan Bells. We've got him on screen here on that number 75. Where's he hail from? Do we know? Don't have that info here.
Should be over there on that.
75. Let's look him up.
Kylan Bells is 75. He hails out of Colton, Oregon on his Motorsports Hillsboro, Rangers Racing Center, Apex Motorsports, and Chandler Ride.
Out of Oregon, all the way here to the ranch. So he came here for a purpose, and that was to...
Always some of those guys come from that West Coast.
Yeah.
Like Bergeron, they're from Nevada. They just up and decided, hey, we're going to go east, train for this thing, and get ready.
He's kind of running away now. Hudson Short with a 2:08, Bells with a 2:04, one of his better laps of the race deep into the moto.
Well, you're going to have to. You can't give it up like that. Anything can happen here, so you got to keep soldiering on. If you want it that bad, I'm sure Dad's over there not giving you any break. Go.
Absolutely.
It's not enough. Go.
And Short comes past us in the announcer's tower into that big Sandy right-hander. The white flag is out for the number 75. One more lap, and he will be a national champion. Kylan Bells, how about that? Had to beat Hudson Short. And he did just that. Got a great start right behind Short. In fact, he was actually 7th on the start.
Yeah.
Passed several people around that big sweeper. So
one more to go.
Kylan Bells.
You see that white flag? I got to get through here. I got to get through it. Every turn becomes like
little shake
a
up there.
job,
Cash Edwards actually moving to 2nd place, and that's, if you look over the overall, it's going to put him 2nd overall as well.
Yeah, he was at the same point total as Bells. They both had 5 points.
So Edwards getting up there, spoiling it, and moving up to the 2nd, and that's what we were highlighted earlier with Short.
Yeah, how they run on the racetrack is how they would finish in the championship if we froze the race. And there is the potential champion, the number 75. And welcome to the B class, Kylan Bells.
That's going to be a good one. A lot of these guys do come back. I know Skinner came through here, I think 2003, 2004, and he knocked out C class and came back into B and got a couple. Devin Sullivan.
Clark Stiles did it, 93.
They come back and they do it, And some guys just, you never see them again. They win the C class and they just ride off in the sunset. I mean, look what McGrath did when he came through here. He rode off in the sunset. Yeah, went all the way to Jay Leno.
So the number 75 of Kylan Bells has about a minute to go. And he will knock out a championship. He had to beat the 2 riders behind him, Edwards and Short. Started off with a top 10 start, made a couple of passes and locked in on Hudson Short. Short kind of tipped over into him, almost took him out, but he was able to ride through him and on to the number 1 spot here. He's got one more turn to go. The Bermuda Triangle is all that's left for the number 75 before Kylan Bells can call himself a national champion. How about it? Let's hear it for the 125C AMA national champion, Kylan Bells. He will do it with a great final moto. He's patting the motorcycle, his trusty steed there. Hudson Short will finish up 3rd. Edwards will get him. There is the 67 right there. Jaden Smeltzer got Short as well, so Short will finish up 4th. I'm not sure if that pushes him off the podium or not. I don't think so. So Short falls all the way to 4th in that moto.
Let's look. It hasn't changed yet. Where's Jaden? Jaden Smeltzer, let's see.
He gets it. He has already come through.
It's done.
But it's still short in third overall.
Yes.
We got races all the way to the finish line there.
They're not giving up, Kevin. Here comes another slew of them. Side by side, bumping elbows. These guys coming through, looking for every position.
That was a final top 10 spot. That was Paxton Zavitsky. He raced for that top 10. That means something, man. A top 10 finish is outstanding here at the 125C. And Paxton Zavitsky raced it all the way down to the stripe there, Wes Kane.
Amazing right there. But Bell takes the championship. Edwards, and great job out there by those top three and all competitors here. I believe we are going down to the podium with Jason Wygant.
Let's.
Check, check, check.
Jam it together. All right. Sometimes you just gotta punch the microphone. And now we get to congratulate Jaden Smeltzer for third. Hey man, never give up. Keep digging. You end up on the podium. How was that moto for you?
Oh, that was awesome. Didn't get the greatest hole shot, but we pushed through and ended up third, so that was nice.
What's it like, man? You're on the podium at Loretta's.
Oh, it's pretty cool. Can't believe I'm up here.
Who do you want to thank, Jaden?
My mom, my dad, Tommy, Jones and Roman MX School, dirt decals, and my dirt bike, and that's all.
The dirt bike did a lot of it, but you did too. Let's hear it for Jaden Smeltzer, third place. Second place is going to be Cash Edwards. To an awesome championship battle. Tough break for Hudson Short, who'll end up just short of it. He got the whole shot, and they were battling for the lead. He'll end up finishing the moto fourth. Cash Edwards, solid in a couple motos this week. If I can get you to the front, not easy. But we got the silver for Cash Edwards. Been riding pretty well this week. Are you happy with the rides?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Take me through that one.
It was good. Bull and Builders was able to get me some new tires, so I hooked up pretty good on the start. And then just rode my race. Got in a few battles, but it was good.
Who do you want to thank, Cash?
Bull and Builders, Edwards and Sons, my mom and dad especially, they've worked so hard. And Bryce Hammond, he's done so much for me, I can't thank him enough. And then Canvas, everyone else back home, thank you guys so much.
Awesome. Let's hear it for the runner-up, Edwards. And a great story here. I just got some details on this. Amazing how this one worked out. We'll bring the champion to the stage. Actually gave the gold and the bronze, like mix that up. So hey, congrats to Jaden, you got a couple photos with the gold. Now the real gold, we're handing it over to the moto winner, and what a story, coming all the way from Oregon to win the moto in a must situation in a huge battle with Hudson Short. He comes out on top. There's the trophy. Let's hear it for Kalen Bells. Unreal, man. First, I'm going to get into Moto and that battle. Here, we'll move this over here so that I want people to see your face. You're new to this whole thing. We'll get to the Moto in a second, but I heard a crazy story about everything you've been dealing with this week to keep this thing going.
Yeah, I had a couple problems with the bike. Motor went in my 250 class, coming from almost dead last, made it to 9th. Went over to KTM, got a crate motor, and she runs good.
And you're doing this maybe in honor of your mechanic, and your mechanic had a rough one too?
Yeah, thank you to Hefe. Always getting my motors right. Chandler Baker, Jerry, also getting my bike dialed.
Awesome. Okay, now, Hudson starts first. You're right behind him. Whoever wins the Moto wins the title. What was that like?
I just knew I could pass him and just settled in and just waited for the moment. We ended up going together, and he went down and I didn't.
Yep. And then held it on from there. You're feeling a little nervous?
A little bit nervous. Knew I had it in the bag once he went down, though.
All right, Kylan, who do you want to thank, buddy?
Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, Tamber, Fusion Graphics, my mechanic Hefe, Chandler Baker, AmeriCool, Apex, Justin Miller, and that's it. Thank you to everyone.
Your mechanic have some physical problems this week, is that what we heard?
Yeah, right when we got here, I actually had a heart attack.
Wow, so that's what I'm saying. You're doing it in his honor. He's going to be okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. But you had other people pitch in? He's back? Just high blood pressure. Okay. Hey, congrats to you. Congrats to you. I know a lot of people pitched in to make this happen. Let's hand over the #1 plate from the AMA, the national champion in the C class. Welcome aboard, Kylan Bells. All the way from Oregon. That is awesome to see that happen. You're going to get an OGO bag. Take all the photos you want. The trophy and the bag stay. We'll get you those at the end of the week. And let's not forget, get to shake some champagne. That's right there. Podium is yours. Enjoy, and we'll send it back to the tower.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jason Wygant. Congratulations to our 125C champion, Kylan Bells. Race number 5, it's our 65 7 to 9s. So my mistake, it is our micro race that we were not able to race yesterday, our micro E. Try to set the table for you here. We're looking for our sheets.
Right now.
Let's go. Got this, Jean-Luc. Let's go right here. All right, here we go.
And we are off here with our micro E class as they come whizzing past into that first turn. And we do have the sheet, so we'll catch you up with who did what. In the number 10 spot, it was Bryson Meha with 10-0 score, so he's got a 10th in that first moto. 9th place was Braden Tillery. This is their second moto. And in the number 8 spot, it was Swartfazer. In the 7th spot, Chad Hunwardson. In the number 6 spot, Connor Bergelin in that first moto. Wyatt Tedesco was 5th. Maverick Chan 4th. Hudson Heineck is 3rd. Rowdy Keelan 2nd. And Robert Fender was your first moto winner. And we are off and running.
Swartfazer.
Yep.
Cade Swartfazer. All right, here we go, guys. Watch them as we'll regroup here. Riders going into the Storyland. Great job out there by these competitors out there. And Fender, the sender, keep an eye on him.
Rowdy Keelan in the mix there, huh?
What
getting rowdy
What
out
a
there.
legacy of racing family there with the Keelons. Hey, I want to bring Sophia Phelps into the mix. How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm happy to be here. Thanks.
We're happy you're here too.
Let me join in a little bit. We'll talk about these little electric shredders.
Great job on the podiums. You went in here at the beginning of the week as an assistant with us, calling some races, and next thing you know, you shot to the top of the charts, handling some business. You do a really great job. I was sitting back there this morning watching, just taking it in after I did some promos with Harold Martin back there at Moto Playground about Motopoly. And
how's that working out, Motopoly, Wes?
It's great. They're giving away a LS2 helmet, a Never Summer snowboard, and a Traxxas. And what they did, they take cards and distribute them. There's 32 cards in all. Sure. They only put out 3 cards, and them 3 cards, it was the ranch manager. Loretta Lynn's grandson is on the cards. There's only 3 of them, Anthony, and we did a big promo on that. So if you have the 31 cards you want to find, there's only 3 of them, so you're giving away 3 prizes. You will have 32 cards. At noon, you go over to Moto Playground, see the boys over there. If you've got all those cards, you're going to win some great prizes over there. So back to you. I was watching on the podium, and you were doing a great job, and I thought, wow, what progression. Sophia did a great job out there.
Thank
so
you
hats
very
off
much,
to you.
Wes Payne. I've gotten a lot of reps in this week there on the podium, so I'm grateful to be able to do that. I'm grateful for all you guys and letting me come in and learn from the best of the best up here. You guys are awesome.
Well, thank you very much. We try our best, and we're not always in the perfect kind of way, but we try our best to deliver. You know, without the racers, we couldn't do what we do. So great racing, great family, and that's how we get to do it, our passion. And great job out there. These guys got some passion going on too, Kevin, and we are looking for our leaders out there. Kevin, hops, giving it. Oh, poor little guy got a little sideways.
Zap at number 51.
51 came rocking in through there.
Let's see who the 51 is. I have no idea. Oh, that was Luke Baggett. He has a 16th in that first moto. He almost had a flagger collected in that one. He hooked a hard left.
All right, we've got
Tedesco in the lead.
Roll it down one time. Give us that
All
top
right,
10.
yeah, I'll do that. First place, we got Tedesco. Second place, Chan. Pinich in 3rd. Myers in 4th. Kalon in 5th. Hunwardson in 6th. Ingram in 7th. Baggett in 8th. Fredericks in 9th. And Russo in 10th. Those are top 10 currently in the Micro E 4-7 Limited.
Where's our first moto winner, Robert Fender? Did you call him out?
Ooh, I didn't see him on this list.
Oh, no.
Let's see. I'll look for Robert Fender is in the 13th position, so he has a little ways to go.
Got a lot of work to do out there, but
Keelan got a 2nd in that first moto, so he is right in the hunt then.
And this is only moto number 2. They're going to run one more time, so
it's true. This afternoon.
Yes.
So we got to charge those little bikes up, and our leader comes past us here.
Send him to the creek.
That is quite the lead, man, around that big sweeper.
Yeah, so if anyone missed that, we are running the 2nd moto of the Micro East today. We had a little bit of a delay yesterday. We pushed them to today. So they've got 2 motos in one day. That's pretty rare for these little guys, at least here at the ranch.
Yeah, unless you're riding 2 classes, but one class to run twice, it does not happen typically.
Yeah.
And we had a weather issue, like you said yesterday, couldn't restart them and run a full race because of their charging, so we had to charge those bikes up, get them ready to go.
We didn't want to fire up all the generators on the starting line.
Oh, wow. Just see the power grid go, charging all these bikes up.
Big shout out to Rowdy Keelan.
How about it?
What a racing legacy there.
Yes, yep. Wyatt Tedesco still in the lead. He's got a lap time of 2:34. Second place coming in is Maverick Chan.
Oh, no, they're dropping
and Max
like flies.
Myers is our 3rd place.
The sand collects a few riders. I saw Buddy Anthony sprinting over there. Flaggers are right on top of it, but if you lose your momentum there with those little bikes, man, if you just chop and try to turn right or left for a rider that's gone down, that's when it goes sideways.
Yeah, and he's stuck over there. He's up. There he is. He's trying to get it back. They kind of jumped out of. There's some lines, and there's like 9 or 10 berms in there to the sand. So he's kind of hung up on there. They're going to quickly sprint over to help him. He's out of that berm, loamy area, the marbles, and now he's going to fire that machine up and get going again.
And if you recall, we typically do a full prep session for all of our 50 racers. These guys did not get the benefit of that. because where they're at in the race order. We'll prep the track later on in the day for their final third moto and the other 50s. So this is a full-blown man's motocross track for these little 4 to 7s.
It is, which in some areas may or may not make a difference because it's not too late in the day, but this sand section, I'll tell you, that is rough. All right.
You got it.
Starts early in the morning, and it's rough all day long. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that it collected a couple of riders here in our
that's not a sand section you just go set your beach chair up in Destin, Florida there. That is like bombs have gone off in that sand right there.
Landmines, all kinds of things. Chuck Liddell pops out on you. Look out,
punch in the face for no reason. Chuck Liddell's in the sand.
The Sandman.
So the battle is on. Mr. Fender, our first moto winner, was 13th a few moments ago. We'll check his progress. There's the number 66. We're watching him on camera. What you got?
Tedesco still out front. Chan in second. Myers third. Hinnick in fourth. Keelan now drops back to fifth. Hunwardson in sixth. Ingram seventh. Baggett eighth. Fender ninth. Russo 10th. Henry is 11th. Tillery 12th. McKinney 13th, Jamison 14th, Mejia in 15th, Collins 16th, LeBlanc 17th, McKenzie 18th, Cowell 19th, Miller and 20th. Go ahead, Sophie, tell me who's in 21st. What do you got?
What is it, Kevin Kelly?
Oh, no, I saw something on the racetrack there. There's some riders down. Yellow flags are pretty much all over the place here. Another rider is down. Real time, we caught that crash, but you go ahead, sorry.
Yes, well, the Rocky Mountain Sand section is also collecting some riders. It is certainly 20 miles of rough road for those little kids. It probably feels like 20 miles on those little bikes. But yeah, in 21st, we've got Whedon, we've 22nd, Bledsoe, 23rd, Oreo, 24th, Sandoval, 25th is Fredericks, Owen is in 26th, 27th is Wager, 28th Lampley, 29th Favor, and our top 30 is Compton.
How about it? White flag lap here now as we have one more to go here. My old eyes have to put the readers on. Well, back in my day, we didn't have electric motorcycles.
You know, I wasn't going to say anything about it, Kevin Kelly.
I own it, dude. I own it. I got no problem. Tedesco out front, 9 seconds out front of Myers and Chan.
Yes, those two on screen right now coming through the 10 commandments.
That's Myers on the 29, and he's got Chan just behind him and Hinich. So we've got Oklahoma versus Arizona, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and Georgia. So 5 different states all slugging it out, Wes Kane.
Great job out there. Good call. Thank you for having that drawn up right there.
Yes. They'll have to get back and charge this kids up and charge the motors up.
White flag, Kevin.
Yep.
Where's our, Kevin Kelly, where is our first moto winner on that
Let's see where Fender is, if I can catch you. Fender all the way up to 5th, so he's clawing his way back into the championship. So a 1-5 for Fender. What's Tedesco got, Wes Kane?
Tedesco, we're looking at him right now. We got a 5th in the
tied up.
Moto.
He's got a 1-5 and a 5-1 with Fender.
It's always that third moto charm. I love the way the analytics, how it works in there, and somehow it finds its way to be wild in the third moto.
There's our leader right here, Wes. He is all tied up now. We'll see if Fender can grab another spot. He is only 4 seconds behind Heinich out of Illinois. But look at that kid right there, the number 18 of Tedesco. Looks good, elbows up, coming through the danger zone right here.
Yes, he is. Look at him jump into that.
Full send. Look at that. Rough as a cob.
There he is. Not Nolan Cobb, but corn on the cob. There's the 18 of Tedesco. One more turn to go.
He's on the gas going through our Bermuda Triangle.
Look at that. He's pumped.
A little head tuck right there. Like, yeah, I'm getting in there.
How about it for your moto winner, Wyatt Tedesco, ladies and gentlemen. An electric race here for Wyatt Tedesco on his electric machine. Here comes our second place rider, Myers. And look at that battle there to the finish. Championship implications there. So it's going to be Tedesco, Myers, Hinich. Hinich moves up a spot, gets around Chan. Fender will play his little guitar right up to 5th place. Good work, my friend. And that'll do it from the Micro E 4 to 7.
Great job out there. We're going to send that down to Jason Whiting.
Okay, back to a second moto here. I'm just looking for the darn medals. I'm going to give these guys the third moto medals because that's all I got down here. Hinich, Myers, and Tedesco. Let's bring up Hudson, taking third in that moto. Looking for Hudson Hinich. Oh, we're not messing around up here. Our winner, you can hang out up here. Third, let's bring up Hudson. I'm going to bring you around front here, Hudson. Otherwise, you're blocked by the bikes. Come over here. Let's hear it for Hudson Hinich. How'd that moto go?
It was really good, man. I had a very good battle with this other kid.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Hudson?
My mom, my dad, Owen Motorsports, Rank 54 Family, Mended Mitten, Metro Race Photo Photos, and yeah, Eric Torby, and yeah.
Hudson Hinich taking third. Max Myers took second in that one, and then we'll talk to the champion. Let's bring Max Myers on up. Let's hear it for Max Myers. Good job, Max. Tell me about your moto.
I got a decent start, and then on the first lap, I was in the 10 Commandments, and I made some mistakes, and I got some moves.
You made it up here, though. That's awesome. Who do you want to thank?
The Lord Jesus, Mom, Dad, EMT, Flow Vision, 110, Game Moto for helping me get good, and Bruce and everyone else.
All right, Game Moto. That's the new slogan. Let's hear it for the second place finisher, Max Myers. And second motos, by the way, not national championship. That'll be later today. But looking good here with the gold, Wyatt Tedesco. Well, you're rolling, Wyatt. Tell me about that race.
It was good. I got a decent start.
Made your way up from there?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank, dude?
My mom and dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Game Moto, Altus, PR2, Rat Factory, Money Inc., LS2, Dunlop. I think that's all.
There it is. Let's hear it for the gold medalist Moto 2 Micro, Wyatt Tedesco.
All right, thank you each for that podium interview down there. A lot of excited kids on the podium there in the Micro E class. I'm going to give you a top 10 rundown here going to this third and final moto. Sitting in 10th, it is the 24 of Tucker Pavlovic. Third 45 of Jackson Turner sitting in the 9th place position going into moto number 3. And 8th, Cruz Peterson on the number 30. Number 73 of Caverick Stewart. We're also going to be looking at the number 75. Your 6th place standing right now, Cameron Buckman. And 5th, the number 36, Edwin Meyer. And 4th, Shannon Tarnow. And then we're talking about the podium. They're sitting there right now as they roll into this third and final moto. Levi Meyer on number 29 is your third place competitor. And second, the 41 of Umina Burning. In the first place position in the standings right now with moto scores of 4 and 2. It is the number 16 Yamaha Blue Crew mounted Tate Brush. A solid lineup here in the 65cc 7-9 class. I can't wait to see it. It's been good. Tarnow, Meyer, Burning, and Brush, they've all been going at it out here, and they're going to be going at it in this third and final moto. I look to see number 75 and Cameron Buckman finally get off to a little better start out here and maybe do some battle there out in the front of the pack. Needless to say, it's going to be some great racing out there. Do we get any kind of updates?
Yeah, we just got a word from Race Control. Actually, have a situation here on site. So we have 2 bicycles that have been recovered. They're at the MX Sports office. One is a standard bicycle, and then one is an e-bicycle that was inadvertently grabbed during the 450B moto. It is a gas e-bike, but those are at the MX Sports office right now, and then they are looking, the people that grabbed that gas bike, they are looking for a bike with a skull on the fender. It's a gas bike with a skull on the fender. So had a little switch up. We know everybody kind of parking similar models there in the same section. So if you happen to grab your wrong machine, if you have a gas e-bike, double check that thing, especially if you were out watching during 450B. If you see a skull on it, you might have the wrong one. Just head over to MX Sports and you guys can get those swapped back, but want to make sure everybody gets their property back. And that's the announcement. Let's get ready to go racing here with this next class on the line.
Hey, as we go to the next class on the line, each champion, we'll remind you guys, each champion out here this week will receive some Oakley sunglasses. Get an Oakley glasses certificate. You can pick that up at the trackside office. That way you can pick out the ones you want.
So cool. I was over there checking out the different models that they have. So many models from style, casual, sportwear, cycle goggles. They've got some, or cycle glasses, excuse me, a couple different glasses designed for running as well. And obviously plenty of great goggles as the gate is down and we're off and rolling. Look at the start. Is that Edwin Meyer that might have grabbed the whole shot? I couldn't quite see. I think it is.
Yes,
the 36 of Edwin Meyer. What a start from Meyer.
And I was talking about the lineup. Cameron Buckman finally getting off to a better start this moto too. He's definitely a player. This one, Jackson Turner, Dakota Lee, Haiden Ash, Jarrett Tincher, Mickey Fluhart, Yumina Burning, Connor Rodriguez, and Tucker Pavlovic as they went through the first corner.
Man, I tell you what, Dean, I love the confidence that I see from the number 36 of Edwin Meyer. I've seen him grab some championships indoors in arena cross, and his favorite thing is when he's out front, he says, hey, it's just another day at the office. Hey. Said it on the podium yesterday as well, and he's showing, hey, he's clocked in for another day of work today.
Yumina Burning, she must have heard you.
No
She's
way.
Like, watch this. She makes a move right there. And gets in the lead shortly as they make it into Storyland. Can Edwin Meyer fire back at her now? She's set up good for this street corner right here, carrying the momentum around the outside.
Boom, gets it done. Yumina Burning.
Amazing.
I love it. I love the intensity from Yumina in 2025, and she has really shown up this week and performed when the pressure was on. Look at that. Puts a couple of bike links between herself and Edwin Meyer and is trying to set sail.
You know what Yumina wants. If she gets this last moto win, no matter where anybody else behind her finishes, she will get the championship. So she's trying to make a breakaway now. As we see, it looks like Tarnow on screen now, getting on Edwin Meyer. Tarnow making a good move right there as he is now in second, trying to hunt down Yumina Burning.
Sophie, we know Yumina, a fantastic rider, but every once in a while we have those late race mistakes that wind up costing her. She's in the right position once again. She's just got to keep it on 2 wheels and bring it home.
That was a terrible announcer's curse you placed on her, but I have faith in Yumina right now, and I really, all of these kids are amazing racers, and I'm excited to watch them. But yeah, she seemed really, really excited after her last moto and ready to go again. Incredible rides all week from her, and we have a couple of other ladies in mini bike classes as well, mixing it up with the young men out there. So Grayson Kyler and Hannah Jameson as well, to name a few.
We're watching out front. Yumina Burning stretching things out while the rest of the pack makes their way through that Thor sand sweeper and into the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, Shannon Tarnow currently in second place, Turner in third, Meyer in fourth, and Buckman in fifth. Yumina only has a little over a second over second place, so she's got to stay on her toes right now. She can't let off.
Ooh, big kick going down the backside of the tunnel of love for that Cobra rider. Great save as track very chewed up right now, some big bumps in it, and these small 65s handling it right now as your leaders start to make their way through the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, Zach, we got battles all over the racetrack right now, and Yumina Burning trying to keep the distance over your second place rider. But Shannon Tarnow He showed us time and time again he's got what it takes. What I'm looking for right now is the number 16 to Tate Brush. There he is, 10th place they went by last time through. Tate Brush is your rider that's on the pole position, as they'd say, going here in moto number 3.
Yeah, Brush kind of the one with all the pressure on, but did not get the start he needed here in moto number 3. So we'll see if he's able to work his way through the pack and put that Blue Crew machine on the box and maybe hold up a championship.
Yamina Burning now looks like she's stretched it over Tarnow. And then we see another Cobra rider making his way up into the mix. It could be the number 52, Dakota Lee. Look at that track, man. Really starting to shape up. We seen it earlier this morning. There's probably only 2 ruts there. Now we see at least 6, maybe even 7 lines going through that left-hander on the backside of Storyland.
Well, and on top of that, we're seeing all 6 or 7 of those lines being used as well, Dean. That's what's really great to see, the amount of passing opportunities. You can go to the inside. You can take the long way around. You can cut back underneath. Plenty of opportunities to make moves here on this Loretta's track.
I was trying to figure who that rider was. They're pulling that bike off, having some issues out there. Matt Semino is getting his bike towed off the track there, so tough break for Semino.
Yeah, Semino not having the week he was hoping for. Another rider that we've seen do a little crossover between the GNCC series as well as Moto. And on screen, we just saw Burning peek out of frame. There is the 51. And kind of got the freight train coming from there. Edwin Myers dropped back just a couple of spots now, as Burning checks in with a 2:17 on that last lap. Here comes Shannon Tarnow crossing the line in second. Jackson Turner now in the number 3 ride with Levi Meyer, Edwin Meyer, your top 5. Cameron Buckman, Jet Rao moving his way towards the front along with Tate Brush 7 and 8. Riker Fitch in the 9th place spot, and Haiden Nash going to round out your top 10.
Thank you for that top 10 rundown. I'm going to take you just outside the top 10. We're looking at the 14, Nikki flew hard. The 52 at Dakota Lee, having some issues out there, but still riding hard. Tucker Pavlovic, after a good start, sits in 13th. Cruz Peterson, he's on the number 30 and 14. Deegan Mullen, he's your 15th place rider right now. Jarrett Tincher, Gunnar Lust, Enzo Posca, Dominic Steele, and round out your top 20, it's JRGNN.
Thank you for that top 20 rundown, Dean, as we take a look at this battle royale going on through the 10 Commandments. The 29 of Levi Meyer battling with, I believe, the 45 of Jackson Turner for that final podium spot. Meyer, I think, has the pass made, as now he's going to set his sights on the 51 of Shannon Tarnow.
Yeah, solid pass there for Levi Meyer. Like you said, passing Edwin Meyer. Sorry, the Meyer thing. It's got me going. Yeah, Meyer passes right. Meyer. One Meyer running handguards. I like the handguards. Look like Travis Pastrana out there charging hard.
So now we see the 51 and the 29. Turner rolling here on this lap. He's worked his way into the number 3 spot and now says he wants more. He wants that Shannon Tarnow number 2 ride. And curious to see exactly what the gap is between Burning and Tarnow. I don't think she's got it stretched out that much, so could see a charge from the 29 all the way to the front.
Yeah, I thought Levi Meyer right there was going to dive to the inside and make quick work out of Shannon Tarnow. Not able to do so, though. He's going to go down to the deep inside again. He says, I'm not scared of these ruts at all. I'm a little man, but I'm the man in charge right now, and I want that second place position, Shannon Tarnow.
You said it, Dean. I mean, total confidence dipping down into those deep inside ruts. Not usually what we see from these smaller 65s. They've got to go a little bit to the outside, and man, he hit that with expert precision. Cuts back now to the outside through the Bermuda Triangle. Going to carry that momentum. Really crucial for these 65s to get a good drive. And definitely winds up closing the gap up. Launches that full jump. He's going to try to make the move right here over the Tunnel of Love. Going to bounce up and over the top. No, look at this. Tarnow keeps the throttle on around the outside.
Sorry to backtrack a little bit, but I could tell that's what Meyer was setting up for.
Yeah.
That outside stayed wide. He was set up to that triple right there and nearly makes a pass off of it. I mean, he actually is still working on a pass from that finish line jump.
This is side by side going on 5 different straightaways now as Tarnow and Meyer wheel to wheel. What a battle here on RacerTV.com. Look at the 29 dancing all over the place. He never touched the brakes, taking the long way down the long short chute. They almost come together. Look at that. The 29 closing the door off, slamming the door, you could say, in the face of Shannon Tarnow and taking the number 2 spot with it.
That's a confidence move now as we see him in the second place position trying to reel in our girl rider, Yumina Burning. Does he have enough time? I mean, of course he has enough time, but does he have what it takes to reel in Yumina Burning?
I was kind of peeking out the window trying to get a spot on the number 41, and we get a glimpse of her just at the top of your screen on Racer TV. This is not impossible. A 2:18.6 on the last lap for Burning. A 2:15.5 for Levi Meyer on that last lap. He is absolutely flying.
Yeah, we'll have to see now as I'm going to check in with time and score and see exactly what that gap is as they make their way through the finish line section here in a little bit.
Yeah, it was only 2.7 seconds between 1 and 2, Dean, and then but that was when Tarnow was in front of Meyer. So now that it's changed, you know that he's catching up to Jimena, and he does not want to get her out of her sight. Levi now turning the fastest laps of the moto so far, but also notable in 5th place is Jet Rao turning a 2:16, which is probably, I believe, the second fastest lap of this moto so far for these youngsters on the 65s. So Jet Rao definitely making his way up through the pack as well.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. Rao charging forward. He was in the 8th or 9th spot last time we saw.
Cider up, guys, but this is the championship on the line right here. This is truly a battle for the championship. It might be the first one we've seen so far as we've gotten the third motos.
And let's take a look. It's going to come right to the line as he is to the rear wheel of Jimena Burning. The 29 stays low, gets a great drive. Let's see, he's going to launch this whole jump.
Yep.
Wow.
This is where he made it happen. It's just buttery smooth is the 29. Look at the way he sets up that jump over the tunnel of love. Now Burning doing the same thing we saw from Tarnow, carrying the momentum around that inside roller. But the 29 of Levi Meyer gets to the inside line first and takes over the lead in the moto and in the championship hunt.
It's true. Jimena just not going to let him run away with it, but it's hard to stop the freight train that is Levi Meyer right now.
Well, the one positive thing I could take out of this is where he was able to pass her. She now knows that he's jumping that jump, and that's where he's getting all the time. So I'm sure we'll see Jimena pull the trigger here as championship is on the line.
And that's so impressive. A 2:15 was the fastest lap on that last time. He dropped it to a 2:13, Levi Meyer. So he is continuing to gain speed throughout this moto as he's trying to put some buffer between himself and Burning.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see right now the 29 of Levi Meyer. He's riding with so much confidence, really looking ahead, seeing if he has any lap riders. You know, that's a very important thing to do when you're leading this out.
Yeah, right now we're looking at our number 79 ride. Cruising around with no visor. That's Ezra Armbruster. Fortunately, it looks like he may have had some tip over, maybe a little bit tougher than a tip over to lose that visor. But now we're back to the 29 of Levi Meyer, our race leader, and currently leading in the championship points.
So there you see the 29 been in a fight since the drop for this and has worked his way in to the number 1 ride. That is the 79. Taking a glance over, I guess getting ready to go a lap down. So tough break there for Armbruster as full bullet head just trying to bring this thing to the finish. Looks like the 29's gotten around, and Jimena Burning trying to do the same thing as she hangs on to 2nd place.
Yeah, saw that for Jimena, but Jimena better get going because Tarnow is right there. I'll tell you what, I think Shannon Tarnow might be getting a breath of fresh air and remounting his charge on Jimena Burning as they make their way into the Thor Sand Sweeper.
Yeah, curious to see what the lap times say this next time around. Seems like Tarnow's had a breath of fresh air, but looks like he's got company as well. Curious to see. That might be a lap rider. Yep. Well, an Armbruster can run that pace as well. So sometimes we see that a lap rider going down, and then that lead group comes through, and they kind of pick up the pace to go along with them.
It doesn't seem that either 2nd or 3rd has picked up that double after the finish line. So Levi Meyer still has that on the rest of the field.
Well, and I really think Levi sets that up in the Bermuda Triangle. He takes that wide line, gets a good drive over those jumps, stays low on that first double, and is able to carry that power all the way over the face, whereas the inside, it just doesn't give you quite the same drive. Not to mention the angle of that jump is much steeper from that inside.
Absolutely, you got to go out there and kind of arc it out and hit it straight on and make it a little bit easier on yourself, and that is exactly what Levi Meyer is doing as he leads this one out. Jimena Burning checking in 2nd. 3rd is Shannon Tarnow. Head 4th is Jet Rao. 5th, Tate Brush. And then we got Jackson Turner, Cameron Buckman, Riker Fitch, Edwin Meyer, and running your top 10, it's Mickey Fluhart.
Man, just a corner or so ago, Jimena Burning, that front tire started to peek out of the rut. I thought it was going to wash all the way over. She did a great job of saving it, but Burning clearly pushing it as well as she started to catch back up to your lead rider, Levi Meyer.
Absolutely. She might have got a signal on the pit board and she came to the mechanics area. This is a championship. This pass matters. It is definitely time to go for the number 41, Jimena Burning, as she is trying to chase down the 29 of Levi Meyer.
Yes, it does seem that.
No!
Wow.
And look at this.
And Tarnow.
And Tarnow now stuck behind her, able to get out of that rut and back on the hunt towards Meyer. But tough break for Jimena.
Well, and good news was she did keep that machine running, so wasn't having to worry about refiring it. Only lost that one position to Tarnow.
Yes, no, she certainly has her work cut out for our, let's see, we're 5 laps down, and it seemed, do we have the halfway flags out? Is that what that is, Zach?
I don't know. I got it wrong earlier.
Yeah, that's halfway flag for sure. You can see it's the cross of the green and the white flag together, and that's what signifies to the rider that it is halfway through this one. I'll tell you who's excited to see the halfway flags. That is our leader, Levi Meyer, doing a good job really setting sail. Once he's gotten the lead, he's consistently ran a second or two faster than the rest of the pack out there.
Yeah, Jet Rao now checks in the fourth place spot the last time through. Tate Brush works his way into the top 5 as well, and is starting to creep into that overall podium picture as well, as Tate currently sits in the 4th overall spot. Tarnow getting a little sideways over that jump, launching that finish line.
Yeah, it looks like Levi Meyer is settling in a little bit, but still not really able to be matching that time as Shannon Tarnow 2 seconds off. Then we've seen a crash from Mina Burning, but look at Jet Rao at 2:18, nearly the fastest man on the track the last lap through. And here comes Tate Brush. Tate Brush was the championship rider coming into this moto, and he's had to climb and claw his way into the top 5, and he's done just that, and he's not done there.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got several riders in that 2:18 between Meyer, Rao, and Brush, but Brush and Rao both in traffic, 4th and 5th place, and trying to work their way into some podium spots. Don't forget Jet Rao, not necessarily in title contention here, had some bad luck to start out the week, but this is one of those here to make a statement type rides, as you see him starting to creep behind the 41 of Yamina Burning.
Absolutely, and for the number 7 machine of Tate Brush, you don't really have pressure out there. You go on moto for moto, you know what I'm saying? He went 42 in his first moto, got 3rd his second moto, so anything he could do from here on is going to be better than his second moto.
Yeah, Jet Rao having a bad luck in the early part of the week, and true little professional that he is, kind of just seemed to shake it off, say it is what it is. I actually was down in the impound tents during that race, and he was kind of hanging out watching the moto, clearly a little bummed out, but still handling it like a pro. And like we said, got the opportunity, got things figured out, and is showing what he was capable of doing on the track right now.
Yeah, there's not about as watching the 51 machine into that Rocky Mountain sand section. You see exactly why we call it the Rocky Mountain sand section. It's getting a little bumpy.
Yeah, it's about as Rocky Mountain as it could get through there, and it only is going to get worse from here. As look at this, Rao is at the back wheel of Yamina Burning, peeks to the inside, cuts back underneath.
Yeah, Rao definitely trying to make a statement right now. As we were talking about just the importance of running great motos, even if you're not in championship contention or even contention for really a top 10 spot. An unfortunate thing after having a DNF score. However, it still does look really good for sponsors and on resumes to have a podium finish at the ranch. This is a really big deal. So Jet Rao definitely going for that on his number 7 Cobra right here. Coming up behind Yamina Burning.
And to your point, Sophie, we kind of talk often about the downside of social media, but I think that one of the positive effects of that is we have gotten to get notifications about moto results and riders having good luck, having bad luck. The overall picture doesn't always tell the full story, and we often see pictures and videos of those stories throughout the week using those official hashtags, tagging Loretta Lynn MX, and get to see, hey, maybe this rider had some bad luck, but he's had some incredible races as well.
Yeah, media has made it very accessible for all of us to hear each other's stories, which is really cool because there are some stories that you would never hear otherwise because, you know, maybe you don't have a sibling or a friend in the 50cc class, but now you heard about this great story or something similar to that.
So picking their way through the 10 Commandments, watching the number 7 of Jet Rao on your screen. And flashing forward, there is Yamina Burning trying to hold him off as she hangs out in that number 3 spot. And not only in the running order for this moto, but in the overall picture as well, as Levi Meyer, Shannon Tarnow, and Yamina Burning 1, 2, and 3 in the moto and in the championship as they sit.
Zach, we're watching the number 7 machine at Jet Rao. He is really pushing hard, and he is, in fact, reeling in Yamina Burning. A great inside line right there as they make their way out of the storyland. Oh, yellow flag's out. Levi Meyer down, our race leader.
No, take a look at this.
I've seen bad luck strike a little Levi Meyer time and time again. So tough break for Levi Meyer. Really anxiously trying to get that thing running again. He gets it back to neutral. He does get it refired and back going again, but loses quite a few positions.
Oh, quite a few indeed. I believe I saw the Yamaha Tate Brush go by. That's roughly around the 5th place position. So Meyer, a huge shakeup after doing so much work.
That is one of those third moto tragedies that sometimes we run into here at the ranch. You just have to be near perfect in everything you're doing all week long if you want to be able to pull off a championship. So, man, Levi Meyer definitely feeling pretty upset right now, but I'm sure the adrenaline is pumping, and he has a lap to figure this out.
Well, and look at this. He's running out of time as well. Couldn't have happened at a worse spot. The white flag just now coming out as now we take a look. Shannon Tarnow, Yumina burning, and with Jet Rao making the pass, it is going to change the overall picture where it is now Shannon Tarnow, Yumina burning 1 and 2 in the championship. Tate Brush now enters the overall podium conversation as he's worked into the 4th place spot. So looking like the battle between Levi Meyer and Tate Brush for 4th on track might decide 3rd in the overall championship.
Well, and look at Yumina burning right on the heels of Shannon Tarnow. She's not letting go of him. And Jet Rao right there might be mixing some things up, which could change the championship.
Yeah.
We only have one lap to figure this out, and I believe the white flag is
They're
out.
literally tied up right now.
This is
it. Whoever wins the second moto will get this championship. It is going to be a good one. It will be Shannon Tarnow or Yumina burning. Levi Meyer still pushing as he went down out there trying to get back up into the mix. But time is running out. The clock is starting to expire as the white flag is out, and one more to go for these guys in this 65cc 79 Limited.
Man, hey, what happened there to Meyer? Meyer had it, right?
Yeah, Meyer went down in the backside of the track, Jason, dropped back to about the 5th place spot. So now it is a battle royale between Yumina burning and Shannon Tarnow burning around the outside through Storyland. She pulls up alongside. This is for the championship with half a lap left to go. Yumina burning, trying to get it done in the 65 7-9 Limited, not following her competitor Shannon Tarnow, making their way into the Rocky Mountain sand section.
Yeah, here they go through the stand section. Zach, Yumina burning, trying the outside line, carrying the momentum around Shannon Tarnow. Tarnow keeping it tight as he should, guard that inside. Here they come now over the ski jump.
Oh, it's going to come down to that Thor sand sweeper. Burning, trying to set something up as they get ready to buzz by us here in the tower. Tarnow going way out wide. Burning tucks just a little bit underneath. She gets a good drive. They're almost side by side as they come by us in the tower. Tarnow stretches it out. He's hugging the inside line. Burning going to try to take the long way around and carry that speed into the Bermuda Triangle.
Exactly.
It's coming down to the final corner. Dean, what's it going to be?
Oh, she tries it. She's going to have to go into the outside, the middle line, carry the momentum. It looks like Tarnow has it wrapped up now. Here they come across the finish line. A good win there. A good ride for the number 51 of Shannon Tarnow, who is pumped. Yumina burning had a lot of mistakes. She's going to finish 2nd overall and 2nd in the championship here. Jet Rao finished up 3rd in the moto, but like we said, he had that one bad moto out there on the racetrack. So we should see Tate Brush come across the line, and that will be the 3rd overall finisher. So the podium will look like this: Shannon Tarnow, Yumina burning, and Tate Brush. And I'll tell you what, man, what a great moto. I got to get a high five from there, Tower.
I mean, heart rate is up after that one. If you're on the fence, everybody was swinging the towels. That is what moto is all about. These 65 7-9 riders giving us a show here on Racer TV. Shannon Tarnow hanging on for the win. Yumina burning, taking it down to the line. Great job of really mounting that last lap charge. Jet Rao going to cross that line in 3rd in that moto. A fantastic showing for the number 7. Tate Brush working his way up in the 4th and grabbing the final overall podium spot. And a shout out to Levi Meyer after a fantastic race, finishing 7th in the moto and going to get 4th in that overall picture.
Yeah, man, solid ride for him. And just behind Levi Meyer in 7th to see Jackson Turner, Cruz Peterson, and rounding it with top 10, going to be Mickey Fluhart. Edwin Miles hitting him out front early in this one. He's going to end up in that 11th place position. Hayden Nash in 12th. 13th, it's Jared Tincher, Cameron Stewart, and 14th. And 15th, it's Tucker Pavlovic. So solid ride from Pavlovic there. Enzo Pasca is going to be your 16th place competitor. And 17th, Deegan Mullen coming across the line in 18th.
Well, one of the all-time motos, and that's saying a lot here at Loretta's. First of all, heartbreaker for Levi Meyer, who had done what he needed to do until a crash just before the white flag came out. It set up an absolute shootout to the line, and the title will go to Shannon Tarnow. Going to look for 3rd place first. believe Jet Rao was third in that one. Looking for the bronze medalist, and then we will sort out the championship that literally came down to the last turn. Looking for third place. So that's going to hand out the bronze. So we had history on the line here. So many fast kids in this class, including this one. It's here for Jet Rao. Let these big bikes go by. Well, Jet, we knew you were going to be fast this week. Take me through that moto. How'd that one go for you?
I got bunched up in the start, and then I made a couple passes, and I just stayed in third.
Okay. Let these bikes go by so we can be heard. And who do you want to thank, Jet?
My mom, my dad, Cobra, Row Designs, Alpine Stars, Money Inc., Bees Moto Lab, Game Moto, TCR Wheels, T-Rex, Roost, ASV, VP, Dunlop, and that's it.
And there it is, Jet Rao in third. Oh, and this is historic and great and an amazing accomplishment in so many ways, but she will end up second in the moto and second in the championship. But history made, as far as we know, first female to make it on the podium in a class that was mixed, boys and girls, and she did it twice with the silver again in this final moto. It was a battle in the last turn for the moto win and the title. Huge congrats. Mega history being made this week. Well done, Yumena Burning. I know you wanted the title, but you probably also know how cool it is that you got 2 podiums in this class. Take me through that battle and trying to get that win.
Yeah, I made a mistake, so then Levi got by me, but then I tried to keep going hard, and then I hit false neutral in a corner, so then Shannon was able to get by me. Sorry for Levi, but I was really hard. It was really hard.
You gave it everything you had, right?
Yeah.
All right, it's been an amazing week. I know you want the gold, but to get up here is awesome. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my family, my coaches, Jeff, Shannon, my mechanic, TJ, Redane, 110, 100%, Dunlop, and Lab, Bees Moto Lab, and everyone else that's helped me get to this point. Thank you.
Incredible, making history this week. Yumena Burning. 252. Those were some impressive moto scores, but the championship will go to the gold medalist, and it came down to the last turn. What a battle, back and forth. So many riders that could have won, and one young man that did. He gets the gold, and he gets the trophy. It's here for Shannon Tarnow. It's heavy for the 7 to 9 class, no doubt about it. Plus, you are working right to the end. All our champions get Oakley sunglasses for females, for a lady in the family, mom, wife, girlfriend. You pick which one of those you want to give it to. We already handed out 4 titles today. If you won a championship earlier, go to the MX Sports office, get your certificates, get your Oakleys. As for you, Shannon Tarnow, last lap, last turn battle for the title. What was that like?
It was crazy.
Did you know what was on the line?
Yeah.
And how close was it?
Super.
Is that about the most nervous you've been on the last lap of a race?
Yeah.
And how does it feel now?
Good.
Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, all my trainers, O'Neill Viral, Cobra, Mitten, Bees Moto Lab, Bell, Game, Dunlop, ASV, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to bring, yes. Let's bring Mike Burkeen from the AMA here with the #1 plate. All champions also get an OGO bag and those Oakleys. And most importantly, the #1 in 7 to 9. Let's hear it for Shannon Tarnow. Incredible. That's what it's all about, gang. You know it. Battling down to the last turn of the last lap. Spectacular.
right, thank you very much, Jason Wygant. And once again, congratulations down on the podium as now we get ready for senior 40+. Let's give you a look at that top 10. Blake Keaton in the 10th place spot. Martin Garcia in 9th. Michael Mitchell running inside the top 10, that 8th place spot. Nick Galpin in 7th. Matt Barber in the 6th place spot. Tim Wygant in the number 5 position. James McNeil in 4th. Chris Wisniewski in the number 3 ride. Brad Smith in 2nd. And Andrew Short, your championship leader, coming into this one with a 1-1. As those final preparations being made, you see the mechanics stepping back from the starting line. We get ready to drop the gate on the final moto of senior 40+. And got some shaking around in some of these spots. A 1-1 for Andrew Short, 2-3 for Brad Smith, a 4-2 for Wisniewski in the 3rd place spot, 5-5 for 4, and 11-4 for Tim Wygant. So we'll see how much these third motos are going to shake things up. As the gate's down, we're off and rolling. Let's see, where's that drive going to come from? A couple of Kawasaki's on the inside, but it looks like it might be a Husqvarna. No, it is Andrew Short being credited with the whole shot on the KTM. But the 85 of Brad Smith quickly moves his way around the outside and takes over the number 1 spot for just a moment. Headed into the 10 Commandments. Brad Smith. Martin Garcia, Tim Wygant, Nick Galpin, your top 5. Matt Barber, Michael Mercer, James McNeil, Michael Mitchell, and Dustin Curley, your top 10 as they came across that first corner. K-Dub, here
what we got going on here, man? Just stepping back into the booth. I might have a really cool opportunity here in just a minute. We're trying to work a few details out. Maybe on the next intermission right now, but no time for break or intermissions right now as we are in the 40+. Glad to be back on the mic for a couple of races, and no shocker here looking at Andrew Short. Got a great start, but he's not in the lead anymore.
No, Andrew Short got that whole shot, but Brad Smith really made an effort around that second corner to try to get around the 29, and he's been able to do a decent amount with it. Got a few bike lengths between himself and the 29. And Brad Smith currently in that number 2 spot with a 2-3 moto score coming into this. But it is going to be almost impossible to take down the 29 of Andrew Short if he's able to keep this pace up. In control of the championship here in 2nd, and looks like Shorty kind of just letting the race come to him.
Yeah, he's super consistent on the starts. He has been through his entire professional career, and no shocker to see him up in the front of this one, sliding back to 2nd. And I can't even start to get into the head of Andrew Short. I don't know that he's, just thinking about the big picture thing. I got to assume he wants to go 1-1-1, so give credit where credit's due. And right now the credit belongs to Brad Smith, who made an early moto pass, and like you say, is in control of it at the moment.
So Smith peeking his way around as they're getting ready to make their way into the 10 Commandments, watching the battle between the 21 and the 5. Martin Garcia and James McNeil going at it for 3rd and 4th as they head down that long short chute. And you can really start to see it's getting choppy coming into those insides. We saw the 65s dancing all over the place. Not quite as extreme for these big bikes, but still a very rough racetrack for senior 40+. Michael Mitchell on the number 8 ride there. Grabbed a couple of hole shots to kick off the week. Talked about him this morning. He got that fractured hand. And that's another thing we talked about, a decently quick turnaround for some of these riders that are in plus 30 and plus 40.
Yeah, no,
look at this.
Yeah, good race here.
Yeah, Shorty took that inside and kind of started to push wide into Brad Smith, but Smith not scared of it. Now he's on the far inside in the sand sweeper, but Short able to close the door in time.
You were talking about short turnaround. I was actually trying to think if the other Pro Sport Moto is the one coming up that Andrew's in. There's quick turns for all these guys. Andrew will be not only riding here in the plus 40, but also does the one of the Pro Sport Motos. So yeah, it's working double duty. And Short says he feels really good in the plus 40, but when he gets to the Pro Sport, he said things start coming at you a little bit quicker. So. But right now, recapturing the lead is Andrew Short. Brad Smith right on his heels.
And a 155.2 on that last lap for Short. Smith a couple of seconds off that. Look at how close they are there. The KTMs with the Kawasaki in the middle of them. That is
believe Dustin Curley, Michael Mercer there on the 18 Kawasaki. And Tim Wygant was the other KTM in that mix, so a lot of shuffling around here in the top 10. Is another rider down. That might be, I don't know, I couldn't tell if that was a lap rider or not. We're going to peek out the window here, see if maybe we've got to switch in our running order. As the 85 goes down, Brad Smith goes down, headed into the long short chute. There you see him getting ready to pick up that machine.
He's got the Cowie started, but look at this. There's going to be a pass as the 5 comes in hot. He sees an opportunity as Brad Smith picks up his Cowie and James McNeil into second place.
Well, I'm telling you what, you see second and third at the top of your screen. Andrew Short's already halfway through Storyland right now. He has hit the afterburners as he is wanting no part of all of this battling going on back here in the top 5. As Brad Smith now right in front of James McNeil, Nick Galpin, Michael Mitchell, Tim Wygant, Martin Garcia, and Michael Mercer, all right there in a big pile.
Robert Fitch, haven't said his name there. That was a great battle between him and Michael Mercer just before we changed shots there. Back to the 5 and the 85. Nice triple there.
Yep, Smith, a little more speed coming into this, but not enough to get in front of him. Let's see what he's able to do through the sand section. That inside looking like it's going to work for the Cowie. And Smith launching over that big wall jump as well, getting ready to come by us here in the tower. And we talked about, didn't see exactly what happened to Smith, kind of saw the flag come out, but that section is really rough on those insides through that long short chute, so glad Smith's all right.
Nice aerial of the overhead shot with the drone. As capture the Thor sand sweeper. A lot of action there already this morning, and certainly all week long, and it sets up a very interesting Bermuda Triangle.
3 wide as they make their way through the Bermuda Triangle, as a couple of our Yamaha riders, that's Fitch and Clark right there now, 7
look
and
at
8.
Fitch jumping to the inside as they go by the billboards there. Might be enough to seal the deal.
Oh, and it is, man, beautiful execution right to that inside line.
Garcia, man, as soon as he gets passed by one, he's starting to feel pressure from another, as he might lose another spot as the 14 tries to take the long way around.
Hang on to it. The KTM rider not giving up yet. He's on the inside. Let's see what he can do.
That was certainly a long way around for the number 14, Casey Clark, and it looks like it was not enough to overtake. What an effort, but that was a lot of real estate 14 covered there.
14 was able to triple at one point through the commandments. Thought he was maybe going to pull alongside, but didn't quite have enough. As now we're watching Robert Fitch battle it out with Martin Garcia and Casey Clark. Oh, we're getting word from our spotter. That crash from Brad Smith, pretty spectacular. We just caught the tail end of it. And Kevin Kelly saying, yeah, that was a brutal one. So for him to be back up is impressive, but for him to continue to march forward and retake that second place spot, Brad Smith feeling dangerous on this one.
Speaking from experience, when you get to the over 40 age group, the ground gets a little harder.
Yeah, you don't bounce quite like you used to, they say.
You do not bounce like you used to. So hats off to him for remounting and making a charge. Andrew Short now past the finish line to check in for lap 4, hanging out at a 1:58. Look at that lap time. Great lap time for Andrew Short. I would think Andrew's, now that I think about it a little longer, I think his game plan would try to be get a gap and actually during this moto. And it's a cooler day today, so that's also a big help. But start the recovery.
Yep.
For your later motos, and I know he wants to have as good a showing as he can in the pro sport, but man, what a field to throw in a plus 40 rider into that lion's den. That's uncomfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure whether or not Andrews, I think he's in open pro sport, which I don't believe races today.
That will be tomorrow.
So,
yeah. Okay.
But I mean, you can't start recovering too early. So I think Shorty definitely in the driver's seat for this one right now. And watching him outside the window, it's just hitting your marks. He's standing late into the corners. He's trying different things out.
Sticking with the battle here, the 14 of Casey Clark still putting the pressure on Martin Garcia. Garcia just not wanting to let it go.
Yeah, not giving it up at all as we Continue to watch. You see our fans lined up on that Monster Energy Tower. And now flashing back to the entrance to Storyland. That battle continues with the, I believe that's the 14 we're seeing just up at the top on the Yamaha. Lot of movement going on as there we see Michael Mitchell on the number 8 battling with the 41 of Nick Galpin. That's inside the top 5. Michael Mitchell, banged up or not, trying to get the job done. He was lightning off the start to start the week. 2 whole shots in his first motos. And they got the 76 of Robert Fitch right there in front of them as well. So this is a 3-rider battle as Fitch continues to march his way forward. And through that Thor Sand sweeper, Mitchell tucking down to the inside.
That was an interesting line from Fitch there. We saw that line start to work yesterday afternoon, in wide into the Thor Sand sweeper and out tight. No point in going all the way in or all the way out. Let's merge the two together, and it's actually worked for some guys here in yesterday's racing. Fitch likes it. It's his preferred line.
Yeah, there's been a couple of different lines that are rather unique that have worked for some riders. Seen several guys kind of.
Here we go, another pass here.
Wow, beautiful move, cut underneath just after the Tunnel of Love.
Tim Wiegand now darting to the inside of Martin Garcia. Now that's got to be frustrating for Garcia because I believe that's been twice now that pass has been made, and now the 21 taking a little look back and check up and say, man, who's next? It's been a lot of pressure being applied there for about the last 4 or so laps, pretty much since the start of this moto. Through the 10 Commandments again. Here we go in the horseshoe turn. I love people trying to drive up that inside there. It always
well, when we talked about that this morning, the way they were going wide into the corner, now it's hugging it as tight as you can to try to rush that straight line into the inside.
The evolution of the race course today. It's something that our riders with upcoming motos need to be tuned into Racer TV, the coverage, and get your hot laps before the hot laps, because as the track is changing and what's working right now may not be working in a couple laps.
Well, and it's also important, all those riders in that Monster Energy cool zone hanging out, they're watching Racer TV as well, seeing what lines are working, what lines aren't, and that's a big time as well. Riders knowing how to break down the track while they're watching is just as important as being able to do it on the track as well.
That's twice now we've seen Garcia taking a look back here as we have, 6 laps in the books for Andrew and both Brad Smith.
Yeah, and that's never a sign that you want to see if you're that rider. But if you're the rider behind him, it's an indicator. Maybe start to get a little fatigued. It kind of gives you
That's a Cowie behind him. Now let's wait for a couple turns here. We'll have updated timing and scoring as some things have changed around back there.
Watching the 21 and the 14 go at it still. Tim Wiegand just ahead of him. Martin Garcia and Casey Clark on screen going by the billboards.
I think Brock Strobel's trying to get into the mix also. He's currently in 6th place on his number 36 Cowie. He wants to join the party.
And look at this, the 66 of Wiegand starting to move forward and apply pressure to Nick Galpin.
All right, here we go. Here's a triple in the 10 Commandments. Wasn't enough. Tries to slam the door, stands it up a little in the rut, but don't give up. There's still a chance.
Wiegand peeks to the outside now.
Little crisscross applesauce right there.
So Wiegand going to have to go back to work. Good defense from the 41 of Galpin. And Galpin peeking his way through the inside here. And it looks like another one of the KTMs getting into the mix as well. That might be Garcia re-entering the picture. And it is. with the 14 coming along with it. So we just got a party here in the backside of the top 10. Pretty much 5th through 9th or so are all right there. Look at this. Wygant around the wide line.
I was expecting full contact right there.
Man, Timmy Wygant getting the job done, threading the needle. I know the KTM boys on the off-road side thing's going to be pumped up about that one.
Yeah, Nick Galpin had to throw the brakes on right there. There was certain contact, but he got the Honda slowed down. Luckily, that could have been a costly mistake there.
So threading the needle as it's getting down to crunch time here. Won't be too much left in this moto. As look at this thing starting to happen fast now for Galpin as the 21 tries to push him wide. And it goes all the way to that jump after the finish. Over the tunnel of love they go. Let's see. Can Galpin cut back underneath? No, he's going to try to run the inside behind the billboards.
Oh, hang on to it.
Now that one looked like certain contact to me.
That was a little huckabuck down billboard straightaway. Look, now we're getting shuffled out a little bit by the 40 here. Not in the preferred line there for number 21. And now the 41 up the inside. So some action happening right here.
So that was the number 40, James Ellis. They were putting a lap down, kind of just got caught at the wrong place, wrong time. Meanwhile, there you see Timmy Wygant on the 66 in the 6th place spot, the 21 of Garcia and the 41 of Galpin. And these guys kind of settling into position for the moment. A quick glance over for Wygant. Meanwhile, Andrew Short checking in. Another 1:59 for him, keeping it sub 2 minutes. Brad Smith, the 2:01 on that last lap. We'll see what he gets next time across the stripe. And we pick back up with this battle, entering the Rocky Mountain sand section.
A lot of spectators there in the background enjoying the racing action here in the 40 plus.
And it's a beautiful day, and I think we're going to see a lot of that, K-Dub. Nobody hiding in the campers. I mean, I'm looking over here just behind the long short chute. They're packed. That infield, I don't think it's as packed today because there's other spots people can go to today and actually enjoy themselves. A little bit of overcast, like we said, a much nicer day as far as intensity and temperature. But the intensity on the track, it's the same. It's absolutely pegged as these guys are continuing to battle back and forth late into this moto here in Senior 40 Plus.
Andrew has taken the 2-lap board, so he's got 2 to go there.
Ooh, just saw Brad Smith get a little wild in the tail end of the 10 Commandments. Good save for him, yeah.
Easy to happen on these big bikes with only 2 to go in the plus 40. Any class, to be honest with you. But fatigue certainly starting to set in as we're deep into the moto here.
And you see our lap traffic starting to play a role as well. A couple of riders doing a great job of paying attention to where that lead group is, trying not to interfere with the race. Tough spot to be in. Those riders battling for positions themselves. As we flash back to the 10 Commandments, Garcia, a big jump out of the 10. And he's trying to reel in Wygant here in the closing stages of the moto. There we see Andrew Short, a little look over there from the 29 of Short as he takes the white flag. One more time to go. Little dab of the foot.
A little problem here for the 26, I believe.
Can't tell if that's the 26 or the 28. There is the 18 machine of Michael Mercer. He's in the 11th place spot. But right now, checking in at the front, the 29 of Andrew Short. Very impressive ride as he's getting ready to come towards us here. He's going to go through those 10 Commandments one more time.
Yeah, I wonder what he thought when he got overtaken there on that first lap.
It really seemed like it was calm because Smith made the pass and started to stretch things out, and I kind of was wondering, like, there's no way this is 100% of Andrew Short. And then it seemed like 2 laps in or so, he let the race come to him, and I feel like Shorty, that's been his vibe on the podium even is, hey, I'm letting things happen. If it works in my favor, great. If it doesn't, I try not to let it get too worked up.
And a 1-1-1, hopefully that gets him worked up in all the right ways up on the podium, and he's going to be pumped to do some celebrating here in just about half a lap or so, but still got to bring it home.
Yeah, you certainly in this situation can't let your guard down. I mean, he's got a great cush. He's been super fast the entire moto, but you have to stay locked in as there's a couple gremlins in some of these corners that'll jump up and grab you.
So here comes Andrew Short.
Give us a wave here, Andrew. Come on, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
No, look.
He didn't see us.
No,
we were waving.
Keeping his eye on the prize, and the prize is just 2 corners away now.
And checking up, doing a good job trying to not get too in the middle of these lap riders. As here it is, the white flag turned to checkers, and Andrew Short going to take the moto win and the sweep here in 40 plus. Looking like Brad Smith going to cross the line in the number 2 spot, both in the moto and in the championship. And James McNeil, 3rd place in the moto and looking like 3rd in the championship as well. And waiting for the rest of our field to cross the line there. We see the 85 of Smith making his way through 2nd place. McNeil in the 3rd place spot.
Here we go, James McNeil crossing the 3rd place position. And that will be enough to go ahead and unofficially announce the podium for the overalls here in senior 40 plus. It's going to be in 3rd place, James McNeil. 2nd overall, runner-up, Brad Smith. And of course, the champion, Andrew Short.
All right, so we're going to get ready to send things down to the podium. Going to give you a quick top 10 rundown all the way through. Andrew Short, Brad Smith, James McNeil, Robert Fitch, and Michael Mitchell, your top 5. Tim Wygant, Martin Garcia, Nick Galpin, Casey Clark. Oh, look at that. Yeah, right on cue. Brock Strobel actually steals the 9th place spot away, and Casey Clark going to round out your top 10. Let's get ready to send things down to the podium.
Okay, we're waiting on the podium here. We're going to bring up James McNeil first. 3rd place finisher. I love the camaraderie of these guys under the tent. They're coming in, they're hooting and hollering, they're yeehawing, having a great time, just finishing their week safely here at Loretta's. And a couple of them grabbing podiums. Come around front, be proud of it. Thanks for being quick, too. And the temperature doesn't hurt. Makes it a little easier to recover. Let's hear it for James McNeil. Here, come on right in the middle. Be proud of it. Man, you look like you're just having a good time every time I see you.
This is everything I dreamed of. Yeah, I'm so glad to get back here on the podium. Middle of the week didn't go my way. I let the nerves get to me a little bit. I just got my mind right and regrouped and came out with 2 solid motos today.
Awesome. What do you credit doing this well this week, too? What have you been doing?
Just all the hard work. I don't get to ride as much as most people. I don't really have anywhere to ride, but I off the bike training. I'm in that basement all by myself, pushing myself, riding that mountain bike all by myself. That's what it takes. You got to have motivation. Nobody's going to do it for you.
That is well said. Good lesson, kids. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my dad for being the best mechanic ever. We've been coming here 6 years now. My girlfriend Ashley, my son Matthew, my daughter Lily, HVMY Imports, Reckless Goggles, Wax Racing, Chalicombie Spray Foam, my buddy Johnny Lawrence, Dunlop, FMF. Just thank everybody so much.
All right, let's hear it for James McNeil. 3rd place. Great stories in that class. We're going to bring the silver medalist up, and he has a story to tell for sure. One of the wildest crashes of the week. Gets right up and still finishes 2nd. Let's bring up the big man, Brad Smith. And the MTF crew cheering him on. Dude, one of the wildest crashes of the week. Got up. I think he went faster after it. Front flip, no problem. Silver medal, let's hear it for Brad Smith. We'll get to the good part, the great riding in a moment, but everybody wants me to ask you about this front flip over there.
That's why I brought this up right here. Not many people wear them. I get made fun of. Shoulder cuffs, chest protector, front, back, neck brace, but I want to get up when I crash. So I hit that rut, I'm pretty sure just straight on my back, and I think it bounced me up.
I think you did ride better after that. Safety counts, kids. That's a real great lesson there. Otherwise, how'd you feel about the moto?
Awesome with the start. I was able to push a good pace with my energy, about a lap and a half, you know, shorty's breathing down my neck. I think it actually tightened me up for the rest of the race, but I opened up a gap, minus the crash, and yeah, it just helped. Like, I got in my flow. I haven't been riding good all week, just nerves, hot, and yeah, it was good. The mistake was just on me. I wanted to go faster in the turn. These bumps are sticky. They just kicked my ass end and sideways, and that was all she wrote.
Glad you're all right, Brad. Who do you want to thank, buddy?
My whole family for coming out and supporting me. Aunt and uncle, they came down last year. I got sick, so this year I could show them something. My wife, Bobby, Kissimmee Motorsports, everybody at MTF, making it easy on me getting here. Factory connection suspension, the crash is my fault, not their bike. Dunlop tires, great start. Scott goggles, Dunlop, FMF, Start Clothing, and anybody else, thank you.
There it is, everybody. Brad Smith, the runner-up. Wear a chest protector, people. Wear a back protector. It helps. Now, second time in his return to the ranch. He won some titles when he was younger. He gets the gold medal, and that is going to unlock the big trophy once again. The 40-plus champion. Let's hear it for Andrew Short. Andrew, you're one of the guys that actually is familiar with how this whole thing works. You won here as a kid. You've won again. But you did mention it's a lot different being racer dad, and Hudson was in a gnarly battle not that long ago. So what was it like processing all this?
This place is the best. It's funny to live it through my kid again. You know, me and my wife, we have great memories here. And so it's cool. It didn't go his way, and it's a great experience. If you made it here to the ranch, you have to be proud. And it's really fun to come back here as a dad. That's more important than this. And I definitely missed Brownie this year. I was hoping Chad's going to race. He's smoked me my whole life, so I was hoping to, you know, maybe poke him a little bit. But it's been a great week. Had a lot of fun. I'd like to thank Fly Racing, WPS, TJ's, Factory Connection, W Wheels, C Concepts, Mo, Casey Lee at the R&D department, Alpine Star Boots, Works Connection, FMF, Derek at HP for the dual injector, Dunlop, those guys have helped me and my kid, and MX Sports, all you guys. I know you guys put in a lot to this race, and you guys make it special. It's one of a kind, and it's been a great week, so thank you.
Glad to have the whole Short family back. He's going to get Oakley sunglasses, by the way. Everybody gets that, and then OGO 9800. But also, of course, the #1 plate from the AMA. Let's bring Mike Burkeen to the stage and crown the 40-plus national champion, Andrew Short. Take it away, boys.
All right, thank you, Jason Wygant, as we are literally dropping the gate as we speak. Give you a quick top 5 rundown here in Mini Senior 2. It's Jackson Vick in 5th. Alex Campigli in the #4 spot on 22. Cooper Johnson in 3rd. Tace Morgan 2nd. And Maddox Timmerman, your championship leader so far as they head into turn 1. It's Campigli grabbing the early race lead. Hudson Bagel in the #2 spot. Dylan Graham 3. Cooper Johnson, Hannah Jamison 4 and 5, with Elliott Bowser, Jackson Vick, Tace Morgan, and Tyler Stancic, as well as Sam O'Leary, your top 10.
Elliott Bowser has been the young man on the move as of the very initial stages of the race. He is now up to 3rd, credit with 6 on the start, so he's passed a couple of guys, but our 1st and 2nd riders have held their position as they're off to Storyland. Was that a mistake I saw by Bowser? I think as soon as I said something about him, he slid back a few.
It's all on you, K-Dub.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
A couple of riders.
Guys down. I didn't mention their names, and they're down.
Yep.
So
that one wasn't you. That must have been Megawatt out on the deck. I don't know what he was talking about. But no, those riders coming together, headed into Storyland, seeing a lot of movement back and forth. Riders trying to switch from inside to outside midway through those straightaways as we watch through the field here of Mini Senior 2.
No, Boucher's still good. I can see the white helmet there, but there is a blue bike there. That's got to be Cooper Johnson on the number 10, I would assume, based off of the start. Potentially Tace Morgan. I don't want to call it too quick.
Yeah, I think
is it Tace?
I think it's Tace Morgan.
Okay, so Tace now with an 8th place hole shot, but he's now jumping into the mix and going to put some pressure on.
Yeah, you take a look
by the tower. Now we get a read. That is, in fact, the 89 of Tace Morgan. Good call there, Dean.
And this is a big opportunity for Tace Morgan, your championship leader, Maddox Timmerman, 21st across the stripe. We'll see what he's able to work up to here in this opening lap. But Morgan only sitting 1 point behind in that second place spot. A 1-2 for Timmerman, a 3-1 for Morgan. Momentum is on the 89 side right now.
Yes, it is, and they have come across the finish line for the first time. It will be Campiglia, Morgan, 1 and 2, Hudson Vagel in 3rd, Elliott Boucher 4th, Cooper Johnson, that's the top 5.
And look at that, Timmerman all the way up to 6th already, so he has already secured himself an overall podium spot as they sit. And he's running a 153.2 on that last lap in traffic, so we'll see if he can keep the trend moving. Whoa, big kick there from Tace Morgan. He was up on the front end of that. OPAG, be curious if we could get a replay of that save, because that was a big one from Morgan. We're starting to see that might have been what happened to Smith as well. One of those bumps kind of catch you off guard just a little bit, and you could go for a ride. As watching your riders, whoa, almost come together right there as well. Crisscrossing back and forth. And headed back into Storyland once again. All right, so Mini Senior 2 off and rolling. Here is that replay. Watch the 89. Actually, just a little bit before that. So Morgan with a good save. Good job coming into those 10 commandments as well, as the battle for the lead continues. Look at this, Morgan up the inside, doesn't quite have the same drive, headed out of the corner. A little glance over from Campiglia as they head into the Thor Sand Sweeper once again. Morgan gonna run the really tight line. The Yamaha's dancing underneath him.
I'll tell you what, Mini Senior, and K-Dub will back me on this, has put in maybe the best racing of the week. And Morgan has been in a lot of those. Campiglia holding him off for the moment. Going to bring up Monica Colvin here from the Ryder Colvin Foundation. Ryder Colvin Foundation, Monica, you've been doing this for a couple of years now, and things are growing. This is a fund that can help pay the expenses a bit for riders at Loretta's.
Right. This is our 3rd year. So this year we did $19,000, 9 awards to kids. So we are growing every year. We doubled what we've done in the last 2 years. So, yeah, it's been really exciting.
Yeah, and Monica's into it. She comes here. You find everybody somehow. How many applicants did you have this year?
We had over 50 applicants this year, so...
You had to find 50 different campgrounds?
Yes.
Oh, wow. But you want to meet these people in person because they get it by sending you a story.
Right.
And explaining why the money is really necessary to get here.
Right. Yeah, and it's important to us to meet them personally. They're putting themselves out there and being vulnerable, and so we don't want that to go overlooked, because that's not what it's about. It's really about them sharing their story and us just having the opportunity to give back to the community. So
$19,000 raised. Morgan's still trying to make the move. Boucher and Vagel are battling wheel to wheel here. And Cooper Johnson, that's the rider on the number 10 Yamaha. Watch him. He's on the run toward the front. So this is in honor of your son who used to race out here, and a good way for you guys to stay connected to the sport that he loved.
Right. Yep. Yeah, this all started in 2023. He was training to come back to the ranch and had an accident, and unfortunately he passed away. So the best way that we thought that we could just really honor him was to create something that we could give back. So that's where it really came from.
And then where can people apply? You're going to do this, I'm assuming, next year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
The Monday after regionals are complete is whenever we open up the applications, and we take them for 2 to 3 weeks. And then beyond that, then we come to the ranch and award them here. So
it's like the 80 and the 86 battling right around 18 came together. Tucker Coet and the 80, whether dropping back now, that's Easton Kirby that you just saw on screen there. Campigli still holding off Morgan. Another great battle going here. So yeah, where can people do it? So it's going to open up right around regionals time next year. Where do they go?
So you can go to our website, rdcracing.com. You can learn about Rider's Story. You can support us there, merchandise and donations and all that fun stuff. We also go to different races throughout the year and set up and meet people and talk about it. And then there's also a listing of everybody that's won in the past, and then how you can qualify and apply yourself.
Yeah, so you gave out $19,000 this year, which is great, but explain where that money comes from. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the struggle, right?
Right. We don't just want winners; we want people to contribute.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's the challenge, is getting in front of those people too that want to help out. So Fly Racing has been great this year. They've helped us out a lot with product, and when we're at races, we do games and stuff where we take donations and you get to play a game and then you win prizes. So Fly Racing has given us a bunch of stuff there. We have a great graphics company that has supported us this year, High Peak Graphics. They're out of Colorado, so they've done a monetary donation in addition to giving all kinds of products and coming and helping at the races. And then FMF has been a great supporter. Same thing. They help out with a lot of product, and then we do merchandise sales. So that's where a big part of our money comes from, is people buying merch. And so yeah, we have to get creative at times.
Later just went down. Campigli stuffed the front on the exit of that corner. He had done such a good job trying to get away from Morgan in his pack. So Morgan this time, the pressure pays off. He now puts the 89 Yamaha into the lead, and he was already looking good title-wise. And man, has he earned it this week. There have been some incredible battles. So this all sounds great, either to win or to donate. And thanks to those companies that are helping. And the website again, so people know where to look.
Right, rdcracing.com.
rdcracing.com. Yeah, learn the story, contribute, and look, the money goes to people here at Loretta's to defray some costs.
Yep. Yeah, everything that we raise goes directly back to the kids. So it's really great to meet all these families and hear their stories, and just know that, you know, we're helping out some kids that aren't getting the factory support.
And that's the hardest stories to get. You know, as I always say, history is written by the winners. We always know the story, the background of, for example, Chase Morgan, probably on his way to being a superstar here. We'll know that story, but there's 40 other riders in every class. Great to get to know those people as well.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, we had one kid that got a scholarship this year, and his motor blew up, and he sent me a message. He's like, I wouldn't be able to race if I didn't have this, because he got a new motor. So, you know, and it's like, that's exactly what it's for.
Excellent. All right, rdcracing.com. Thanks, Monica. Hang out here as long as you want. Always good to see you at the races, not just at Loretta's. See you at Supercross, Motocross, you name it. Doing it for Ryder. And this class, Zach Heron, it always delivers, man.
I am telling you what, this is a show going on right now. Look at the battle. Your top three all in the same camera shot. Tace Morgan leading the way, Hudson Bagel and Maddox Timmerman all right there. You take a look at your overall picture, Tace Morgan and Maddox Timmerman, that is the battle still. We'll see where Campigli slots in after going down. Now going to drop off of that overall photo. So Cooper Jones in the 4th place spot at the moment, trying to hang on to an overall podium. Meanwhile, Tace Morgan charging as hard as he can. He's on that Altus Blue Crew Yamaha, and he is chasing after.
So what do we got in the map here?
Yeah, so this is basically it. It's coming down to Tace Morgan and Maddox Timmerman for the win. I believe it was a 1-2 for Timmerman and a 3-1 for Morgan. So it's coming into this final moto. And we had Campigli leading the way earlier. We saw him go down.
And so now it's all of the pressure literally on Tace Morgan right now. He's got the position, but he's got his competition right on his rear wheel.
Yeah, so Bagel on the 72 is second, but watch that 50 of Temmerman. Temmerman has to go to the front. He's got to take the lead away from Morgan to win the title. But first, he's got to clear Hudson Bagel, and he's trying around the outside.
And Timmerman wide open around the outside in Storyland, and he does pull up almost right next to your second place rider in Bagel. They're side by side exiting Storyland, and he's going to drive up the inside. Timmerman makes the pass and now sets his sights on Tace Morgan. We just rubbing his hands together.
It's on now. This is it. Battle for the Moto win and the title. Great job by Bagel. Not quite able to hold Temmerman back. It's now Maddox Temmerman right there on the white number 50 going after Morgan on the blue 89, and that is going to be the battle for the mini senior title. And all week these mini senior classes have put on a show. Tace Morgan has shown he can deal with some serious pressure, but it's going to be ramped up to another level right now because look at Temmerman charging.
Yeah, Morgan, no stranger to riding under pressure, training, I believe, out of the dog pound. Not riding with a lot of big bikes. He talks about being the little kid on the property. Now he's getting to be the big dog here in Mini Senior 2. He is not going to roll over. Timmerman's going to have to steal this spot away from him. And we're getting a little later in the Moto as well, so lap rider's going to start to play into things. But Timmerman a little bit slower that last lap. He was almost a second faster the last lap. Now a few tenths slower here this lap. Morgan's responded.
Yep, 4 tenths quicker was Morgan, but you can see that gap right now. Remember, Temmerman had to make a move on Bagel the last time around. He's got clear racetrack, and now he's starting to give it a look down on the inside, and you love how this track has formed. Morgan has done a great job holding riders off all week, but it's tough on this track. There are so many lines out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Dean Diaz and I were talking about it earlier. 5 or 6 different lines, but you see all 5 or 6 being used. There's not bad lines out here. Passes can be made on the outside, on the inside, and Timmerman has the ability to see where Tace Morgan's going to go. Morgan trying to ride with eyes in the back of his head. Ooh, a little hang up there for Timmerman. As he continues to drive, you hear those machines wide open as they head back into Storyland.
This is the outside line that Temmerman used a lap ago to take over second to start setting up that pass. He's not quite as close, and Morgan is not going to make it easy. Wow, they both are making mistakes pushing it now.
I'm telling you what, Jason, Tace Morgan playing it smart, theoretically taking those insides, but they're so deep in some of these hooks, it's costing them on the exit of the corners. Meanwhile, Temmerman able to flow a bit more, carry his speed, and it's carrying him right to the rear wheel of the Yamaha through the Rocky Mountain sand turn.
You guys got to check this out. Over the anthill and into the beach. The Yamaha and the Husky battling it out, the 89 and the 50. Whoever wins this one wins the title. They're back into view of that infield section.
Man, it all comes down to this. Timmerman tucks to that inside. Great drive from both of them around the Thor Sand Sweeper. Got to think Timmerman maybe just a little quicker on the lap time this last lap as they come to the stripe once again. Timmerman, he's far on the inside. It's a much steeper angle, but he launches all the way over the Tunnel of Love. Going to try to carry that into the... Oh, man, did they come together. Look at that. Morgan not getting pushed around.
I thought Temmerman had the pass made. Morgan elbows up, says, I got the line covered. Another battle, a rematch. Down this long front straightaway, headed to the short chute. Lap riders there they're going to have to deal with soon.
And we'll see how that's going to affect things. Top of your screen, look at this. Morgan playing it smart. He fades wide. Timmerman cuts back underneath him. Down the long short chute they go. Timmerman just a bit more on the inside into the 10 Commandments side by side, Weech.
The racecraft of Morgan, he's going everywhere Temmerman wants to go, but this time, the 50 is able to shut the door from the outside. Oh, and then he cross-ruts side by side again. Can Temmerman lock it down?
This is so crucial for Tace Morgan. He goes down just like that. The front end pops over the rut, and Timmerman lays it down. Morgan gets handed the lead back.
Unbelievable.
Wow. It's almost that small braking concentration of, I've made the pass, now I got to go. And just like that, Timmerman finds himself on the ground. Morgan now got a little room to play with, as I think Timmerman might have lost additional spots as well.
Oh, there's a army right there ready to gang up on him. The Bees, he's caught it in now. You got Bagel and Cooper Johnson on that number 10. He has been on a roll from the back, and he's in this fight. So now, Temmerman goes from bad to worse. Not only did he lose the lead and potentially the title, but he's got a fight on his hands if he wants any chance to get back in it.
Yeah, I was about to say, Timmerman cannot take even a second to try to figure out what happened. He's got his hands full as these guys try to knock him off of the overall podium, potentially. Cooper Jones in that 3rd overall spot as they sit.
Johnson, that's Cooper Johnson there.
Or Cooper Johnson, yeah, excuse me.
Vagel on that 72 almost threw it down. Timmerman is going to throw everything he has at it. He's got to make a quick pass to reclaim 2nd.
2 laps hard.
And I'll head down to the podium in this one. Will it be Tace Morgan, who has proven to be the master of riding under pressure? Multiple motos this week getting it done when another rider looked like he had it.
Man, and you can tell Morgan wanting to know what happened. He looked back as he made his way through the mechanics area, did not see anybody. There was no fender in sight at that time, so Morgan knows to himself, hey, I've got just a little room to play with. I need to just hit my marks right now. Don't need to do anything fancy. A 2:04 on that last lap, not the best lap time, and Timmerman tips over again. This is the quicksand we talk about. Bad goes to worse as he's rushing. He's trying to get some time and trying to get that 2nd place spot back, forces yet another mistake, and that allows Cooper Johnson to get around as well.
And I'm not sure what that's going to do as far as overall shakeup goes, because Johnson right now is 3rd overall, but as they come to time to score, it might change things.
And look at that, Johnson makes an additional pass. So Cooper Johnson on the Yamaha really taking advantage here in the final couple of laps. The 2-lap card out.
Yamaha's 1 and 2 now with Tace Morgan and Cooper Johnson riding really well. Man, the pressure, the pass, Tace Morgan, man, everything's going right for him this moto. What do you see?
It's getting wild out here, Dean, in Storyland. Vagel catches a foot, almost gets tossed over the side of the motorcycle, somehow able to hang on to it. But meanwhile, Timmerman now right back to his rear wheel as they get ready to slam their way through that Rocky Mountain sand section. There you see the number 10 Yamaha of Cooper Johnson now in the number 2 ride. Timmerman and Vagel going at it for 3rd in the moto, and how is that going to affect the overall photo? As look at Timmerman getting wild once again.
Timmerman, I think, is kind of losing mentally.
Yes.
No, he was riding hard. He got there, he crashed, and you got to really just take a deep breath, like Sophie does, pull a tear off, reset, get back out there, and start charging again, because you don't want to throw it away and almost take yourself off the podium.
Look at this lap rider starting to affect things as well. He was in the low line of that sand sweeper. Vagel got hung up just a little bit. White flag coming out, 1 to go, a 2:03 for Tace Morgan on that last lap. As now it is Cooper Johnson in the number 2 ride, Hudson Vagel in 3rd, and that does change around. No, it doesn't. So Timmerman still secure in 2nd place. So Maddox Timmerman gonna start to think maybe what the overall picture looks like. Does not want to risk getting knocked off of that overall podium. But Johnson now in the 3rd place spot, as now we lock in with your leader, Tace Morgan.
Yeah, I'm hoping the board says go to the mechanics area, calm down, relax. Yep. Still 2nd overall here. As we're watching on screen now, Tace Morgan navigating his way through. And what I call him the Terminator. Terminator Tace Morgan. He is charging hard and making it happen here through the commandments he goes. There goes the 72 of Vagel. And just behind Vagel, we see Johnson. Johnson is just in front of Vagel. Then we see Timmerman behind Vagel.
What an incredible run from Tace Morgan, staying calm in those situations as well. He didn't always have this lead. He got past Dean, but he didn't allow those small things to affect him and ruin his entire moto. He went back to work. He started to chip away at it, and Tace Morgan, he's on that Altus Motorsport back Blue Crew Yamaha, looking good and just about half a lap away from not only a win, but a number 1 place.
Yeah, I heard you talking about earlier, training the dog pound with all them big boys. You know, that helps him hold his composure out here on this racetrack. And look at there, we see number 10 of Johnson making his way through some more lap riders, and Vagel doing a good job. Quick work there in the Rocky Mountains section.
Oh, look at that. They both go down. That's Vagel and Timmerman. Timmerman trying to give him the business. They're up at the same time. That's going to be a fun drag race to watch all the way to the finish, as Vagel not going to be super stoked on that one. Timmerman just doing whatever it took to try to make the path happen. But meanwhile, through the Bermuda Triangle, checkered flag in sight, your mini Senior 2 champion, Tace Morgan, gets the job done. As here is the battle
for that third place spot. Cooper Johnson. Timmerman down again in the final corner. Going to hand the spot over to Bagel. Going to get the final spot on the podium in this moto. And let's wait for it. Timmerman got to come across the line. We'll see. He gets fourth in the moto, and that will secure second place in the championship. Elliott Bowser going to round out your top 5 in that race. Dean, I'm out of breath almost after that. That was an incredible race.
Honestly, I can't believe what I've seen. We said it, but that race was intense. It was exciting. It was good all the way through and through. Tace Morgan coming away with it. Cooper Johnson going to finish up second in the moto. Hudson Bagel. And then we got Maddox Timmerman, Elliott Bowsher, Jackson Vick, Alex Campigli, Jake Willis, Dylan Graham, and rounding your top 10, one of our girl riders out there ripping in the Mini Senior 2, Hannah Jameson.
And you can see there it is, Tace Morgan taking it all in, dumping some water on the head.
He's actually my neighbor out there in the Progressive Campground.
Oh,
so
okay.
Be some excitement there tonight.
Yeah, big fan of Tace and the whole family. Got to hang out with them at one of the Blue Crew Invitationals earlier this year. And, man, when you've got guys like Damon Bradshaw and Ryan Villapoto saying you're doing things right, you must be doing things right, because they were very impressed with what they see. And
absolutely. It's a full family.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. And taking a look. Checkered flag coming out. And I am seeing some red cross flags there at the finish as well. So maybe a rider just off the side of the track. So everybody proceeding with caution. But let's get ready to sit things down and celebrate on the podium.
Man, had some good races as of late. Come down front. This dude is in the hunt. He's making passes, getting past, you name it. What a pack. Hudson Bagel taking third. Is that fun, being in battles like that?
Yeah.
It actually is?
Yeah, it's fun.
And did you know you were battling for podium?
Yeah, I know.
So you won a pretty bad.
Yeah, I got taken out by the sand section, but I got back up before he got back up, and I just passed him, and then he fell right here, so I just got second.
Yep, well done. Who do you want to thank?
Factory, Mom and Dad, Factory Connection, TLR, Parker MX, and everyone else, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for him. Hudson Bagel. Runner-up should have been Cooper Johnson on the number 10. Yamaha goes 1-2 in Mini Senior, so the Blue Crew making some serious advancements in the mini cycle classes. 10. Over here. 1 sec so we can hear each other. All right, sight laps underway. Man, what a battle. That whole moto, you were making passes, you were charging.
Yeah, I got up to like a good start, was around 4th or 5th, was chilling in 5th for a while, and then I started getting my flow down, passing people. Some people crashed, it's unfortunate, but I got around them and got second.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank? You've been fast all week.
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Yamaha Blue Crew, Donnie Luce, Rusty, Monster Energy, Renthal, PR2 Suspension, Sokol, Pro Circuit, Dunlop Tires, Tamer Whole Shot Devices, One Industries, Monster Mike, Dunlop, and then everyone else, thank you very much.
Cooper Johnson taking second. And I gotta say, he is the master of riding under pressure, digging out moto wins and now a title. Let's hear it for the number 89, Tace Morgan. Another gold. And even better than that, the big trophy in Mini Senior. Can't wait to talk about this one, because I'll tell you what, the battles you're in all week, yeah, perfect, put that right there. The battles you're in all week, and you did it again. You and Maddox Timmerman were going at it. You were making it tough on them. You never gave up, and it paid off.
Yeah, I've been working really hard for this race. I knew I had it once I got that start. I Maddox had the front end off me out the gate, and then I just started leading off the back, and I started pushing over on him, and I ended up getting the start on him. And then I got to the lead. I just started riding him on a race. He got around me, and then I got it back, fell.
Yeah, but I'm telling you what, man, because you didn't give up on it. Didn't you have another moto this week where you lost a lead and got it back?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. Down in the sand section. You've been riding well. What is it like to get the national title?
It feels awesome. I've been working really hard for it.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Yamaha amateur team, Donnie, Ed, Jordan, Yamalube, Moose, Parts Unlimited, Dunlop, MX Tires, Bell, 100%, Alpine Star, SKDA Graphics, Guts, VP, Fuels, ASV, Tamer, FMF, Twin Air, ODI, Motion Pro, Hinson, T-Rex, Moto Freaks, Nihilo, R-Tech, Moto, IMS, Dirt Care, Win and Kim, Jacob Hayes, Monster Mike, Monster, and everyone that helps me out. Thank you so much.
All right, let's bring up Mike Burkeen and the #1 plate. And let's get loud and celebrate with the mini senior champion, Tace Morgan. Congrats, Tace, and take it away, boys.
Thank you so much for that. We do appreciate it. Weeds down there on the podium. Tace Morgan getting a celebration picture with Mike Burkeen as we line up now our 450C class. And 10th overall out here, getting ready to take off the gate in the 450C class. Looking at Jordan Allen. 9th place, Parker Shalowski. 8th place, Colton Moe. 7th was Sean Sutton. Owen Thiel in 6th. 5th, it was Mason Sikanakis. In 4th, Zachary Chambers. In 3rd on the podium, Michael Thompson, number 91. Cannon Kaufman on the number 67. And Cooper Bergeron. He's the man on point right now.
So here we go, 450C off and rolling. Oh, a little bit of bar bang in there just outside of the gate. Looks like it's a Yamaha. Jet White leading the way.
Oh no, tough break for riders there. Look like the number 19 machine having some issues.
Yep, not what they wanted to see. Mason Sakanikis. Good start for him on the 79. In the number 2 spot, Owen Thiel, Austin Gore, and Hunter Trumbull, your top 5 across the line. As looks like problems for one of the Blue Crew riders there in that corner going down. But no problems for the Blue Crew of Jet White out front.
Yeah, Jet White looking really good out in front right now. This is one of those riders, you know, riding the ride the dreams are made of, getting the whole shot out here at Loretta Lynn Ranch, trying to lead out this first lap, but he has a lot of competition right there behind him. Pushing through into Soy Land they go now. We're looking for Sakanikis, Thiel, Gore, charging down, trying to get around Jet White on this opening lap.
Man, how about it? As they sit right now, whoa, look at this. Yamaha making some moves. That might have been Hunter Trumbull. Jet White, Mason Sakanikis. Mason Sakanikis leading the way in that championship. The 91 of Michael Thompson sitting in the 2nd place spot after lap 1. And it looks like the 77 in the number 3 ride of Owen Thiel. There is the battle. The 79 of Sakanikis and the 88 of Hunter Trumbull going at it as they get ready to come by us here in the tower for the first time.
Yeah, going by the tower for the first time they go, launching off that progressive launch into that corner, through that Thor Singer sweeper. Your leader, man, making a breakaway for it here, Zach, in this one.
Yeah, impressive to see as out front, get a look at these lap times, see exactly what they look like. As White really putting a solid ride together in these openers. Trumbull does make the pass as Mason Sakanikis drops to 3rd, and at the moment that puts the 91 of Thompson in the number 1 spot. As we take a look at that overall picture, Cooper Bergeron sitting on a 1-1. Let's see where Cooper's at. He was in the 26th place spot when he came across the stripe, so a lot of work ahead for the 57. Cannon Kaufman, a 2-2, and Cannon is all the way back in.
There he is, right there, the 11th place.
Ah, yes, 11th. Okay, yeah, looked right over him there. So Kaufman outside of the top 10 right now. Michael Thompson had a 3-4 coming into this moto in 3rd. Now in control of the championship as they sit.
And we talk about it. We talk about it all the time. And it looked like we're seeing some consistency, but this is the C class. It's definitely some inconsistency going on right now, as a lot of our heavy hitters didn't get off to a great start. The best one off to a good start was Michael Thompson, but he's still back in the 5th place position, has a lot of battling to do.
Well, the biggest point of what we're talking about here is as they sit. That's the big thing, Dean. Every pass being made as one rider goes down. That's 49. The 49.
Wyatt Gordon, man. Tough break for Gordon right there. He was running 4th place, but that's good news for Michael Thompson, who is already on the point here in the championship. Here they come out of Storyland now, making their way into that Rocky Mountain sand sweep. Before you know it, they'll be taking the left end of that ski jump there into the center of the racetrack. We're watching number 70, Jet White, lead out the number 79. Sakanikas, though, trying to make some moves and trying to reel in our leader, Jet White.
Hey, guys.
Go ahead, Jason.
Found a familiar face in the infield. You might remember him as last year's Horizon Award winner. Drew Adams decided to just come back and hang out.
Oh, yeah. Flew in this morning and just wanted to come back and watch some racing. You know, we've been on a 2-week break right now, and I just can't get away from dirt bikes.
It was crazy. You just told me, like, dude, I wish I could be racing here this year.
Yeah, I definitely miss it. You know, it's pretty much my hometown race. I grew up 2.5 hours from here, and you know, it's a really fun place and a really cool place, and you know, I mean, every kid makes their whole childhood memories here.
And you get to celebrate. This year you're not racing. You don't have to be as serious. So what are you going to treat yourself to that you have not done in years at Loretta's?
I plan on getting in the creek today. That's my mama never allowed me to do it when I was here because I always got sick. And I'll probably get an ice cream cone as well. So.
We won't tell anyone back in the dog pound. You'll be good for Ironman, right?
Oh, yeah. Ready to go.
That's last year's Horizon Award winner. Thanks for coming back, Drew Adams. That's cool. Drew is putting in his vote. He wants Pro Motocross to come back and hold another national at Loretta's because he wants to race in Tennessee. Thanks, boys.
All right. Thanks, Jason. And what's up to Drew Adams hanging out with us is look at this battle we've got through the 10 Commandments. Sakanikas along the outside. We have lost Michael Thompson. He went down, it looks like. Look at this. Coming together. Sakanikas not giving it up. This guy's used to skimming trees. He's not worried about little contact with another rider.
Yeah, Jet White in that Yamaha, man, making it move right there. He wants this lead back for sure. And we just got the memo. Drew Adams submitted that autograph signing yesterday over at Fox, man. Good to see Drew Adams here on property, hanging out with everybody, all his buddies from the past. Here we go. They're making their way out of Storyland right now, and it looks like Sakanikas going to lose another position as number 50 is Sean Sutton makes a move. So Sutton now moving up into the 2nd place position. It's Jet White on his Yamaha in the lead. And behind him in 2nd on his KTM is number 50 is Sean Sutton. Sakanikas there in 3rd. He will round up the top 3 now as they make their way over that ski jump into the center of the racetrack. They go now. And we got our eyes on number 50 as he hits that Camelback and hits the progressive launch into the Thor Parts Unlimited Sand Sweeper. Both riders go to the inside line. No harm, no foul right there. Nothing gained, nothing lost. As they come into time this corner, let you know what it's looking like as far as lap times goes. Last lap through is 2:10, 2:09, 2:07. This time we're going to see a 2:08 for Jet White. So White, like we talked about, he came back and he's charging hard. Sean Sutton in that 2nd place position. Mason Sakanikas falling back to 3rd like we talked about. And outside that top 3, what do we got, Zach?
Yeah, taking a look. Cannon Kaufman now checks into the 4th place spot. Hunter Trumbull and Michael Thompson, 4, 5, and 6. Owen Thiel, Aiden Proctor, Colton Moe, and Parker Cook. Now your top 10 here in 450C. Things changing around a little bit on the overalls as well as Cannon Kaufman has now jumped into the championship lead in that 4th place spot currently. And Michael Thompson still looking strong in the 2nd place spot on the overall. And Cooper Bergeron now starting to make some moves happen as well. He steals that last podium spot away from Mason Sakanikas. So we'll see if the 79 can try to respond
maybe get back around Sean Sutton is. Look at this battle on screen, Dean.
Super aggressive right now, and I want to point out, I see him back in 11th with Michael Thompson. He's up to 6th now, and we see over here, as far as championship goes, it says he's 2nd overall, but he's got some passes to make, and the man in charge right now is the man in 4th at 67, a Cannon Hoffman, who's also caught a little bit of battle out there on the racetrack. Here they come now, making their way out of Storyland. We're watching number 50 of Sean Sutton trying to reel in our leader, Jet White. But White, no, he got out front early. He got past. He got back in the lead with that aggressive line we've seen there in the Storyland. And he has not looked back since he's got back in the lead. And he doesn't want to look back because he's going to get a face full of the number 50 of Sean Sutton. Here comes Sutton, and behind Sutton we see the 79 and the 67 of Cannon Hoffman. And Kaufman, if he makes any more moves, it's going to give him some comfort here going on at the end of this race.
Absolutely, and one of our Race Tech featured races here, making sure you guys have a plush ride out there. Race Tech, a big thank you to all of them for hanging out with us here in 2025 and for being a featured sponsor of this Race Tech Moto. As look at the battle, the 70 going at it with the 50. Sean Sutton putting the pressure on Jet White for that Moto lead. As these guys racing to show what could have been the 70 of Jet White, a 13th and a 12th.
Side right now through the billboard. Unfortunately, one of the riders had to take that long outside. One of them had to take that tight inside. That outside, though, is making it work.
Look at the speed carrying past that Yamaha Mechanics area.
I mean, you put a pit board out on the side-by-side like that, you don't know how to get that rider to see the board as it makes it to the mechanics area.
Hold it on your chest, basically. That's all you can do.
That's all you can do. Here they go. They're coming out of the corner into the short chute before. Oh,
look at that.
Sideways.
Two-man enter, one-man leave. Only room for one in that rut for sure as Sutton going to go to work on the outside, hits that triple. That's going to be a big help for him.
Yeah, super big help right there, man. These passes have been made and changed and all over the place out there on the racetrack, and that's what this track does the best. We got multiple lines in every single corner of the track. You can't say it's hard to pass out there, and if you are, I'm not calling you a liar, but I've seen a lot of passing happen out there all day. Here they come out of Storyland right now. It is still Jet White, Sean Sutton battling out. My favorite section of the racetrack here is coming out of the back of the Storyland. You go double, triple out of there. Looks like Sutton has made the move. So Sean Sutton now making the move. Jet White is going to slip back to the 3rd place position right now as Sean Sutton carries Kaufman in with him. And Cooper Bergeron, he's making his way up into this podium picture as far as the overall goes. He's sitting 2nd overall right now, and he's not done yet either. I'll tell you what, this race is far from over. Only 4 laps in. This Race Tech Moto is amazing right now, and I'll tell you what, there's a good reason they put Race Tech on this one, because these riders out here, I guarantee you, are running those Race Tech Gold Valves. And if you don't have Race Tech Gold Valves, you haven't tried Race Tech Gold Valves, I recommend you definitely try some.
So like we said, one of our featured Race Tech Motos here.
Wow. This race is getting better and better lap after lap. I'm trying to see if there's any signal. Yes, there is a signal. 2-lap board is out, Zach. 2 more to go in this one. We're going to give you a rundown, a top 10 rundown. Sean Sutton, Cannon Kaufman, Jet White, Michael Thompson, Mason Sakanikas, Cooper Bergeron, like I said, he's on the move. Owen Thiel, Colton Lowe, Wyatt Gordon, Hunter Trumbull rounds out your top 10. And what I'm looking for is Thompson. Thompson there in 4th right now, but he's got a lot of work to do now because he's got Jet White, Cannon Kaufman, and Sean Sutton right in front of him.
Take a look at this. Cannon Kaufman working his way through. Look at the drive through the 10 Commandments. As there we see the number 70 of Jet White. Headed back into Storyland once again. That 2-lap card out.
A lot of the riders hitting a safer line. They're hitting a triple on the left side right there, cruising around. Solid ride for the number 67 of Cannon Kaufman. Cannon Kaufman, oh, big dab right there.
Ooh, hang on to it now.
And that's another challenge here at Loretta Lynn's. You get that white flag, you start breathing a little bit, you ride a little bit relaxed, kind of change the way you ride. And these challenging Ruts will definitely take advantage of that. You know, it's kind of like getting on the horse for the first time. The horse knows if you're scared or not.
Absolutely, yeah, there is no question about it. And the 67 not looking scared at all as he launches up over that wall jump. And it's just about a lap and a quarter away from a checkered flag. Going to buzz by us here in the Tower Scrubs off the progressive launch.
Man, what a great race that was. I know we say it a lot, but that was definitely a good one. A lot of positions being changed throughout the moto.
Have you guys taken a good look at this track?
Oh, it's fantastic.
It is absolutely incredible right now. And I believe it's the first time, Kevin Kelly, all week long, if we look over here, 78.3 is the temperature, 78.3 is the feel.
Yeah.
I can't believe it matches, fellas. That's incredible.
And that's what I like so much, this overcast sky giving a lot of cloud coverage out there, and I think it's really helped the track keep moisture.
The bikes run better. The bodies work better. The track keeps more moisture. The spectators are way more comfortable. Just a beautiful day here to start championship rounds on a Friday at the ranch.
Yeah, you couldn't draw it up any better than this, and love to see that infield filling out now. People lined all along the fence, and good reason why. Look at the show that we've got right now. The 57 of Cooper Bergeron, the man on a mission as well. He's now worked his way inside the top 5, and he may be trying to take that overall away. He's got 2 points to play with on Cannon Kaufman.
Yeah, so all eyes right now on the 57 of Bergeron. Can he make a move before it's over? And I think that will definitely play a factor as far as the overall championship score goes. Here he goes in a Story William one last time. Looks like he's already got the number 70 of Jet White, so where would that put him as far as points go?
Let's see, a 1-1-3, that's going to put him at 5 points overall, and a 2-2-1, that's 5 as well.
Got to pass one more.
Going to be interesting. Yep, got to get it done.
And he is all over the rear wheel, number 50, Sean Sutton. This is a championship move right here. Cooper Bergeron rails around the outside. It's been a good line. We've seen it as they go into the Rocky Mountain sand section. There's your leader, Cannon Kaufman. He's in the driver's seat right now, but here comes number 57. He's made the move on the number 50 of Sean Sutton. So
such a tough spot to be in if you're Cannon Kaufman. All you can do is try to bring this win home. Meanwhile, behind you, Cooper Bergeron powers his way past in the Rocky Mountain sand section. They're going to come by the tower here for the final time. Kaufman might think he's got the job done. Bergeron wasn't in that position when they crossed the mechanics area last. So Bergeron, he's got his leader in sight. One more straightaway to go out of the Bermuda Triangle, and it will be Cannon Kaufman grabbing the win. He's fired up. Cooper Bergeron going to cross the line in the second place spot and steals away the title with it.
Yeah, Cannon Kaufman's super pumped about the win. He might even thought he had the championship, but unfortunately, Cooper Bergeron ripping it away from that last lap. Solid ride for Bergeron. Sutton, Jet White going to finish up 4th, running a top 5 on track. Michael Thompson. And Thompson will be 3rd overall on the podium, Zach.
Yeah, a fantastic ride from the 91. Mason Sakanikas behind them in 6th. That's going to be 4th overall for you. And behind Mason, Colton Moe in the 7th place spot. Wyatt Gordon, Owen Thiel, and Cooper Cowett for top 10. Dayton Lowry checks in the 11th place spot. Austin Gore, Parker Shalosky, Jordan Allen, Hunter Trumbull, Zachary Chamber, Aiden Proctor. Bladen Blakesley actually makes a move there on the last lap. Brock Worcester in the 18th spot. Aiden Proctor 19th, and Jax Cravenbull, your top 20, brought to you by our friends over at Racetech. Let's get ready to send things down to the podium and crown another champion here in 450C.
We're going to get the Moto winner on up. Let's get Kaufman on up. Wow. Do not use the microphone when you're under the tent. Just learned that lesson the hard way. Cannon Kaufman, head on up. Gonna hand out a gold medal here, and this is big. This guy rode great all week. He's not gonna get the title in the end. It came so darn close, but still, he gets to go home with the gold. Let's hear it for the 67 of Cannon Kaufman. You get that moto win. You rode great all week. I know you're just gonna miss the title here. Come on over here. And Stu, you got to be proud of the way you've rode.
Yes, sir, I am. Thought I was going to be able to get a good start, and I wasn't there. My reaction time wasn't there. So I had to fight really hard to get that. I saw those three in front of me, and I was like, oh, man, it's going to be a hard push. And I ended up just finding a good line through the sand section. I was able to gain a lot of speed there.
Excellent. All right, man, who do you want to thank for a gold medal ride?
I'd like to thank my dad, my mom, my grandma, TK's Painting, J&W Concrete, JTRD, Crazy K Customs, Coeur d'Alene Power Sports, Adrenaline Addiction Rentals, Joe, Bryce, Josh, and Cole at Coeur d'Alene Power Sports, Carrie at Grindstone just helped me a ton so I can push that hard through that whole moto, Sherwin-Williams, and thank you everyone else who I missed.
Moto winner, let's hear it for Cannon Kaufman. Great job, Cannon. We do need the 67 machine to come on back, and we'll bring the championship bike on up. And in that transition, I'm going to talk to Sean Sutton, who ended up third in this 450C Moto. So we'll bring Sean Sutton on up, and then we will talk to the champion. Thank you. Well, he led some. He ends up third. Let's hear it. Sean Sutton. Got to lead some laps at Loretta's again, man. It's got to feel good.
Oh, it feels so good. I can't even explain it. It's such an unreal feeling.
Cool. How'd the rest of the moto go?
About a week and a half ago, I buccal fractured it and got a pretty bad concussion. And I just didn't want to go home. I wanted to come here and have fun. And I've been under the tent pretty much all week, but I just haven't been able to get under the top three. And it's such a good feeling.
Awesome. First ever medal for you?
Yes.
Awesome. Good job fighting through the injury. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Federon, Game Moto, T-Rex Bill Throttle. I want to be able to do this moto and getting first for a second without it with my wrist right now. So if you don't have one, please go get one. They're awesome. Fly Racing. I want to thank my mom and dad for coming and helping me, the friends and family back home, and the girlfriend here to watch. And that's about it.
All right. Hey, well done. Let's hear it for Sean Sutton out of Utah. Well done. And let's bring the championship bike up. What a comeback. And it will earn the #1 plate. 13th to 2nd, and that is enough to dig out the title. Let's bring up the silver medalist, which will be the champ. Gets the Oakley gift certificate, the OGO bag. Come on up. Let's hear it for the new champion, Cooper Bergeron. And that's what matters right there. Take that, buddy. That's a feeling that only hard work can buy, especially in a third moto where you got to make a come-from-behind effort. Showing some strength here, too. All right, Coop. We had you pretty far back early. You can put that down if it's too heavy for you. You already did all the hard work. Take me through the comeback.
It was pretty difficult. I didn't think I was going to get. I was looking for, I don't know his name, but number 36 the whole time. I wasn't sure if I passed him. And then the last lap, I took a look over in the sand, and I seen him in the lead. And I knew I had to get the last two people in front of me to be able to clinch it.
And you got it done. So last lap, 2 passes.
Well, I got the first one at the beginning of the lap, and then I got up on the second one, and I just took it easy, found a good spot, and got by him, and then just rode it in from there.
Unbelievable. What is this feeling like?
It's amazing. I've been working really hard for this since pretty much last year. I didn't even make it last year in this class.
And now you're the champ?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Phoenix Suspension, Chris Blows, everybody at Next Level, thank you so much. Jessica Patterson, Eddie Ray, Timmy Ferry, Scott Racing, FMF, Fly, Renthal, everybody at Helco watching, Cole Krapewski for helping me with everything back at the facility, and anyone I forgot, thank you so much.
Let's bring up the AMA #1 plate and make this official. The 450C champion is Cooper Bergeron. Awesome job. You get to celebrate, take some photos, shake some champagne, get the Oakleys. Just got to leave that trophy there when you're done. We'll give it to you in closing ceremonies. You want to bring home, the plate is yours. Congratulations, everybody.
All right, here we go. Race number 9, 250B Limited. I've got our top 5 finisher, Christopher Harris, with a 5.4 score, goes in with 9 points. The 49 to Brendan Harrison with a 2.6 goes in with 8 points. Max Shane, number 39, sitting in third with a 3.2 fifth. Bacadian Fitch, 4-1. He's tied. And then Wyatt Thurman goes a 1 and a 3 with 4 points.
Yeah, we are live, Wes. Looks like Max Shane stretching it out. I believe he's got the start for the moment. KTM rider challenging.
Here they go. 3 or 4 wide as they come down. Here they come. Max Shane looks over, tries to take that line. He cuts off Fitch. So keep an eye peeled. Wyatt Thurman with a good break this time, Kevin.
Yeah, it looked like Haiden Bailey was right there as well.
So here they go, rifling down through the 10 Commandments. And the guy with the championship on his mind right now, Max Shane, if you ended right now, would be the champ, but it's way too early to even think about that when they've got a long way to go here. A couple of riders getting tangled up over there after the 10 Commandments before they get into Storyland. Up on their trusty steeds, they fire that button up one time and off they go. Kevin, what do you see in Storyland?
Well, I was checking out the 99 Haiden Bailey. He has like 13-11 moto scores, and what better way to finish off your time here at the ranch with a jam-up start right there on the KTM. I believe he's gotten passed by Fitch now, but what a great start for that young man, so we haven't said his name too much. So it's Shane and Fitch running 1 and 2 currently, and Haiden Bailey slips back to third.
Wyatt Thurman now ripping a tear off as he hits that wall jump, and he is a man on a mission right now. There's your leader right there as he jumps past the tower. I've got Shane, Fitch, that 99 ride of Haiden Bailey, and then Wyatt Thurman. Kevin is ahead in the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, how about Wyatt Thurman was 10th place on that start, and he is going to be challenging for the lead here in just a moment. He's on that number 30 machine, the KTM. Hey, we got to give another shout out. I know you covered it, not for you, but for Brad Smith. That dude is an advocate for wearing that chest protector. Maybe a little bulky, maybe something, whatever it is. I would wear that. I don't know how people ride without him. He did a full front flip. We were right down here to watch it, and he just popped right back up. Said it bounced him back up. He felt like it sprung him back up off the ground.
Well, then I need to start wearing one. Tough break for number 12. Coming from behind the billboards. A little tip over there.
That's Christopher Harris.
So Christopher Harris going to get back going again. He was a top 5 rider into the championship, but look out. Max Shane through the 10 Commandments, making it look happy. Now there's a little challenge going on for second. Fitch is starting to feel the pressure from the number 30 of Wyatt Thurman.
Yeah, Fitch needs to go forward. If he loses another spot, he loses championship points. He's 1 point behind Max Shane. So he's got to get in front of Max Shane just to tie him in the points, and then obviously he needs to stay there. That'll break the tie. So Max Shane wants nothing to do with that, Wes Kane.
Well, I'm telling you what's about to happen here. We're watching here. Here comes Max Shane as he pops over the double triple out of Storyland. There's Fitch, and you can see the white helmet from the non-combatant out there, Wyatt Thurman.
Man, look at Thurman, the amount of speed he carried around that corner, headed into the sand section, pulled up right alongside Fitch.
Fitch,
Man,
Fitch kind of slammed the door on him though a little bit, and now they are hook and ladder 1 and 2. Watch now. This is where a lot of things happen at. Fitch goes to the inside. Here it comes Thurman now with a good drive. He's going to buzz the tower into the sand section.
Hey, that's great news for Max Shane too. Y'all battle it out. Let me stretch this lead out, and we'll just I'll take care of the championship.
But Shane down on the lap time a little bit. We'll check him out. Look out.
Thurman bounced out of that rut right there, almost wound up going down. Incredible save from the KTM, but going to have to go back to work as he almost had that pass made on McCaden Fitch.
Well, he's working on it. We've seen some riders when they get together right there at Devil's Triangle, Zach, and by the time they get to the 10 Commandments in Storyland, they've already made the attack.
Yep. The Devil's Triangle now.
Oh, who we got?
Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, no.
99 down.
It's Aiden Bailey, one of our great starters, was leading this for a moment. And Max Shane, it's good news for him. Y'all slug it out. I got it.
Well, you better watch out. They have both drawn up on the rear bumper of Max Shane.
Man, this is going to be a fun one to watch. Kevin, I heard you talking about it yesterday. Max Shane, one of the top-ranked riders on that Verb Moto Prospect app coming into this event. So the pressure was on even before the first gate drop of the week.
For sure. Yeah, and you know they think about that kind of stuff. And he's expected to win now. Yamaha wants him to win. They put him, or excuse me, Husqvarna, they put him on a good bike. And he's doing a good job of it so far. He's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to stay in front of Wyatt Thurman, who is trying to fight off McCaden Fitch.
Well, here they go down into Storyland. You got to choose your line wisely. Fitch goes a little bit to the outside, sets up the number 30 of Thurman side by side. Here they come, tripling out of Storyland. Thurman cuts over looking for that inside line and uses a little body English now. Zach, as they come down.
How did he go that fast in that turn?
Super fast.
He never let off, and you can see it's incredible. Fitch is able to maintain that pace. Looks like Thurman riding just a tick over his head. You can see how badly he wants to get around the 29.
Well, here's what's happening. The 39 hears them barking back.
Oh, yeah.
So now he's got to pick up the pace and start to push. There's the lap time, 1:56, Fitch 1:56. Thurman 1 second up, but that doesn't mean he can't make the strike at any time.
Yeah.
Kevin.
No, they've been side by side for the better part of a lap now as we continue to watch Fitch and Thurman just absolutely throw down.
Wyatt Scruggs off that single, headed past the finish line.
Fitch riding a wide bike and a wide track right now.
He is everywhere Thurman wants to be.
He's getting dealt the bad lines. Now, see Fitch taking a little wide, try to chop him off. Now crisscrossing through.
Oh, what happened here? Thurman, did the bike let go?
Thurman's bike, Wyatt Thurman's
stalled the machine.
No, I don't know.
He's coming in. Tough break for Wyatt Thurman. There's Dad over there.
That might end up on the Radio Fox Heartbeat or Heartbreaker.
Wow.
Move of the day there. That's a bummer for Wyatt Thurman. Jason Wygate's over there trying to check it out and see what's going on.
Man, tough break.
Oh.
All his mechanical knowledge, Weege, is just a whiz when it comes to
my heart goes out for Wyatt Thurman. He had this thing. He just needed a couple more laps to really set sail on our leader.
But, you know, that wouldn't have changed the championship. The championship lies between these two riders right here. That's the drama, Shane and Fitch. Fitch had to get around him. Shane has a 1.3. Fitch has a 1.4. There's the 30. We're looking at the machine there.
If Thurman could have got around both those guys, he would have been right there.
Yeah,
Thurman had the championship. All he had to do was go around Fitch and get after Shane, and we have plenty of time for that. And we, not only did they get robbed, we got robbed of calling something really special that would have probably went down. It would have been great.
Oh, now I'm mad. We got robbed.
Don't get mad.
Get even.
Hey, look out. All right, here we go.
So they're still tied in points, though. 4-1 scores.
Yeah, now it's between
Fitch.
these guys.
Shane has 3-2 scores. So winner take all right here. If you're Shane, stay right there. If you're Fitch, you got to go get him.
You got to pass it.
Coming from winners take all.
There it is. Nicely done.
All right, here we go. Into the Bermuda Triangle.
The Devil's Triangle is trying to rename it. Can't do that.
You're a sinful man. Get out of the triangle.
All right, we are just clicking off laps here. A 1:57 for both Shane and Fitch.
In front of the billboard, you can see them. Kevin, if you got a camera,
use it.
Because they're both in the frame. That's just how close they are. Jason Wygant. Hey, you're good. Just stay right there. You're drinking your coffee. You got it going on. Good job out there. You need
7-hour-old coffee Weege is all about it.
I made that cup for him. All right, now, steady she goes there. Top 10 look like this. I got McKellar in 10th. Well, we'll go the other way. Max Shane still on point. McCady Fitch in 2nd. Jace Wolf 3rd. Wyatt Harrington 4th. Ryan Jamarillo in 5th. Wyatt Duff 6th. Vittorio Fazio in 7th. Franklin Bowser 8th. Baylor Meckler and McKellar in 9th. Mason Brown 10th. Max Shane in charge of this championship right here.
Absolutely.
I like to see Wyatt Duff up there. Wyatt Duff.
He's in 6th place currently, 3rd in the championship. Good battle here. It looks like Max Shane is putting together quite the lap. He's kind of opened it up as far as we have seen it over Fitch right now as they are over by the spectator area heading into the beach.
Both running the same time, though.
Yeah, that last time, but not now. Something's going on here. Shane has got about 3-4 seconds now.
Zach, what do you see?
I'm just continuing to watch Wyatt Thurman drop to the bottom of the screen here on timing and scoring. Meanwhile, we check back in on Racer TV, and just like we said, not only is there a variety of lines, but they're usable, raceable lines as well. As Fitch really, now's kind of the opportunity. He's got to make something happen. He's got to at least get within a bike length or so, because we know Max Shane, he's in great shape, and he's not going to fade late into this moto.
No, and he's stretching out. He picked the right time to go here. Got some heater laps going on as we watch the 17 of Ryan Jaramillo trying to hold off Wyatt Duff, Fazio, Bosher, and McKellar. That's a good battle back there for all inside the top 10 here in this 250B limited class. Got some dogs on the roller over here, about ready to. We're having number 2.
Talking about dogs, we were at an Oak Hill when Jaramillo first came on the scene. He was a C rider. He's up on the podium out at Springading, and they got the dog up there. Like a real, like, hey, give me my dog.
Absolutely.
So they're dog lovers. We're dog lovers. That's great.
2 of them, 2 dogs. Oh, there's the number 96 having some problems there.
And we saw him win earlier in the week, the 96 ride. And that's Gavin Moon. Sorry about that.
96.
Tough break for him.
Not even on our scoreboard here now. There's the 17 still having some problems there with the 44, Wyatt Duff. Who'd you got, Wes?
No, that was the 96
Gavin Moon.
All right, well, here we go. Track now. Look at that line cut. Set him up, wild and woolly, and then cut down underneath him, Zach.
So watching down that little fast short chute they go, the long short chute, the longest, shortest chute of all time.
Of all the chutes.
Of all the chutes.
There's 3 wide now going into that 10 Commandments. We're looking at the 54. He's just behind Vittorio Fazio and Franklin Bosher and Wyatt Duff. And that's 10 guys in the 10 Commandments there. Each one of you get a commandment. Think about it.
You get one and you get one.
Everybody gets a commandment. Memorize it. It's the Oprah Winfrey of commandments. There's the 46 from behind, Vittorio Fazio on that Husqvarna in 8th place. He's got 7th, 6th, and 5th just in front of him. So put together some laps, maybe a little help there. You could find yourself in a top 5 finish.
Steady as she goes now for Max Shane, the number 39. Husqvarna ride out front, looking good.
I mean, if you had to pick a day to race one of your third motos, this is it. 78 degrees, overcast.
Beautiful.
Very rare, comfortable day here at Loretta Lynn's. Fall-like, if you will.
No, the first of the week, though, it was hot.
Are we doing it? Are we doing that yet?
All right, Fitch still in tow there. Championship sets like this, if it ends, you got Shane, Fitch, and Franklin Bowser in the top 3. Wyatt Duff was in 3rd on that championship, now dropped down a little bit. It's still too early to tell. Anything can happen, Zach.
Break out the Ugg boots. It feels like fall here.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. That's what we
Uggs
need.
and some pumpkin spice.
Oh, that would hit the
lattes.
spot right now.
First of all, pumpkin spice is terrible.
Yes.
Second of all, it ain't that cold out, guys. I know Sophie was down there at the podium with a hoodie and jean pump.
Whoa.
Selling it. It's perfect.
It's
not
perfect.
cold. It's not fall. It's not crisp. The leaves aren't changing.
College football in the air.
Yeah, exactly. But it is surprisingly cool for Loretta's.
Perfect.
Now, I heard the rain did hit hardcore about 5 minutes from here yesterday. Missed us. We had a drizzle and obviously some lightning.
I know you remember, like, probably 5 years ago, we actually had hoodies on, though.
Yeah, it
One
happened.
time in my 30-year career, one night we had hoodies on. It was like in the 50s. Very rare. That was a rare thing. A perfect storm.
Yep. I didn't bring one, so I just took the blanket from the hotel, was carrying it around all day.
Wow.
Watching
You little whoopee.
He's wearing a poncho.
Yeah, security. Franklin Bowser on the 15 here, watching get through that 10 Commandments.
3rd place overall.
Wow. Yeah. And he's got company, though. Ryan Yaramillo. Oh,
no, is that Max Shane?
That is our leader.
What?
The championship now.
The leader.
The
down
dog,
and not quick to get up.
The dog days of summer
That
has
is it.
risen and struck down.
He's at the bike.
We hope he's okay. He looks a little rattled.
Yeah,
I need that replay now.
Yeah.
And
there he is.
Okay, now he's got it up.
Come on, Max.
Oh,
Shane.
no, Max Shane.
Come on, buddy.
Man, that is not what the 39 needed. And we kind of were talking about it. It seemed like he could do no wrong, was flying his way through as McCaden Fitch now checks in the number 1 spot.
Unbelievable turn of events here.
This is what we said.
Third moto.
The third moto, Loretta's, Bermuda Triangle, anything can happen out there.
And he might be out of this moto, guys. I'm watching him pull off the side of the track around the Thor Sand Sweeper.
He took a
taking the goggles off and looks to be in a fair amount of discomfort as the 39. I couldn't even quite tell where he was down at.
No, it was hard to make out what must have happened there. Not sure if the track or an error on his part. And I know we talk about it, the 3-moto format, the track is an obstacle. Other riders are obstacles. So let's
it's a battle of arbitration.
Okay. It's a battle of arbitration. That's right. Write that one down. That's a West Canism. And now the 29. The spotlight is
Looks
on
like
you.
he's on. Hey,
it's like the Bermuda Triangle of positions. Everybody that's had a shot and was leading has gone down. We lost Wyatt Thurman, the bike problem. Max Shane goes down, but now Fitch
just has to maintain.
Yes, keep
just
the
maintain
off of him. Jace Wolf back there in second. So you wonder if Fitch knows he is now in the number 1 spot. He knows he was tied. He went right past Shane. Look out.
His dad is a racer from way back. They are boarding. They know mom races, Lil Riker races. The whole family races out of Colorado. Me and you were doing arena cross in 06, 07 when his dad was on one of the Honda teams.
How about that?
Yeah.
That has been quite a few years ago, 20 plus
That's
years
before
ago.
that guy.
Yeah, for sure. He might have been created while he was on the tour there. Hey, one of the stops we made you, my man. There's the 29 of Fitch. Might be the best Fitch of them all. Great ride in the
Did you
B
see
class.
that?
Yeah, that was a little far to the right.
That's about the best of them all. I mean, that was like a launch.
Yeah, he's doing really well there. And you know what? Well deserving here. Danny Lewis and the boys, they've been working with him as, since he was on a 85, and they finally moved from Colorado. I believe they're down there in Cairo. And Danny Lewis kind of took his guidance under his wings there.
Wes, I'm not going to say he came out of nowhere, but haven't said a lot about McCaden Fitch, and to win the B class, Jason, that's elite.
Yeah, I think maybe last year was getting on the radar.
Yep.
But I don't know about a guy who would win. But that's where he's at now, and he's got to play those cards right, because Max Shane had the hype coming in. Max Shane delivered. He had the speed. But the traditional bad luck third moto, and in the end, no one's going to remember. It's going to say Hall of Fame, 250B limited title, McCaden Fitch. That's all it's going to say.
That's it.
Yeah, it doesn't say how you got it.
Joe Reed says you got to be in it to win it. So the bike's got to work. You have to work. Can't make mistakes. And he's got a moto win, so it's not by luck.
Oh, yeah.
2-lap board out, Kevin Kelly.
All right.
Well, I'm out as well. I think we're going to have 65s and then intermission.
Looks like the FMF blow-up thing over there is out of juice as well. Feel the power. It needs some power now.
Joel will sign you for life.
All right, there's
he said that. He goes, I'm signing Knox Ray for life right now.
Good.
Imagine being 5 years old, and Joel giving you a contract going, your lifetime.
FMF for life.
They're grabbing him at 5 years old.
That's early, dude. That is early, but they must see something. But they see what's going on with that whole program. They know JP.
Well, they just got a C title. Little Cooper Johnson's out there, got a third.
Yeah, he looked
with
great.
The boys.
I'm a fan of Cooper Johnson. About a half a lap to go here for the 29 of McCaden Fitch. We're going to get to introduce him to being a champion here, a national champion in the 250B Limited. Unbelievable. Right down Broadway one more time. Wes Caney gives you the salute.
Hand salute, McKinney and Fitch. You got it going on. Congratulations. Good job out there. Danny Lewis, proud of you guys. Fitch family, work hard. Look out. Hold on. Got to come through there gingerly now.
Woo. So Fitch now up on the pass here.
Here is your one more white flag to go for Fitch. One more, Kevin. You had me set up.
You told me it was a white flag.
Psych. Set it out early.
I should just turn around and look, but I'm just going with your intel.
Here we go. One more to go.
One more lap to go now for the 29 of Fitch. And then he'll be looking at a championship. What does that pit board say, man? You know they are pumped.
It's saying,
give that kid a hug.
We're going to Disneyland.
We're going to Dollywood.
Pigeon Forward with Knox Ray.
Let's go.
For 3 days.
Let's do it.
Hey, I rode over here with them, and I found out halfway here, we're going to Pigeon Forward when we leave here for 3 days. I go, no, I'm borrowing R.J. Johnson's truck. I'm going to the house.
One more time through the 10 Commandments.
Looks good.
Yeah, man, he was right there with Shane. Oh, there's another rider down there, lost the rear bumper on that machine there, the number 46.
Vittorio Fazio.
It's a break for number 46.
Lala Turner inside the top 10.
Yeah.
These people keep falling out. She's going to win this thing. Lala up to 7th place.
Good job, Lala.
Heck yeah.
Caleb Wood breaking into the top 10 as well. Dustin Davis now in the 9th spot, just behind Jaramillo.
Yeah, let's give you that top 10 rundown, Wes. Let's run it down for him, man. Give it to him.
Acadian Fitch out front with championship in hand. In second, Jace Wolf. Harrington third. Wyatt Duff moves up to fourth and third in the championship. Congratulations. Franklin Bowser in fifth. Second overall in the championship. There's Ryder Scotus in sixth. Lala Turner in seventh. Ryan Jamino in eighth. Davis Knight.
Caleb Wood.
Caleb Wood rounds out your top 10. Talon Scad, great ride from California on that monster Husqvarna in 11th. Mason Brown 12th. And we are bringing it home. Here he goes one more time. Hand salute. I know they are going to be fist pumping in the air, celebrating down at the Bucksnort. Here he goes, your champion in the 250B Limited, Acadian Fitch.
How about that? So Fitch was able to fight off the demons that were attacking them. Went after Max Shane, Wyatt Thurman. Wes Kane just turning people's mics off here. Like, you're out.
That one was on me. I definitely misled him. I've only had to explain it a few dozen times, but it's okay.
Wes, check it out. They are scrambling around. They had a great aerial shot of our winner, Fitch, down there in the pits. That is the happiest place on earth. Got some championship Kevin Windham signature hot dogs up here. We're going to jump on. There's another shot, Wes. Look at the boys in blue there.
Man.
Psyched.
That is awesome.
A beehive of activity. Don't get run over there. Take it nice and easy. And the checker flag continues to fly here. We'll wrap it up here in the tower. Get ready to toss it down to Jason Wygant down there on the podium.
Let me get Wyatt Duff. I got to turn this down. Hang on. All right, a little volume adjustment there. Looking for Wyatt Duff. The third place finisher will bring third place up, and then a lot more from there. Chase Wolf, a solid run for second. Oh, you're fast. Fast enough for a podium. Let's go around front. Let's hear it for him. Good comeback, salvage third, Wyatt Duff. You're probably bummed. I'm sure you would have liked the gold and all that, but you still rode well, salvaging the third.
Yeah, definitely. I had a pretty terrible start, to be honest. Came out, I don't know, came around first lap, and my dad gave me, I'm in 22nd. So I was giving everything I had, come around. I'm fourth place. I've been fast in the sand all weekend. I said, you only get one shot, so I went for it. I jumped sand, triple in the sand, all the way around the outside, everything I had. Finally made the pass. It was a great race.
Awesome. Yeah, made it to the podium. Well done. Who do you want to thank, Wyatt?
Most importantly, Jesus Christ, my Savior, and then my whole family, my mom, dad, brother, cousins came to watch me. Pooh Sipes over there, the mechanic, United Motorsports, Oakley, Fox, Monster, Per Circuit, and Dunlop. Everybody that makes this happen for me, thank you so much.
Let's hear it for Wyatt Duff, everybody, bronze medalist. Yeah. Second place is Jace Wolf, and we'll talk to him. It's a wild one, man. Heartbreaker for Max Shane. Max Shane doing what he needed to do, but big crash, I believe. And that was the end for him. And that changed the championship picture, but some other riders are going fast as well. And that includes the 41, second place, Jace Wolf. How do you feel about your week, man? You've been up front a lot.
Yeah, the first moto didn't go so hot. I went over the bars, but it's whatever. Came back up to 17th. The whole week has been up and down between the last moto I just had. This just feels great. I'm right where I am, where I want to be.
Yeah, you want to be on the box, right?
Always.
Yeah. Who do you want to thank, Jake?
My whole family for getting me here. Midwest MX Academy. Cody Williams for getting me fit for this event. EVS. That one was for Haiden Zing. We lost a good one, and I can't. He was a good rider. And Pro Taper, Southeast Sales, Team Green, Answer, Monster Energy, Shakoff, and everybody else that helps me out. I can't thank him enough.
All right, yeah, we're all giving it up for Haiden Zing for sure. Let's hear it for him, Jace Wolf. And now we clear the decks. A clutch ride. Does what he has to do. Wins the moto, wins the title. A racing family has now got themselves a gold, and they're going to have the big trophy as well. That was an emotional one. It was all up for grabs and on the line. Let's talk to our 250B Limited national champion. Let's come around back. Here we go. Haiden Fitch. That was high pressure, high stakes. Pretty much had to win the moto to win the title. Take me through it from your perspective.
Man, I mean, I'm honestly speechless right now. Like, it feels amazing. Like, I had a good start. I knew I had to get a start, and then Max was riding really good. I mean, it's a bummer to see him crash, but I mean, I tried to stay patient and see if I could make a push at the end. I started to close in a little bit, but then, I don't know. I mean, I'm just speechless right now.
Unbelievable. Now, you come from a racing family. Just talk about your mom and dad. They're pretty good athletes in their own right. Probably help you out.
Yeah, I mean, my mom and dad do literally everything for me. Like, we sold everything we had in Colorado to move out to MTF to, train my butts off and put this as my full-time career. So, I mean, it's just amazing. I can't thank I can't thank them enough for what they do. It's crazy.
That's amazing. And, yeah, thanks to MTF for helping as well. Who else you want to chat about here that helped make this happen?
Man, I can't thank the Lord Jesus Christ to keep me safe. My mom, my dad, I mean, they just do so much, like I just said. Colleen, Brian, Jacob, Big B, Brad over there. I mean, they've been keeping me in shape and grinding all freaking years. So, I mean, I can't thank them enough. The whole Altus Blue Crew Yamaha team, Danny, Donnie, Ed, Jordan, I mean, I just can't thank them enough. Dunlop, Monster Mike, Nick over at Monster. I mean, I literally thank everybody so much. Like Dunlop, Moose, 100%, Bell, Alpine Star, like just all of you. I can't thank you guys enough.
And it earns him a championship. Let's bring the #1 plate to the podium. A round of applause for Haiden. Here it is. That's the one you want. The #1 plate for the American Motorcyclist Association 250B Limited. The champion is Haiden Fitch. All right, enjoy the podium. We got some champagne for you right in front. Celebrate with the crew. I believe we have 65 is going to be on the gate next, and that'll be our final moto before intermission on a Friday.
Hey, Jason, we've got a special presentation here. Stephen Hebner is on the starting line. Stephen has always aspired to go racing here at Loretta Lynn's. And today, Stephen is lined up. He's out of the state of Washington. He's wearing the number 38 today. He stands 5'6" tall. He weighs in at 97¼ pounds, and his coach is on the TV with us here. Hey, Haiden.
Hey, you better pull that whole shot.
All right.
Got me?
Yeah.
I'll be watching.
All right.
So Haiden Deegan is zoomed in here. Here, say hi to the folks at Racer TV, Haiden.
What's up, guys?
Haiden, we've got all full gates here, and this young man is about to go out on the racetrack. Now, he will be racing a fella from Mississippi named Kevin Windham.
Oh, never heard of him. Who is that? No, I'm just playing.
So, Steven, this is your time. You doing well?
Yeah.
Are you excited to take on this racetrack?
Yes.
All right, so you've been around it, you've looked at it. Your mechanic here, who's your mechanic? Jensen from Star Racing.
You know this guy?
What's up, buddy?
Jenny.
How you doing?
Yes, sir.
You ready?
So we got to ask you, Jensen, is this bike ready to go?
Yeah, bike's ready to go. Yamaha stepped up, gave us a bike to ride. A lot of people have stepped up for this program for Steven, and I'm just proud of everybody that stepped up, man. I mean, he's got a custom helmet from Alpine Stars, Thor gear, Recluse gave him an auto clutch, FMF pipe, Decor came through with graphics. I mean, he's full factory for a day.
He is factory forever. Let's bring it around. Maybe the Racer TV guys could see Haiden here. Can you zoom in on that? Is that clear enough? So Haiden Deegan. Haiden, where are you right now?
I'm in Florida. I just got done training. I'm tuning in live.
All right. Have you been watching all week?
Yeah, I have. It's been pretty wild watching the races this week.
All right. Well, it's really good to have you. We're going to step over here and say something to Kevin Windham. K-Dub, you ready?
I think so. Look, my good friend Steven challenged me to a race. I had to accept. I'm on a win streak that ended in 1994, but I'm a little bit nervous right now, I got to be honest.
Well, you should be a little bit nervous. And we are about ready to go. Somebody call up to the tower and make sure that we're ready. Somebody give me a green light from staging here. Are we ready to go? So, folks, if we could step back, this is a 2-lap event. We are going to drop the gate just like we do at any other race. And Steven from the state of Washington is about to get underway, and he's got an Instagram. We'll give it to you. We'll have him in the tower here this afternoon. But there he goes. He crosses his heart. He's getting ready to put his goggles on. As he reaches over, he grabs his white Alpine Star goggles. It's about to go over the blue Alpine Stars helmets. We can fire them up, boys. It's almost time to go. I need someone to hold the camera. Here, you can hold this so Haiden can see it. And we are just about ready to go. Are we fired up? The officials here, make sure you get a good thumbs up from both these guys. And we have a guy out here at the front. Now remember, you're looking at the 1 card out there. And ladies and gentlemen, I challenge all of you to get around the fences as Steven Culture. You can find him on Instagram. And he's going to be ready to go as we go racing. Here is Megawatt Matt Watson.
As we look down the start straight, we see the 2 card turn to a 1. That 1 card's going to turn sideways. When it does, it will be on. Steven Culture will be live at Loretta Lynn's. The card is sideways. The revs go up. The gate goes down. Windham and Steven Culture off as they work their way down the front straight. Ladies and gentlemen, please line the fences as we watch this epic opportunity right here with our friend Stephen Hebner and his friend Kevin Windham circulate the Loretta Lynn's course for your pleasure.
All right, thank you for that down on the line. Tim Cotter and Megawatt Watson is up here in the tower. We are watching.
He's out front. He's got a little bit of a lead there.
Yeah, take a look at that.
Here we go. They go in that left-hander, leg out. Windham takes a wild woolly line to the outside.
Oh, he's
here
back
they
on the
come.
other side.
Down the long, short shoot. It's Steven to the inside. Windham looking for a line. He can't find one. And here comes Steven now as he aims his machine in the 10 Commandments. Kevin.
Yeah, they just worked on those things, so Kevin's going to double into one of them. Has a little problem there. He looks over his shoulder. He cannot get rid of this number 38. Steven Hippner is on it.
Steven Coulter, look at the drive through the inside. He's going to run up the inside after the 10 Commandments. Tries to take the short way around. Smart riding there. Saw how deep those ruts were. Said, I don't want anything to do with that. Saw riders get stuck earlier. Wes, look at this. Coulter going to have to charge back forward. K-Dub starting to pull out.
Wyndham looks a little nervous now, and he circles back. He's like, Steven gets a good drive. Now, here they come. Watch him now. Wyndham now.
I'm not sure if they're going to dock K-Dub for that.
They're going to.
He's talking to him, getting some tips, some pointers.
I mean, tips from K-Dub is amazing. Here we go. Are you ready?
They're going to help Steven out here.
Getting that bike fired back up.
Got to be some nerves
I think it's
there.
running.
Steven,
Yeah,
how nervous must
There you
you
go.
be? There we go. We're rolling. Got the number 38. He did say that Haiden was his absolute favorite rider. He watches all his YouTube stuff. He was very matter of fact. It's him.
Yeah.
Steven comes in at 19 years of age there, Wes Kane.
Yeah, it looks good.
And Steven, talking to him a little bit earlier, he was like, yeah, I'm a little nervous. I'm excited for all the fans to watch, but really excited for all the ladies to be watching as well.
Is that what he said?
Oh, yeah. Steven's all about it. I mean, when your hero's Haiden Deegan, I think that just comes along with it.
Look, K-Dub says, get on my bike. You're going to ride with me. Now, there you go.
How about that?
All right, guys. If you're on the fences, you guys got to get loud. K-Dub, Kevin Wyndham says, I will leave no man behind. You get on my bike. And I believe this is the first time there's been a tandem lap around.
Making history right now. Yeah, make some noise for K-Dub stepping up.
I hear the crowd. Come on, guys, along those fences. There. Come on. There you go, Steven. Hold on. K-Dub.
That's faster than you would ever go right now. He's riding with another rider on the back.
I couldn't do it. There goes K-Dub into the 10 Commandments. The number 38 riding tandem now.
We're off in Storyland. Steven gets a bird's eye view of this racetrack. He's been in that gear for a couple hours. He was
up here eating hot dogs with us in the tower. And
cheers with his dad, drank him a little bit of Monster. He said, I'm sponsored by Monster.
He says, I got this.
Got filled up on that deep well water. And
Zach, it don't get no better than this.
This is what it's all about. K-Dub making sure that lap gets completed. The fans lining the fence.
I mean, he honestly challenged K-Dub over here because Kevin asked him, he goes, who's your favorite rider? And he goes, Haiden?
Immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah, make some noise. He's right there, too. You're right, folks. Make sure you cheer for him.
Danger Boy, I know you're listening, man. Thanks for all you do for the sport, and thank you for being a part of this, giving this young man his dream right here.
Dr. Ed Perry hands him the bike. He goes and gets him some gear. And
guys, make some noise. This is one epic thing. You know, Loretta's never fails to deliver so many epic things year after year, Kevin. And this is just another one right here. They're going about to buzz the tower. Come on, everybody along that line. Cheer them on. Make some noise. Get them fired up, Zach.
What you got, Zach?
All right. There you go, Kevin, from inside, looking up here.
That is the best. The Jones following along there.
Through the
one more turn to go, so it looks like the winning streak's still intact there. Kevin Wyndham 18 straight motos.
Will win and lead another
I think it's going to be a tie, right? It's got to be a tie.
I think so. I think that's technically classified as a draw.
He's got to do it again sometime. We'll have to square up back in Mississippi at Kevin's home track. So make some noise one more time for Kevin Wyndham and our good friend Steven.
Dreams have become a reality here. We got a white flag.
Wait a second.
What does that mean? One more lap?
Take a look at this. K-Dub. We're still going. Wait a second.
One more lap.
Oh, man, we're going to get a pit board. We're going to pass those billboards.
Got the Supermini coming back.
And let's see. We're going to trade off.
Hey, Steven's going to ride the big bike, and K-Dub's going to ride the 85.
Let's not do that. He wants to ride the Haiden Deegan replica machine there,
Absolutely.
the Supermini.
Look at this.
They're traded off.
Thanks for showing me those lines.
Here we
Kevin.
go.
All right, let me try.
Maybe he's going to ride it back down the start line, or he's going to go by the billboards. Kevin Wyndham is on the billboard. He can look right over there.
Steven's got good form.
Yeah,
up on the balls of his feet, on the pegs. Here they go. Wyndham to the inside. Steven.
Oh, Steven front end just goes over the berm there.
Got caught up in that deep rut there.
Like
Steven's tough, though.
so many others. He's strong.
Yes.
Have you seen him? He goes, I work out, I lift weights.
And this is the sense of urgency that we've been talking about, needing to see more of. Look at how fast he's getting back on the machine.
Come on, buddy. You got this. Kept the bike running. That's impressive.
Nothing to do but to do it. Here you go, Steven. Great job. He's got his sight set back on Windham again. They take that wild line out there, Windham to the outside. Here comes Steven, leg out.
Oh, he's out front again now.
He just roosted Kevin Windham in the face.
So he got all the good tips, all the pointers. Kevin showed him where to go.
Oh, look at Kevin.
Up on the back wheel.
He's patented wheelies.
K-Dub.
What a cool
you
guy.
Are
for doing
a
this.
true
He's the best. All right,
sportsman,
watch these ruts, Steven. Careful.
In the rut. Come on, there he goes.
Oh, no.
Okay, back up. Watch.
Fearless. Fearless.
Watch him. K-Dub said, I got your back, bud. Good job, K-Dub. Here we go. All right, leg over. K-Dub says, let me kick that thing. There you go.
I think Steven's plenty strong enough to do that.
He's fired up here.
All right. There you go. He fires that
one kick.
Fires it right back up. Let's go. We're back at it again.
Yeah, give that kid a follow on Instagram. It's all the good stuff right there. He gets roosted by Kevin Windham. Got to stay out of those ruts, man. They are tricky. That tells you how tricky this racetrack is.
And that just goes to show you how fast these guys go through those ruts. And I could do it. There you go. Here he goes.
Roll right out of there. There you go.
Hang
Feet
on.
off the pegs.
There you go.
Cross rut. And he doesn't.
Hey, I'll give him a 10 for that.
What a memory. 2 crashes. He gets to ride around with Kevin Windham.
Going to go high to the outside.
Avoid.
Picks a big line there. There's Windham doubling the braking bumps.
Look at that good form. Leg out. Elbows up. Steven charging.
Hang on, Steven. Hang on. There you go. Through the 10. K-Dub doubling. Look at K-Dub.
This guy. That perfect form.
Nah, yeah. That's why he's the Hall of Famer.
Here we go. Stevens take a smart line right there again, going wide.
I would like to see K-Dub just take one lap around once we get
take a run
Stevens situated. Just go get you one hot lap since you're suited up, K-Dub.
Suited and booted. He's going to follow Kevin right around the outside where the ruts aren't too bad. Whoa, Kevin goes off the track with a problem there.
Here goes Steven with a good drive.
Oh, what a bobble. Steven forced that. He put the pressure on K-Dub.
Yep, he sure did.
Wow, I've never seen anyone do that to Kevin Windham.
All right, here they go into Storyland, and the story be told that Steven has the upper hand here. He's going to pick his line wisely. K-Dub to the outside. Steven with a good line. There he is along the outside of the tree line.
Not afraid at all, Steven.
Goes wide. K-Dub gets a little nervous, drops back a little bit. Here goes
He's frazzled.
Steven.
He is a little frazzled. K-Dub off of his game now, so I think Steven's got him covered.
Yeah, you can see a shake of the head. He actually jumped back in behind Steven, follow some of those outside lines as the 38 really piecing the track together, but they're side by side as they come out of Storyland. Steven's going to have the wide line. Look at that. He chops the door off on
Shuts
Kevin
the door
Windham.
on Kevin Windham.
I don't think so.
You're not going around me to the inside.
It's my house, the house that Steven built.
That's right.
All right, through the sand. All right, Steven, you got to pick a line here, dude.
20 miles of bad road.
Holy
Can
cow.
Steven pay the toll to rock and roll?
He is
Here
jamming.
he goes.
Look at that form, picture perfect.
Elbows up.
AJ Canzero, would love to see it, yes.
Balls to your feet. Looking good, looking ahead.
Got that Thor gear on, looks fantastic. It looks just like a little Haiden Deegan.
Yeah. Here you go. Here we go.
We're getting close to the end of the race, guys. White flag lap here. Steven just battling with K-Dub.
I think K-Dub's a little nervous, Kevin.
He's got him
Look
frazzled.
at that, the glance over. K-Dub's worried about what the 38's doing.
Worry about yourself, Kevin. We talked about this all week.
This is what we've been preaching.
Doing push-ups for the Moto like Bad Billy.
Here we go, getting ready to buzz by us in the tower. The fans lining the fence. Everybody making noise for Steven Coulter coming by.
Come on, guys, get loud. Get loud, guys.
Let's go, Steven.
This is amazing.
It's going to go down to the wire. 2 turns remain. Can Steven fight off Kevin Windham?
Or will he succumb to the Bermuda Triangle?
No, anything can happen. Look at that. Gets a little hung up in the sand section, keeping the throttle on. Coulter knows it's all going to come down to this. 1 corner left to go.
1 final turn remains.
Kevin's got this. There you go. Windham. Windham goes down in Windham goes down in the Bermuda Triangle. Steven takes the outside line.
Hey, Steven's not even going to talk to him. He goes right on by.
Hey, I'm not helping you. Checkers.
Checker flags waving, and it looks like Steven Coulter just going to edge him out by a tire or so. K-Dub, the win streak
He is
disappears.
the champ.
Yes.
Wow. Steven is the champ. Put that bike up on the podium.
The pressure. Kevin Windham just folded like a deck of cards.
Hey, we've been talking about it, the Bermuda Triangle. You never know what's going to happen in the last turn. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen, your champion.
See if Tim Cotter wants to have a word with him.
Man, Stephen Culture, what an accomplishment. Look at that. The entire Blue Crew team headed down there to congratulate him.
Put that man on the podium.
He doesn't even look out of breath. I don't even think he's breaking a sweat here in this one. This is all business right now.
Kevin Windham has to be devastated.
I think he rode straight back to the pits. I don't know if he stopped.
I mean, how many races has he won and now defeated by Stephen Culture?
Pilo, take that.
All the way from the West Coast.
From Washington State. The bike goes up to the top step. He is your Moto winner. He's the champion. He beats Kevin Windham. We'll send it down to Tim Cotter with our champion.
All right, Stephen has now made it up to the podium. His number 38 Yamaha is now on the deck. The 38 has seen many podiums here at Loretta Lynn's. Off goes the lid. A cold drink of Monster Energy drink. He gets his factory Yamaha hat. Gotta open that. Hold on. Steven, how about it?
Yeah, it was good, man. The track is better, it's smooth, and yeah, that's all I can say.
How about this hot rod, this motorcycle?
It's good.
I want you to know, Steven, that you broke Kevin Windham's streak. It's the first loss he's had since 1994 here.
Yeah, man. I took him out, and then that's the way it goes.
All right. And the AMA is here.
Steven! Hey, buddy, I got something for you. On behalf of the AMA and everyone here, it's my pleasure to present you with this AMA #1 plate. Congratulations. Put that thing up in the air.
All right. Thank you.
How was it?
Good.
Does it feel good to win?
Yeah, ever since you rode.
It's nice, huh?
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thanks.
All right, thank you to Haiden Deegan and the entire Deegan family. Stephen, congratulations. You are indeed a 2025 national champion. Here, Stephen, let's just get the whole thing. Yeah, let's get the whole family up here. You have to hold your, give Jensen your #1 plate.
He'll give her something else, too.
You turn around, get up here in front of the bike.
I don't want to go. Get other later.
Okay, we can go back to racing.
Hey, how about this? K-Dub being a good sport about it, gets handed that defeat, but going to still celebrate up there with Stephen Culture, the big #1. That's what it's all about. And that's what it's all about here at Loretta's as well. This is a family, a community. We all love motocross and motorcycle racing, and so cool to see Stephen Culture get to throw his name on the list as well as a Loretta Lynn's champ here in 2025.
Yeah, well deserved there. He's got the #1 plate sitting up top there. The bike looks great. He looks great.
Kevin, I said, like I was saying, I saw a lot of things, good things happen at the ranch, but that is one of the.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
That's a very top-notch, high-class.
Yeah, shout out to Star Yamaha, Haiden Deegan, and everybody at Yamaha for putting
you
that
guys
together.
Are amazing.
Steven, look at that, the whole team behind him there. How about that? The #1 is out and about. Good work. And we've got another race we're going to have to kind of point our attention towards here. It's the 65 10-11 West Kane, and a 3-1 Moto scores for Cannon Zabonik. Racing Kyler with 4-2 scores, 6 points. Talon Henson with 2 6 scores, 8 points. Eli Herrick sits in 4th on the KTM with 5 5 scores. And Levi Letty, check this out, 1 and a 10 for 11 points. So Letty's going to need a lot of things to happen in order to make this happen with that first place in that first moto. An 8-7 score for Forrest McPherson in 6th. 12-4 scores for Ashper Hall in 7th. Jack Spaker in 8th with 9-8 scores. Sure, let's see the highlights here. We've got the top 10 set up here. West Kane, we've got highlights of Stevens' incredible race there with Kevin Windham. Oh, there it is. He's getting ready. The nerves are building. The start, all the buildup, just the waiting. And there's Kevin cutting across the racetrack there, trying to keep up with Steven.
Now watching Steven Coulter, it was a back-and-forth battle just like we've seen all week long. Kevin Windham with a rare mistake when it mattered most in the Bermuda Triangle and slingshotting around the outside and taking the win was Steven Coulter. And like
2
you said,
crashes too, man.
Yeah, sometimes that's just how it goes. And that we've seen that today. We've seen riders go down not once but multiple times and not give up, and it pay off for him in the end. So a great ride there from Steven Coulter and the entire Yamaha crew, and congratulations on that national championship.
Kids kind of enjoying playing in that little pond area there. The sun not so bright now. Might be actually chilly out there in that water. So we're looking to see if the 3-1 moto scores of Cannon Zabanek puts him firmly in control. He's got a couple of points to give away. He's got 2 points over Rayson Kyler with that 4-2 moto score as we complete the sight lap. Put him back on the gate, and the revs are up. It is go time. Heads down.
Here we go. Up. 41 almost looked like he was going to bump that gate just a little bit. Riders now land rushing. Eli Herrick coming around there. Levi Geis, Soretti, Hall, Anderson. Little Eli Herrick starting to pick it up a little bit. Good little rider.
So where is Zabanek? Back in about the number 9 spot, but that could change in a couple of turns.
Abner Hall in there.
There's Zabanek now up to about 4th or 5th, I believe. Opening lap here, 65, 10-11, their 3rd moto. Zabanek comes in with a 2-point buffer, and it is a wild affair back there through the 10 Commandments. All 41 riders trying to make it through. Our last rider coming through just now.
That's number 30. Where was he at on the roster? Where did he finish up?
Trying to look. Oh, Hudson Cohen, 42 and 31 moto scores.
Okay.
So
well, he's doing a great job.
He's got nowhere to go but up.
Yep, the future is bright, my friend. He's already passed a couple guys, so we'll keep up with his progress. It looked like Talon Henson didn't get the start he needed.
Yeah, he sits 3rd in the championship, I believe, with 2 6 scores.
So he has got to go to work.
And we are looking for Cannon Zabanek on the number 55 machine.
Zabanek, whoa. It's a little rough out there. You just ask Steven. He just came down that 20 miles of bad road, and they will tell you it is a tough one. All right. Watch them as now they start working their way through, pass by the tower. Great job out there. All ruts come into use, don't they, Kevin?
This entire racetrack is one big assortment of ruts, things you can do.
Braking bumps, you can jump. All right, well, they're going to clock in here in just a moment as they buzz the tower and see the captain. 65 to 11. Here we go. Eli Herrick still out front. Levi Geis, number 34, in 2nd. Ryan Soretti, 3rd. Rayson Kyler in the top 4. Jax Baker, 5th. Absher Hall in 6th. Forrest McPherson, 7th. Joa Fiera Jr.
Is that how you pronounce it? J-A-O? I don't know.
Yeah. Braden Vandergriff, 9th. Luke Shelton, 10th. A couple of notables out there, Kevin. You were looking for Yamanik, Western Auto, and Levi Letty back there didn't get the start. He won it either. Zeke Utz. I saw Levi at the Yamaha dinner. Last time I saw him, he was about this little guy, and now he's like
Cicaretti, the third place rider, just went down. Cicaretti, sorry.
Cicaretti.
Cicaretti.
Not Cicerella, Cicaretti.
Change it up. Move Racing Kyler on the 54 up to third, Wes.
The deck keeps getting shuffling. She's got a championship on her shoulders round, and like that would be history.
Wow. Yeah.
That would be history. No girl has won against the boys. Am I right? Am I out? Am I in the realm?
As we know. And this morning, it was so close. It was so close. We had second place, and it came down to the last turn of the Moto.
Right.
With Bernie, but in the end, second. Can Racing Kyler get it done? I just saw Eric Sorby out on the deck. He's like, I can't even watch. That's how nervous.
Imagine that guy, Sorby, the brawler, the tough guy.
He's like, I can't. This is when it gets real high stakes. Barsha, James Stewart,
he folds.
Racing Carla. He's like, I will just see what happens.
He'll fold.
Yep. Well, she won't.
No, she's not. This is what she's been waiting for, and no young lady has won against the boys and got a championship here in a
open division.
Open division like this. So this is history in the making. Let's watch very closely. If you could cheer her on, please cheer her on.
The key is Zabinek.
He's in 17th.
Yeah, I think he went down early. Sorby pointed that out. 17th now after one lap. Zabinek sitting on 3-1. Has to come from about 17th to get Kyler in sight, or we could have a girl win in this class. But Zabinek, tough customer, he might be able to pull this off.
Well, he is the world champ.
Yep. Oh,
and a teammate and a good friend of hers. They all went to the Team USA.
Another front runner having a problem there.
Bermuda Triangle strikes again.
Got the number 66 of Eli Herrick. So problems abound.
And he was leading. Now Geist takes over.
Levi Geist, that'll move Racing Kyler up one more spot. Give her a little insurance on this championship.
Zabinek right there moving up the roster. But there's still a little buffer.
He's up to 10th. He's moving up quickly.
He has a 2-point buffer over Racing Kyler, but he's got to get around her. He's got to beat her.
So he has to win. It's all or nothing.
2-point buffer would mean he could finish one position
behind her. Right.
So he'd have to get to third from 10th right now. This is wild. Racing Kyler around that 54 out of Florida. Can the girl do it? Can she win this title? Looking for 4-2-2 scores to get it done.
We'll see.
She's
doing exactly what she needs to do for sure.
Yep. Racing Kyler now. True championship form. A little checkup over there.
Looks over her shoulder there.
Don't look. Keep going.
Everybody out on the fences watching the action here. Levi Geist, they're back in Storyland, Wes.
She's in the back, Storyland, and the story be told. She is writing history right now. This chapter.
Really got to keep up with Zabinek.
Exactly. We need the radar on Zabinek.
She just let her go.
He's in 10th. He's passed 7 riders now. He was in 17th, so he knows what he's got to do. He is desperately trying to climb up there on that 55 Cobra.
Could Geist or any of those other riders change it? You know, Jax Baker, he's not going to roll over. Geist looking good.
All eyes on the 54 of Kyler. Finger on the clutch there. Gives it a little rip coming out of that right-hander.
That was Geist that just buzzed by the tower there. So Geist, Kyler, Jax Baker.
And Baker not far. Not far behind. There's the 34 right behind.
And Kyler. Where is Zabinek on the track?
10th is where I saw him on the 72.
But there he is. He just entered the sand sweeper.
He just entered now on the 55.
55. I thought it was 72 was Western
55,
Auto.
72 is Western Auto. So let's see as they come back across. Where is Zabinek? Got to get to, I'd say, 4th if Kyler finishes 2nd to dig out this title, or has he got to get to 3rd?
He's got to finish right behind 1 point.
Okay, so he's got to get to 3rd.
Yes.
From down early.
Now, they're going to be a little harder to pass as you get, like as you would at Outdoor National. If you're Deegan and you're in 40th, once you get to 10th, they're going to be a little harder to pass to get your way to the front.
Oh yeah, it's a tough group here in this class, no doubt about it, especially out front. You have to get to Absher Hall, Forrest McPherson, Otto, who you're mentioning. Zabinek didn't gain any spots that time around. He's still
so now you're going to see the pressure.
And the gaps have extended here. So now you're not going to get him in bunches. He did as much as he could early.
And now you look at lap times too. You can't gain if you'd have to be almost 4 seconds faster than the field or 5 seconds faster to make it up. And Yavanek right now is running a 23. Geis at 2:15. Racing Kyler's at 21. I mean, these guys are still a second faster.
He just got Crew Pasca in the turn after the 10 Commandments, so he made one spot. What I'm trying to see is if there is a pack relatively close to him. He's headed to Storyland. I think there's 2 or 3 he can get to quickly, but that's still not going to be enough.
No. I mean, but there is plenty of time in this, so anything can happen.
Yeah, still early in the race. Lots can happen.
Early.
We've seen some heartbreak already. We saw the leader, Eli Herrick's bike, give up.
Kevin Windham went down in the triangle.
Kevin Windham.
It's gotten everybody, man.
Poor K-Dub, man.
He was devastated.
Yep.
The streak is over.
He had it.
He had the win. Steven was such a champion.
18 Moto wins in a row Kevin Windham had.
It's over at the hands of Steven Culture.
All the way from Washington State.
There's Weston Auto on the 72 that we're watching right now, putting pressure. I think that's the 88 of Vandergrift. That is for
5th, maybe. 4th,
6th, 7th. And McPherson's just ahead of them. Watch for that 55.
Oh, boy. Look out. In the sand.
Zabinek, I think, has made 3 passes on this lap.
Oh, boy.
What a line cross right there.
It's gonna time out just perfectly.
Let's see. Did Zabinek get up to 7? Did he make those passes? That's what I saw out of the corner of my eye. Zabinek on the 55 Cobra. Otto's
tough.
6.
Yavanek in 8.
So he's just behind that battle you're watching there with Otto.
Now he has dropped the time to make some moves now.
He finally had a lap without traffic. He went 2:17. That's the same pace as the leader. That's faster than everyone else. Cannon Zabinek, one to watch right now. Look for that 55. I know it's hard to pick up the numbers right now because they're covered in mud, especially if you're coming from the back, but he will be part of this group in just a moment.
He is 3 seconds faster than the rest of the field, except for our leader, and he should be able to make that, if we're not saying, might be able to make that up.
Might be. That's what makes these third motos good. Oh, I already had, wow. We got different sizes in there? Interesting. Just checking out our lunch, which we'll get to after this moto. Want to get ahead of ourselves. Same thing for Kyler, same thing for Levi Geis, the moto leader.
There's the 98. The 88 almost running into the back of the bike there.
That's McPherson.
There's
you better look out. You got to thread the needle and walk gingerly.
That's Zabinek right there on the yellow machine.
Where did he come from?
Way back. We'll say that. He was in 18th, and now he is working towards a top 5 finish and potentially a championship. He's got to get these 2 passes done quick.
He's on the outside, on the yellow. Now go to the middle.
Nobody is waiting. It looks like you got one rider there.
He's going for the BOGO. One of the 2 passes together. Zabinek digging deep outside of the sand. Working on Christian Craig here on that number 28.
Oh, wow. Craig drops down for the 65 class.
That was Absher Hall.
Wow, he is moving up very fast.
Is that the 98? That's McPherson. That's McPherson's Cobra right there.
There's the 28.
And the 28 is Absher Hall. I believe Zabinek might be the next one, but look at how much distance he'll have to make up. He's next in line, but he has a whole straightaway before he can get to them.
And the lap times say he can do it. He was a couple, 3 seconds faster than everybody else, so maybe he can make that time up.
72 Western Auto, it rolls into the sand section. Meanwhile, in the Bermuda Triangle, our leader has now rolling up on.
That's McPherson and Otto right there up and over that double. And there's another look at the workmanlike effort being put down by our Cobra rider. That is Otto, or McPherson trying to work on Otto. Has the 28 of Ashbur Hall right there. There's the 54.
Talon Henson now way up. Oh, Yavanek now having some issues. We've got Yavanek in 12th on that one.
Good spotting from Sophie Phelps up here at the tower, and that might be it.
Oh, and she also pointed Talon Henson was down in 40th as well, not with a good start, and he's moved up.
And Levi Letty has climbed all the way up there. Levi's up to 8. There's the 66.
Eli Herrick, tough break on him. He was our early leader. So now the title's right here. If
Yep.
to upset Racing Collar right now. She's in control.
All right, here we go. Guy's still out front.
A 219 for Levi Geis, racing Kyler with that 220. Jax Baker a 220, a 218 for Ashbur Hall, getting that pressure from Weston Otto. There is the 24. There's the 54 of Kyler. Excuse me, that was Geis we were just showing. And now Kyler in the number 2 spot. And that is 3rd and 4th. That'd be Baker and Hall. And now the championship slips back now. All the way in 12th place is Zabanik. So he looked like he had a shot, Wes.
He had a definite shot. He was working his way up into the top 4 or 5, and all he needed to do was pass 2 more riders, and you said he just needed to finish behind her.
Right. One position or so, yeah.
And it looks like now he has to restart the race all over again. I don't see the 2-lap board out, so is it possible for him to dig out of that hole?
He's
Kevin?
probably riding like a man, like his hair is on fire right now.
All right, we'll try to pick him up out here on the track.
And our leaders, I mean, that is the 28. That's actually Ashbur Hall and Baker. They've already cleared. They're heading over to the mechanics area. As we continue to watch that battle of the 28 and the 99, Baker and Hall.
Great job out there by racing Kyler. Calm, cool, and collected. She's just got her jump, put her position where it needed to be. Levi Geis says, hey, I had some bad luck early on. I'm going to jump out there and try to get this one. Geis into the 10 Commandments. Silky smooth. Racing Kyler now enters the 10 Commandments. I'm looking for the 55, though.
Of Zabanik.
Zabanik, I had him in 12.
He's up to 12? Yeah.
He's there. I mean, but I don't know if he's passed any more riders. There's a 72 jumping through Weston Otto. And let's see where he's at in this gang of riders here, Kevin.
So a 4.22 Wes Kane would be good enough for the championship if she can stay where she's at. Racing Kyler will be your 65 10-11 national champion. Oh, another rider off to the side of the track. That was the 43.
Our leader is Zabanik just leading the 10 Commandments now. So they're already in the back of Storyland. I don't know. Can he make up 6, 7, 8 spots, Kevin?
I don't know. He's going to have to just ride like a man possessed. I'm not sure it's in the cards. Stranger things have happened, though.
This is the irony, the mystique of we've all talked about since 1981, the 3-moto format. 3rd moto is always a charm at Loretta's. If you think you've seen it all, Kevin Kelly, 3rd motos at Loretta's, I don't care what class it is, Jason Wygant, it's always a nail-biter.
Yes.
Well, I think the white flag's waving, not technically in the race, but with some of the lap times. Racing Kyler just put in a 2:20. That's about as fast as anybody in the racetrack. In fact, Geis had a bad lap. She could be closing on the lead. And a lot of the other riders are watching Levi Letty. He was 2:25. We know about the problem Zabanik had. He just ran a 2:22. They're not catching her. So at this point, she's just got to keep the motorcycle upright, keep it running, and we are going to see a female champion in an open class. And we were so close this morning. Yeah, with Yamima Burney, who got second, and it came down to the last turn. But history might still be made today. I don't know what has changed, but all of a sudden, we've got a whole bunch of girls battling, and in this case, beating the boys. Unreal.
Yeah, it's just, we haven't seen that. I've never seen it. It's never happened here.
Nope.
And they are just, something's in the water, man.
Easy.
Fantastic. We are watching Racing Kyler potentially make history with 4 2-2 scores. That would be phenomenal if she could pull that off. 2-lap board is out, Wesley Kane.
Oh, yes. 2-lap board out. Here we go. There's your leader right there, the number 34 you're watching on
Racer TV. That's the 34 of Levi Geis. And we're trying to see how far Racing is.
All right. We're looking for Geis to come popping through here. There he goes. Geis into Storyland. Looking good. Kyler should be coming into the shot real soon.
There is the number 24. That is Haiden Mash on the gas there back in 36.
All right, your leader now going to come down through the Rocky Mountain ATV, 20 miles of bad road.
So that gives you an idea of the gap there. Pretty substantial
Right there.
there. So Kyler can just hang tight, and second 4.22 will be good enough for this championship. There is third and fourth, I believe.
Boy, you got some bragging rights when you get that one.
You better believe it. That's Baker
You're
and
right,
Hall.
history.
Yeah, the
Your
first
phone's
one.
ringing, and it's ringing more.
You're on a Wheaties box, Sports Illustrated. I don't know, man. Sky's
You
the
get an
limit.
SB nomination.
How about that?
I mean,
the first.
You're about to make some history here.
We saw Lala Turner, I believe, in the B class, got 7th place earlier, just an hour or so ago. And that is a uber hyper competitive class. There is the 54
of Racing. Kyler checks in one more time on that white flag.
Kevin Windham comes in and taking that loss like a champ. Kevin Windham, jump on the mic, man. Tell us about Racing Steven. That had to be just absolutely electric for you. How cool was that?
Yeah, no, it was incredible. I thought I had it in the bag, honestly.
The Bermuda Triangle. We've talked about it all week long.
It strikes again. I've been here. Look, I showboated.
You got a little.
Did you guys see me salute the tower?
Right.
I saw you doing wheelies down the straightaway over here. I saw you seat bouncing through the 10 Commandments, and you broke one. Thou shalt not fall.
And be humble.
In the Bermuda Triangle.
In the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, so the win streak's over.
But at the hands of Steven Coulter. He got you. Hey, Kev, this is you're about to make history as well. We've got our first female champion about to do it. She's got 4.22 scores.
Hey, while we're hanging out down here, Sophie Phelps, it's been good to have you with us this week. Two-time women's class champ of your own. Just talk about what we're looking at here on this last lap.
We're looking at history, Weech. This is history, and it's Racing Kyler about to do it. Racing Kyler making her last lap around here at Loretta's. We have never seen a female champion in a double gender class. So, ladies and gentlemen, come to the sidelines, come to the podium. You're about to witness history with Racing Kyler here. And what she's doing for women's motocross is incredible.
Awesome stuff, guys.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back up here to watch us into the 65 conclusion, 10-11. What an incredible feat for Racing Kyler, as we hope that she could bring it home. This will be one for the record books.
Yeah, heartbreak for our 10th place rider, Cannon Zabinek. Got a bad start, went down a couple of times, and she was there to capitalize. Very steady finishes with the 4.22 scores on the Cobra, the mended ride there. There's the 34 of Levi Geis. I believe one more turn remains. He's going to go 1:10.1.
Geis clean out of, there he is. There's your champ, right? I mean, your moto winner and your champ entering the Bermuda Triangle.
And Weston Otto challenging right here at the finish, but I believe it's
Nothing
going to
doing.
be Racing Kyler will be your national champion, 65-10-11.
That gave me chills.
That's fantastic.
That is amazing.
Girl power, good for you.
They've really got to be happy.
Levi Geis, Racing Kyler, Weston Otto, Absher Hall, Jax Baker round out the top 5.
That is special. The paparazzi down there, flash bulbs going off. Take us home, Kevin.
There's no words for this. We're going to have to let Racing Kyler try her best to put it into her words.
Wow.
Super cool that Sophia is down there as well. And the accomplishment of any rider.
And it's the number that she wears for Dalton Meyer, her relative, who was a Loretta Lynn's champion here. Started out with Planet Pee-wee with Zach Freeberg, Dalton Myers, Tyler Moore, and Adam Cicerella. Back in the day, back in 50s, Planet Pee-wee still lives right there in Racing Tyler. A salute to her, her family, for all the hard work. And you can't say enough, Kevin Windham.
No, I look forward to her interview. And like I said, I'm just sitting here thinking, but this moment deserves to only be explained by her and what she's going through in emotions and the gravity of the situation. And I'm sure when she gets on the podium and sees all of the fans that I'm sure are gathered around at the podium ceremonies, it's going to be a pretty heavy and exciting moment for this young lady.
Hey, and you know what? She was up here and she got a group picture with us. That's something that you might want to get signed, you know, put up in your office or something. That was...
Let's get Levi Geis on up here, boys, and celebrate a moto win. Levi pretty much had control of that one the whole way. We're talking about the history with the championship, but Levi, no slouch in his own right with that performance. This class was wild with good motos and bad motos for just about everyone, and Levi at least gets to go home with a gold. So let's talk to the moto winner, 65 class, Levi Geis. Hey man, it's good to end it on a good note, and you definitely did in this class. That was a great ride.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Got a good start and rode my race.
That's pretty much the plan, right?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank, Levi?
My mom, my dad, ASV, Cobra, Troy Designs, Taylor, PR2, T-Rex, Oak Hill, Denny, Kyle Cunningham, Oakley, Roos, VP, Dunlop, and everybody else. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Levi Geis, everybody. Great job, Levi. We will have to clear the number 34 bike from the stage, though, to get the 54 up, celebrate a title. And we will, in the meantime, talk to the bronze medalist in this moto. So we'll get third place on up here, and then we'll make some history with the national championship. Got to get third place on up. He's on the way, and I'm right behind him. All right, so let's hand out a bronze medal. This class was stacked. Oh, they're going nuts on the championship bike. And as we get the bike ready for the title, let's talk third place with Weston Auto. Great job, Weston. Tell me about that moto.
My start was pretty good, and then I just had to charge as hard as I could to get up here.
Weston, who do you want to thank for third?
My mom, my dad, JM Racing, Metro Race Moto Photos, OGs, and everyone else. Thank you.
Let's hear for Weston Auto, third place in 65. And now we bring up the silver medalist. We're going to bring up the silver medalist, and we're going to do something cool. We have our own two-time Loretta's women's champion, Sophie Phelps, been helping on the podium all week. We'll let her do this one. It's a big moment in women's motocross. I'll hand you this. Let's bring up the 54. That's going to be silver medal. That's going to be enough for the championship. Let's talk to the first ever female winner in an open class in 44 years at Loretta Lynn's. Let's bring her up. Racing Kyler.
Racing Kyler, how does it feel to make history?
It's amazing.
Do you see this crowd that showed up to support you?
Yeah, it's awesome.
You're doing some pretty incredible things for girls in the sport of motocross. Tell us how you got it done this week.
I would like to thank my trainer, Cobra Elite, Mended, Two Live Paints, Mitten, Tamer, Dunlop, FMF, Renthal, Alpine Star, VP, T-Rex Throttles, Oakley, MX Tires, W Wheel, Buds Racing, Maxima, my mechanic Roger, and Ranch 54 MX.
Racing, I got one more question for you. What's your advice for other little girls who want to come up and race against the boys, against other girls, or in any capacity?
It takes a lot, but you can do it.
Racing Kyler, everyone, your national champion! We got Mike Burkeen here to give you the #1 plate.
I got another one for you. Put up front.
Yeah. Hey, Racing, let's move over here so the TV guy can get there. Do you need the mic?
All right, that works. Put that right there. No, I don't need the mic.
An unbelievable moment. Shout out also to Bernie, was up here earlier, just finished second in her class. Hannah Jameson's been going fast all week as well, and all those that have come before it. This is the history. Racing Kyler gets it done with the championship. We'll let them celebrate, pop some champagne, and we'll send it back up. What a moment for the sport of motocross.
Yes, indeed. That was a pleasure to witness that. And yes, you can work hard, and you too can do it. Good job to Racing Kyler as she hoists the #1 plate high above the head. A proud moment for the sport, for the family, and for none other than your champion, Racing Kyler.
They say if you dream it, Kevin, if you dream it, you can achieve it. And we've witnessed it here today.
Yes, we have. Where are we off to next? I have one little bit of housekeeping.
Tell me
if you
something.
don't mind. I'd like to thank everyone who helped me put together that ride. Steven came up here and challenged me to a battle. I lost. I can accept the defeat. But I want to thank MX Tires and Cernix, Oakley, the Henderson family, Yamaha, and Fitch family for letting me borrow their bike. Sorry, Fitch, I may have bent your handlebars when I fell in the Bermuda Triangle. We put that together in about 10 minutes. So thank you to everybody that helped with that. And we are off and racing to the next moto. It is Mini Senior 1, the whole shot winner, Colt Whitaker.
And this is going to be another one of those classes. We'll see the 89 of Tace Morgan. He was second place off the line. And at the moment, at least, in control of the championship. You see him back there battling about the 4th place spot as they go into the 10 Commandments. Take a look out the window. I see Wes Kane. Take a look back on the screen. And there is the rest of your field going through the 10 Commandments. And look at it. Oh, problems to 44 with a rider stuck in the rear end there. Man, tough break. That rider,
Riker Hopkins on the 44 machine. Not sure who the other. The
32. Stuck. Yeah, so back up, dislodged from the machine. Where's my bike? Oh, there it is. Oh, man, and frustrated as well. Lost a lot of time and just about all the spots you can there on that one.
Such a scary moment, and as you're laying there, you're always thankful that the rider that's still upright did not just roost out of there, because it can get really dangerous. But yeah, the 44 did the right thing, and they're both up and returned to action, so that's great.
Man, feeling dangerous right now. Whoa, is Tace Morgan got a little dangerous right there as he is chasing after Cooper Johnson. These guys were 1 and 2 in the last moto. Tace Morgan grabbing the win in that one. Now it's Johnson out front leading the way as Morgan tries to chase him down on the blue crew. Launching their way past us here in the tower, headed into that Thor Sand Sweeper. Wasn't long ago we saw these guys out on track, but plenty has changed since then as the number 9 and the 89 get ready to put a lap in the books.
And here we go, gonna check in now with 1 lap complete here in this one. And it is Cooper Johnson leading the way. Tace Morgan in that number 2 spot. Hudson Bagel is your 3rd place. Wait, Jackson Vick, Elliot Pauscher, top 5. Wiley Rive's going to be in that 6th place spot. Alex Campigli in 7th. Trey Jarvis in 8th. Colt Whitaker in that 9th place spot. And Max Daniel is going to round out our top 10 as we follow our Yamahas on screen. Cooper Johnson, your leader, and Tace Morgan there on the 89.
Man, what a battle we've got inside the top 5 as Johnson remains just a couple of bike lengths ahead of Tace Morgan. And you can tell Johnson is pushing it. Look at that, pulls the big triple through the 10 Commandments. We watched the rest of our field make their way through that long short shoot, your lead group. Now exiting the 10 Commandments and going to be getting ready to head back into Storyland as Johnson yo-yoing back and forth with that gap between himself and Tace Morgan.
They seem to be a good team, Johnson and Morgan. They seem to always be somewhat together. It's like you say, we've said a couple of times this week, not a lot of Yamahas out there, but they pick their talent well, and they always seem to be together and working towards the front. They find themselves in a 1st and 2nd position. So right now it's all about moving forward, trying to lead the rest of the field, and then every man for himself. The team colors will fade into the distance as we get into the later stages of the race, for sure.
And this is a bit of a different story between these two riders. Tace Morgan coming into this with a 2 and a 2. Meanwhile, Cooper Johnson in 11th place finish in Moto 1, but he grabbed the 2nd Moto win. So really trying to end things on a high note and go maybe 11-1-1. See what that can do as he goes off track.
And that's going to allow Morgan to slide underneath. Kind of a weird spot to go off track as well. Wonder what happened right there for the number 9 as he regroups and funnels back into that second, possibly third place spot.
Yeah, I saw Jackson Vick and Elliott Boucher coming into the picture here as their Racer TV focuses on them now out of the Bermuda Triangle.
And you look at Hudson Vagel, we saw him with a valiant effort earlier as well. I believe found himself on the ground at one point or another, so he's trying to leave that behind and focus forward here in Mini Senior 1. And right now he's focused on the number 9 of Cooper Johnson as they go past the billboards.
Got to all funnel into that inside there. And look at this, boys. Hudson Vagel with a good drive. Not going to be quite enough, though. Got to go to the outside here as the Yamaha machine jumps to the inside. Cooper Johnson still under fire, and that might just have been enough for the number 72, and it is Hudson Vagel going to overtake that second place spot and now has his eyes set on the 89 machine of Taste Morgan.
We talked about Taste the Terminator Morgan, as D. Diaz likes to call him, and how cool he stays under pressure. We're going to find out just how cool he can be because Vagel is charging hard, and we'll see what those laps look like. A 2:02 for Taste Morgan the last time. Vagel a 2:03, but man, if it doesn't seem like the KTM is starting to creep forward and knock on the door of the 89.
Another one coming into the picture there is the 53. Another rider here with a 2:02. That would be Elliott Boucher, who wants to come to the party as they are in the middle of the storyline. Look at the depth and hook to that rut. My gosh, that looks like a tough one. Might want to take the long way around back there. That looked gnarly.
Yeah, that was a tough one, no doubt. These riders making easy work of it, though. They were in and out of that section. The 53 machine there on screen now, making our way back over to the 89 of Taste Morgan. Hudson Vagel in that number 2 spot. Cooper Johnson there, our third. Then our 4th place, Elliott Boucher, Jackson Vick, and now seeing the 22 machine of Alex Campigli, all still running in formation.
So watching your leader on screen as they move their way through. We continue the live racing action here on RacerTV.com. Hope you guys are all enjoying the coverage here. As yellow flag coming out. Wait a second. Your lead rider, Morgan, able to get around clean through the Bermuda Triangle. Your top 5 all looks to get through clean as well. As Morgan now has his hands full. They're getting ready to go past the billboards. Taste Morgan a 2:026 once again, but a 2:017 now for Hudson Vagel.
So there we go. Going to make their way into that billboard section and back out. And look at this. The 72 machine now trying to make some moves. He has caught up to Taste Morgan. This is the section where he was just able to make that pass up into the second place spot. Let's see what he can do here against Morgan.
Morgan, one of the more experienced riders here on that Blue Crew team, as he takes a little glance over. So he's one of those guys that you could see if Vagel was able to make a pass, he could pick up on those lines and remount a charge. But, man, Vagel absolutely furious through the 10 Commandments, pulls right up alongside the 89, but Morgan still not cracking under the pressure.
The 72 right now just seems to be bulldogging it.
Yeah.
Like he's not scared to hit any line out there, regardless of how smooth or deep it is. He's just bulldogging the bike around, and it seems to be working right now. Eventually, as he works through all of these different progressions of ruts and corners, see here he's made an adjustment. So he's going to find something that works that's going to give him possibly an advantage. We'll see. No slouch there in Taste Morgan. He's not like the easiest guy on the track to pass, for sure.
Yeah, Taste Morgan not going to just give you anything here. And to your point, Kate, of these riders, a little bit different in stature as well. Morgan on a little bit of the smaller side for now. And then Vagel looks to be relatively big on that Supermini and kind of manhandling the machine around as he is quick to cut across, doing a great job of not following the 89 of Morgan.
Got to make our way back over here to the Camel's Back as we continue to follow Taste Morgan here. Got to make our way into this sand section. Hudson Vagel have losing just a little bit of time, and by a little bit of time, I mean a half a bike length or so, not much at all, as he's going to go to the outside here, get himself a good drive leading into this finish line jump.
And Morgan, as always, doesn't really do anything super flashy. Jackson sticks to his line, sticks to his pace, and it's working for him. He's not riding over his head, and he's got that Altus Blue Crew Yamaha working just like he wants, as he's going to make a quick pass through that Yamaha mechanics section. Maybe take a little glance over. I'm not sure. It might have been just the eyeballs there. I didn't even see a look, as he knows what he needs to do. Keep this thing out front of Hudson Vagel, not only second on track, but second in the championship.
So there we go. The 72 machine still chasing after him. Hudson Vega was able to make a pass there in that section to get up into the second place spot, but Tace Morgan, he has that line figured out through there. So the 72 machine going to have to find a different section of the track to make a move on as he triples out of our 10 Commandment section. Going to head back off in the story lane. Going to get a good view here from our live drone.
And guys, keep your eye on the number 50 of Maddox Timmerman once again. Not quite as far up as he wants to be early in this one. 7th place, but a 1:59.2 on that last lap. The fastest rider on track by a couple of seconds.
So how about that? Maddox sitting right now in the 3rd place spot here for our championship. Going into this one with 6 points. If he's able to pick up a few more spots, that might can change things around. Right now, Hudson Vega sitting in that 2nd place spot, not only out on the track, but in the championship as well, with Morgan leading the way physically and in the championship.
Can't count out Cooper Johnson. You see him in that 3rd place spot. Not a ton of pressure right behind him, and is trying to work his way back to the rear wheel of Hudson Vega. There you see, looks to be Maddox Timmerman on the number 50, trying to find his way around Alex Campigli for that number 6 spot.
Oh, Zach, this is going to be a good battle right here.
Man, we saw an incredible ride from Timmerman earlier, Jackson. The guy wore his heart on his sleeve, almost trying too hard and actually forcing mistakes. So we'll see if Timmerman maybe could take some notes from those earlier rides. Say, hey, charge as hard as you can, but make sure you keep it on 2 wheels as well.
Yeah, I was down on the floor for that one. That was a wild moto as the 50 machine gets himself a good drive into the finish line, and that is enough to make the pass there. Maddox Timmerman going to move up into the 6th place spot. Look at this. Already going to the outside and going to shuffle himself back into the inside, going in. Yeah. Taking a look, I was hoping for something different there, but no doubt about it, the 50 machine on the move.
Timmerman seems like he's kind of the guy where when he flips that switch, it's go time. It's not just, wow, look at that. He launched that inside roller. That's probably the furthest I've seen anybody jump this thing all week. And when he decides it's go time, he is going to the front. So it seems like that switch has flipped, and the number 50 is already all over the rear wheel of Jackson Vick. Look at that. Makes that pass happen as they get ready to go into the 10 Commandments. And he is already setting his sights now on Elliott Bowser in the 4th place spot.
And what a triple for him at the end of that 10 Commandments, as well as the feeder off the pegs as we head back into this Storyland section. Going to have a little bit of ground between him and the next rider. We'll see if he can catch up to Elliott Bowser here.
Well, and you talk about the speed of Timmerman. We saw those feet come off the pegs. That is the downside to that level of speed. It just seems like he is going almost faster than he can keep up with. Some things happening quicker than he can react to them. So Timmerman got to take a breath, say, hey, look, I'm making up time. I'm doing what I need to do, but I don't want to throw this thing away, as now I'm knocking on the door not only of a top 5, but could potentially work my way up into a podium.
He's done it, Zach. He is right here with this 53 machine of Bowser. If he's able to make that pass, that will put him up into the 4th place spot. And here we go. He made the pass over here at the finish line corner. We'll see if he's able to gain some ground as they make their way into the sand. Only a bike length or 2 behind. This is just what he did the lap before. Let's see if he can do it again.
Man, absolutely incredible to watch Timmerman soak those bumps up in that Thor sand sweeper. Great exit to the corner as they come across the line. And good job from Bowser, kind of closing that off.
There for a sec. Sorry, I stepped out.
No, that was great.
No. Yeah. Oh, Bowser tried to triple over the tunnel of love. Big mistake. He was turning the step up into a triple with the braking bumps. Came up a little short. And that will be enough to hand it over to Max Timmerman, a hard-charging Max Timmerman who had made up some considerable ground there. Look at that launch. Good call there from the lap before, Jackie Legs. And Zach is he's a man on a mission right now.
Well, and it looked to me like Bowser, we've seen some of these 85s kind of jump on top of the tunnel and then almost like an on-off. Didn't quite get the lift there and caught that landing. So a good save from Bowser, still keeping it just behind Timmerman in the 5th place spot. But now we take a look. That slowed them down just a tick, a 2:01 for Timmerman on that last lap, but still 2 seconds faster than Cooper Johnson. So the question is, how quickly can Timmerman try to reel this gap back in, and can he make the pass happen on Cooper Johnson?
That is the question as we see Tace Morgan here on screen on that 89 Yamaha machine. There is the 72 of Hudson Vega, and they're going to make their way over into what we've been calling a few miles of bad road, this gnarly sand section here, and you can see just how gnarly it is as those bikes swap side to side.
Man, Tace Morgan threading the needle. That got close, maybe a little too close as he made his way through that Rocky Mountain sand turn. Did pick his way through those lap riders and get through clean. And I think Morgan really doing the best that he can to try to put some space between himself and Vagel, as well as Hudson Vagel still trying to get around that group of lappers. He's able to do so. There you see him making his way around a downed rider. But look at that. Johnson now actually the rider applying some pressure to the 72 of Hudson Vagel. Bad exit on that corner. That's going to cost him just a little bit. A 2:04 now for Tace Morgan, a 2:05 for Hudson Vagel. Let's see Johnson, a 2:04.7. What is that lap time of Maddox Timmerman? A 2:02, folks. So Timmerman continuing to be the fastest rider inside that top 5 and working his way towards the front. Shout out Alex Campigli, actually just turned a 2:04.5 in that 7th place spot. So still a lot of energy inside this top 10 and a lot of positions still left to be decided.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And taking a look here at our points, Maddox Timmerman coming into this one with 6 points, sitting in the 4th place position. That would give him 10 points total. Hudson Vagel on the 72 machine going to come into this one with 8 points, sitting in 2nd. That will allow him 10 points as well. So they are right now going into this one tied. The tiebreaker will be the highest finishing, or the rider that finishes the highest here in this 3rd and final moto. So if Maddox Timmerman is able to get around Cooper Johnson, in other terms, he will be moving up into that 2nd place spot in the championship. However, the 89 machine, 2-2 moto scores, allowing him 4 points and a win here in this one. No doubt about it, Tace Morgan would be leaving Loretta Lynn's Ranch with a big championship here in the Mini Senior 1 class. And Zach, as much work, funds, the whole 9 has went into this, you know, Tace Morgan, that is all he is looking for here in this one.
Yeah, like I said, got to chat with the Morgan family a little earlier this year, and just a great group on and off the track. Really put in the work, doing some work down there in Florida. The whole family kind of moving down there to chase the dream, and man, this is showing what it's capable of when you really commit to things. As Morgan has put in the time, really gotten comfortable on this Blue Crew ride, and man, it's been impressive to watch him do what he's doing here in these mini senior classes. Meanwhile, look at what Cooper Johnson's doing. That's pulling up to the rear wheel of Hudson Vagel. He slices back to the inside. A lap rider between them. Let's see, is that going to, whoa, hold on to it now. Cooper Johnson almost got together with that lapped rider. Meanwhile, Vagel.
This thing is interesting with the leader here, I believe, and the 2-lap board did just come out. So that's the leader right there.
Yeah, this is not stretched out at all.
Super tight. And this is going to have some major title implications.
Oh, boy, I'm getting excited here in this one. We have a battle on our hands between this 72 and the 9 machine. Johnson trying to make some moves up into the 2nd place spot.
Man, we always talk about riders getting together in a battle. Maybe it slows them down. I think it's speeding up the 72 and the 9, just like you said, Kate, up there, right at the rear wheel of Tace Morgan. There you see him at the bottom of the screen. Look at the leap there for Johnson. He got that clean, too.
Yeah, you can tell just the sense of urgency that he's now riding with. That was full sin mode through the 10 Commandments. Seat bouncing through the 2nd of the triples there. So not a lot of guys doing that today, and that's a full commitment right there as he understands the severity of this moment.
Johnson absolutely going for it, and we could see it come all the way down to that final lap. We've seen battles come down to the final corner as well, as Vagel to the inside.
Man. That trouble for the 50 machine. Timmerman going down back in Storyland, I do believe. Gonna try to exit out of there now. Man, tough break for Timmerman. He has had just one layover after another.
Well, and then we talk about the maturity that comes throughout the years. Timmerman, it's crystal clear. He's got the speed. He does have the bike skills. It's just getting that maturity to know when to back it down a little bit and bring it home that I think is going to come in the following years. But, man, look at that. A little glance down, glance backwards from Vagel. Where exactly is the number 9 of Cooper Johnson? As Tace Morgan up ahead, he's got a trip through the Bermuda Triangle and then looking for a white flag.
Here we go, inside and outside. I love how it worked out there as we now have the white flag out. So cruise on by for one last time.
Good run from Vagel through that corner. A little bit less real estate for Johnson, but not quite the same momentum out of the exit of the corner.
Back into the billboard section here and going to pop back out here onto this start stretch. As the running orders stay in the same here for this top three, the 9 machine going to go to the inside here.
Johnson getting a face full of roost from Vagel, but not cracking the throttle at all. Hudson starting to move towards those insides as well, protecting those lines, making sure that Johnson can't surprise him. Johnson going to go wide. Let's see if he gets that 3-3 again. Goes for it. Clean as could be, so a great drive, and look at what that lets him do right up to the rear wheel again of Vagel.
K-Dub, would that ever go through your mind on an 85 to send a triple through there as we head back off into this back section? Oh, gonna miss that triple.
Wow. Had to give up on that, but it's crazy because he didn't lose any real time there. He's still right on the heels.
Almost gained it.
Yeah, I was about to say, look at this, Johnson. Wait a second. Around the outside, going to pull up alongside, and look at that, Vagel's looking back. Meanwhile, Johnson's made the pass happen already.
What is going on with that 72 machine?
Man, you got to wonder. Was curious to see if he took another look back over that jump. Possibly something going on with the machine, but look at this, possibly something going on with Cooper Johnson. He's not settling for second.
Look at that. Oh, he sends the wall jump.
Wait a second.
The final lap.
Hang on to it. Jack your legs. They're getting wild. They're getting ready to buzz by the tower. Morgan looks back like, what is going on? Who is that? Tay's going to protect this inside. Let's see what Johnson's able to do.
This would be a storybook finish for the number 9, but it would be as well for the 89. Tace Morgan going to go to the inside here. He's going to get himself a good drive, and that, my friends, will be enough. The 89, Tace Morgan going to grab himself a gold medal and a championship here in the Mini Senior 1 12 to 14-year-old division.
Wow, what a finish. Tace Morgan gets the job done and grabs the title. Maddox Timmerman, it looks like, going to cross the line in 4th, and that's going to secure 2nd place overall. And Hudson Vagel 3rd in the Moto and 3rd in your championship in Mini Senior 1. All right, we'll take a look at the backside of the top 5 into the top 10. Elliot Bowser in the number 5 spot. Jackson Vick 6th. Alex Campigli in the 7th place ride. Trey Jarvis, Dylan Graham, and Samuel Hawk, your top 10.
Thanks, boys. Hudson Vagel, Cooper Johnson, Tace Morgan. We're going to start with Vagel. That's, I believe, 2 podiums for him in the last couple hours. So we'll get the 72 up and talk to 3rd place. And how about Tace Morgan? 2 number 1s in one day and really making a name for himself, or I should say, I guess, making his name bigger. Let's get Hudson Vagel back up here. Feel like we just did this. Some close motos on the schedule for these guys, but not even that hot today. We're fine. Welcome back, Hudson Vagel. Getting kind of used to this podium thing, brother.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
Good.
Take me through your moto.
I got a good start, like 5th or something, moved my way up. I was catching the lead or almost passed him a couple times, but kept making mistakes.
All right, still got 3rd. Who do you want to thank?
Factory Connection, TLR, Mom and Dad, Parker MX, and everyone else, thank you.
Let's hear it for Hudson Vagel taking 3rd. Silver medal is going to go to Cooper Johnson. We'll bring the number 10 on up. Another good ride for him. Let's hear it for the silver medalist, Cooper Johnson. Well, great riding all week, Cooper. How was that moto?
It was good. Got off to a really good start. Faded back to 3rd. Just made some mistakes and then found my flow again. Got back up in the 2nd. Was fighting for 1st, but I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Take the silver. Who do you want to thank, Coop?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Triangle Cycles, Blue Crew, Monster Energy, Scott, Sokol, PR2, Donnie Luce, the whole Yamaha team, Rusty, Pro Circuit, PR2, Dave Camp, Big Booter Brad, Next Level 101, Jess and Eddie, my brother, Monster Mike, everyone else, thank you very, very much.
Cooper Johnson, everybody. Good job, Cooper Johnson. And now we will bring up for the second time today a third moto win and a national title, dominating, taking control of the mini senior ranks. Here's the gold. Yeah, good house cleaning there. Yeah, he's going to get a free set of Oakley sunglasses, but only for a female in the family. That could be your mom or your wife, girlfriend. You pick. And the trophy. Once again, a mini senior champion. Let's hear it for Tace Morgan. That's something you can definitely get used to. Not bad. Tace, was this one a little less stressful than the other one?
Well, that one, I went to the front. They were on me for like 3 laps, and then I was like, I don't want to have this pressure, so I broke away. And I was just riding smooth out there. And then I came up on a lap or last lap that kind of took my line in the story lane, and he sucked it up right on me. But I was just kind of riding my own race, and it was a good week.
Man, this guy can ride well under pressure. More photos here. You got 2 championships. Who do you want to thank for that?
My mom, my dad, Yamaha amateur team, Donnie, Ed, Jordan, Yamalube, Moose, Parts Unlimited, Dunlop, MX Tire, Bell, 100%, Alpine Star, ODI, FMF, Tamer, ASV, VP Fuels, T-Rex, Moto Freaks, Nihilo, Dirt Care, Win Kim, Jacob Hayes, Dan Truman, everyone out of Dog Pound, they helped me out a lot. That got me here, and just the whole Yamaha team for getting me up here. Thank you.
I'm going to hand over the #1 plate, courtesy of the AMA. Here is Mike Burkeen, 2 championships in 1 day in mini senior. Let's hear it once more time for Tace Morgan. All right, we'll send it back up to the tower. Tace Morgan, you get to celebrate, and I got to get you one more bottle of champagne. Welch's sparkling grape juice.
All right, thank you there, Jason. So side laps in the books here for this junior 25+ class. Going to be a good one. The boys have been battling all week long, and it all comes down to this, K-Dub, here for this junior 25+. Jacob Bombert coming into this one with 1-1 moto scores. Heath Harrison, 2-2 moto scores for him, and Jake Weimer, 3-4 moto scores. So those are going to be your top 3. Brandon Haas, Luke Bollinger are going to be our top 5 going into this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race here. Remember, this was the early week class that had the fastest lap time.
Yes, sir.
That has since gone to Deacon Dino.
Pesky kids getting in the way.
I don't really want to challenge any of our junior 25+ to the fastest lap. They need to focus on championship. There's got a few guys here that can get it done. And we will hand out some hardware in just about 20 minutes from now as the card is up.
And we're going to switch that 2 to the 1. We're going to turn this thing sideways in just a second. There it is, everybody. Revs are up. And the gate is down here for the junior 25+ moto number 3. A Kawasaki with a good drive up the inside. But here in turn number 2, it will be a Yamaha that is leading the way. Brendan Myers with the whole shot, and then Haiden Hefner with the early lead here in this one. Brock Peterson, Brandon Ream, Tyler Locke, Jacob Bombert, Bryce Klippel, they are all right there. Bombert making some quick work here in this one as he moves up to the second place spot going into 10 Commandments. Look at this, K-Dub, 2 riders down.
They're getting back up and going. It's the 79, I believe.
79 and 42. All right. Let's take a look. Who?
Trying to find him on the leaderboard.
I am as well.
Wow.
Are they even in this one?
They're down. Don't see them in the lineup. Our apologies. We don't have. Is the 42 is going to be? Is that Heath Harrison?
Yes, the 42 is he. Was it 42 for sure? Okay, that's
for Heath Harrison. I'm not sure about the other. We're having a hard time finding a rider on the board.
79 and 42. So Heath Harrison going to be down early in this one. Tough break for him to start this thing out. Here we go, sending it into the
lead there.
Sending it into the stand is going to be that 57 machine of Jacob Bombert. So he is going to be our new leader.
Yeah, we were sitting there trying to focus on who fell, and apparently we missed a lot of action. Sorry about that. Yeah, we have a new leader here, and that was the man with the plan early in the week, posting a super fast time. I don't know that we'll get down to Deacon Dino's time here, but I don't think he needs to focus on that, not one bit. I mean, he's sitting on a 1-1, so right now it's championship thoughts only. I think that's the plan of attack if I am Baymark.
Ooh, look at this, K-Dub. We have some battles going on in the back here, just about the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th to 15th. It looks like Jacob Bombert going to be leading the way there on that 57 machine. Tyler McSwain, that is who we see there battling it out on the screen right now, along with Giancarlo Klauser there. Haiden Hefner in the mix as well on the 16 Yamaha machine. Then we got Brandon Ream on the Kawasaki.
Has a lot of bikes jumping through the Ten Commandments right here, 3, 4, 5 wide. That is a tight race right now. Nerves are peaked, trying to figure out where everyone's going, how you can attack and counterattack.
Taking a look down. Go ahead.
A little footnote here. We mistook the 1 for a 7. It is not the 79 that is not in this class. It's actually the 19 on the Honda, none other than Jacob Weimer. So we got Heath Harrison and Jake Weimer going down together, two of the real players here, and that's a fortunate miscue there going into the Ten Commandments for both of those guys, but maybe a lucky dog break for some of the other competitors here, as they were both in the running for some championship hopes, and definitely top 3 there.
Yeah, and they're going to be way down, 34th place there for Weimer, and then for the 42 machine of Heath Harrison, he's going to be sitting in 21st, so a lot of ground going to have to be made up. But there on Racer TV, we have been seeing some battles as we make our way now into this sand section, following along right there with the 81 and the 38 machine. That is Luke Bollinger on that 81. The 38 machine, however, that's going to be Brandon Ream. Last time around, Ream up into that 5th place spot. Let's see where he's going to check in this time around. Looks to be maintaining. No, he is going to move back to the 6th place position. 7th place actually there for Brandon Ream.
Yeah, Klauser. I haven't said much about Klauser. Now he's up to the 3rd position here, putting some pressure on Stephen Maggs.
A 1:58.5 for Bomber that time around. A blazing fast lap time compared to the rest of the field. Going to be about 3 seconds faster. And he is gone here in this one. Back into the 10 Commandments we go, as we follow along here with that 51 machine of Ezra Hastings aboard his KTM.
I think he just made a great move there, dive bombing the inside.
And keeping our eyes on him, trying to make a move up the inside of the 81 of Luke Bollinger. Not able to do so yet. A lot to keep up with here in this one.
Yeah, it's so many bikes in one corner at one time. I really don't know how each one of them are playing it, right? It's like trying to pass and not get past, and there's a lot of stuff going on right now. But like we said in one of the earlier motos, it's a great opportunity to sometimes find a new way, find a new line, and an opportunity that will present itself a little later. Could come across one that really works that some of these other guys hadn't seen yet. So we'll get a 51 there. A little out of control, getting it done.
Yep, 51 machine going to be able to slam the door that time on the 81. So Vollinger actually going to be the rider that is moving up, as last time he checked in, he was in the 6th place spot with the 51 machine sitting in the 4th place position. And going to make our way here into the finish line. Going to check in once again here with timing and scoring as the 73 machine under fire now from the 51.
Wow, that was a nice move there.
Stephen Mages going to lose that spot there to Hastings as Klauser checks in our 2nd place. Hastings going to check in. Hastings, I should say, going to check in that 3rd place spot. Mages into 4th, Vollinger into 5th. Scott Champion going to be running in that 6th place position as some battles on screen now.
As I watch Heath Harrison, now he's up to 8th. I know he's not on the screen right now, but that moved him up into 2nd position for the championship. So he's making some good work there after that early moto tip over.
Nice, and that's unless there is something going on, unless something happens with that 57 machine, Heath Harrison, that's about as far as he's going to be able to move up with those 1-1 scores there for Bombert, our championship leader.
Something else happened. Who is that?
That is the 35 machine, Cody Williams. And he is still going to be down as he tries to gather himself back up. He picks the bike up there in those 10 commandments.
There it is, Cody Williams, yeah.
Good job, boys, in the Racer TV trailer. As we pan back now to the 42 machine, Heath Harrison, man, he is on the move here in this one. When we checked in with him, he was in the 21st place spot. We know he was down farther than that, so at least 20 passes or so have been made by that 42 Husqvarna. Back into the miles of bad road here, this rough sand section. Scott Champion on screen there on the 84 as Heath Harrison now starting to apply some pressure to Hastings. He's going to be able to make the pass from the inside there on Hastings. Now Harrison has his sights set on that 84 of Champion. I'd like to welcome Zach Heron back into the booth here. Zach, man, this has been a wild one. Passes all over the place to start this one off. Heath Harrison along with Weimer both going down, and Heath Harrison continuing to make moves.
The Alabama Slammer, they call him that for good reason, and he is slamming his way towards the front. Actually saw Heath a little bit earlier working on his machine by himself. I said, man, where's your mechanic at? He said, you're looking at it, man. It's the same guy, same face. I'm doing it all. And changing up the program a little bit after moving back home. Oh, tough break there. The 73 of Stephen Mages. Got to see him this past winter in the AMA Arena Cross Series some with a solid performance. But, yeah, Heath Harrison, not a guy I would want behind me. Whoa. Hang on to it. That might be the save of the week from Scott Champion. He was 3/4 of the way off that bike, Jackson. That was an on-ground knack-knack we just saw.
Get that man an award for that one. That was quite the save there for the 84 machine as he makes his way back into this 10 commandment section. Going to be able to get through there clean.
Man, Scott Champion saying if I can't get a ranch medal, I might get an X Games medal with that one, as Jacob Baumart, I don't know about you, Jackson, but he has really caught me by surprise here in 2025, has shown up and has handled this plus 25 class. Really impressive performance with some really big names in this class as well.
Yeah, Baumart has had himself a week here at one point, turning the fastest lap time, which we know that has been beat several times over now, but nonetheless, he has started this week off with a bang and going to continue it here into this 3rd moto as he is looking for 1-1-1 moto scores. We talk about how hard that is to do, especially in a class like this with riders like Heath Harrison, Luke Vollinger, Scott Champion, you name them, the whole class. This will be quite the day here for Baumert.
Yeah, if you have any questions about the intensity in this plus 25 class, the rider on your screen right now, the number 4 of Brandon Haas, that was the guy that went 1-1-1 in your plus 30 class. So I guess you could say the difference 5 years makes, Jackson, because it is impressive. Obviously, Haas, an extremely skilled rider. He's currently being shown in the number 13 spot, so trying to work his way forward as well.
Going to have to put those Club MX skills to use here in this one.
Absolutely, and believe he is just behind Tyler McSwain, fellow North Carolinian. Tyler's return trip to the ranch. Aaron Plessinger actually helping Tyler in his racing efforts get to the ranch. They battled together years ago when they were both out here, and McSwain, a fellow GNCC racer as well, so good to see him back out here racing with us.
Yeah, it sure is. That's a good trainer to have going into an event like this, no doubt. On screen, we see the number 7 machine of Bryce Klippel, as Klippel seems to be under fire here from possibly Travis Delnicki on the 48, and it is the 48 machine starting to apply some pressure to the number 7.
So take a look at this. Things continuing to shake up at the backside of the top 10. As look at that. Who was that in the center of the screen? Believe that might be
the number 10 machine.
Weimer.
Yes, that is on the 19.
Stood up all the way through that corner as they were headed into the 10 Commandments. I don't think his butt touched the seat.
So that is going to be the 10 and the 19. Brock Peterson and Jake Weimer going at it here. The 10 machine of Peterson going to be a KTM. Weimer, of course, on the Honda. And the Honda machine going to try to slide up the inside here.
Man, so cool to see. Look at that. Weimer making the move.
He does it. Look at this. A 2-for-1 special, possibly a 3-for-1.
Man, he is BOGOing it for days. Buy one, get two, like the boot store driving through Nashville here.
And he got it, Zach. That's all that she wrote as they head back into the Camels back, and now into this Thor Sand Sweeper.
So continuing to watch, look at how far over the front some of these riders are as they make their way into that sand section. We continue to watch. There you see the 7 and the 10 now starting to go at it. Bryce Klippel and Brock Peterson.
Seeing some big separation in some of our races here today. Definitely not going to be the case here for our junior 25 plus as we follow along here with the number 7 of Bryce Klippel, your 9th place.
And it is going to be the number 10 in position, number 10, Brock Peterson, with Mitchell France and Brandon Haas 11, 12, McSwain 13, Ash 14, and Ream going to round out your top 15.
And here we go. Weimer going to be on the inside of Hastings here on that 51 machine and going to make easy work of it. Jake Weimer now into that 6th place spot.
Yeah, Weimer really looking strong right now, getting a little later into the moto, good and warmed up as he's making his way through some big names. I mean, Giancarlo Klauser, Ezra Hastings, Scott Champion, these are names that we've said for years. Jackson and Weimer here in his return to the ranch got to see how much he's got in the tank as far as being able to pick his way through the pack.
Yeah, Zach, one thing he has on his side is not going to be quite the temperatures that we saw here earlier in the week. Nonetheless, it has warmed up here in Hurricane Mills.
Oh, certainly. It is not chilly by any means. I just think it's not mind-blowingly hot, and that's going to allow these riders to show what they're capable of, the skills that they have, the ability to push the pace. That is what we love to see. Don't get me wrong. There's a certain element of toughness that we like about Loretta's. We like it being hot. We like the track being rough, but we also don't want it to spoil the racing itself, and couldn't ask for better conditions like this and better racing than this, as well as the 32 and the 7. Bryce Klippel and Giancarlo Klauser going at it.
Here we go, up and over the Camel's back as we continue to follow along with this number 10 machine. Into the Thor Sand Sweeper they go, going to check in for another lap complete to make it 7 laps in the books here for this final moto of Junior 25 plus.
Valmart Harrison, Vonlinger, and Champion 1, 2, and 3. As take a look at that, Heath Harrison a 157.9 on that last lap, a bit faster than Valmart. So we'll see what he's able to do as watching the 42.
And now going to make their way back onto this start stretch for the 48, the 10, the 7, and the 51 that you see here on Racer TV into the long short chute. And now the 10 Commandments for these riders. Oh, and one rider off the track there. That's the 73 machine that goes off. And Zach Mages, I believe, in survival mode now.
Yeah, Mages has just been kind of cruising his way around the track. I think he wants to bring this thing to the checkered flag, but trying to stay out of the way and not affect the overall result of the race. Meanwhile, look at the big dab there for the 7. of Klippel. These hooks coming out of these corners are really starting to get bad, Jackson. Wouldn't be surprised to see some of your leaders forcing their way maybe a little further inside if they can. If not, going to start to move wide to avoid those big hooks.
Yeah, going to have to start looking for some better real estate out there on the course, no doubt. As I take a look over, the 2-lap board is out here, Zach. So next time these riders make their way around, they will be getting the white flag.
So 1 to go after this lap.
And look at that, Heath Harrison as they check in here with timing and scoring, going to turn another fast lap time, a 1:57.6 there with a 1:59.5 for Bombert. Have to imagine Bombert just trying to bring this one on home as he was able to run away and hide to start this moto off.
Yeah, just now starting to catch a glimpse out the window here for our leaders. And that is Bombert really has opened that gap up as the 42 of Harrison just now going to get ready to enter the 10 Commandments. We continue to watch the 4 of Brandon Haas.
And taking a look here at timing and scoring, Zach. My phone just started playing mute. I don't know what that was about.
There. It's all right.
Yeah, hopefully y'all heard that on Racer TV. 18 seconds is going to be the gap here between your first and second place. As some battling going on right here now between the number 4 machine. Let's take a look. That was Brandon Haas making the move there on Hastings. So that's going to allow Haas now up into the top 10 and into that 10th place position. Taking a look at some more of our times here. Harrison now has put 11 seconds, 11.6 to be exact, between himself and Bollinger. And then 8 seconds back from Bollinger, going to be Champion, with Champion having about 6 seconds between himself and Weimer. So seeing some big separations first through 6th place, but that's where things tighten up. And that is what you are seeing right now live on Racer TV.
Headed back into Storyland once again as the white flag waves. Final lap of racing. Watching the number 4 of Brandon Haas try to work his way into a top 10. Ezra Hastings standing in his way, possibly Mitchell France now as well. All the while, the 57 of Jacob Baumert going to be closing in on a checkered flag. Heath Harrison now checks in once again, riding about 2 seconds or so faster than Baumert, but like you said, Jackson, the damage was done early. The 57 in control of this thing.
And the number 4 machine that we have here on screen, he's not giving up either. Brandon Haas going to try to pick up some more here before the finish. Not having a good drive there, though. One person that is, look at that, skying it into the sand. That is the 34 of Mitchell France trying to make a move on the number 7 of the Klippel. Can he do it? And not going to have enough time. Number 4 machine going to go to the outside of them. A drag race to the line, and he's going to get it. Look at that. Brandon Haas not only puts himself into the top 10, but going to score a 9th place on that final lap. Man, way to charge all the way to the, white flag is out. What am I talking about, Zach? I got excited there. So we still have one more to go. He still has plenty of time to pick up some more spots. We could possibly see him up as high as 8th place here in this one.
Yeah, this is not over yet at all, and we've seen so many things happen on these final laps. Anything possible. We know Haas is one of the fitter riders in the field working with that Club MX crew, so best believe he is going to be on the charge as Baumert one more time passes here in the tower through the Thor Sand Sweeper. And what an impressive performance, not only today, but this entire week in this Junior 25 plus. Grabbed one of our early fastest lap times of the week. Looking to grab not only another gold medal, but a number 1 plate to go along with it. Jacob Baumert going to grab the win here in Moto 3 of Junior 25 plus. We watch and wait for an incredible charge back from Heath Harrison as there he is, crosses the line in the number 2 spot. And waiting for the 81 of Luke Vonlinger, should be crossing the line next. 3rd place in the moto, and a solid bounce back for him as well. A little bit further back in the overall, but an impressive performance to close out the week. Scott Champion and Jake Weimer looking like going to round out your top 5.
As we tune back in, wait a second, there's still battles coming all the way down the line. We got 1, 2, 3 Blue Crew riders all going at it. I think this is France, Klippel, and maybe Klauser as well.
Where is the number 4 machine?
We'll see. Was he in front of him? Is he behind him? I can't tell right now. Looks like the 48 of Delnicki going to lead at least this group just in front of Klauser, or excuse me, France, and then Klippel. And there is Brandon Haas in that 10th place spot. So Haas gets inside the impound tents in that final position. Giancarlo Klauser going to cross the line in the 11th place ride.
Hey, I wasn't the only one hoping to see a checkered flag there. I'm sure Brandon Haas wishes it was as well, having some trouble on that last lap around. We're going to get ready to throw things down to the podium where Jacob Bomber waits on a championship plate.
Thank you, Jackson Burrell. We're looking for the 3rd place finisher. That'd be Luke Vonlinger. We'll bring Luke up for 3rd place on that number 81. Jacob Bomber is going to celebrate a national title here in 25 plus. Former pro. Man, you guys are fast. Well done. Beat me to it. Let's hear it for 3rd place, Luke Vonlinger. Hey, good to see you out here, Luke. How'd that moto go?
Best start of the week, and it kind of showed in my result. First moto, 40th gate pick, crashed on the first lap. I was last place, came back to 5th. Last moto, about a 25th place start, and got another 5th. So just hoping for a better start, and I knew I could be up here.
Let these bikes go by. Who do you want to thank, Luke?
Another thank VBMX Schools, Stripes and More out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, Davenport Custom Cabinets, LB Built, my mom, my dad, my wife, my little boy, my brother, he's here with his family. So just appreciate everybody from Kentucky that's coming out and supporting.
Awesome. It's a big moment. Let's hear it for Luke Vonlinger in 3rd. Appreciate that. 2nd place is going to go to Heath Harrison. The once and former hole shot master here at Loretta's this week. He's been doing work from the pack, or through the pack. Bring it up here, big dog. Heath Harrison finishes up the moto in 2nd, did all he could to try to keep Bomber honest. But in the end, he's going to take a silver. Heath Harrison. Putting in some hard work this week.
Yeah, I call that overtime, baby.
Yeah. So the counting technique is gone on the start. So are you working on it, trying to get better? Is it getting better?
I mean, it'd be crazy of me to say I'm not trying to be better, right? Came out about last every moto, and my buddy Dylan actually gave me some different sprockets to try a different gearing that moto, and it was better, but just wasn't prepared. Jake was on it with his starts and riding all week, and yeah, just got to be better at the starts. My riding's great, my fitness is great, and yeah, props to Jake, man. He was on it, and that's cool.
Cool. You'll be back next year at the goal?
It's a little soon to say that, but yeah, let this wear off, and then call me about January, and we'll talk about it.
Okay, I expect to see you back with a smile on your face. Who do you want to thank, Heath?
Yeah, South Mississippi Power Sports, my whole family, my mom, my dad, my wife, our little girl. Man, FMF, FXR, Backyard Designs, ODI, Dunlop Tires, 60 helmets, 100% goggles. Man, there's so many great people that stick behind me even when I'm not really in the industry anymore. So it's cool. It's fun seeing familiar faces and everybody cheering me around the track. It's cool and telling me good luck before the motos, man. I fiend off that stuff. So, yeah, it's cool, man. I'm excited. Again, props to Jake, and yeah, we'll go again in this Pro Sport Moto tomorrow.
Okay, he's not quite done. Let's hear it for Heath Harrison. And national champion in 25 plus. I've got the gold, got the Oakley certificates. Let's bring him on up. The 57, Jacob Bomber. Look, I remember you in your pro days. You've been back here for a little bit now. What makes you come back? What makes you keep doing this when you probably don't have to, right?
Honestly, peer pressure.
Stop it.
All my friends and family like, you should go, you can win. So it's been 3 years since I was here. I knew I could win. I didn't want to come back until I could actually be a little bit prepared. So we did that, and it paid off.
Awesome. All right, how's this feel, man?
It feels awesome.
32 years old, never won a Moto Loretta's, never won a championship. So it feels great, even though I'm old, I don't really have a future here, but it's still, you can't replace this feeling.
Absolutely. I'll let you thank some people, but first I got to give you this trophy. It's a big deal right here. Hold that up, take some photos. There you go. Jacob, #1 plate's coming in a second, but who do you want to thank, buddy?
My mom and dad, Crosley Radio, Rider Assurance, Merge Racing, had the bike feeling good all week. Shannon Nide, me and him got our starts dialed. Might have been a different story without those, but and then also Revive Cold Plunge, because those things have kind of saved me this week, so I appreciate them doing that.
All right, let's bring up the #1 plate for the American Motorcyclist Association and celebrate the title 25 plus with Jake Baumert.
All right, thank you for that down from the podium, Jason Wygant, as now we get ready to drop the gate. We do drop the gate on this next moto. Believe that is 125C getting ready.
125 Junior.
125 Junior BC. Yeah, excuse me. Let's give you a quick top 5 rundown in the overall picture. Colby Lesser in that 5th place spot. Braxton Mess, Cannon Hargrove, Kane Balacina, and Tristan Pruitt, your top 5 coming into the championship moto.
And take a look at this. The top 5 as they sit right now, or at least they're off the line. Tanner Dorman, Chase Moynihan, Cannon Hargrove, Christian Humphrey, and Alessandro Carminati here in this one. So a sea of Yamahas out in the front of the pack.
Behind them is the orange rider of Kevin DePino, Braxton Mess just behind in 7th. Kane Balacina, Brady Olson, and Tommy Petz, your top 10.
And here we go, following this 49 machine of Tanner Dorman right now on Racer TV. Already seeing plenty of moves being made up at the front of the pack.
Dorman, a name we're familiar with. Haven't seen a ton of them this week in the motos. Believe he's maybe had some bike issues, some bad luck going his way. But like we said, wanting to make an exclamation point at the end of the week. And look at the exclamation point right there, flying through that Rocky Mountain sand sweeper, Jackson. I don't think I've seen that much speed carried through there all week long. Oh, Colby Lesser going down. Gets a big kick up the inside of that Rocky Mountain sand sweeper, and you can see he is losing multiple positions by the second. Tries to pick that bike up in the deep sand, but a heartbreak for the #11 who was in that top 5 headed into the 3rd moto.
A heartbreak indeed. He is going to have a lot of work in front of him as we watch the boys here in the 125 Junior BC class make their way across the Camelback. And there he is. The 11 machine is fired back up. But take a look at that, Zach. Going to be sitting in the 39th place spot.
Man, got to just kind of try to regroup on that one. Say, you know what? Okay, challenge accepted. Let's go to work.
And as they check in here with timing and scoring with 1 lap complete, it is Tanner Dorman leading the way. Carminati now up into the 2nd place spot. Hargrove 3rd, Moynihan 4th, and DePino going to be your 5th place.
Man, I just looked out the window and saw Tanner Dorman. That might have been 5th gear tap jumping off that inside roller. Look, Kane Balacina, he probably doubled the amount of distance Kane Balacina just jumped right there. That was insane.
He's trying to run away and hide in this one himself. He knows exactly what he has ahead of him, and he knows exactly what he has behind him. A sea of hungry 125 junior riders. They make their way through the 10 Commandments here, Zach. Going to head back into Storyland. Dorman looking very good as they head off. On screen, we see the 14 machine and the 41. That is Brady Olson, who has just been passed by Kane Balacina there for that 6th place spot.
The 1-4 and the 4-1 going at it. Both of those riders very fast and got some big following here in these 125 classes coming into the ranch. So excited to see that battle on the backside of the top 5. Kevin DePino making some quick moves as well. He jumps into the top 5 as meanwhile we see the number 3 of Alessandro Carminati. Whoa, tap dancing around was the bike of Tanner Dorman through that Rocky Mountain sand section. Doesn't even seem to phase him, Jackson. You see some of these other riders kind of reacting to that. It seems like Dorman might have actually just opened the throttle up even more.
Yeah, he's rocking and rolling with it indeed as he sends it over into the sand. All of these riders sending it over into the sand as we see the 4 machine there on screen as he tries to chase down that 3 ride of Carminati.
And the number 3 and the number 4 sitting 2 and 3 at the moment, Alessandro Carminati and Cannon Hargrove.
And continuing to watch this battle here, Zach.
I think these guys are in matching gear as well, so looking like twins, the number 3 and the number 4. As they are currently just in front of Chase Moynihan on the 72, DePino and Balacina 5th and 6th. Brady Olson, Braxton Mess, and Christian Humphrey with Tristan Pruitt just now breaking into the top 10, Jackson.
So there we go. Going to watch that top 10 now make their way by and flash back up to the front. The 4 machine to the outside here. Is that going to be enough to make the move? Hargrove, that's going to line him up to the inside, but he jots back out to the outside here, Zach. Let's see what he's able to do in the 10 Commandments.
Here we go. Big drive from the number 4. Busts out those 2 triples in the middle. I actually believe that worked to the favor of the number 3. Carminati does pull a bike length or so.
It did indeed. A good drive there from Carminati.
Man, look at the speed, the intensity that we're seeing from Tanner Dorman. Got to ask what could have been as we take a look. Let's see where Tanner Dorman is. A 42 plus a 5. So got a 5th in that second moto, 42. Obviously where that bad luck was at the kick off the week. So Dorman maybe riding with a bit of a chip on the shoulder, showing what could have been here in 125 Junior BC.
And Zach, as they sit right now, as we take a look here at the 94 machine on screen, Kevin DePino, it is Cannon Hargrove that's in the driver's seat. Although he's in the 3rd place spot currently out on the track, he is in that driver's seat for the championship with Kane Balacino and Tristan Pruitt, your top 3, once again, in the championship standings. If they finish the way they are right now, Tristan Pruitt sitting in that 10th place spot, Zach, a 157 for him last time around. The riders in front of him turning 2-minute lap times. Tristan Pruitt has a chance of making up plenty of ground here in this one. That might just be enough to get him up farther in that championship.
Well, I'm glad to see the sense of urgency from Tristan Pruitt because he needs it, Jackson. A 9th place spot the last time we saw only puts him up to the backside of the top 3.
Oh, no.
And is that Dorman? That might be Tanner Dorman. I wonder if he got a kick over the tunnel of love. That is a heartbreak as Dorman finally was having some good luck. And looks like he went down hard, Jackson. Heartbreak for the 49.
That is indeed, Zach, as we see the 3 and the 4 machine on screen, taking a look out the window to double check that what we are seeing is correct, and it definitely is. Hate to see that for Tanner Dorman. That's going to allow these two to inherit that 1st and 2nd place spot. Carminati has now been able to pull off just a bit here from Hargrove. Taking a look a little farther back, we see the 72 of Moynihan, who now is in the 3rd place spot. Balacina in 4th, and then DePino there in 5th.
Well, while it's definitely not good for Tanner Dorman, it will work into the favor of Tristan Pruitt. He's going to get a spot along with any other passes he's made on this lap, and got to think that every pass is going to count, as Kane Balacina currently in the 2nd overall position with a 5th place running here in the Moto number 3.
And Zach, as I take a look out the window here, Colby Lesser having some troubles. He is going to have to retire from this one early. Looks to have some mechanical issues.
Man, that's a tough break for Colby Lesser. Was battling for a top 5 overall, and unfortunately not going to be able to bring it home in this one. So
some tough luck for those riders, but take a look at this. These two making their own luck out there. The 14 machine, Kane Balacina, has picked up a spot. He is going to be your new 3rd place.
Mr. Balacina, Mr. Kane Balacina making the move, and a little wipe of the goggles there. Couldn't tell if he was pulling the tear off or maybe he's used them all, eating roost off the back of Chase Moynihan. But man, what an impressive ride from the number 14.
And one thing I've noticed all week long, Zach, is they're over that camel's back before they go into this Thor sand sweeper. That seems to be the place these riders are all choosing to pull those tear-offs at.
Yeah.
A sea of tear-offs every time you look.
It is literally a layer of film on the backside of that jump. All of those riders just looking for an opportunity to get some clear vision as we watch the 41 now of Brady Olson trying to battle with Kevin DePino. Back to this number 3, number 4 battle between Carminati and Hargrove.
And this, once again, is for that top spot. Taking a look here for Tristan Pruitt to see where he's made it up to now into that 7th place position. He is sitting still 3rd in the championship standings. Once again, 1-1 scores for him going into this one. If he can make up some ground no doubt about it, he will easily be able to take that championship, but he is going to have to make up several spots before that can happen.
Yeah, still lots of shaking up going on, not only in this moto, but in the overall as well. It's now Balacina, Cannon Hargrove, and Tristan Pruitt 1, 2, 3 in the overall picture for the moment, but we've already seen multiple passes just since they've last crossed the stripe. Pruitt going to plan on working his way up towards a top 10. These two riders on your screen would be the next riders he needs to pass, DePino and Olsen. And there is Pruitt right in the back of the shot. You see him on the Husqvarna.
And there he is right there, the 37 Husqvarna machine. These two going to be battling it out. The 41 machine now applying some pressure. Brady Olsen trying to make the move on Kevin DePino.
DePino hanging tough. Look at this, Olsen, a good drive around the outside.
And not quite going to be enough yet, but going to line it back up, try it again to the inside here.
Good exit there for Olsen. They're side by side as they make their way by us here in the tower. Let's see. Oh, how about that? DePino stretches it out, but that forces him wide in the Thor Sand Sweeper. Olsen saves a little real estate and takes the pass along with it. Watch out, though. Kevin DePino now got a rear view mirror full of the Husqvarna. Tristan Pruitt trying to work his way up. He's got his next two targets just in front of him.
Yeah, Zach, something me and you talk about a lot is when these riders get into a battle, how it can slow them down. I'm sure the 37 loves to see those two KTM machines go into battle as he tries to make a move, gets cut off there over the tunnel of love. Now going to go to the outside. He's going to shoot to the inside as they head back onto the start stretch. There it is. That's enough for him to make the move on DePino. So now moving up into the 6th place spot. Let's see, can he make it 5th here in just a couple corners? Oh, man, the 41 feet off the pegs. Wow. A huge kick for him. And that's all that it took, Zach. The 37 machine is now into the 5th place spot here in this one.
Man, absolutely incredible. The charge coming out of Tristan Pruitt right now. He knows he needs every spot. He needs every point if he wants to be in the fight for this overall title. It was still Balacina. Wait a second, DePino now going down. Tough break for the 94. As we glance back to the overall picture, Balacina, Hargrove, and Pruitt still. Meanwhile, Carminati, currently ranked 5th overall at the moment on the number 3, would love to end his week with a moto win.
So Zach, taking a look here at the championship standings, I believe once they check in, that will allow Tristan Pruitt to be tied with Kane Balacina, who is right now in the driver's seat of this championship as he sits in the 3rd place position. Tristan Pruitt, he is going to have to be able to pick up one more spot to my calculations. If he is able to get around Chase Moynihan, our 4th place, he will be able to take home this championship. So now, taking a look here at this 41, Brady Olsen, the rider that now sitting back in that 6th place position.
Yeah, Brady Olsen making some big moves. I believe getting picked for that FIM Junior Worlds as well. And really looking solid on that orange machine. Good job. Got a little off balance on the exit. This has been pretty much exactly what we've seen every time we've flashed to Carminati and Hargrove. Wheel to wheel. Hargrove just about a bike length or so off. We've actually seen this exact shot probably 3 different laps, Jackson. But this could be the one where Hargrove actually makes it stick. He goes wide. He cuts back underneath. Down the long short chute. Into the 10 Commandments they go. Let's see if Hargrove can nail those triples, Jackson.
Here we go into the 10 Commandments. And going to be the same story, Zach. Hargrove going to lose a little bit of ground, but look at this. The 3 machine. Crossruts had some trouble, and that is enough that time around. It pays off somehow, some way for Cannon Hargrove. He is going to be your new leader here in this one.
Man, what an impressive ride from the number 4. Hargrove has been beyond patient, been eating roost off the back of Carminati this whole moto, waited for the opportunity and took it as soon as he saw. Meanwhile, Balacina now up to the number 3 ride, comfortably in control of this championship for the moment, as Pruitt just now breaking into the top 5.
And Zach, that was who I was just about to mention. Pruitt into the 5th place spot. He turned a 158.5. Chase Moynihan, who is not far ahead of him, turned a 2:01 there on lap number 6. Moynihan has been right there around that 2-minute range. However, Pruitt Sub 2 minute, lap after lap. Let's see, can Tristan Pruitt pull something off here? If he is able to pass Moynihan, that should give him the points that he needs. He's sitting second right now to Kane Balacina in the championship standings.
So watching, here we go, Jackson, getting ready to come past the finish line once again. Let's see. Another lap in the tally for Cannon Hargrove. This time it's the first one where he's out front. A 1:59.3 to a 2:01.7 for Carminati. Let's
see here, Zach. I've lost sight of Pruitt.
Balacina now checks in 3.
There
Pruitt
it is.
now in 4th, and with that, he takes over the number 1 spot. Look at how much that one pass has changed things, Jackson. Balacina went from 1st to 3rd in the overall as Hargrove makes that pass and holds on to 2nd in the overall picture.
So a 4th place here in this one will be enough for Tristan Pruitt to step away victorious as a champion in the 125 junior BC class. Whew, this has been quite the race so far. Still plenty more action to go as only 7 laps in the books. We'll see. No 2-lap card out now. We'll see if they're going to get it next time around.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jackson, this thing is far from over. The only thing you can bet is that you can't bet on anything because Tristan Pruitt is on the rear wheel of Kane Balacina. They're getting ready to enter into Storyland, a battle for that final podium spot between two guys that are looking to battle for the overall title. Watching the 41 go to work with the 72, Brady Olson and Chase Moynihan. Let's flash into Storyland, that battle for 3rd place between the 14 of Kane Balacina and the 37 of Tristan Pruitt. Oh, and Olson, we saw that one happening. I don't know if a hand blew off the handlebar or what, but he was going down. Went right into that phase. Hopefully going to be okay. Such a solid ride from Brady Olson.
Man,
it looks like he is getting that machine picked up.
A hard hit there for that young rider as now we continue to take a look at the 72 of Chase Moynihan as he is still under fire now, this time from the 26 machine of Braxton Mess. And here we go, the 26 machine trying to find a line around. Going to tuck into the inside, as does the 72. Up and over the camel's back. The 26 machine opting not to jump into this sand section. That's going to allow him to easily go up that inside. Going to try to aim for another inside line here going into the finish.
Wow, look at that little touch there of the rear wheel for the 72. And yeah, it kind of seemed like that was by design. The 26 of Mess seemed like he checked up and cut underneath as they headed into the Thor Sand Sweeper. This is the battle I want to watch. Kane Balacina and Tristan Pruitt, some of the fastest riders we've got in this class, going at it.
Pruitt not trying to leave this one up to chance, Zach. He wants to make sure that he gets up high enough to secure that championship.
Here we go, Balacina on the inside. Pruitt right alongside of him. This could be it. Pruitt making quick work of Kane Balacina. Wow, that was not what I expected to see as Pruitt just carried more speed through that corner before the 10 Commandments. And Balacina wasn't even able to capitalize on it and give any kind of defenses. Now he's going to have to go back to work, see if he can get around the 37 of Tristan Pruitt.
It's going to be hard to do. Tristan Pruitt continuing to turn one fast lap after another. Another 158.7 for that 37 machine. Continuing to watch him on screen. A whip of scrub over the big triple. And now back into this rough, beat-up sand section.
You see Pruitt doing a good job. He's got that tear-off hung up just a little bit. Almost came together with that lap rider. That could have been a big problem, but Pruitt really doing a good job of getting better and better as this race goes on. Made that pass happen right as soon as he got to Kane Balacina. Then look at Balacina. He is clearly not happy about it either. He is fired up and launched his way into that sand sweeper. We'll see if he can remount a charge.
Oh, having a little bobble there for the 14 machine.
And the white flag coming out as well, Jackson. So one more dance around this Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch. And we'll be crowning a champion in 125 Junior BC.
Here we go, back into the billboard section. Continuing to follow along with the 37 of Tristan Pruitt. So your top 5 going to be Cannon Hargrove, Carminati in the number 2 spot. Pruitt in 3rd. Balacina in 4th. And Mess in the 5th place spot now.
There we see Kane Balacina around the outside. Trying to go back to work. He's getting some big kicks through that long short chute. It's been a couple of times. I wasn't sure if he could hang on. He is on the ragged edge trying to get back to the rear wheel of the 37.
He's throwing everything at it, Zach, as he heads back off into Storyland for the final time in the 125 Junior BC class. Now going to take a look here at our leader, the number 4 machine of Cannon Hargrove, as he is on his way to a gold medal here in this 3rd and final moto.
What an impressive ride for Cannon Hargrove, as he has waited, stayed patient early, ate a little bit of roost, and then as soon as he saw that opportunity, boom, took the lead and has checked out since then, as he is about half a lap or so away from not only grabbing a moto win, but looking at a potential overall podium to go along with it. See some of those tear-offs laying in the track. Everybody trying to get some clear vision over these bigger jumps. Everybody wants to make sure they can see what line to take in this Thor Sandsweeper, and Hargrove only one more corner to go. The Bermuda Triangle. A little bit of lap riders in front of him. Hang on to it now. And here we go, grabbing the win, the number 4 of Cannon Hargrove. The number 3 of Alessandro Carminati crosses the line in the number 2 spot. Tristan Pruitt hangs on for 3rd. Kane Balacina crosses the line in 4th. And with that, should secure that overall podium. Pruitt, Hargrove, and Balacina 1, 2, and 3. As Braxton Mess going to round out your top 5 in this moto. Chase Moynihan, Kevin DePino, Davis Daniels, Dannon Reed, and S.J. Coy rounding out your top 10. All right, what an impressive ride. A great fight all the way down to the wire for that one, Jackson. As now we get ready to look at the backside of the top 20. Look at how many of these riders are still wheel to wheel as they come across the stripe. Timing and scoring about to light up like a Christmas tree, as probably 5 or 6 riders were all wheel to wheel as they came across the stripe.
Chase Moynihan, Kevin DePino, Davis Daniels, C.J. Coy, and Dannon Reed going to check in that top 10. Once again, congratulations to Tristan Pruitt on a 125 Junior BC Championship. Zach, we're going to get ready to throw it down on the podium, where Sophia going to wait on him and hand out some medals and hand out a championship here for our 125 juniors.
Yeah, you have time. Oh, it's working now. Hey guys, I'm down here on the podium with our Moto 3 winner. Everyone give it up for Cannon Hargrove. Cannon, definitely a sweet end to this long week at Loretta's. Talk to us about your moto and this whole week.
Yeah, it's been all in all a pretty good week. My riding has been not great, but good. And I put myself in good positions with the 3-3 going in this last moto. And I knew it was a little far-fetched. I just had to come out here and win, and everything else would fall where it fell. So I really focused on executing a start. I was second off the start. Actually, first lap got shuffled back to third a little bit, and yeah, from there I knew first and second weren't really in the title, so I just had to put my head down and push and get them both, and I ended up doing that, so I'm happy with that ride.
Cannon, who would you like to thank for helping you out in this great performance this week?
I'd like to give a huge thanks to my mom, my dad, brother, and sister. A lot of my family's here, so it's pretty special. They all sacrificed so much for me to be here, and it's I really appreciate it, and I'm happy to have rides like this show that the work we're doing is working. I'd also like to give big thanks to my girlfriend, EBR Performance, Josh, everyone at EBR. They helped me a lot. The bike's amazing. Rob over at Dunlop, Altis, Tamer, Recluse, Backyard Designs, EVS, Sycra, VP, ODI, everyone at MTF. We've been working hard, and feels good to put it up on the top step. ASV, Get Ignitions, Bill's Pipes, and everyone else, thank you so much.
Cannon Hargrove, everyone! Moto 3 winner here in 12 to 17 BC.
And my mechanic, Jeremy, we short week together. Is my first time being together, and we've worked really well, so huge thanks to him.
Congratulations, Cannon. Now if we could get our second place finisher in the Moto. Yeah. Alessandro Carminati. Alessandro, great rides all week by you. We saw your first moto, unfortunately, took you out of the championship running, it seemed, but talk to us through this week and the challenges that you faced.
It was a very good fight with my teammate Cannon. Bikes feels really good. And
who would you like to thank?
I want to thank CBR Performance, Josh, Aldrich Yamaha, Dunlop, MX Tire, Bills, Tamer, Backyard, Recluse, Get, EVS, Sycra, ASB, ODI, VP, my mom, my dad, God, my Mexican family, my Italian family, my sister, Motorrent, Van Martin, TTMX, Shortino family, Massimo Mangini, thank you for the mechanic, and yeah, see you in the last moto.
Alessandro Carminati, everyone, second place, Moto 3. Now we can get our championship bike up here on the podium in preparation to interview our champion. Everyone give it up for Tristan Pruitt. Tristan, you had awesome rides during the week, which set you up awesome for this last moto, and you did what you had to do. Walk us through it.
Yeah, my first two motos, I got first in both of them, so I was pretty confident coming into this one. Had first gate pick, had a great gate. My mechanic packed it perfect, but the bike just bogged off a bit. I was about second to last coming around the first corner, and I didn't think I could do it, but I just had some heart. And I just kept pushing as hard as I can, and I got it done.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank God, my dad, my mom. They do so many sacrifices helping me get up here. My grandma, grandpa, my sister, my brother, all my family, friends back home. Lynx Racing me a fast bike. Other than the start, it was ripping out there. TCD keeping it smooth. FMF Joel, that and the Lynx combo is super good. Monster Army, Dunlop, EVS, 110 racing gear. Bell helmets, Danny got me a sick helmet. I got the #1 helmet too. T-Rex Autos and Lab Seat Covers Graphics. My trainer Timmy and Justin Alden, they have such a cool place down there in Florida. We train so hard. My teammates that helped me push me, Christian Chase, thank you for helping me get it done.
That's Tristan Pruitt, everyone. And here comes Mike Burkeen. to hand you the ultimate title, the #1 plate. Everyone give it up for Tristan. All right, we'll grab some champagne here for Tristan. Back up to you guys at the tower. What do we have next?
Yep. Check 1, 2. We are back up here in the tower. Good job, Sophie Phelps down there. Congrats to Tristan Pruitt with the title. We're going to get the stories behind the battles here. We now have Steven, who took that big win over Kevin Windham this afternoon, that 2-lap grudge race. And we have Kevin Windham with us as well, so he can tell the other side of the story. But Steven, you took the win today. I know your goal was to ride Loretta's, but did you think you were going to win at Loretta's?
Yeah.
You did think you were going to win. You did. Okay. Well, you talked to Deegan before the moto. Maybe he helped you with the mental side, confidence?
Yes.
Okay. So Deegs your guy?
Yeah.
Okay. So Kevin Windham, meanwhile, were you a little worried? Were you even a little worried about Windham?
Nope.
You were not?
He had no worries at all for this guy. Super confident going into the moto. So I was a little nervous, and for good reason, obviously.
Well, you had the big win streak for starters, and you knew what he could bring to the table. So you're worried about that. How difficult was the track, though? We always say that people watching at home don't realize how tough this is. Was it tough?
Not exactly, but it's a lot better.
Okay, wasn't a problem. K-Dub, though, what happened to you, man? You fell down.
Yeah, the Bermuda Triangle got me. We had a little bit of a lap where we did almost a buddy race. So glad that got the bike back under Steven there, and he was able to clinch it out. Felt good about it. Went into the Bermuda Triangle like so many people have fallen down in that corner. It got me, and I handed over the championship, and he was right there to capitalize, and that's exactly what Steven did.
That's right. How cool is it to be able to share that with Deegan, Brian, and Haiden, Kevin, and everybody at Yamaha? That had to be awesome.
Yeah, man, that is awesome, and that felt good.
Absolutely. All right, well, that's cool. Kevin, thanks for jumping in, putting your win streak on the line. Steven, now you know what it's like to be an announcer. High-five me up. There we go. That's Steven, who beat Kevin Windham this afternoon. Going to hang out with us a little bit?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks, buddy. Good job.
All right, thanks, Steven. Good race.
Thank you. Kevin Windham's win streak is over, but we got more stuff brewing here, 50-plus on the line, and we got some other riders who've been waiting a long time to win at Loretta's. Our buddy Frenchie, Greg Paymart, has been close so many times. Could this be the year where he finally gets that Loretta's title? And he got the advantage over Barry Karsten in the previous moto. They really duked it out, Wes Kane, through the early laps. Paymart was able to get it. He's sitting on the pair of pocket aces.
He's got the score that you want to have going into Moto 3. That's absolutely for sure.
Yeah, the 1-1.
1-1.
Yep. So now Karsten knows he's got to win this one.
Yeah.
And he's got to hope for some luck.
What we've seen so far is most of the guys going in with 1-1, they've been getting it done. So 1-1, pair of pocket aces is the best seat in the house right now. So
the 1-1s have gotten it done, yes, but we have also seen Heartbreak Hotel reservations.
They're booking nightly.
Max Shane looked like he was in position, crashed. Racing Collar, that was a great performance and historic there, but there were a couple other riders.
Levi Meyer had one wrapped up, and then he had a bad little tumble. The top 5 going in this one was Calvin Anelek in 5th in the Masters plus 50. Scott Phelps was going in 3rd. Well, Joe Buskirk was 4th. Phelps was 3rd. Barry Karsten, like you said, with a 2-2, and then Gary Palmart with the win. So, I mean, Palmart, where he needs to be right there. I mean, definitely something would seriously have to happen for Barry to win this.
But we got K-Dub with us here in the tower. We talked so much on Radio Fox last night about the confidence and the mental side. Look, Paymart has been riding great all week. But I got to imagine, going into 3rd moto, even though he should have all this confidence, you never know. He's got this lead right now, but you never know. He's got to be a little nervous.
Right? Never go. Yeah,
there we go.
You never can just mail it in.
Yeah.
Right? There's always a chance, and the little gremlins here at the race course, and the toughest competitor, as a lot of the riders have said, is the course. So anything can happen at a moment's notice. You got to stay locked in, and I mean, this is a huge opportunity for Paymart, right? I mean, it's been a heck of a week. He's done what he had to do. He answered, a little bit of a unique opportunity. Obviously, we had the Brown situation.
Yep.
You got to bring that up. And, you know, when he went down, I've been in that situation, right? My last win at Steel City in 2010, like Dungey had a mistake. I was a fill-in rider. I'm like, here's my shot.
Yeah.
You know, there's a crack in the door. Like, this is it. And to take advantage of it, you know, people can say all they want about who's here and who ain't here and whatever, but you get it done and you race against the 42 best or however many's on the line. And congratulations to Paymart. And he saw an opportunity and he's making the best of it.
Got the lead right now. Paymart on the 44, the NKS, the Moto kicks backed. And what I like about the guys in this class, Wes, is that they all represent their local area. So Paymart's a PA guy, Karsten's a Jersey guy, and on it goes. These are guys who have raced their local tracks, maybe their local 3-4 tracks.
Well, their districts, and if you're in Pennsylvania, your District 5, and so forth up there like that.
And I wonder if we're going to see that, say, in the 50-plus class 20, 30 years from now. Now, a lot of people, they don't stay in that Northeast area. But what I like about these guys is...
that's how I'll move to Florida.
Yeah, it's the way it feels. But these guys represent the local tracks, local scene when they go out here and perform like this.
It's funny you mentioned the local scene. Being that a lot of these are from the Northeast, there's also a lot of time spent in the Florida Winter Series. Not only today, but even all the way back in the 70s and 80s.
Everybody was down there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Carson
Cocoa
spent
Beach
plenty of
action.
time down there. I would
Cocoa Beach was rough.
I know Paymart gets some Florida time in during the winter. So this is a fun one to watch. Got Karsten second, Joe Buskirk third, Calvin Andlovic is fourth, and Frank Koenig in fifth. As we're really just getting started here.
Kevin Kozad having a pretty good run right there. He's going as fast as the Lord will let him. Back in, where's he at now? Let's get a little look at him. He's dropping back a little bit, but they're rolling him up a little bit. They're making him pump the brakes, making sure he's safe. Teresa Ryle down there. James Hicks, Friday, Keating. Earl the Pearl May, looking good.
Yep, 60-plus out here. Just saw Michael Gage in the 33. That's what we're watching on screen. A good battle. Looks like we got Gage, Dwayne Carter, Scotty Phelps. Phelps has been on the podium a couple times this week.
Frank Koenig, I believe, was on the podium yesterday out of Columbia, South Carolina rider.
Phelps is his 18, right around the outside here, trying to make some moves, make up for a bad start, get into the top 10. No relation to Sophie Phelps, who's down there at the podium. If you're her, you should take credit. Be like, yeah, my dad's fast too, man. I mean, that's what I do with Timmy Wygand. Me. I just say it's me. Yeah. That was me out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep.
Koeniger.
Is Koenig. There he is.
Yep. Koenig looks good. Buskirk. Oh, Joe Buskirk.
A little footnote here on the 43. He's currently in 5th place. He's taking different lines. Look at the front number plate of the 43. Hasn't been in control of this. Should be eating a lot of roost, but his front number plate is perfectly clean. So that's interesting. That's the only rider like the 20's got a number plate full of dirt. If we get to the front shot of him and
there it is.
Look at the dirt there. And the 43 is just clean as a whistle.
Picking his own line, staying out of the way.
I don't want to pull a tear off. I don't want to eat no roost. I'm just going to do my own thing in my own line. And it's kind of working.
Wow. That's old Frank Koenig out of Columbia, South Carolina. Super good dude. Saw him in the cool zone. He's just chilling with his wife and really nice guy. Glad to have him out.
Is that line choice, or is that he's got some secret of what he sprays on that number plate? Battle right here with Earl May. That's that 82. We've been talking about him. He's 60-plus now. Earl May, former champ of this class back in the day. He is pushing him.
Give her a shout-out.
Wants to get some of the roost on that plate. Go ahead, Wes.
Hey, I do want to give Frank Koenig's mom, 82-year-old mom out there watching her son, little Frank Koenig out there. So, hey, Mom. Big shout out here from the crew at Loretta Lynn's, and thank you for watching on Racer TV. And glad to have you tuning in.
You can still call him Little Frank. At one point, he probably was.
She probably does. Hey, Little
probably
Frank.
Still, yeah.
Do you know what she's going to say tonight? Oh, Wes gave you a shout out.
Yeah, Little
all
Frankie.
the boys up there. Yeah. Hey, we'll take all ages. You just tune in, watch. We'll keep you entertained all day.
The 14 you're watching on screen at the end of the 10 Commandments, that is Wayne Powers, 9th, battling with Phelps. Stay inside that top 10. This is a good battle back here, 5th through 10th.
Oh, look at the cut across there.
Woo!
That's the kind of stuff that impresses me. From the outside across all of the rut.
Chop those lines like that.
Yep. Chop them. Oh, Phelps getting up the inside here, trying to make it happen. He's going to have to use this outside line in Storyland for the second lap in a row. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get it done. I think he did make one pass, so that might move Phelps into 9th. Battle of Powers.
All right.
So Paymart, he's pulled away, Wes, but the rest of the racing is good.
Well, Paymart in that green light special, making it look good out there. Hey, it ain't Kmart. It ain't no blue light special. It's Paymart. Where you going? Paymart. Get that green light special. Well, there he is out there.
Shout out to the 20, Guckenauer. He's on a Triumph. Which we haven't seen many of the Triumph 450s. A man, Chris Kiefer, said there's 2 of them out here. That's one of them. And right now he's in 5th on that. That's a brand new bike. 450 only came out recently for Triumph, and he's making it look good, but pressure being applied by the 33 of Anlevic.
Hey, footnote on that. Jersey's here working for Triumph, many years with Suzuki. Says, hey, our bikes are so good, I barely have to do anything.
Really?
They just get out there, they go. I'm just sitting over here in the chair.
Hey, didn't have to do much with Kiefer's bike because Kiefer didn't ride it.
No, so it's good.
Just sat there. Come on, guy. Come on, Kiefer. Jeez. Sat there, didn't even race it. Jeez. Jason Anderson out there on the 21, Kawasaki. Or that might be a different rider. That's actually Alan Alford, who we've seen out here at Loretta's for many, many years.
Many years.
Yep. It's 15th place right now that you're watching, with Ronnie Ford right in front of him.
Well, you got Jet Martin 20th, Jones in 19th, Uplinger 18th, Hodges 17th, Malrose 16th, Alfred 15th, Ford 14th, Lloyd 13th, Grotto in 12th. I butchered that one. Sorry about that, guys. Carter 11th, and Powers in your 10th. So that's about your 10th through your 20th. I don't know. Hit me up. What is that? Gardado.
Oh, is it Gabriel? Man, we've been...
Number 12.
Yeah.
12.
One of my faves down there. I hung out with him every year. He's gone to the podium at times. Yeah, Gabe Guardado.
Guardado,
yeah.
Guardado, okay.
Honestly, though, this whole class, every one of these guys is a fun dude to talk to. I don't know what it is about public speaking, but by the time they get 40-plus and now into 50, they're all hilarious on the podium.
Well, they got great jobs by then. You know, they're not trying to chase the pro dream.
Yep.
They've settled in. They've got families. They've had to talk to the banker a few times, and they get smart. And you go to the accountant a couple times, and they learn how to talk.
It's that. It's talking to the accountant.
Yeah. Chickens and savings. You know, that's how it works.
I didn't know.
Right? The bank, the accountant. Those are the guys that get important in your life when you get a little bit up in your age, right?
Next time we host a media training, I'm just going to be like, go to the bank, talk to the accountant, teach you all you need to know.
Hey, bounce a couple checks, you learn how to talk to people.
I love it. All right, the 19, who are we watching here? That is...
It's the captain. There's Koenig.
Ian Hamilton of the 19. You're watching there.
Just pull a name out and yell it and just hope that it's the...
It sounded... you're the definition of just like say it with authority and people will believe it.
And then we all believe it.
Yeah,
Do what now?
Just say it
with
like
authority.
You mean it. Say it like you mean it and people will believe it.
He's probably named more sections of tracks than anyone would ever
How many?
know.
That's true. 70% of this track has been named by Wes Kane.
Love it.
He's like the
Glad to have him.
2/3 of the planet are covered in things that Wes Kane named.
Making
Are
your
you
mark,
sad
Wes.
over this?
No, making your mark, Wes Kane. We love it.
I don't know how many years you got left, but it'll be going long after. It'll just be the Wes Kane Memorial track, the entire track. Yeah.
Well, it's a somber day here as we lay this rickety band down.
Paymart's got it. Carson's going a little quicker. He's making up a little bit of time, but I don't think enough to be a true threat. And even if he did pass him, Paymart would still have the title. They need Buskirk to get up in there from third and mix it up.
Little Joe Buskirk.
Little Joe, got little Frank,
little Joe Buskirk.
Little Barry, little Greg. Baby
Galen Dixon.
Paymart, this could be it. I see him into the beach section, looking for flags, looking for two-lap cars.
Two's out, so he'll be getting his white flag next time he comes around. Sure, he's looking forward to that.
I might wrestle the podium mic from Sophie on this one. That's a big deal, Paymart, man. How long has he been coming here?
So you're gonna go.
Like,
as long as I remember.
Yeah, why not? Kevin Kelly.
I mean, he's a regular on the tour. He's down at Minio's, and you see him here and there along the East Coast. So definitely out there at Spring-a-Ding-Ding out in Oak Hill, Ponca City.
So we are about to close this thing out, Kevin Windham, and it's a Greg Paymart show.
Yes, it is. Rider down. That's.
Oh, wow.
Don't know who that would be, but not one of our front runners.
But just looks heavy. That late in the moto?
It is super heavy. So Paymart should be coming around here. One to go.
White flag continues to fly west. Is turning me off. Left and right turns me on. Turns the microphone on, I should say.
I got to be honest with you, Kevin Kelly. We've had a few things happen here in the booth, and now I'm just trying to figure out where we're at. All right, there we go. That's by the number 26.
There's the number 80.
So we're hovering around that 29, 30, 31 area there. And
Brian Sabal on the number 80 Honda. I mean, that just tells you how deep the battles are. That's 6 guys, and that's in around the number 30 spot.
Yeah, well, now I know why we're back there in the 30 area, because here comes
our leaders.
Paymart working his way through.
Yeah, you can pick that speed up. You can see him from a mile away. The number 44 cutting through the field. He's lapped up to the number 32 of Scott Usmel. So Gregory Paymart on a roll, dude. He's going to pull this one off. Like we've said, he's been coming here for years. We've seen him all over, from Texas to Florida and everywhere in between. The
Ernest France, probably saw him over there once too.
He did do some GP stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All over.
Makes sense. All right, 2 turns to go, and we will crown MKS shoe entrepreneur Gregory Paymart. Look at that shot there. The crowd is going crazy. Frenchie has done it. He is your national champion, Greg Paymart.
And look at Barry Carson there.
Right there, closes down on him. Joe Buskirk will finish up 3rd, I believe. That was just a sea of humanity. A ton of riders there. And that was your Masters plus 50. Paymart, Karsten, and Buskirk. And the rest of the gang still filing through here as we get things sorted out on our podium. Hey, don't forget to pick up all of your packages down at the shipping center there. They've got a ton of packages down there, and I know you want them. You ordered stuff. You need it. You want to take it home with you, so stop on over by the shipping depot and pick your packages up as we get ready to toss it down to Jason Wygant, who's got an ecstatic Gregory Paymart, Barry Karsten, and Joe Buskirk. And that's how they finish up in the Moto and the championship.
Let's get this going. Kawasaki stoked on another title. Ryan Holiday's down here. Team Green going to bring another one home. This one's been a long time coming, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it. We're first going to talk to the 3rd place finisher. And congrats to him. Come around front here, Joe. 50 plus. Let's hear it for Joe Buskirk. I had to take the mic back from Sophie Phelps. We'll let her interview Racing Kyler and the girls that are young. I interview the old guys. That's how we do it. Demographics. Joe, how was that moto, buddy?
Great. I finally finished one without wrecking.
How many this week did you not do that in? How many times?
I got 4 good motos, but the last 2 I had wipeouts, so.
Okay. This is where you expect to be.
I hope to.
Yes. Who do you want to thank, Joe?
I'd like to thank Hoosier for getting me off the starting gate, Tamers, Whole Shot Devices, Sunset Ridge, FMF, my wife, my kids, my whole family here that's supporting me, and God above, and everybody here.
Let's hear it to Joe Buskirk. We got you, buddy. Joe Buskirk, 3rd place. Well, the door was open for a title We didn't know which way it was going to go. This guy tried real hard, but he's going to end up with a bunch of silvers. Let's bring up the second place finisher. It's going to be Barry Karsten. So close, but he's going to end up with a silver. Let's hear it for Barry Karsten. I know you wanted it this year. Did you give it everything you had?
Yeah, I did. The last two motos I rode my best. Just came up a little short. But track was good again, and appreciate everybody coming out.
Well, we thank you for the help. You actually gave a little advice on the track and how it was shaping up. It's good to have guys like you around, man.
Yeah, I just told them that, they asked me if the track was rough. I said, nah, it's speed up. So they just went back to rough. So it's rough, but down in the ruts ain't too bad anymore. So, but it's a tough race, no matter what.
Okay, look, now you're here on your own. Your son's not even racing here anymore. How many years are we going to get out of you? Will you race forever, or do you have to go year to year now?
Well, my deal was when I win a championship, then I can retire from here.
Okay.
So, coming back next year.
Okay, we just earned another one. Who do you want to thank, Barry?
Again, Suzuki Arm Army, with their contingency locally, the big races and medium races, they just help us 100%, and anybody riding the Suzuki. So, if you're doing good in your local races, get a Suzuki and contingency is there. Just look it up. Arai helmets, Scott goggles, Dunlap tires, FMF, decal works. Bike was working good all weekend. It's just me. Man, hate to say it, but what else? Decal works, Sunstar sprockets, FMF pipes. Everybody for coming out. You, my biggest fan again.
And the new gear.
We got Tim. We got Chris. And thank them guys. They give us calls when nobody else does, and keeps us motivated going to these big races.
That's right. Doing it for the RM Army always. Let's hear it for Barry Karsten. And finally, we get to do this. The big trophy and the gold. He's got some gold before, but now it's a number one. From the great state of Pennsylvania, let's hear it for the 44. Greg Paymart! And we give you that too. That's the gold for the moto win. Look, I don't want you to have to think too hard, but give us some numbers. How many years you've been coming here? How many years you've been pursuing that thing?
First off, I came here to have fun, and mostly for the dog show.
Okay, that's the real goal.
Let's keep something clear here. The dog show's tonight. We have a new contestant, Tor. She was already in the office. She ran off.
This is yours?
Yeah, she was checking the rule books to see if she could poo or not on the field. So we're here for the dog show, but no, seriously, all right, because I love it, and I love winning, of course, and after not winning for so long, you want it more and more, and 2 days a day. We have a good battle with Barry, The Team Green, Crossroad Power Sport, KX450. I think I got every old shot but one, and bike grips, love it. VP suspension was great. Hi to Ken Kaplan. Ken's a good dude. He helped me a lot with MKS. He wears the shoes. He loved them. He kickstarted CR500 with them. So he's a man, very cool guy, very down to earth. So Shannon, all my friend in France, my friend in PA. Did I forget anything? Anybody, Shannon? Or my daughter, of course. Yeah, she's going to be coming in a few weeks to visit. So Ilona, and I'm pumped to be here. It's a good time. Super pumped to win. I'm going to have to come back and get another one.
Barry said he's not leaving until he gets one, so you guys can go forever. But seriously, how many years have you come here?
My first year was 2007. Then I broke my neck, missed a year, and then, pretty much every year, fifth, sixth. I got a fifth in 25 plus. So 1 year, I got some third, and I got some seventh. I don't remember. Yeah. It's all piled up in the barn, but it's great to be here. I'm very thankful that I keep doing it. I'm really big on managing my health and my riding, so when I ride conservatively, it's my 80%. Try not to do any mistakes, and it pays off, Try not to. I'm too old to ride over my head, and I'm out of big crashes. Okay. No more rolling the windows, bike cartwheeling, I'm done with those. So you know, I double the triples and things like that. But yeah, I do the best I can. Everything's great. Thanks to you guys to put such a good event. You know, MX Sport. You know, this is like the window of the best racing in the world. I've been to a bunch of races. You've been around too, and this is it, man. The atmosphere is great. It's laid back. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Here it is. Number 1 plate, hard earned for Greg Paymart. Let's hear it for him. Take it away.
Man, what a great interview. Frenchie is always a class act. Let's go racing with our 250C class after 2 motos. 2-2 scores for Alessio Chavez. Michael Thompson. Nope.
Yellow plates.
Yellow
here.
plates?
Yep.
Okay. Well, my 250C class is not correct.
Yeah.
Got to be 250B, but where are they at?
Adam Kiefer here with the whole shot. Deegan Dino running in second as they pass the stripe. We will find our paperwork and give you a top 10 rundown from where they sit in the 2 motos so far.
That's all I have. Was it blotted
Cade
up?
Bradley third. Grayson Townsend in the 4th place and running out the top 5. Now, this is just the whole shot as Birdman, but a lot of stuff shaking up here as they head back into Storyland.
It's already changed. Deacon Deno now out front. Sorry about that. Your 250B class and a big pile up here. Riders trying to lift the bikes up. They're stuck. And that kid says, I have got to go, man.
Yeah, I stretched out a little long. I was like a hot dog, just a filler, just waiting on you to find the paperwork for the 250B class. There we go. We found it.
There you go. Well, Deacon Deno with 2-1 scores, 1-3 scores for Owen Koval, 3-2 scores for Vincent Way, 5-4 for Chase Lawton in 4th, and Christian Merman round out your top 5 with 7-6 scores.
No, we're good. All right, well, here we go. Kiefer with a good run out of the gate. Looks like he's going to lead this one. Deacon Deno, like Kevin said, out front here. Bradley Townsend, Merriman, Koval.
Yeah, Deno with a commanding points lead, too. It looks like he's got a point or 2 to give over Owen Koval. They both won motos, though. So Deno's got 1, Koval's got 1. But he's got that second moto as a second, and Koval's 3rd in his second moto. So that's the difference. And we're watching, I believe, Vincent Way in the mix there as well. Aiden Kiefer, I believe, still in second. Yep. Deno, Kiefer, Koval, Townsend, Canagar, Vincent Way in 6th, Trinity Bachelor 7th, Ryan Jaramillo 8th, Christian Merriman 9th, Cade Bradley rounds out your top 10. There's a look at the 29, the 27. That's Grayson Townsend slugging it out with Vincent Way on the inside.
It's a good line there for Vinny Way. Short way around. That's a good smooth run. It might be enough as he has to go outside now into the 10 Commandments, and they are 3 wide.
Hang on. Who's getting in the mix there? It's Trinity Bachelor joins the party.
Anyway, got a 2 on that one, didn't he?
Trinity Bachelor needs to have a good ride. I saw him early this morning as they came out for his first moto, was in a great position. I look at Vincent. Whoa, that is the business.
What
he gave him some elbow grease, 3 wide.
He sent him to the outside line.
Wow.
That was some wild momentum there. Luckily, 3 wide going into Storyland. Oh, Vinny Way almost tipped it over. 3-man enter, 2-man leave. And there he is, Vinny Way to the inside. He's got to watch that number 29 ride of Grayson Townsend.
Oh, Vincent Way off the racetrack goes down. The front end just washed out. He's back up. He's getting the motorcycle, but Vincent Way with a little bit of a get off there. There's no way that was going to sustain itself. They were really going after each other.
3 or 4 corners there. It looked like it was more than, Vincent back down on the side of the track. He's up, he's fine. He just fell over again. But that was some intense battle in there. That was not going to last very long.
No, it started right over here at the bottleneck just before Storyland. And
another chapter written there, Wes Kane.
Well, the story is just getting more and more intense as they go back there. These guys, like I said early on, I can't say it enough. Today's the day, today and tomorrow, the sleeves, the gloves come off, sleeves get rolled up.
We head down to Pier 6.
Yeah.
Look at the 154 by Owen Koval. 155s for the riders in front of him, Deno and Kiefer. So Koval is coming on that number 24 Yamaha. See if he's got enough time.
He is. Well, I think he can. There's plenty of time, Kevin. I mean, we're only like a lap or so into this thing. So Koval with that lap time dropping it down. And Koval's sitting in this one.
Second place. He's got a moto win.
He's got to actually.
He's got to beat Deacon Deno.
And maybe a little help, right? Is there a couple of
No, he beats Deacon Deno. They'll tie him up.
He's got it.
And he'll get the overall.
And he knows this, right? Like there's no question about it.
Go get it.
And he's got one
19 up there. So.
Got one in his belt already from this morning. So when you have that momentum of a win or a championship, a couple moto wins, you're just walking with your chest poked out just a little bit.
Look down there, Wes, out in Storyland. You're going to see your first place rider, Deegan Deno, pop out first. But look at that battle for second with Koval.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing what he needs to do. He might have made the pass on keeper. He triples out.
Yeah,
that'll do it.
Pass made to the inside.
Good job there, Koval.
He is going now, immediately going to set his sights on Deegan Deno in that sand section. He is all business right now. You can just see it on the 24.
Whoa, hang on to it there.
It's getting a little woolly. That was a koala bear move made by the 47 ride of Haiden Kiefer. Able to keep that machine under him. Buzzing the tower is Deegan Deno now. There's our second place rider, Owen Koval, and the 47 ride of Haiden Kiefer. We're looking for the 28. There's the 29 of Grayson Townsend.
Townsend, a young kid, too. He's on the younger side of this class, so he's got a few more years of eligibility, if you will. So a lot of upside to that young man. Family owns Fastco Bars.
See what Koval does now. 55, couple seconds off of Deno, but that's while he was in a battle with Kiefer, and he knows where he needs to go. So, like, when he's back in the back making that pass for second place, you get that sense in his riding style and the way he was instantly moving ahead that it was just
that urgency.
But he's not even thinking about that pass. That pass is insignificant. He's got to now go after Deegan Deno. He knows it. He kept charging that right after that pass. But, man, look at Deno looking so good as he's heading into the 10 Commandments here.
Well, you can
Bike
see.
is on point. He's on point.
Gear's on point.
All of it.
And the sun coming out, so you start to see some shadows now starting to pop out. And the sun's starting to break through that little cloud cover, that little sea mist layer we had all morning.
Sea mist. Is that what you call it?
A sea mist layer.
Sea mist layer out in the middle of the country. 4 seconds sits Deegan Deno and Owen Koval. He's just got to make up 4 seconds. No big deal. Whoa, the rear end stepping out there on the Honda. Never chopped the throttle, though. Man, that's a sea of scoops right now. I was down there at the podium. Everybody running the scoop tires. Is that what you're seeing, too, Kevin?
Scoop tires, a tire of choice for probably all day today, especially with that cloud cover. Great on the start. There's a couple little hard pan sections. You saw the rider just spin out going in the Storyland. Just not spin out, lose the rear for a second. So you got to finesse it in an area or two, but overall, for the entirety of the track, that is the tire of choice.
That is the 95 of William Canagar on the Canagar on the gas, excuse me. There's the 29 of Grayson Townsend now. He's starting to apply the pressure. There's Townsend.
Here they go. They jump down off that table now, fire past the tower, and those little group of 4 riders right there battling out pretty much. There's a 26 looking for a little ricochet move out there. That's Carson Wood.
Hey, check out that lap time that Koval just put down. He matched Deegan Deno's lap from the lap before. It was actually about a second faster than Deno. So he is on the hunt. Here's our leader, Wes, coming through the left-hander, heading right towards the 10 Commandments, and Koval's kind of got a hook in him.
He's looking at him. There's your leader now. He drops into 10 Commandments, and Koval
got to go get him. Championship
after
on the line.
I'm telling you, Kevin, that little battle behind them is really shaping up.
There's Haiden Kiefer in third. We'll look back to this battle here. It should be Townsend coming up here in just a moment. There's Townsend on the 29, and he's got the 26 who just went around him. Carson Wood gets around Grayson Townsend immediately.
Yep.
And that's what you're watching here, the 26 of Wood and Grayson Townsend on that Honda as they head off into Storyland. That is the battle for the number 4 spot. Trinity Bachelor in the mix there as well on that 23, just in front of Townsend and Wood. Attorneys at law. There's Deno. He hucks the wall jump there. And Koval going to follow him right over.
I mean, it's getting close, Kevin. Here comes your leader, Deegan Deno, just by the tower. Now I just see Koval now popping out of there.
Yeah, Koval must have had a problem there because he was a little closer than that moments ago.
But with that lap time, a little bit second faster, he should be able to close that gap a little bit more each lap.
It's so crazy, all of sport is a game of inches, and you think about the work that goes into this run to Loretta Lynn's and your year, and to see the guy right there in the windshield and be so
right there.
Close. But all sport, that's why we love it, and the competition and the game of inches, and it's no different in motocross and
darts,
whether it be an inch for a line choice or a tenth of a second.
Yeah, all those hot summer days you spend at the turn track and watching the motorcycles.
It's right there.
It's right there. That championship is 3 seconds in front of you, and that is Deacon Deno. He's saying the same thing. He goes, I worked just as hard as you did.
Well, he's in the driver's seat right now, but Owen Covels has a different game plan. Let's see if it can execute his personal game plan. It's going to be a tough feat as Deacon Deno back in the storyline looking super fast and flawless.
There's Grayson Townsend again. And Deno with that 153, back to a 153. Koval with a 155, slips off the pace just a tad. There's number 17 of Ryan Jaramillo. And there's Holland Russell working on him on the inside on the 96.
Wow. That inside line's working strong right there for all the riders watching in the Monster Energy Riders Lounge. I'd probably be paying attention to that one. That looked good for a couple different riders here in this moto.
Skimming the whoops there. Look out.
Hey,
the last four about skim that flagger. About jump out of that stand.
Skim some track markers and
whatever else comes in the way.
He recovered.
I see Pappas back there in 16. There's Doble. And Doble got on the podium with a championship run. Didn't he finish up second earlier?
I think so.
Today? Yeah, so Doble back there.
So we're still looking at the 24. The gap has kind of grown just a little bit. So Deacon Deno must have gotten the message. It's time to go. This is where you break your rider. If you're halfway through the race there, you can just get away from him where he can't see you anymore.
Yeah, we were just talking about there's your championship 3 seconds away. When that championship's 8 seconds away, you're like, I don't think I can do it. Not mine to go get right now.
True.
So that's what Deacon Deno's plan is right now. They both have their own game plan trying to execute. The best will win here.
There's our 10th place rider, the number 17 of Ryan Jaramillo. Looks over his shoulder. He's right there behind you. It's almost no point in looking over your shoulder. There's always going to be someone there.
He actually did it twice there. He looked the wrong way. He looked to his right. If he would have looked to his left, we would have given him a much bigger shout out and a thumbs up.
Got to race ahead.
If you need some encouragement, you just let us know.
Look over at the tower when you fly by.
I'll hand salute you every time.
You saluted me when I went by.
We were all cheering. We were all standing up.
I appreciate it.
We were pumped.
We had a lot of fun.
I like that wheelie that you ran down the side over there. People were cheering for you. Just laid back like nothing to it.
There's
Sunday
the 26 of Carson Wood in 5th. Got the red gear, the blue bike. And he is still going after.
That's a good line, too, there. Inside to outside.
And you can still triple.
Release the angle as you run that inside line on the 10 Commandments. Then release the angle and let your momentum carry you out. That's super hot right now.
And those are things you pick up on if they water the track. You might not be able to charge nearly as hard as they are right now because the track is super tacky, much like Wes and his long shorts. Who do we got there? Our 3rd place rider, perhaps. I guess Vincent Way was unable to get back on the racetrack. Nope, he's back there in 22nd place. There's the 47 of Kiefer.
By the way, in 22nd place running the 57. So,
jeez. Okay, so he's in it.
It was such a bummer. That part of the race got pretty hot for the opening laps there. Like it was like, whoa! You just got a sense like
there's no way.
Something's going to boil over right here.
Yeah, there were 3 riders and they were pushing each other. There was some contact. They went across 3 lanes of traffic. It got wild and woolly there for a minute.
Hey guys, don't forget MX14 tires down at Jeff Cernick's. Everything's got to go. Everything needs to go. He said he can't leave the facility. Just needs to sell some more tires. So,
did you know he was my sponsor? Actually,
don't leave Jeff Cernick here after Monday. Go down there and get them MX14s, guys. Go see him, Rob Fox, the whole crew down there. If you're slipping, get gripping. Get those Dunlop tires.
Kevin, what was were you slipping in grip?
I had great grip. Thank you to all the people down at the MX Tire area for hooking me up with a 10-minute notice, by the way. Yeah,
it happened very quickly. You were up there and you were like, hey, man, do you think you can ride?
Yes.
And they're like, yeah, all right, there we go. Let's go make it happen. Bikes, gear, the whole deal got set up, and that was a match race. That was an all-time race.
Oh, where's the buns?
My colorway was a little off. We had a little purple boots, red helmet, blue gear, but we got it done.
You made it work, dude. You made it look cool, though. You did, for sure. We're watching Deacon Deno. He is making
the sun shines. That's what he's doing.
There is Dino.
And something about his kit just looks, I mean,
clean,
just so fresh.
It pops, doesn't it? It's very crispy. I like the touch of yellow, matches the boots, matches a little bit of splashy yellow on the jersey. KTM's just look great. They just announced their 26 lineup. Everything's good. They got parts. They are ready to sell some dirt bikes to you. And we go down through Broadway, right downtown here with the number 19 of Deegan Dino on his way to a championship. Owen Koval doing his best to try to keep him in sight. Going to need a mistake or something to grab this race win, about 6 or so seconds behind the number 19 you see on screen.
Plenty of laps, though, to go in this one. Dino still out front. Colville second. Kiefer third. Kanagar fourth. Wood fifth. Bachelor sixth. Townsend seventh. Lawton eighth. Merman ninth. And Russell in the top 10.
Nice. Kev, did you ever win on all 4 brands? Cowie, the 125 for
as an amateur or on the professional
side? You didn't get a win.
So I never rode the Kawasaki. Well, I did for Mount Morris.
Right,
yeah, a couple as an amateur. I rode a couple nationals and came here. But after my amateur days, there was a big deal where they just signed. I was hoping to go to pro circuit, but just didn't work out. They just signed Robbie Raynard on the Kawasaki team when they were fielding a small bike program. At that time, 125. So I went to Yamaha, and I never returned to Kawasaki on the professional ranks.
Got the wins on the Honda, Suzuki, and Yamaha, though, for sure.
Yep. Yeah, we got a few wins on each of those brands, so that was nice.
And we continue to watch Deacon Dino. This is the race behind him on the 29 of Grayson Townsend. Man, he has been in a fight the entire moto. There's been somebody he's dealing with. Just in front of him, it's got to be Trinity Bachelor, perhaps, or Carson Wood as well. They're both in front of him.
Tough break for Vincent Way. That little get off back there in Storyland. He's back up, but him and Mason Pappas back there in 20th and 21st. Devin Cook now gets in between them. He jumps in a spot. Danny Way now down to 23rd. McPherson 24th. Jet Kellogg, he's a notable out there. Scotus, there's 17th and 18th. Wyatt Harrington and Tommy Doble doing all he can to maintain his.
Getting past here, West came by the 95 late in the moto.
Actually, I think he lost. No, he did not lose 2 spots. Just 1 spot this lap.
Kaniger strong. Got a moto win this morning. And old JB was all excited about that. Drove all night, slept in my car. I got to watch this.
What you got, Kev?
I just watched him fly by. It was 3 wide as they were coming down Broadway, hitting a progressive launch. And look at this.
Woo. Switching up the lines like some fighter pilots there, trying to get the.
He's not following, that's for sure. He's taking alternate lines.
Bachelor.
Kevin, alternate lines. You never follow. Can't follow.
Carson Wood now up to 3rd. That was a
nice ascension there. He's just kept on digging, huh?
2 positions there in that lap, late in the moto. That's a great answer for Wood there.
Got good lap time too going.
Yeah, 156 matches our leader's 156, so he is on a roll right now. The 26 Yamaha rider keeping the front wheel on the ground. It's tough with all that power. Conacher right there with him on the 95.
Good for Carson Wood, kind of show what he can do there, run a good respectable lap time, 56. He's not in the running for anything significant in the championship. Looks like he's now in 30th position, so obviously had some mishaps in the earlier motos, but good for him to put in a good performance here in Moto 3.
Yeah, you want to get it on the box. If you can get on the box and thank everybody and get them a medal,
It'll make that trip home a little bit easier.
Yeah, at least let you know what could have been if little things in the week could have gone a little bit different.
They got a good program set up for him. This is just testing the waters. They're getting him ready.
Yeah, it's
part of the process. Yeah.
Small bump in the road, but it's still, everybody wants to come here and perform, and sometimes things don't go your way. So
you got to have luck up here, too. You got to have a little bit of luck.
You've been around enough guys that have also created some of their own luck.
Yeah, you got to either create it or it's just luck, whether it's created or it's bad or whatever. It happens. So
yeah, putting yourself in a bad position tipping over, getting a bad start. Those are things that kind of you can control, and then you get into some other stuff, riding with other guys you shouldn't be with.
Vinny Wade, there was nothing he could do about it. It looks like he just cross-rutted a little bit on the face of that jump.
Flew off.
Carried him off. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it.
But the excitement of those early laps probably had every one of those guys in a bit of a.
Well, they were 4 wide going back there. And
yeah.
Guys, the white flag is out, and Deegan Dino has this championship. It's coming to fruition for him.
Doing work, Kevin.
Absolutely. Going through the 10 commandments one final time. He'll triple, single out. Says hello to the flagger. Sign a couple autographs. And next up, it's the pro class. He'll be ready. He's got the lap times. These kids are already in the B class.
Has the lap times. Look back at the board there, Kevin Kelly.
Yeah, he should. He has it.
That would be
absolutely has that.
He has the time of the week. So
the 148 flat, dude. That is remarkable.
Get some if you dare.
He put it on the board. There it is. Owen Koval tried to match that pace and did for over half the race and kind of fell off just a little bit. And once he lost touch, that was Deegan Dino's race to win and championship as well. And that gear looks like it needs to go right in the AMA Hall of Fame Museum. It's perfect. It's clean. It's ready for action.
Well, when it goes there, it's going to not get no action. It's going to be looked at.
That's what it needs to.
Look at that stuff. Give me some glasses. I'm inside. Dino, Colville, Wood, top 3. Looks like if it ends right now. For the championship, it's going to be Deegan, Dino, Owen Colville, and Chase Lawton.
Back
Good
in
job
7th.
out there.
That
7th, he's going to give him a 3rd on the box. Is pretty good.
That just tells you what happened with Vincent Way and some of the other guys kind of going up and down, shuffling around. And there it is, folks. The number 19 of Deegan Dino is your champion. How about that? They are dancing in the streets back in his hometown. Looking back to our Yamaha rider, Owen Koval.
Look at this battle up to the finish. Is that about?
Nope, that's a lap rider.
Hey, it was a battle for something. Owen Koval comes across in.
Battle for a look back.
There you go.
Bad. Hey, I saw Yamaha in first and second. I got super excited because I've lost focus talking about Deegan Dino's kit. Looks like an outfit that he'll want to. He'll probably go. You know that outfit I wore in 2025 at the 44th running of
the AMA Loretta. Let's do that again.
Yeah,
the retro
that
kit
was that was the retro. Let's do that. Let's bring that back.
Here comes the Kawasaki ride. Is that Kiefer? It's going to be Kiefer, and I believe Townsend right behind him. Something happened there. Kiefer finishes up 7th. Grayson Townsend will be 8th. And that'll wrap up the action in the 250B class, their 3rd and final moto. Deegan Dino, Owen Koval, Chase Lawton. That is your top 3. We're going to let them all say hello down at the podium. They are all hugs down there. Mom is pumped. Congratulations, Darian Sinai, the new KTM boss, pumped with his guy. What a week that kid has had.
some side laps going on down here, but everyone give it up for Carson Wood. Carson, our third place finisher in Moto 3 here in 250B. Tell us a little bit about your week. It looks like it's been pretty eventful based off your results.
Man, it's been a tough one all week. I should have came in with the 1-1, but, you know, just went down. You know, this one was mine, and, you know, it is what it is. But, yeah, I got a good jump out of the gate, and I think I was around like 15th and came back to 3rd. So, yeah.
Definitely a good ride. Who would you like to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Monster Energy, Star Racing Yamaha, Dunlop, Ethica, Thor, Alpine Stars, my mechanic Talon, everyone here helping me, Owl, and God for keeping me safe.
Carson Wood, everyone, third place in Moto 3 of 250B. And we'll bring up our second place finisher. This is Owen Covell. Everyone give it up for Owen. Owen, you've had great rides all week. Obviously a championship in your other class, which you got to be pretty excited about, but tell us about this one.
Yeah, I got off to a decent start, and yeah, Deegan was riding good, and I took a little bit too long to get around Kiefer, and he was gone, and he had a good pace, and he was able to keep that, and I tried to get into it, and then just, I was thrown off a little bit, and yeah, I just need to change a few things with the bike, and we'll be good.
Solid. What do you have coming up next after Loretta's?
Ironman next weekend for the Combine.
All right, we'll see you at the Combine. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, the whole Altus Yamaha team, Donnie, Ed, Jordan. I can't thank them enough for putting everything together in such a short time in this past year and doing everything they can do for me. 100%, Moose Elite, Monster Army, Alpine Star, Christian over there, and also Nick at 100%, Bell Helmet, ASV, Tamara Holshot, Dunlop, and everyone else I've got. Thank you so much.
Owen Covell, everyone. Second place overall and second place in the Moto 250B. Now we can get ready to crown our champion. Everyone give a round of applause for Deegan Deno. Okay. Deegan asks for a moment here while he's getting ready. Deegan, congratulations on the championship. You've got to be pretty stoked on this. Walk us through your moto.
Oh yeah, this one means the world to me. I worked my butt off for this, and I think this is what I deserve. I think I proved it all week. And yeah, you can't ask for a better moto than that. Had a couple squirrely moments in the first 2 laps, but we backed her down and pulled a gap and rode her home. So yeah, pretty easy moto to win a championship in. It wasn't no crazy battle or anything. So yeah, I'm pumped on that ride. And the best thing you can do to win a championship is go out and just win the moto, because you'll get it done anyways. So yeah, I'm pumped on that. And yeah, great moto.
And that's exactly what you did. Who would you like to thank?
Oh, I can't thank my parents enough. You know, they put in so much work for me. Like, you don't even understand unless you do the sport. You know how much your parents put in for you, and I can't be more grateful for that. Can't thank the whole Orange Brigade crew, Darian, Jed, my trainers, Brownie, Styles. Like, they took a chance on me, and yeah, it means so much to me because we made up so much ground. It's been a rough last year, rough beginning of the year, and they took a chance on me, and I'm not more grateful for that. So, or I can't be more grateful for that. The Monster crew, Monster Mike, Nick, AP Designs for the sick lids, Renin USA for the sick kits, Alpine Stars boots, Christian, Bell helmets, Danny, Ride Dunlop for getting me off to a 6-star, Twist Development for the rocket ship, Guts, Ethica, Hinton, ASV, Pro Taper, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Deegan Deno who's your champion in 250B. All right, and we welcome up the AMA to bring you your #1 plate, the most prized possession here at the ranch. Following that, we'll have Andrea Lieb from On Track School. come up with the scholarship certificate. This was a scholarship class here at Loretta Lynn's, so Deacon Den will receive $350 to put towards an educational fund. So awesome work that on-track schooling is doing here for our riders, and congratulations to our champion, Deacon Deno.
So where's Richard over there? Caught these two in the bottom part of the tower.
All right, let's go racing with our 250C class. And who got the whole shot? Blake Mara is credited with our whole shot. I saw Alessio Chavez. He's got a couple of seconds, I believe, and he's out front of this championship with 2-2 scores. 4-1 scores for Michael Thompson. K-Dub, one of the riders that you train. William Vanderford with 1-5 scores. He is tied. 1-5 scores, yep. He's got 6 points in third. 5-4 moto scores for Justin Gamage in fourth. And that's how they run. Chavez now making the move on the 91 of Thompson for the lead.
There he goes.
Done
Chavez
it, I
to the
believe.
inside. Chavez has that. Speaking too early.
He stuck it in there, but Chavez fires back at him as they double up side by side. Now Chavez trying to pull the edge.
Yeah, Chavez is one of those guys that some of the other riders have matched his speed this week, but his consistency, which is the rarity in the 250C class, he has been a great lights-out starter all week long. You see him up near the front every single moto, so
that alone is such a huge skill set to bring here to Loretta Lynn's.
Huge deal right now. Is look at this. The battle
Thompson
continues as a 91 back to the inside of Chavez. Whoa, hang on to it. She's hopping around.
Not letting him off the hook right here. Chavez now with a long drive. Hits the outside rut, and the 91 of Thompson trying to end tote. Stay with, a little brake check, a little popped up over there, knocked those hay bales out. Little
and guess what? He doesn't have to do this.
Keep
that's
that
your
up.
Championship right there.
Yeah,
those
keep that
three
up,
guys.
and that will open the door for some of our other riders here. That's games you don't want to play when you're sitting in the catbird seat here. He's
just chill right now.
Champion right now. Start making enemies, and that could be taken away.
But if Thompson gets around him, he is the champion. He's got 1 point. They'll be tied. So Thompson on the blue Yamaha there. He gets around Alessio Chavez. It swings in his
Well, they
favor.
went down over there. They hit pretty hard. I see four hay bales, Cometic hay bales, like blown away. It looked like Tyler Bowers blasting somebody in an arena cross up in the cheap seats.
Well, we'll see how this one plays out as there's plenty of racing left through Storyland.
Thompson's going to get back on the horse to rock and roll. Sorry, Kev.
Yeah, no, you're good. Just continuing to use some West Canisms.
Pay that toll to rock and roll.
Big one is down.
Second place goes down, so tough break for Thompson. It always happens in third moto. It always happens in the third moto. So much controversy in each and every moto, but that's the mystique and what makes Loretta Lynn so special.
Well, he knows he had to get in front of Alessio Chavez, who was in second, so he's going to do whatever it takes.
They were trying over here. We just send Little Dean and Jackie Legs out to straighten out the track.
How did he stay up? The number 91 just about went down again.
Got the momentum, Kevin.
Got to regroup here. There's the Kawasaki. I believe your guy, Kevin Windham.
Wow. The heavy hitters are here, man. Whoa, man. Talk about running that wishbone. We got the line right here to protect them, man. Run that wishbone offense. Put these guys in the front block. I need you on nose guard, right, left tackle, right tackle. I know it. I see it, man.
What's up, brother?
Man, welcome Loretta Lynn's, guys. Glad you're here. I'm good, man. Good. All right.
There's your boy in fifth now, making waves there, Kevin Windham. Vanderford. He is heating up. He's just on the right-hand side of that screen. He's got two riders directly in front of him.
Yeah, he made a misstep there. Wound up getting pushed back to ninth, but now he's rebounding. But he's got to get it together if he's going to go to the front. As Chavez now in control of this deal.
Oh my Lord! Look at that jump. That looks delicious. Kevin Windham's about to bail out of this right now to eat.
Man,
that smells incredible.
Left guard, right guard's here, off center. Let's go.
Hey,
run that power eye.
Our whole football team here.
Yeah, I know. We got enough
here too.
We can run a scrimmage with these guys.
You need 1 yard. You're getting in there. You're touchdown right here.
This turkey here brought us the food, and we are going to be ready to eat. But right now,
Look at this action.
Turn around, K-Dub. Turkey!
I'm pretty sure we just yelled turkey to
Over
the
the air.
entire hey, bring us a plate of food, and we just start blasting it out over all of Racer
Thank
TV
you.
and the grounds here at the ranch.
Thank y'all so much. Where are you guys located at here on the property?
Yeah. Right by the pavilion. Yeah, in the food.
What took so long to get up here? We've been up here a week.
Man, they've been slinging
You
that
could have got this
turkey
love all week.
long.
Because there's too many people on turkey.
Everybody wants that turkey.
Good point. Good point.
Amazing.
Well, cheers, and thank you guys very
Thank
much,
you.
man. Located
Yeah.
by the pavilion.
If you're hungry out here, it's your fault. They got all kinds of stuff over in Vendors Row. These guys got the Turkey Man over there.
Everything turkey.
Go check out our boys over at This Turkey here for all of your turkey needs. As right now we are looking at
all of your turkey needs. Don't be a turkey out on the track.
Kane Vanderford now up to 4th place as he tries to capture another one. A long ways around.
He is on the hunt.
Oh, doesn't have it done here.
Going to go around the outside here. Vanderford working on
Chavez.
Zacatecas.
Yeah, Chavez still in that championship run right there, K-Dub.
Yeah, he's had a really, really strong week.
There's my buddy back there in 16th to 22 of Stackhouse.
Dude, Chavez just about quadded in there and almost hit his head on the handlebars there. So Chavez needs to back it down just a notch. He's got the 17 of Mara just behind him there.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves happening here. I mean, obviously the 250C class, that means none of these competitors have had any experience at the ranch.
Do not throw it away. Chavez, Mara, Tascankis. What do you say that in third? How do you say that, Kevin? Zacatecas. Okay. Chavez, Mara, Zacatecas, Vanderford, Thompson, Kaufman, Marlowe, Yannick, and Foster Koveric.
So, Wes Kane, you realize that I do not know how to say Zacatecas, but when you say it with enough authority and confidence, that people go with it.
Yeah.
The family themselves might change the way they say their own last name if you say it strong enough.
That's what we say. We now say it this way.
Well, it's still Yamanik, but however they say it, they love it.
Zavanik. There's the Kawasaki there of Vanderford. It was, anyway.
Chavez, Mara. Zacatecas looking good.
There we go.
There he is on the inside.
To the inside.
Oh, boy. It's heating up, shaping up to be a dandy here. Nobody's safe.
That was your leader just in front of them. They caught Chavez in. They're not too far behind.
Chavez, better look out.
Vanderford now makes the pass. He goes by Kane at the farm.
What do you say?
Obviously, William on the registration there. He's into the billboard straight away.
You've been waiting for him to rise to the occasion, Kato.
Well, he won the first moto of the week, and in typical C fashion, he's had some missteps along the way. But, he's having overall a good week. But, this caliber of rider from anywhere in your top 10, I mean, these guys came in here as championship threats, and it's a long week as right now we've been talking about Kane Vanderford, but I also want to make note here of the 17 now putting a lot of pressure on Chavez as they're into the 10 Commandments.
So, Kevin, when you get back with Vanderford, do you go over what did we learn, what did we do, or do you just pick right back up, give him a little break, go train?
Oh no, we'll decompress and have a little breakdown of things we did great, things we did poorly, and
things you need to work on, right?
Yeah, you got to. Everything's got to be a building experience. Like we've already said, this is their first year here. It's a first real year of racing. Of course, your racing starts there at the Mini O's. It's kind of like the start of the season, or some people use that.
Well, now they're using Daytona.
Yep.
Moto Playground and
okay, check it out. Check it out. They're paying the toll here.
Yeah.
They're side by side. They go through the toll booth side by side with Kane.
You got to pay that toll. They went through the express lane, and now we've got a lead change.
Chavez does
just
not
like
need
that.
to battle him. He can let him go. Second will work.
Yeah, he needs to let it go.
Hey, look at your boy in the championship run now. He's up to second with all.
Yeah, Kane or William, I should say, Vanderford is in second overall. But you get a sense there's still some stuff that can happen here. A little bit shorter moto, right? This is the C classes are 15 minutes. There's 4 laps complete. Chavez isn't done.
He's not gonna. He's
not rolling over.
No, absolutely not. He's like going back for this. I need to win this. I want gold medals. Firing back at him, Kevin.
Yeah, Moto scores up potentially 2-2-2 will get you this championship.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where if you were trusting on your experience and years of being at the ranch, you'd just go ahead and let it settle a little bit.
But he's never.
I don't even think that even if Kane passes Chavez, that it's enough at this point.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He's got a point to give.
Yeah. So play it cool. If you're in the Chavez camp,
you don't have nothing to prove. It's done. Just ride it out.
But if
bring it on in.
But if he goes down battling with the number 17,
then you could hand it to Kane or Williams.
And you don't want to do that.
I personally, well, I can't. I don't want to be biased here as an announcer.
Yeah, you got to keep it between the lines here.
And Chavez keeping it close with the number 17, Blake Mara, thanks to the good folks at, what's the name of that turkey place again?
This turkey here.
This turkey here.
Yep.
Man,
and it is turkey. They have all
turkey fingers.
It's turkey time. They got turkey of every which way you can cook turkey. Turkey burgers, turkey balls, turkey patties. They got all the turkey.
Turkey fries. Well, there he is out there. Your leader, Blake Mara, the number 17. Chavez, 19. Chavez got the championship. Don't need to press the issue here. He can let Mara go. Vanderford in third. But the 19 ride has the weight of the trophy on his shoulder, Kevin. Can he keep it? Or toss it away?
I think so, man. Chavez is right there. He is all over the number 17 now. He is regrouped. Kevin Windham, the wheels have fallen off.
They've got to let him. They've got to board him and tell him, don't press the issue.
No, he's back. He's pressing.
He wants to win. I guess he wants to win the Moto,
He wants to go out with a 2-2-1.
Side by side, going into 10 Commandments. I mean, going into, not the 10 Commandments, going into Bermuda Triangle, and they are firing on all cylinders here as they pass through the finish line. What was that? A little chop block pass? Now, right there in the mechanics area, we're going, whoa.
We don't want to go down.
Don't charge. Relax.
White flag lap here, folks. One more to go for Alessio Chavez, and he goes back around the 17. Look out. They almost collided.
I mean, he's a warrior. And he looked over. He's like, I'm going to get you.
Wow.
I'm back, guys. Sorry about that.
What a
look at the action.
I don't know what you're doing.
A late Moto surge here.
That was a late surge by K-Dub.
And there's Vanderford right behind him. I mean, this could go sideways in a minute, and Vanderford could scoop this championship up if Chavez has a big get-off here, and you want him to ride this thing home.
Just take it easy. Bring it on in.
Here comes
He's crossing over to block the line.
Mara right there with him.
Look how deep those ruts are. Don't put your leg down. Just stay on the pegs. There you go. Hold on to that thing.
Perfect out of that left-hander. Good form there for Chavez. He kind of motors away just a bit from Blake Mara.
Love that drone shot.
It's great. It shows you really how technical this racetrack is. Chavez, he's not going away. He's going to fight you to the finish line. The number 17 is pesky. Here he comes on the inside.
What if 17 just goes, hey, I'm going to block you and pass you and blow you out? The dad's going to not be happy with that.
No, Chavez has got this one in hand.
Chavez, just back it down. You got this.
He is not going to back down. He is going right back at the 17.
Let the 17 have it.
Got about 30 more seconds of racing to decide who your champion will be here in this 250C class. Their third moto. Chavez has a 2 and a 2, and now another 2.
Be 6.
Vanderford back there sits second in the championship on that 25 Kawasaki just out of the frame. Here comes Chavez one more time.
Here he goes.
Wes Kane, can he do it? Can he get around him?
Side by side, there's Chavez, goes to a middle line through their feet on the pegs. A little woolly. He's going to take a stab at the 17. They both drop in the inside. Nope. He chooses an outside right. He dives in the inside. He drives, and it's going to be the number 17 of Mara's going to hold on for the win. The championship will go to Alessio Chavez. Great job out there. The number 25 coming in. Vanderford, that's your guy, K-Dub.
Great ride. There's a 79 of Mason Sakanitas.
A lot of good stuff happening out here.
Michael Thompson will finish up in the number 5 spot.
And we're going to send it all the way down to the podium. A lot of good stuff going on down there. There's Kaufman going to finish up 6th, Thompson 5th, Taganitas 4th. And it's all high fives down there for everybody. Look, you won. You did it. I won the Moto. Chavez won the war.
Well, that's a happy kid, though. The number 17, congratulations, gets a Moto win. Blake Mara. Chavez will get that championship. So we'll speak to them here in just a moment down there on our podium. Congratulations to both of those young men.
We're just getting our podium started here in 250C. We're ready for our third place rider. Everyone give it up for William Vanderford. William, awesome ride. I noticed you kind of worked your way up through the pack. Will you tell us about that?
I got off to a decent start, and fortunately a kid crashed in front of me. So I had to put in some good hard laps. I got tired at the end, though.
Now I see you've got a Farm 14 hat. You know that we've had K-Dub here up in the booth with us. What do you think about training at Farm 14?
It's the best place you can possibly go. I went from being not even able to make it to Loretta's last year to being able to almost win. You're looking to improve, go there.
All right, we're glad to hear our announcer is a good coach. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, dad, God for keeping me safe, CVR Fabrication, More Environmental Construction, TCD for figuring out what was wrong with my bike after the first moto, and 110, Scott. My brain's so foggy. That's it.
All right, everyone, that's William Vanderford. Third place in 250C, Moto 3. Now we'll bring up our first place finisher of this moto. Everyone give it up for Blake Mara.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Blake, you got to be pretty pumped on this, ending off the week on a win. Talk us through that moto.
Oh man, I got a good start. Was able to get out in the front early and kind of just try to stay smooth. Me and second were going at it. We had a bunch of back and forth, and I was able to finish in front of him and just stay up and hit my marks.
Certainly a good way to end your week. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Mom and Dad, Matt Bachelia, Jenna Bachelia, my mechanic Eli, J-Law, Moto Bros, Power Band, TLR, Dirt Lab, Motomuck, Fuel Factory, and everybody else that helps me. Thank you.
Blake Mara, everyone. First place in Moto 3 of 250B, or 250C. All right, now we got to get the championship bike up here. So if Alessio's crew wouldn't mind rolling his bike up here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the bike of our champion. The cool thing about DC classes is that generally these riders have not been to the ranch before. So to come to the ranch for your first year and pull off a win or a championship or a podium has got to be a crazy feeling. So let's welcome up our champion, everyone. This is Alessio Chavez. Alessio, you got it done, and that last moto, you ended up in second place. You did what you had to do to pull off this championship. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I just know I had to get a good start and just stay consistent. I wanted to win, but I'll take a second for the championship.
Probably a safe move. Who would you like to thank?
Just everyone watching at home, just everyone that supported me to get here. It really means so much to me to be on this top step. So just my whole family, my mom, my dad, Brecken, the Hansons, Deja Brew, Let's Ride, Autovore, G-Bar4, Gimoto, and really just Greg Duranzo and Greg Albertson. They really pushed me to make sure I win this championship. So huge thanks to them. And wow, just everyone else who I forgot. I mean, thank you so much for helping me to get here.
Alessio Chavez, everyone, your champion in 250C. Now we got our number one plate coming up from the AMA. Again, I truly believe that is the crown jewel of all these trophies right there. And Alessio Chavez is your national champion.
All right, thank you for that fantastic podium down there, Sophie, as the card is officially up sideways, and we are getting ready to go racing with girls 11 to 16. Let's give you that top 5 rundown. Madison Casimir in the 5th place spot, Tinley McCoy, Callie Sutton, Hannah Jameson, and Mayla Herrick, your top 5 as the gate is down. Let's see who it's going to be grabbing the early race lead. Bad news for the rest of the class. It's Mayla Herrick, your overall championship leader for the moment.
Yeah, we're watching them now as they make their way in. Oh, no, our leader going down.
Oh,
Get a little heavy on the handlebars right there.
A huge
trying to get back to her bike.
For Herrick, not what she needs at all. She was carrying a ton of speed into that corner and got pitched off the bike. And on top of that, Dean, this is the first lap. The entire field was bunched up right there, and she went down.
Yeah, she's upset right now, not very quick to get up. Hopefully she'll be okay and get going back in this moto again. As we watch our new leader, it'll be Hannah Jameson on the number 57 machine, leading out Tinley McCoy and Madison Casimir. That's your top 3 as they run now into Storyland.
All right, here we go. Mayla Herrick hopefully going to be okay after that big get off. Hannah Jameson, though, this is going to shake up the overall picture big time, as Jameson currently sits 1 and 2 in this class, sitting in that 2nd overall spot. Man, you can see she got a little slideways there as well as she was exiting out of Storyland. But what an impressive class that we've got here in this girls 11 to 16. Callie Sutton 3 and 3, Tinley McCoy a 5 and a 4 in that 4th place spot, with Maddie Casimir a 4 and a 6 for 5th overall coming into this 3rd and final moto.
It looks like Mayla Herrick is finally back up to her feet and remounting that bike, but unfortunately pretty far out of this one as far as title hopes go. We got our eyes number 63 right now. That'll be Zoe Moore. She's trying to catch up to this front pack that's making her way through that Thor sand sweep right now. And here we go.
There you see.
Oh, no, Jameson as well.
No, that's still Mela Herrick trying to remount that machine. Yeah, the 57 of Jameson out front leading the way, but Herrick looking like having some troubles getting that bike refired as well.
I was laying on the side for a little while, Zach.
Yeah.
Sometimes the issue is.
Jameson now checks in. First lap in the books. Zoe Moore in the number 2 spot. Tinley McCoy with a solid ride in third on lap 1. Callie Sutton and Maddie Casimir, all of our heavy hitters up front.
Solid ride as they go through the billboard section right now. Zach to make it through.
Yeah. K-Dub making his way back into the tower after celebrating with his rider down in that cool-off area. Meanwhile, look at this battle. You still see Herrick off the side of the track trying to get that bike refired. But down the long short chute goes your leader, Hannah Jameson, Zoe Moore, Tinley McCoy, Callie Sutton, and Madison Casimir, your top 5.
Yeah, and if you watch now, Zach, our leader, Hannah Jameson, has to open up a big lead over Zoe Moore. We're starting to see a battle shape up here with Zoe Moore.
Look at McCoy kicking her way through that rut. Tinley doing everything she could to try to keep it upright. Meanwhile, the 52 of Callie Sutton able to get around and get a good drive back into Storyland.
And here they're coming out of Storyland now. Already out of that storybook is Hannah Jameson, your leader. She's already making her way into the sand sweep. As we watch Callie Sutton now on the 52 machine going around the way outside line. So definitely not a choose to go through the
wait a second. Tinley McCoy going for a ride.
Right,
we saw that section pretty slick. It's one of the more hard-packed sections of the track, and looked like they tried to get the power down and back in, stepping out for McCoy. So she is able to get back on track, as now we see Mela Herrick back on track as well, but just kind of cruising her way around. She is over a lap down at this point, Dean, so got to wonder whether or not we're going to see Herrick try to bring this thing to a checkered flag or just call it a moto after a tough get-off to start this race.
And with the now the Thor sand sweeper lead over your second-place rider, Zoe Moore, it is Hannah Jameson. The girl on point right now, Zoe Moore doing a good job, but here comes the 52 of Callie Sutton. Sutton now pushing hard, riding aggressive, hopping and skipping through some jumps before the finish line section. Here she comes. There's the 52 of Callie Sutton, who is now in your third place position as timing and scoring updates. Your leader with a 2:12 lap time to Zoe Moore's 2:18, a 2:17 for Callie Sutton. So that goes to show you that Sutton is on a move right now to reel in Zoe Moore. It looks like it is Madison Casimir in fourth. Running your top 5 is Tinley McCoy after that off-track excursion right there. Kylie Hayes in 6th. 7th, Adriana Spiker. In 8th place is Piper Bell. 9th, Kinsley Jackman. And running your top 10, it's Leighton Dalebout. Solid ride there for your top 10 girls. Just outside the top 10, I'm going to give you the top 15. In 11th, we have Mary Denny. Hadley Hamrick, she is in 12th. 13th, Ava Elliott. 14th, Peyton McCleskey. And running your top 15, it's Luca Marble.
On screen, watching the number 4 of Tinley McCoy pick her way to the inside just before the 10 Commandments. Interested to see where she goes in this next corner. We saw her literally dabbing the foot 3 or 4 times through that deep rut, Dean, just to try to keep things up right in the right direction. But McCoy really on a roll as now we move forward to the 52 of Callie Sutton, and I believe that's Zoe Moore just in front of her.
Yeah, it is Zoe Moore just in front of her as they make their way around that tree and back into the far end of Storyland. Watch now as they're battled out. Of course, your leader, Hannah Jameson, she's kind of checked out early in this one. The 52, though, of Callie Sutton is on a move, and she's on the prowl to get the number 63 of Zoe Moore. But Zoe Moore, I think she knows she's there now, and Zoe Moore has turned it up out there on the racetrack.
Taking a glance out of our window, Dean, looks like another rider going down in a similar spot to where we saw Mela Herrick have a big crash as well. That's a high-speed section, and this really speaks to the way the track's breaking down as well. We were kind of joking about just how rough things were getting, but it is extremely choppy, as we see right there. Looked like that was Callie Sutton getting a bit of a kick over that wall, but things starting to break down, and some of these bumps catching the riders off guard as they get ready to buzz by us here in the tower. Callie Sutton trying to find a way around Zoe Moore for that number 2 spot.
Yeah, there she goes around the outside now, Zach. She's got a good run right here, but unfortunately, I think it's just a little too much distance. The good thing about the outside, it doesn't give you the inside in this next corner, but when you go to the inside, it kind of gives you a better angle to dive back into that inside before the finish line section.
Man, Moore, a great drive out of that corner as Sutton keeping the pressure on. Another lap in the books.
And there we go, Jamison, Moore, and Sutton, 1, 2, and 3. Madison Casimir in fourth. She's going to check in. And Callie Sutton is still a second faster than Zoe Moore. So Moore, she's under pressure right now, Zach. She's definitely feeling it.
As under pressure as you could get, without a doubt. No way to get out from under it. You can hear where the other rider's at. You're thinking about it. As easy as it is to say, focus on your own race, focus on your lines. There's no way you can't pay attention to the roaring machine behind you.
Yeah. I will shout out, though, great job by Zoe Moore. I have not seen her look back at all. She's staying focused forward, and that's what you got to do when you're in a situation like this.
And that's something we've seen from a couple different classes that I think has surprised us, is those tendencies to look back from riders. But like you said, Moore not concerned at all, focusing on what she needs to do. And she's doing just that as well, Dean. Like you said, hitting those marks. We're not seeing the big mistakes as Moore, maybe a little glance right there just to kind of get in the peripherals, but doing a great job in keeping Callie Sutton at bay for now.
Hey guys, I just want to jump in and say that I'm very impressed with both these two young ladies. Zoe Moore, for a long time, was a very small young lady. As you can see her dab right there, she still is a little bit small. So I'm just very impressed with how she's able to maneuver her bike around. Callie Sutton is not too far off of her, and I talked to Callie earlier this week, and she was telling me about her pretty lofty goals for this girls class. Right now, she's in second place in the championship if she stays where she is, and you know what? I think that even exceeds her goals. So Callie Sutton is definitely going to be leaving happy, I'm sure, as well as Zoe Moore, no matter how this battle turns out.
Well, it might have been exceeding her initial expectations, but you can clearly see Callie Sutton is fired up and wants that number 2 spot. Zoe Moore just in front of her.
But thank you, Sophie, for pointing that out. Fantastic. That overall picture, you know, it doesn't really matter right here. If Callie Sutton makes the pass on Zoe Moore, it's not really going to matter. So it's one of those things. Do you want to push it for that position? You just kind of want to settle there into that third place and take it home in the overall.
Yeah, it's a balancing act for sure, Dean. She's still not only looking at a great overall, but a podium medal as well. So going to have some more hardware to bring back home with her. And like you said, not really going to affect anything in the overall standings. So
that is true. Now, in the case of these riders, I will say that it's possible they don't even know quite where they stand in the standings. It's probably smart to avoid trying to do too much math while you're racing a dirt bike, you know.
We're hoping they got a pit board out there.
Well, and aside from that, you know, sometimes mechanics won't put your standings on a pit board if they're nervous that you're going to get a little bit anxious about that, you know, like if they put out there you're currently in the championship lead and they think that that'll make you anxious and tighten up, then they might just keep it off there and say keep pushing forward like it's a normal race. So we don't really know exactly what these girls are thinking, but you do have to imagine that they had some sort of idea where they had to be in the pack to get, you know, whichever position, whether that's a championship or third or fifth.
Yeah, I definitely don't think anybody's rolling to the line completely unaware of where they are in the overall standings. But and on top of that, everybody did kind of get to see your championship leader, Mayla Herrick, go down. She was in front when she went down. So best believe that kind of is one of those things. And Sophie, you can speak on this. If you do see a competitor, especially one that's ahead of you in the overall standings, go down, you probably make a little mental note.
That is true. Yeah, you kind of just notice that because, you know, if they're ahead of you, you probably are well aware of who they are. So yeah, I could see each of these girls saying, oh man, Mayla just went down, and probably honestly thinking that Mayla's going to come up behind them soon and maybe trying to run away from her and say, I got to put some distance on her and make sure she can't get up around me. Unfortunately for Mayla, she's a little ways back, and we hope that she's all right and that her bike's all right. But it does appear she's moving forward, still turning a few laps. So
yeah, we saw her 2 laps completed, still waiting on that third, so not sure whether she's still circulating the track or not after a extremely big get off. I believe that was just her that went around the tower right here, but kind of out of the fight in this moto, but plenty of fight going on right here. As here comes second and third. Jamison just checks in with another lap in the books with a 2:12. And meanwhile, Zoe Moore and Callie Sutton continue to go at it. Different lines for both of these young ladies. One way to the inside, the other trying to carry momentum around the outside.
Oh, and Callie Sutton is jumping up much closer to Zoe Moore with that double after the finish line around the outside and over the Tunnel of Love. She's right on the inside of Zoe. We'll see if she can make something happen.
Man, I really like that move from Sutton, going way wide, avoiding those braking bumps around the billboards. Let's see, they're going to crisscross back in front of the Yamaha Mechanics area. Sutton.
Ooh, we got some lappers. Let's see if this plays a role.
Sutton hugging that inside. A lap rider between them. Who's it going to affect more? The 63 and the 52. It's a drag race to the inside in this corner, and it looks like the 52 going to make the pass for the moment. Callie Sutton into the number 2 spot.
And you know Zoe's not going to let her keep it. So we're going to see some fight from the number 63 of Zoe Moore, while 52 is in the lead.
I don't know. I think that.
So?
I think Callie's been sitting right there. She made the pass on Zoe, and now she's going to try to make a breakaway now. But we'll have to see if Zoe Moore can respond. As she does dive the inside right there, but she's got to go to the outside here, and there's some lappers in the way. What's going to happen now as they make their way into Storyland? Are we going to write a new story here between Callie Sutton and Zoe Moore?
That is a great question, and we have quite the field of lappers that they're going through right now. It's kind of a bunch of them. So we've talked about this before. Once the leaders start going through the lappers of the field, that's when things really start to get interesting as far as other circumstances that you can't quite control.
Man, look at the group of riders that Sutton and Moore are both dealing with as far as catching riders in one big pack. Right there, it looked like Moore maybe hung up a little bit. Whoa, whoever that rider was in the bottom of the screen actually wound up getting pitched off the side of the track.
Yeah, each of these two girls making it through that group of lappers pretty clean, actually.
Yeah,
and as we see Zoe Moore make a little bit of a mistake in that sand corner going over the Rocky Mountain wall jump. Now we've got Callie Sutton checking in with us at the tower here in this second place position.
Yeah, interesting from there. You saw Sutton reach up and kind of aggressively grab one of those tear-offs. Maybe she was having some issue get clear vision.
That is possible after passing numerous riders. I can totally see her having some covered goggles. She has now put a little bit of a gap on Zoe Moore. So Dean, you made a good call there. Callie was able to put a little bit of space between her and a third place rider. Now coming around with a 2:17 lap time. Zoe Moore with a 2:20.
Yeah, I see a mistake there by Sutton, though, after that jump after the finish line. She almost missed the step out of the tunnel of love. She was trying to go around the love. She didn't want to fall in love with that tunnel of love that lap.
Yeah, and you could tell Moore saw that as well. She really was charging hard right on that side of the billboards as we continue to watch the 57 of Hannah Jamison, the white flag out, the final lap here in girls 11 to 16. She's going to launch back into Storyland for the last time, scrubs things off, keeps it on the safe side. But an incredible race, grabbing the whole shot, temporarily losing that lead for just a moment.
All right, boys, I'm going to head down to the podium.
All right.
Yeah, get her done up there. So thank you. I appreciate you being up here with us. Call that girls moto. And I just pointed out to Zach, last time through, Hannah Jamison had a 31-second lead over your second place rider, Callie Sutton.
Yeah, one of the larger gaps that we've seen so far this week at the ranch, and Jamison really been impressive. I got to think it's fair to say that Hannah Jamison and Mayla Herrick have just kind of been a little bit of a step up from the rest of the class, but unfortunately with Herrick going down, Jamison left to kind of do the dance by herself, 30 seconds out front, an incredible race. And I've been kind of spotting her out of the windows here when she's not on screen on Racer TV. And, man, the way she's slicing around these lap riders, Dean, it's just kind of like we talk about, the culmination of the hard work, the practice on and off the bike. It's all coming together right now with one corner left to go for Hannah Jamison.
Yep, here comes Hannah Jamison making her way through the Bermuda Triangle, trying not to get lost. She's got it going on, and she is pumped up about it. You see the panic revs in the air. Give it up for your race winner and champion, Hannah Jamison, on the number 57 Gas.
Man, no doubt about the emotions there. Jamison sends the revs to the moon, as she should. What an incredible ride. As we wait for second place, they're buzzing by us here in the tower. There goes Callie Sutton, still in that number 2 ride. Can't afford any kind of mistake in that Bermuda Triangle, though. Got to get out clean. Zoe Moore still right there, waiting for an opportunity. Moore choosing the inside, not following.
Oh, almost pulled something out of the bag there.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great effort, and both of those young ladies took that battle through more than half of the entire moto. So Callie Sutton going to cross the line in the number 2 ride, and Zoe Moore in the number 3 ride. Taking a look at your overall, Hannah Jamison, Callie Sutton, and Zoe Moore, 1, 2, and 3 on the overall. Looking like Madison Casimir going to cross the line in the 4th spot and 4th overall as well. Shout out to Tinley McCoy
looking like going to round out your top 5. How about the 72 of Mary Denny jumping up to a 6th place spot? Piper Bell, Kylie Hayes, and Kinsley Jackman. Your top 9, actually. Leighton Dalebout going to round out your top 10.
Yeah, solid ride out there in that girls class. And man, like we said, tough break for Mayla Herrick going into this thing. Really confident. Had some good finishes. Unfortunately, going down there just before the long short shoot.
And
but she's gonna finish the moto. She'll take the checkered flag. So
absolutely.
13th overall still. But man, what a heartbreaker.
Yeah, definitely a tough one to watch, as that was a hard get off for Mayla Herrick. But man, it just always so impressive to see the rides. We talk about Racing Kyler, who we saw grab a championship earlier in one of our boys classes as well, or our mixed gender classes, if you will. But these girls, we say it all the time, they can slice and dice with the best of them. Boy, girl, it doesn't matter. And those lap times pretty comparable as well to a lot of our mini senior and super mini classes. All right, well, let's get ready to send things down to the podium. Sophie Phelps hanging out and going to get the scoop from our top 3 in girls 11 to 16.
Hey guys, I'm up here on the podium. We're getting ready to celebrate our girls class. And headed up on our way to the podium is Zoe Moore, our 3rd place finisher. Zoe, this gives you 3rd in the moto and 3rd place in the championship. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling so good. This is the blessing. I mean, I have nothing to say. I'm just so happy.
How long have you worked for this podium finish in this class?
Like 12 years.
Well, I'm glad it's coming to fruition. You're doing a great job. Tell us about your moto.
I got a pretty good start, and then a few people fell down, but I was just trying my hardest from the finish.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandma, my grandpa, EBR, Altes, 100%, FMF, and everybody else for helping me. Thank you. Oh, and Greg! Don't forget Greg! Fly!
Zoe Moore, everyone, 3rd place overall and 3rd place in the moto in the girls 11 to 16 class. Now we're getting ready for our 2nd place finisher. I can see you're getting ready down there, everyone. Give her a round of applause for Callie Sutton. Callie, 2nd place overall, 2nd place in the moto. You got to be excited about it, but your face says otherwise. Tell me what you're feeling.
Pretty good.
All right, tell us about your moto then.
It was pretty good. Zoe was hard to pass.
But you did a great job. What's next for you after Loretta's? What's your plan?
Go home and go to Ponca.
Ponca's a good plan. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Watts Perfection, Warshner, 110, In Control, Pro Circuit, Moto Seat, DDI, Scott Goggles, Moto Hose, Pirelli, Durlab, Brab, Maxima, DT1, Acerbies, Dirt Tricks, Handbag Concrete, IEW, Fuel Factory, Works Chassis, and everyone else.
Callie Sutton, everyone, 2nd place in the moto and 2nd place overall. And now we are ready to crown our champion. Everyone give it up for Hannah Jamison, your 2025 Girls 11 to 16 champion. Hannah, this has got to feel awesome. I've got chills just standing here next to you. Walk us through your week.
It was good. I got off to a good start, and then Mayla unfortunately wadded. That was tough to watch. I hope she was okay. I saw her riding, so that's good.
Hannah, you are always a kind competitor. Now, I'm pretty sure you're racing in a class against some young men. Is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us about those races.
They were okay. I DNF'd the first moto because I got way too hot. So, but then the second moto, I had a bad hole shot or bad start. Oh my gosh. And then I came up to 13th, and then in the next moto, I got a good start, tipped over, and then got 10th. So it was a good.
Hannah Jamison mixing it up with the young men. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Fox, Alex, FMF, Lynx, SOB, Annalise, Austin, Matt, Ryan Schaefer, Haley Dow, Guts, T-Rex, Gas Mob, Bike Graphics, Dunlop, Rob Fox, Sunshine, Rob, and Teresa from Sunshine, my brother, my grandma, my grandpa, Bees Moto Lab, and everyone else. Thank you.
Mike Burkeen's going to come up here and hand you your AMA #1 plate. Everyone's pretty excited about this one up here. Take a hold of that #1 trophy. And everyone, this is your national champion in the girls 11 to 16 class. Give it up for Hannah Jamison. Hannah, one last thing. We've got Savannah here. She's from On Track School. She's going to give you this big check. It's a scholarship for an educational fund. $350. Thank you so much for On Track and raising this money for our riders to get an education. We love it. Congratulations on your championship, Hannah. Back up to you guys in the tower.
All right, thank you for that, Sophie Phelps. As now we get ready for 250 Pro Sport Moto #3. Let's give you a run through that top 10. Jonathan Getz in the 10th place spot, Clark Robbins, Gavin Betts, Diesel Thomas, Luke Fowler, and Cade Johnson, your 10th through 5th. In 4th place, it's Landon Hartz. Landon Gordon currently sitting in the #3 spot. Landon Gibson in the #2 spot, and Enzo Timmerman leading the championship charge headed into this third and final moto. We've got a 2-minute hold on the line, boys. We talk about the pressure, the added anxiety of these 2-minute holds. Try that during the third moto into the week. It all comes down to this.
Especially in a class like this 250 Pro Sport that we have coming up next. Like you said, Zach, Enzo Timmerman going to be leading the charge here into this one. That man with a 1-1 here so far. That is a very hard task to do with a field like this.
Taking a look, looks like that hold is going to be the #26 machine of Cole Sestacow, and it looks like Cole is waiting on his machine, so not sure if something's going on. I'm sure he's got a team of people working on it. Something that we've seen multiple times here at the ranch is people coming together to try to help out a fellow rider, help get them off the line and on the track, especially here in these championship motos. AMA rule gives us a 2-minute mechanical hold, so they've got him on the clock. You can see the other mechanics, dads, everybody trying to keep their rider cool, keep them pumped up. And like we said, the heart rate already kind of high. They've wrapped up those sight laps. They're trying to keep the intensity up, Dean, but at the same time, trying to keep those nerves at an all-time low.
Yeah, you have to keep the nerves down, really. You see it goes to the 1. That means there's 1 minute left. This time is about to expire. His clock's about to expire, and hopefully Sestacow can get back on his machine and get back into this moto.
Yeah, certainly not the way we would want to see somebody not be able to go out on track, but our AMA staff doing a great job of keeping us right to the rules, and we will make sure that he gets every one of those seconds. That is, and it's come down to a couple of seconds before we've seen it happen.
And Zach, we saw the gate drop before. As long as the lead rider does not cross the finish line, they are able to go ahead and get onto the track. So we're going to see what we're going to do here now as the 2 car rises into the air. They're going to make their way down the line. Make sure everybody is ready to go here, team. There it is. We flip it to the 1. The card is going to go sideways here for the final moto of the 250 Pro Sport.
Here we go. Gate is down, and we are off and rolling. 250 Pro Sport Moto #3. Great drive up the inside from one of the Blue Crew riders. Will he be able to turn it into a hole shot? It is the 17 of Cade Johnson with an impressive start. Launches off that inside roller.
The 18 of Landon Gordon right beside them. Looks like maybe 67 of Carter Malcolm making some moves. Diesel Thomas, Luke Fowler, and Cole Forbes all up towards the front.
And take a look at that. Enzo Timmerman going to be back in the 5th, 6th, 7th, maybe not even in that top 10 at this point as he makes his way into the 10 Commandments.
Let's see. This is going to be fun to watch as looks like Johnson really kind of been coming to life as this week has gone on. More and more impressive throughout the week, and seems like when the track is rough and beat up like this, that's when we see the 17 shine.
And look who's going to be right behind him, the number 18 Kawasaki machine of Landon Gordon. Then another big hitter, Diesel Thomas, in the mix as well, holding on to the 3rd place spot.
And this is going to be fun to watch because Johnson currently sitting 5th overall. Diesel Thomas sitting 7th overall. Luke Fowler right there as well. He's just outside the top 5. So these guys, plenty to fight for as well as far as their overall positioning, even if it's not for the championship. We wait and catch our 21 of Enzo Timmerman, your championship leader, as he launches into the Rocky Mountain Sand section, going to try to take that wide line and make a couple of passes. He's got Landon Gibson just in front of him. He's sitting 2nd in the overall chart, so 2 and 3 on the overalls, well into the pack.
Cole Forbes going to be right behind that on the 50 machine as we take a look at Enzo Timmerman making his way through. He was able to pick up a couple spots here, Dean.
Yeah, watch now. Whoa, somebody hit that progressive launch right there. That's going to help that rider as he rails around the outside. Looks like maybe the 50 of Cole Forbes is able to take advantage of that as these riders are really working hard now to come through the pack. Here they come across the finish line section. We're going to check him in now. The number 17 of Cade Johnson leading out. Landon Gordon in 2nd. Luke Fowler making some quick moves out there. He rounds out the top 3. Clark Robbins, Diesel Thomas rounds out your top 5. Then we got Enzo Timmerman, Alvin Hillian, Carter Malcolm, Landon Gibson, and Landon Hartz. And just outside that top 10, what do we got, Zach?
Looking like that's Cole Forbes in the 11th spot. Eli Gross, Gavin Betts, Bailey Kroon, and Devin Ruth, your top 15 as we watch Enzo Timmerman hop and skip his way through the pack. Was actually doubling through that inside of the Thor Sand Sweeper. Haven't seen somebody do that line all day long, as Timmerman just seems like he is able to put that Kawasaki wherever he wants. Saw Alvin Hillen going at it with, I believe that was Carter Malcolm as well.
Enzo Timmerman able to pick up a spot there from Diesel Thomas. Timmerman was checked in the 12th place spot there off the start, already able to cut that over half, sitting in the 5th place position. 4th place position, I believe.
Oh, big get off for one rider through those 10 Commandments. Hopefully going to be all right as the bike goes off the side of the track. Meanwhile, on screen, we see your leaders launching into Storyland, and now your leaders actually launching out of Storyland as Cade Johnson really making an impressive drive out front.
And you know, Zach, this is what Cade Johnson's been waiting for. You know, he hasn't got the greatest starts all week. Finally gets out, gets a whole shot, and we get to really see what the number 17 is made of.
Yeah, like I said, Dean, it really seems like Johnson has come to life throughout the week. He's had some solid performances, but really been able to show what he's capable of late into this 2025 Loretta's week. What better way to do just that than to be out front leading the final moto of 250 Pro Sport and kind of starting to walk away a little bit from one of the favorites in Landon Gordon.
Yeah, we seen last time through, Jackson, 2 seconds faster was Cade Johnson over Landon Gordon. Do you think Gordon's got what it takes to step it up?
I do believe so. And another person that's stepping it up, Dean, is Clark Robbins. We saw him taking a look with 12th in Moto 1, 8th in Moto number 2. He was needing to start as well. He was able to get it. We'll see what Clark Robbins can do up at the front of the field.
Yeah, right now as we see him really checking in for the true lap times, 154 for your leader, Cade Johnson, 155 for Landon Gordon in 2nd, 157s, a pair of 157s for 3rd and 4th. That is Luke Fowler and Clark Robbins. And that's where we see Enzo Timmerman. Timmerman's able to drop down to 156 now, so I think we're going to see a battle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. Enzo Timmerman really just seems like he's going anywhere the guys in front of him aren't. As you go wide, I go wider. Timmerman, I don't even think he touched the brakes. Absolutely incredible. Can he get the Cowie pivoted? No, he cuts back underneath. Going to go wide coming into the 10 Commandments. Let's see, double, triple, triple, I'm assuming.
Every turn taking the long way around and still gaining time, as now going to take this outside once again, trying to make a pass on Clark Robbins here.
And if you look there in the back of the screen, you see the 23 Landon Gibson. He has joined this party. He's looking to make some moves through the pack before this one's over.
So Timmerman launching back into Storyland once again, kind of funnels in right behind Clark Robbins. Meanwhile, we change our attention to your leader. There goes Cade Johnson. Landon Gordon still into Luke Fowler, holding on to the number 3 ride.
And here's where you see the battle starting to come through. Side by side, race in action right now.
Enzo Timmerman just not able to make a move here, Dean, as they make their way into this gnarly sand section here today. The 21 machine going to go back to the outside as he continues to try to make a move on Clark Robbins. Robbins has been able to retaliate every time, Zach.
Yeah, it seems like Enzo, I don't think there's a question. He's got a little bit more speed. You said it. He's taking those wide lines, but he's kind of getting pushed all the way to the outside, and then that last little hook, that slam into the berm is what kills all of his momentum. Look at the hopping through that inside line. I don't think anybody's been able to double through those rollers like that.
Yeah, Zach, I was going to actually ask you like the riders that like really go hard and aggressive through those singles or those breaking bumps going to the corners, like the ones that are hopping and skipping and jumping through there?
I honestly, you watch Enzo Timmerman, and it looks smoother, Dean. He's, instead of fighting and manualing his way through it, he's embracing the bumps for what they are and using them as jump faces and landings.
Enzo Timmerman going to pick up that spot, guys, from Clark Robbins and trying to make a move on Fowler now. Fowler, a young man that we haven't talked a whole lot about here this week, but definitely a big one coming into this one. What you seeing, Dean?
Hey guys, this is anybody's game right now. I'm seeing a whole slew of riders. This is like a five-way battle here for this second, third, fourth, fifth, almost even in a sixth-place position right now on the race. Actually, yes, there is Landon Gibson in the picture. So these guys are battling hard, and they got plenty of time left in this one.
Was that the pass on Fowler? Timmerman making quick work of the KTM has made it happen before the 10 Commandments. Meanwhile, looks like that's Clark Robbins battling just in front of Landon Gibson.
And guys, go ahead.
Inside. Sorry about that, Jackson. Yeah, I thought we were about to see some contact right there.
Yeah, Fowler felt it from the rider behind him for sure. Enzo Timmerman has already gone by, but Clark Robbins, he is the one in hot pursuit right now.
Enzo Timmerman has this championship secured here, guys, without making that pass on Luke Fowler. Now picks up another spot. That is going to secure it that much more for that young man. So we'll see what's going to happen here. Landon Gordon still sitting in that second place spot. He's also sitting in the second place spot here on the championship.
I was looking at that Rocky Mountain Swam sweep, but you got to thank Enzo Timmerman, and he's in the right spot right now because he's in third, and he's able to set his sights on your leaders, Gordon and Johnson, just try to reel them in smoothly and consistently.
1, 2, 3 on the track is your 3, 2, 1 in the championship. Taking a look here at the 54 machine of Diesel Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas trying to catch up to Gibson and possibly make a move before this one's over, but we got to wait and see. There you see the scrub. He just chooses not to launch the progressive launch and scrub and stay low to the ground. And we've seen a lot of riders do that. Some of them launch it, and some of them scrub it. You know, you get a little bit of breathing there when you launch that thing, but when you land, the impact takes a lot of that energy away.
I'm telling you what, I can't believe nobody's picked up on that line from Enzo Timmerman through the Thor sand sweeper. He's literally kind of manualing into that first braking bump and then doubling his way through the inside. It's so smooth and it's faster than I think anyone else can manual their way through the inside.
Yeah, here we go. Showcasing the skills. We see the 46 of Fowler diving inside of Robbins right now. These two are battling it out. Looks like Fowler's actually going to be passed up by Robbins. So Robbins now in fourth place.
Look at this, launching up the inside. Clark Robbins showing he's going to put up a fight. Meanwhile, Fowler switches from offense to defense as Landon Gibson tries to show him a wheel.
And remember, guys, this is going to be a 25-minute moto here for this 250 Pro Sport. A 5-minute longer moto than what the rest of our classes is going to be running.
Yeah, such a good point, Jackson. 25 plus 2, and we've seen it come down to those just 2 at the very end. And as thick as this field is, look at this. Gibson takes the long way around, sets him up on the inside. Can he get the better exit on the corner? Gets the power to the ground and looks like he's going to get around Fowler.
Yeah, Gibson got it. We've seen Gibson, man. He's working his way through the pack. He looks super aggressive. He's almost like he's riding angry. He's a madman right now coming through the pack. And good to add him. We got that extra 5 minutes. I think that's going to definitely add up for some passing down the stretch.
With 4 laps in the books, you know that he has to be keeping that in mind there for Landon Gibson. He is continuing to chip away here in this one as now we see the 24 machine on screen. That is Alvin Hillen, who was running in the 8th place spot last time they checked in.
Yeah, Hilly making some good moves out there, but look at Fowler. Fowler now trying to come back.
And taking a look at that battle, Dean. The 54 machine going to get the best of it.
Yeah, make it stick right there. So Fowler, not sure what's going on. Kind of uncharacteristic to see him fade back a little bit.
Yeah, and you got to think, we talk about things kind of starting to happen quick. Fowler got caught off guard, I think, by a couple of riders. Starts to get in his head, making some silly mistakes. Looks like he's trying to regroup, though, Dean. He's bringing that fight back to the rider just in front of him and going to try to change the direction. As now we see also trying to change the momentum is Landon Gordon on that Kawasaki as he is closed in on Kay Johnson in the lead.
Kay Johnson getting some big bumps. Sorry, Dean, go ahead.
I've seen Kate Johnson come through there, like you said, the big bumps. I've seen that rear end start to bounce around a little bit, so maybe he is feeling the pressure now by the number 18, Landon Gordon, on his Kawasaki.
Man, Johnson's so fast in that corner into the 10 Commandments, and I believe it was K-Dub that pointed it out, how far over they're starting to fade through that inside line. They actually wind up in the middle of the outside by the time they make that first jump.
That is poetry in motion, watching these guys here at the front of the field. Kate Johnson and Landon Gordon able to hop skip their way into these ruts, Dean, like you were showing there with your hand gestures up here in the tower, able to just skip right into that ruts, lands perfect, and lets that machine roll through.
And we see this happen time and time again. There's some parts of the track where Kate Johnson is a hands-down favorite, then other parts of the track where Landon Gordon is obviously faster. So they just got to kind of make it work now and see who can make it through the long stretch.
Yeah, looking at the numbers, it's just about half a second or so the difference between riders on the last lap. Gordon just a little bit quicker, but like you said, it's an ebb and flow, Dean. It seems like as soon as you start to say Gordon's closing in, Johnson has a couple of good sections and stretches it back out. So these guys going to have to limit their mistake. Meanwhile, behind them, Timmerman dropping those lap times as he's moved into third and going to try to see if he can chase these guys down.
Yeah, like I said, that's where you want to be. You know, you're in the driver's seat as far as the championship goes, and you're just able to try to catch the guys in front of you and not worry about the guys behind you. What do you see, Zach?
Watch Timmerman double and then kind of just manuals his way out. I don't think anybody's gotten through there that smooth. And Timmerman, I'm not going to lie, we haven't quite seen the same level of aggression and intensity once he got into that third place spot. I think he knows, hey, the title's in hand. If they come to me and it winds up being an easy pass, I'm going to take it, but I don't want to throw this thing away.
Yeah, you know what I think's going on here? The Kawasaki riders are both riding super crafty. I think Ryan Holiday's had a talk with him. He's like, you got to be smooth, you got to flow around this racetrack, and they're doing just that as you see him jumping the break bumps into the corner and even jumping through those sand rollers.
And that's a good point you bring up. Kate Johnson having a phenomenal ride, but only in fourth overall as they sit. So Johnson, not necessarily somebody that has to be passed by the Cali boys to affect their overall ranking.
You're absolutely right on that, but I'll tell you what, Kate Johnson, he doesn't want to make it easy on him either.
No.
He's going to be pushing. He wants this moto win. He wants to leave here with a statement moto, and he's making a statement right now, leading this one out.
Making a big one indeed. Really impressed to see as we continue to get later and later into this moto, and we've seen them start to move some lines around as well, talking about how many laps will you take the same lines before you start to explore. Otherwise, I don't know that these guys have taken the same lines in most of these corners one lap yet.
No doubt about it. Zach, watching the Rockstar Husqvarna machine here, the 23 machine of Landon Gibson as he makes his way back into Storyland. Still going to have the 54 of Diesel Thomas chasing after him. Thomas now the rider that you see on screen. Seeing some big gaps between Landon Gordon and Enzo Timmerman here in this one, but there is not a big gap between this man, the 23 machine, and the 62, Landon Gibson and Clark Robbins about to go at it.
Well, let's turn our focus back to that Thor Sand Sweeper because we have a battle for the lead headed to the Bermuda Triangle. Looks like Johnson has allowed Landon Gordon to close right up in on him. They're getting ready to come across the finish line. Let's see, the halfway flags are out, and it is still Kate Johnson out front leading the way. As here they come up and over the Tunnel of Love. Look at this, Gordon starting to send a couple of things. He did the progressive launch. He's going all the way over the tunnel. Gordon has officially decided it's go time.
He has indeed. And here we go. Gonna have some lap traffic in front of Kate Johnson here. Johnson able to get by him. Johnson gonna be on the inside here. Gordon to the outside. Not quite gonna be enough.
Maybe, I don't know. Gordon able to keep that Cowie power to the ground. Whoa, he got a big kick. That cost him just a little bit. And you see him take a second to regroup, takes the breath, pulls the tear off, says, hang on to it. I don't have to take this pass. So Gordon, I think he got a little excited there, Jackson. He saw what could have been and then got a little dose of reality. Says, wait a second, I could turn this second place overall into not even being on the podium.
Yeah, Zach, and taking a look here at the championship standings, Enzo Timmerman, of course, going to be in control of it right now with Landon Gordon in the number 2 spot and Landon Gibson holding on to the 3rd place position in the championship with Kate Johnson in 4th. So like you said, Gordon does not have to make that pass as far as the championship's concerned.
Meanwhile, there is Landon Gibson on that Husqvarna. You see him just behind Clark Robbins trying to see if he can pick up some time. Look at that, actually leaping down the hill. That's a new one. And gets right to the rear wheel of Clark Robbins. Scrubs off the triple in the Storyland.
And guys, that's what I'm watching right now. I'm looking at the overall scores. A 1-1-3 for Timmerman, so that's 4 points there. A 2-4-2 for 8 points. Then a 7-3-1 for Johnson, that's 11 points. And a 3-2-6 for Gibson, so that's 11 points as well. So if Gibbs can make a pass on this lap right here, make any more pass before it's over, he could take third overall on the podium.
And he just did it, Dean. He made the pass here on Clark Robbins. Robbins going to lose 2 spots, so we're going to go from 4th to 6th, so right on time with that.
Yeah, so when they come through here and check into time and scoring, that overall picture should change. We'll have to see what happens, though, as Gibson makes his way into the center of the racetrack and launches by us here on the progressive launch.
So that may explain the sense of urgency from Landon Gordon, knowing the points could change around depending on how far up Landon Gibson gets. Meanwhile, Cade Johnson responds to the pressure, drops down to a 157, and opens that gap back up just a little bit. We'll wait and see what happens when the Husky crosses the line. Landon Gibson, we believe, going to jump up into the number 2 overall spot.
Take a look. Diesel Thomas going to check in the 4th place position. Landon Gibson checks in 5th. So I believe Gibson's still going to need to pick up
Gibson
a spot there
one
from
more,
Diesel
I believe.
Thomas.
Yeah. So going to take a look at that. Yeah, going to have to get around Diesel Thomas, which is certainly no easy task to do.
And here we go. Back to your leaders on Racer TV, the 17 machine of Cade Johnson. Continuing to put in work here in this one. You see the gap that is on screen here between your first 2. Going to look at the gap back to Timmerman. We are just about 6.6 seconds there from your 2nd to 3rd place.
Man, a great close-up shot of the 18 of Landon Gordon, just trying to hang on, and it does seem like he has regrouped and decided to go back after the 17 of Cade Johnson. He had kind of let the Yamaha get out in front of him a little bit, now is going back after and taking the long way around. Banging his way through that Rocky Mountain sand section. Man, cut back underneath, really tight in the end of that corner, and almost pulls alongside Cade Johnson. Wait a second.
This is going to be a good moto right here. I think number 18 machine Landon Gordon wants this win right here. He wants to make a statement.
He sends it into the sand right here. Going to be on the outside there for the 18 of Gordon. But man, Cade Johnson able to slice and dice his way through there.
Look at look at Gordon up the inside, actually leapt into that inside rut, thought that was going to be it, but Johnson doing a fantastic job of keeping the momentum up and closing those doors as Gordon on and off the tunnel of love, going to tuck back to that far right-hand side, avoid some of those braking bumps.
And here we go. Going to go back to the outside once again. Going to set himself up here. Go ahead, Zach.
I was going to say, look at how hard Landon Gordon is pushing right now. The Cowie dancing all around underneath him past that mechanics area. Gotta wonder the face of Gordon's mechanic. Ugh, hang on to it, buddy. I know you're going for it as they go down the long short chute. Johnson now trying the Jet Lawrence style, leaping his way through those braking bumps.
Charge those 10 commandments, man. Really actually key to keeping his lead now over the number 18, Landon Gordon, who sits in 2nd. We've seen Gordon had a faster lap time last time through, but I'll tell you what, Cade Johnson has answered. He's rose to the occasion as he makes a trip into Storyland.
I'm telling you what, I think Gordon was maybe a little faster, but he is on the ragged edge, Dean. We saw just out our window, he got a close had a close call going into those 10 commandments as well. I think he needs to focus on that overall picture. Meanwhile, Enzo Timmerman probably doing the same thing. He knows he's got his teammate up in front. I'm sure probably getting some information on those pit boards and knows, hey, I'm in a good spot. Let's just bring it home.
Don't count him out of this one yet. Able to knock off 2 seconds so far. And no doubt about it, I know that he knows he is in a good spot as far as this championship goes, but who would not want to leave Loretta Lynn's with perfect scores 1-1-1. So don't count the 21 out of this one yet. Continuing to follow the 17 here as he is going to launch into the Thor Sand Sweeper. Oh, both those riders choosing not to this time around. Going to set themselves up for this inside line.
Yeah, seems like Gordon not really wanting to pull that out unless he absolutely has to. But it does usually cause him to fade a bit wider in that corner as well, Jackson. So going back to the drawing board, does the number 18. Going to try to figure out a new way to get around Cade Johnson.
That time is definitely going down. Let's see what it is when they check in here. Timmerman has cut down 2 more seconds. The gap now 3.9.
So Timmerman starting to creep
That is half of what it was just 3 laps ago, Zach.
Yeah, he's blowing through this gap right now, and the difference is Timmerman looks like he's not over his head while he's doing it. Landon Gordon clearly pushing the pace, riding phenomenally, but it does seem like a few times he's moments away from going down in a big way. So Gordon maybe going to have to take a breath. Timmerman higher up in the overall, no matter if he gets the pass or not. So again, got to kind of start the balance, risk versus reward at the end of the day. How does making the pass or getting past affect my overall position?
I got to be honest, guys. I'm sitting here. I'm kind of zoned out for what you guys have been saying. I feel like I'm watching an outdoor national right now. These guys are riding so hard right now in front of this one. Of course, Kate Johnson, Landon Gordon, Enzo Timmerman starting to reel in Gordon a little bit as they make their way through the backside of the racetrack. And Diesel Thomas still out there in that 4th place position. Around the top 5 is Landon Gibson.
Here we go. Enzo Timmerman on screen on the 21. Team Green Kawasaki machine.
And things are about to change for Landon Gordon, Jackson. You think about it, he's been on the offense, on the attack for the last few laps. He's only thinking about tracking down Kate Johnson. That has to do with how he's approaching and how he's taking these lines. Meanwhile, look at Enzo Timmerman. He's going to sneak into the picture, and he might surprise his Team Green teammate. That might have been a look back from Gordon over the wall jump.
Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Enzo Timmerman has officially joined the chat. And this is about to be a 3-rider battle.
You see Gordon pulls out the big progressive launch. Timmerman watching through this roller.
You know, Timmerman, he's trying to go undefeated here. You go 1-1-1. If he can make these 2 passes towards the end of this moto, the 2-lap card going to come out this time around. As they make their way through the finish line section, cheer them on.
Side by side, the 21 machine to the outside. Oh, look at that, a quick swap to the inside.
Switch up. That was beautiful from Enzo Timmerman. Stayed up on the pegs, pivoted underneath, and still has not made the pass. Wow, I thought that was it.
Had to follow right there. Try to go for 2-for-1 for sure. A little blue light special on that one.
Look at this. Timmerman, I mean, he was a knobby away from running into the back of Landon Gordon. Now goes as far wide as he can. He's going to try to cut back underneath. Down the long short chute. Timmerman and Gordon, the green boys, going at it. As Timmerman, that might be it. Does he make the pass stick? No, not yet. He's going to go around this outside. 2-3-3-2. And he's going to have to go back to work. A great response from Gordon. Look at that. He's dragging the foot through the inside. Wasn't quite able to get sat into that corner.
And what I'm noticing, this is really allowing Kate Johnson to kind of sneak away as these Kawasaki riders are battling it out. It's Johnson, Gordon, Timmerman going at it right now on the racetrack.
That was going to be the question. Could Gordon keep the pace up while also defending those lines from Enzo Timmerman? Kate Johnson says, you boys have fun. I'm going to try to run away.
Timmerman has worked these outsides all race long. And like we've said all week, able to put that machine wherever he needs to. When he needs to cut back to the inside, Zach, it seems like it is nothing for him to be able to throw that machine around, as now going to do just that. Let's see if he can make something happen here from the outside.
Oh, my goodness. Look at Enzo Timmerman around the outside. Look at the drive. He gets over the wall. The crowd goes wild here in the announcer's tower. He's going to buzz by us here in the tower and watch this Thor Sand sweeper. Timmerman so strong up the inside. Gordon going to do the big jump, but let's see who comes out on the tail end. Timmerman through the inside and blows past Landon Gordon in that corner. That was impressive.
If you're Gordon, you can't give that inside because Timmerman has been doing so good in the inside of that Thor sweeper.
Let them hear it as they make their way by, everybody. This 250 Pro Sport class is putting on a show. The white flag is out. One more lap left to go.
Look at this. Lap riders now starting to affect Kate Johnson. Timmerman trying to turn a 2 into an undefeated 1-1-1 as he is wide open going past the Yamaha Mechanics area for the final time. Nothing you can say on the pit board here. Open. Oh, that's all there is to it. The wide open.
We put it down there. They're charging hard, but
look at this.
Timmerman jumps right into Kate Johnson's line. Wow, what a great race right there. Now can Johnson fire back, or can Timmerman pull away? I think it's Timmerman's race to win now. He has been sitting there behind him for a little bit, studying him, and he's gotten the lead, and he's not looking back.
Timmerman doesn't wait, Jackson. He sees you, he catches you, he passes you. Just like that. Mind-blowing, the 21 from third to the lead in half a lap.
I love the aggression.
He has proven this one is his race to lose, as he has already picked up at least a second or two here against the 17 machine of Kate Johnson. Johnson having a great race, has led 11 of the 12 laps that are complete so far.
I'm telling you, it seems like he goes around these guys so quick it almost demoralizes them. They have to take a second to go, did somebody actually just pass me that fast? I was going wide open. I'm leading the Pro Sport class. Timmerman just on another level late in this moto.
Yeah, I've actually seen Timmerman run a couple outdoor nationals. He's done pretty well on the outdoor scene, as some of these amateurs can run a select few pro nationals. I think the experience that Timmerman's got, he's carrying it right here in this one.
From 12th now up to the top spot, he is looking to go 1-1-1 here this week at the 44th annual Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Motocross Championship. And here we go. Where is my Enzo Timmerman fans at?
Oh, they are on the fence. Everybody hooting and hollering. The deck outside the announcer's tower going crazy, as what a race for Enzo Timmerman. Hands up in the air, celebrating a dominant performance here in 250 Pro Sport. Cade Johnson, a fantastic job finishing in the second place spot. It does look like Landon Gordon going to round out the top three here in this moto. We will wait to see. Diesel Thomas crossed the line in fourth. Landon Gibson, it looks like, going to round out your top five in the moto. And that should secure your top three overall. Enzo Timmerman, Landon Gordon, and Landon Gibson, 1, 2, and 3. What a race.
What a race. Enzo Timmerman, your 250 Pro Sport champion, and he does it in dominating style here in 2025.
Man, absolutely incredible. Clark Robbins going to cross in the sixth place spot. Landon Hartz, Cole Forbes, Bailey Kroon, and Eli Gross, your top 10. What's the backside of the top 20 looking like, Dean?
Backside of the top 20 is looking like this. Carter Malcolm going to finish up in the 11th place position as he makes his way across the line on the number 67 Yamaha. 12th place going to be Luke Fowler on the 46. We've seen him in play earlier in that one. He's going to fall back to 12th. There's still a solid ride there for Luke Fowler on number 46. Alvin Hillian, he's the one we're looking for to finish up at 13th on the number 24 Honda. And finishing 14th, looks like Mason Nettleton on the 22. 25, Jonathan Getz finished up 15th and 16th. Oh, look there, Mason Nettleton making that last lap pass on Hillian. So Mason Nettleton on the 22 will finish up in 13th. 14th will go to Alvin Hillian. The 15th will be Jonathan Getz on the number 25 machine. 34, Reese Wheaton. 72, Gavin Betts. Nathan Abbott on the number 14 and 18th. 19th, Logan Riggins. And running the top 20, going to be Trevor Maley. And look at the impound tent down there.
Oh, man, the emotions, the media, everybody wanting to catch a glimpse of these riders. They put so much into this. There you see Landon Gordon, a fantastic ride, second overall, and was in a dogfight from start to finish. But man, what an incredible ride. I just can't say enough about the 21 of Enzo Timmerman. The fans are calling Enzo Himmerman because he is him here in the 250 Pro Sport class. I can't wait to hear these interviews afterwards. All of these riders on the overall podium, Jackson, had a dogfight in these third motos. It's going to be fun to listen to.
It sure is, Zach. This is what it's all about, everybody. This is Loretta Lynn's. That's going to do it for us up here in the tower as we get ready to throw it down and hear from that man, the 21 machine of Enzo Timmerman, Cade Johnson, and Landon Gordon here in this 250 Pro Sport Moto number 3.
Hey, boys. Hey, little update here. Cade Johnson, flat rear tire in that moto.
Wow.
So that explains it a little bit. We were kind of surprised. I mean, he got passed on a straightaway there in the last lap. Now we know why. He was milking it for about half that thing. So heartbreaker for Cade Johnson. Still holds on for second with the rear flat.
Wow, such an impressive way to fight through that then, Cade Johnson. That just makes the second that much more impressive. Can't wait to hear that story up on the podium. Thank you for the update, Weege.
All right, I'm up here on our 250 Pro Sport podium. Everyone give it up for our third place finisher, Landon Gordon. Landon, you worked your tail off that moto. Will you walk us through it and how you're feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm a little bummed. I should have got around Cade earlier, but he made it really hard on me. And yeah, I mean, good racing by him, but yeah, I just got to be better in the beginning.
What are your plans after Loretta's?
My plans, Ironman's up next, and then SMX, so it should be fun.
Cool. Are you doing the scouting combine or are you doing the pro national?
I'm going to do the scouting combine, hopefully pro next year.
Well, best of luck in that. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ, my whole family, Team Green Kawasaki, Monster, Alpine Star, Pro Circuit, my mechanic Derek, who works his butt off. I'd like to thank Jacob Hayes, Ryan Holiday, Swanee, Will, get me ready for this race, and yeah, we'll come out swinging for Open Pro.
Well, good luck in Open Pro. Everyone, that's Landon Gordon, 3rd place in the 250 Pro Sport Moto 3. We'll bring up our 2nd place finisher in the Moto. Everyone give it up for Kay Johnson. Cade, you dealt with some massive pressure that entire Moto. Talk to us about how you pulled that off, and also we heard about your flat tire, so we want to hear about all of the things going on.
Yeah, well, first off, I got a amazing hole shot. I left her on wide. I was pretty far inside. But yeah, I was just riding, trying to jump the bumps. The bumps are really hard right now, so I was just cruising, and then the lap right before cross halfway. So I felt a flat tire. I started sliding off the jumps, and I knew it was just glimping in from there. I had to be really smooth on throttle control, and hopefully I could take the right lines. But Enzo was riding great. He got around me down that straightaway. I couldn't give it any more gas. I was trying. Absolutely no tire grip, but you know, it's a positive. I learned how to ride different in the future in the pros, and just trying to show teams what I got.
It was an awesome moto. Who would you like to thank?
Well, first off, I'd like to thank my sister. It's her birthday today. If you see her, tell her happy birthday. BJ Burns, MX University, Swanamex, Dog Pound, Michael Byrne, Dan Truman, Dazzy Lawrence, the Castlemans, Prime Storm, Ho Health, Aunt Muffin. They've been helping out a ton. Brian McDonald, Grandma and Grandpa, Aspen, once again, Altus Blue Crew, Dunlop, Monster, Bell Helmets, 100%, Moose Racing, Parts Unlimited, EVS, Alpine Stars, Dirt Care, Huxon Brand, Artec, ODI, Anchor Tape, just everyone that's helped me and that helps me get up here. I appreciate it. We'll keep grinding.
That's Kay Johnson, everyone. 2nd place in Moto 3 of 250 Pro Sport, and I believe 4th place overall in the championship. Happy birthday to Kay Johnson's sister. And ladies and gentlemen, for the moment you've been waiting for, we're going to bring up our champion. Everyone give it up for Enzo Temmerman. Enzo, great ride. The 111 has got to feel good. Walk us through your emotions right now and that awesome moto that you just completed.
Yeah, I know I was a little worried on the start. I had a really bad start, and I was just staying patient the whole time, and then I laid down a charge at the end. I knew I had it in 3rd, but I really wanted to go out with the win, and it feels great, you know, and I can't thank everybody at Team Green Kawasaki enough. This bike's so dialed in. I can put it wherever I want, and everything they do for me, you know, it's been a rough 2 years, and they stuck behind me and continue to support me, so I can't thank them enough, and my whole family for everything they do. It just feels great.
Now, I've asked some other people this. What are your plans after this, after Loretta's? Pardon me.
I have no idea yet. I'm just looking forward to tomorrow's moto.
Well, that is a great answer. Enzo, who would you like to thank?
Yeah, everybody at Team Green Kawasaki, Ryan Holiday, Danny's been taking care of my bike all week, so big thanks to him. My mechanic Ryder, he's been working his butt off. My trainer back home, my whole family, Monster, Fox, Alex and Matt, they've been taking care of me. Pro Circuit, Throttle Syndicate, Maxima, Rental, everybody else, thank you, God.
Enzo, great ride. We're going to have the AMA come up and present your #1 plate. And here's your trophy. We welcome up Mike Burkeen from the AMA. And ladies and gentlemen, your 250 Pro Sport champion in 2025 is Enzo Temmerman. win.
Man, what a fantastic podium. We're all still up here chatting about it in the announcer's tower. This is what we talk about when it comes to Loretta's, guys. This is what it's all about as far as the depth of competition, the quality of the racetrack, the quality of what these races turn into, not only individually, but the overall championship as well. What more can you say? That was a ton of fun to watch. I hope you guys are enjoying it all live on RacerTV.com as we turn our attention now to Super Mini 12 to 15, another fan favorite. Let's take a look at your top 10. Cash Anderson in that 10th place spot. Brody Pacheco in the 9th place spot. Chase Dashiell in 8th. Reese Seba in the 7th place spot. Dane Pappas in 6th. Knox Lewin 5th. Gage Brown in the 4th place spot. Nolan Ford in 3rd. Colt Martin and Darren Pine 2nd and leading the championship. So it's Pine time at the moment. Let's find out if it's time for that the final Pine time and a Pine celebration.
Zach, thank you for that rundown, but can you tell what the tallies are for the top 3 here in this one?
Well, and this one is exciting, Dean, because we got a tie going into this one between Darren Pine and Colt Martin. A 2-1 and a 1-2. You can't set it up any better than that. Nolan Ford, couple of points back in 3rd. He's got 4 and a 3 for 7th overall. Gage Brown, a 3 and a 5 for 8th overall. So still plenty up in the air for that final podium spot as well.
So that's the one to watch right there. Darren Pine and Colt Martin. Jackson, what's the keys to the race?
You tell me, man. I'm so excited after that last one. I don't know if I can even handle this. Super Mini coming up next. This is going to be a crazy one, but consistency. I think that's going to be a main thing here.
I may not have any good keys to the race, but I do know some good keys to the week. It's making sure that you pick up your packages at the shipping depot. We still have a ton of packages. You guys ordered it.
Yeah,
right? It's your
exactly.
stuff.
It's there.
All right. I mean, I don't want to go shop. I'm kidding. I'm not going shopping later, but they are waiting in the shipping depot. Please, if you have ordered a package, it is there. It is waiting on you, and we would like you to pick it up. All right. Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. Getting those final preparations underway, double-checking everybody on the line.
And this is what it all comes down to here for the boys in the Super Mini 1. Darren Pine, Colt Martin, Nolan Ford. Let's see who it is going to be as the 2-card rises into the air.
Those final couple of deep breaths, everybody. Last few adjustments to the goggles. As now it is go time. The butterflies start to fade away right about here. You get locked in.
And the throttle's now starting to turn as the card goes sideways.
Here we go. Gates down, Super Mini 1.
Good start to this one. I can tell already as all the riders leave the gate about the same time.
Let's see. Kobe McAllister on the number 11 going to grab the whole shot. Brecken Moss, Trip Glasgow, and Dane Pappas. 1, 2, 3, and 4. What a hook right there from whoever that rider was. That might have been Kobe McAllister. Yeah. Wow, I can't believe he stayed on 2 wheels right there. Meanwhile, Austin Webb in 5th, Drew Marson, Brody Pacheco, Cash Anderson, and Camden Scogan, with Gage Brown actually rounding out your top 10 at the line.
Take a look at this. Darren Pine all the way back in 14th. Nolan Ford in 16th. And where is Colt Martin here in this one as I scan the board?
29th. So what a bad start there for the 47. Not the best for Darren Pine either, which unfortunately for them, but fortunately for us, means we're going to have some impressive racing going on, watching riders slice through the pack.
And I said it just a minute ago, consistency is going to be a key in this one, and especially for those top 2, Darren Pine and Colt Martin. And right now, Darren Pine having a big upper hand in this one as far as the championship goes. Dane Pappas, he's in a great spot, sitting in that 4th place spot as well.
You can see a little bit of shininess there on screen. Just a couple of these hard pack spots, Dean, and we have seen that affect some of these motos. These riders having to adjust their lines and adjust the way they attack this track as well. As attacking right now is Dane Pappas on the number 35, quickly trying to put himself out front and get some clean air.
Yeah, I see number 32, Brecca Moss there on screen a little bit too. He's charging hard. Oh no, one rider's going over. That's the 35 machine. Pappas nearly like going over the bars, coming out of that rut right there. Tough break for Pappas. He's refired quickly, gets back going, but he's probably about in that 20th place position.
I tell you who else is firing right now is Darren Pine. I just saw him blow by us here in the tower. There he is on screen, got that red helmet, and he is moving forward on the number 58. So I believe he is inside the top 10 now and probably knocking on the door of a top 5 at least. This guy has made a ton of try top 3. How about that? Top 5 wasn't enough.
It's wild now after the start. This is really going to shuffle things up and make things happen here in this one. Drew Marston, Brecca Moss, Darren Pine, Reese Siva, Cash Anderson, Trip Glasgow, Colt Martin, Gage Brown, Chase Dashiell, and Brody Pacheco running a top 10.
How about that? Colt Martin making over 10 passes on that lap as well. He's now inside the top 10. So I guess we didn't get to see them slice through the pack as much as we thought. It all happened in just about one lap. Now they're going to start to do battle inside this top 10. And these are all the guys switching around for those overall spots.
And the more passes they make now, the harder these passes are going to make. You know, they made quick passes early in the race, but now they start catching these lead pack riders. They're not nearly going to happen as quickly as possible. Jackson, what do you see now as they made their way through the commandments?
I'm taking a look here at the scoreboard. Darren Pine, as he sits in that 3rd place spot, and Cole Martin in the 7th. That is going to go ahead and allow those two to be 1 and 2 for the championship already.
Well, and to your point, Dean, you're 100% right. The quality of rider is going to go up the further towards the front you get, but making these passes early is crucial while everyone is still bunched up. We're starting to see some space. Meanwhile, right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 riders all in the same corner at the same time in Storyland.
Yeah, we thought we had a good race there with that last one, but I'll tell you what, this one right here is really shaping up to be a dandy now.
Whoa, hang on to it.
Pine. That's going to allow Martin to get right there on the rear wheel. Watch now as they go through the Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper.
I best believe these guys know exactly who their competition is in the overall picture. Pine doing a great job of keeping that thing on 2 wheels. That could have spelled disaster as he came together with another rider. But just like you said, Dean, now Colt Martin able to track exactly where his main competition is.
And you know that has to be a sigh of relief seeing him in front of him, Zach.
And I believe he's actually in front of him now physically. No, that is the 47 still right behind him. So let's see. Martin a little lower in the sweeper.
Man, this is really shaping up right here. You know, you thought we'd see these guys battle for 1st and 2nd here in this 3rd and final moto. But here they are about 4th and 5th right now, charging and battling it out. Drew Marston checks in. 205 lap time for Marston, 204 for Brecca Moss, a 201 for Gage Brown. So Brown now on the move in that 3rd place position.
How about it? A 201 for Knox Lewin as well back there in the 6th place spot. Knox currently sitting 5th overall with a 7.4. So he's another one of those riders that could, with the right combination, wind up on an overall podium.
And take a look at our leader, Drew Marston's moto scores. 25th there in Moto 1, 20th in Moto number 2. Now going to be leading the way here in Moto number 3.
Man, what an impressive run.
Gage Brown, number 19, going to move right into the lead right there, get around Drew Marston. Marston trying to answer back quickly, but I tell you what, it's hard to answer back on somebody like downtown Gage Brown.
Hey, he did, though. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, he did. He definitely did. Got a handful of throttle on the outside right there, Jackson, making it happen.
Man, this is definition of a point to prove. Not the first 2 motos in the week he needed, but Drew Marston flying right now and showing this isn't just a good start. He's got speed to run with these top guys.
And he's proving it now. Sorry, Dean, go ahead.
It's like back to the inside. Now looks like Gage Brown going to get the best of them there as Drew Marston out in the 2nd. But here comes the battle for the championship.
They are marching forward. These guys speeding up as they battle one another. Pine cuts back across, slams the door in the face of Drew Marston, doing a great job of quickly making these passes and getting a rider back between himself and Colt Martin. But right as we say it, Martin going to power around the outside in that sand sweeper.
And he had to, Zach. He had no choice but to get around Drew Marston as quickly as possible if he wants this championship.
Got to go is the mindset for Colt Martin as he continues to eat roost off the back of Darren Pine. And while he probably doesn't like it, he can deal with this for right now because he knows exactly where Darren's at. He's able to reel him back in sometimes as well. So Martin probably saying, hey, let's move to the front of the pack. Then we can battle it out for this championship.
And now I'll say we got to see if Gage Brown can hold up the number 58 machine at Darren Pine just a little bit and allow Colt Martin to reel him right in. Watch now as they make it over the tunnel of love and drop into the right-hander into the billboard corner.
So Gage Brown, a rear view mirror full of your championship contenders, Darren Pine and Colt Martin. 201.8 for Gage Brown on that last lap, a 201.7 for Colt Martin. So Martin, even though he's checking up here and there to make sure he's not running into Pine, still just a few tenths faster.
I got to say, these boys are riding the wheels off these Supermini machines. They are charging so hard. It's like throwing a full-size bike out there, making the way, hop, skipping, and jumping. What do we see out there?
Hang on to it. Colt Martin using the height to his advantage, able to absorb some of those big kicks and make the pass happen around Darren Pine as they went into the Ten Commandments. He triples out. And now he's going to try to go to work on Gage Brown. But wait a second, Darren Pine's not finished yet. And a bad exit there for Colt Martin. That's going to allow Pine right back to the rear wheel.
And this is the championship battle right here. It's on the line, even though they finish up second and third behind your race leader, Gage Brown. Watching now on the far side of Storyland. Jackson, you got some tallies going on over there. What do you see?
And, taking a look here at the Gage Brown on that number 19 machine and some of his scores here to start this one off. 3-5 to start this thing off for him. And what do we have here, KW? A swap.
Yeah, looks like Martin. Yeah, so a 2-1 and a 1-2. These guys are as tied up as you can get heading into this final moto. And Colt Martin has got himself in front of Darren Pine. So that is the big one. He takes a little look over. And that was Gage Brown with a quick glance, seeing who exactly am I dealing with. Is he does a good job of protecting that inside. Colt Martin going to take the long way around. And going to set him up for the inside in the triangle.
Here we go, the 58 machine there on screen as he tries to track down Colt Martin on the 47. And continuing to watch here as we check in with 4 laps complete. It is Gage Brown now, Colt Martin and Darren Pine as your top 3, with Gage Brown leading the way.
I'm telling you, Jackson, Colt Martin is twisting that throttle so hard the back wheel might come off of it. He was literally, it almost did right there. Wes Kane saw it too. He is twisting the grips off of this Supermini machine, trying to catch up to Gage Brown, and that is because his rear view mirror is full of Darren Pine trying to get back around and steal this championship from him.
Yeah, and you watch now as they make their way in the Ten Commandments, it is still Gage Brown able to hold off these fierce competitors. And I think that's allowing it a little bit of a change-up. You know, you don't see those riders pass the Gage Brown and making a break for it. Both of them are kind of caught up behind the fast speed that Gage Brown is throwing down, and we're seeing a battle for second and third.
Here we go through the Ten Commandments.
As we look back here, your 4th place now going to be Chase Dashiell on the number 96 gas machine. Your early leader, Drew Marson, going to move back to the 5th place spot. Nolan Ford in 6th. Breckham Moss now going to be in 7th. Reese Siva in 8th. Dane Pappas in 9th. And Cash Anderson will round out your top 10.
And I'm pretty sure all of those riders you just said are in this camera shot right now, as this is pretty much the second half plus of the top 10. You see Pappas up the inside there trying to recover after a crash. Watching right there, I believe that might be the 44 of Nolan Ford. There's Pappas on the outside. He's trying to get his way around the 30 of Drew Marson.
Into the sand section they go as they continue to battle it out here on Racer TV. Oh, the 30 machine getting a little sideways there, but able to hold on to it.
Meanwhile, we need to flash to that Thor sand sweeper into the Bermuda Triangle. We have got a battle for the lead, as look at this, Colt Martin is there. Is he going to force it? No, he tucked down to that tight inside line. Gets a little slide on the rear end there. Pine getting into the argument as well.
And a shout out to Jack and the boys at Racer TV. Way to pick this one up as we watch our leaders here on screen.
Man, take a look at this. Gage Brown doing everything he can to keep Colt Martin and Darren Pine behind. Meanwhile, Martin just wants to get around Gage to get away from Darren Pine.
Yeah, the pressure's been amazing out here on the racetrack, and all these riders doing such a good job of putting pressure on the rider in front of them and hold on to the pressure behind them. We're watching now. And to the left-hander down the short chute, it is the number 19, Gage Brown, leading out. He wants to win this race now just as bad as our championship contenders. We're watching Colt Martin and Darren Pine.
Yeah, well, and Gage Brown, don't forget, is in that battle for the final podium spot overall, and he needs an extra point on Nolan Ford to be able to get that 3rd overall slot. So he's got his own fight that he's battling with, where he says, Colt, Darren, I know you're going for a title, but you're going to have to figure it out in the 2nd place spot. I want this 3rd moto win.
Here goes Colt Martin again in the Storyland. He's got the south side line dialed up. Gage Brown going to drift to the outside and kind of take it away from him, but that does allow Colt Martin to move in on the 19 to Gage Brown. He's going to go back to the outside as Brown goes to the middle. And now we got our eyes on Darren Pine here coming out of Storyland.
Brown has responded to the pressure here. He's able to put a little, and I mean a little, breathing room between himself and Martin. I thought Martin was going to make the pass happen. Meanwhile, now Darren Pine trying to run the inside line through the Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper. He's got a beeline up the inside. Martin slams the door.
Yeah, Wes Kane out here watching the window. He says about as fast as you can go. I can tell you what, on a Supermini machine, this has got to be as fast as they can go. Jackson, what do you think about this battle up front?
I think these are the best Supermini riders in the nation. There's no doubt about it. They sure are as they battle it out here on Racer TV. One thing to keep in mind here for Gage Brown, I don't know the exact math on it here, but if Gage Brown loses these positions, he might wind up off of the
the overall
podium.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Gage Brown not in the title fight per se, but still has to fight. Oh, Martin gets sideways up the face of the Tunnel of Love. He gets shooting off to the left, somehow keeps it on track, and keeps it in second place.
Wow, that was impressive right there to hold his composure and stay in that second place position. But Darren Pine smells blood in the water. He's going after him.
Man, Colt Martin's going to go back and check the Garmin after this one, and it jumps up about 30 beats a minute when that happened, as he thought all of his hard work was going to go out the Tunnel of Love, but he's able to hang on to it and actually maybe reopen something up on Darren Pine, as Pine was starting to close in right when they went across the finish.
Both Martin and Pine going to the outside, so no harm, no foul there. They both hit the same rhythm, go through the 10 Commandments behind our leader, Gage Brown. But breaking away to the inside is the 58 Darren Pine. As soon as I thought he was breaking the inside, he follows right in behind Colt Martin and actually hits a little bit of better line in that same line. Kind of confusing, but it just happened.
That was kind of interesting, Dean. We saw Colt Martin move outside, Darren Pine move inside, and somehow they both wound up in the same line in the center of the track. These guys trying hard not to follow each other, but every once in a while, one line clearly better. Meanwhile, this one, Darren Pine, you got to think this is going to start to get pretty serious here between these guys. They got to make the pass, and they got to make the pass stick. Darren Pine knows this is who I'm tied with. This is who I have to be in front of to be a national champion.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some aggressive rides, Zach. You've seen right there. Darren Pine throwing the wheel in on Colt Martin. He's got the inside right here as he charges in, taking the way inside, finding a smooth line there, and a line I didn't even know was possible in that Rocky Mountain Sand Sweeper.
Every time I think you're as inside as you can get, they go just a few inches further inside. Still in the track, completely legal, but find some smooth real estate. Didn't hit a couple of those big bumps, but Colt Martin doing such a great job of keeping Darren Pine at bay. For a second, I thought we lost him.
I did too, man. But what's crazy about this, as soon as Colt Martin hits his stride, he gets up on the rear wheel of Gage Brown, then gets kind of hung up there. If he's going to make a pass, got to make it happen fast on Gage Brown, but Brown's just not letting it happen.
Well, the aggression, I think, has to go both ways as far as Colt Martin goes. He's got to stay aggressive to be in front of Darren Pine. But I agree, Dean. I think he's maybe getting hung up just a little bit from Gage Brown. And if it starts to get too much for him, he's going to have to do what it takes to make sure he gets this title.
Jackson, they come around the billboard section. Why don't you give us a top 10 rundown?
Gage Brown going to be leading the way on screen there on that 19. Colt Martin and Darren Pine, your top three. Chase Dashiell going to be in the 4th place spot. Nolan Ford in 5th. Knox Lewin in the 6th place position. Dane Pappas in 7th as he checks in right now. Drew Marson, let's see, is he still in 8th? He is not. Reese Seba going to pick up that 8th place spot. Cash Anderson in 9th, and Brecken Moss in the 10th place spot.
Thank you for that top 10 rundown, Jackson, as we continue to watch the battle on track. Your top 3, Gage Brown, Colt Martin, and Darren Pine. 1, 2, and 3. Look at this. Martin leaps down the hill up the inside, hits that big hook at the tail end of the rut, though, and that's going to give Brown the position back. They both swing wide, headed into Storyland.
And Brown now just kind of wants these guys, waiting for them to make a little mistake. But these guys are riding so good, I don't think they're going to make a mistake. What do you see, Zach?
Man, Martin piecing together some insides. How hard can he push in this hard pack? We've seen the back end step out before. Looks like somebody maybe having some issues there. All of those riders get through clean.
I think that might have been Kevin Windham back there cooking hot dogs.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. The barbecue was fired up, but and it's barbecue action right now. I'd be enjoying a hot dog watching this race if we weren't announcing. Look at this. Wait a second. Martin doesn't hit the wall jump. Pine now back into the mix. Around the outside. Oh, he's going to cut back underneath. He's got a good drive as they get ready to go by us here in the tower. These guys staying low off of that progressive launch. Let's see.
We hear he's got
a drive, and there it is. He makes the pass stick.
And outside goes to the inside, and just like that, Darren Pine has taken control of this lead. Colt Martin falling back into third.
Take a look at this. Look at the gap that he almost immediately put on Colt Martin, too. Darren Pine. Man, what a pass made, and what a time to do it as the 2-lap card has come out. Our spotters are telling us, which means Darren Pine is 2 laps away from snatching away a title here in Super Mini 1.
And you're right, what happened to Colt Martin? He has dropped back a lot. He lost 2 seconds there on that lap, and it looks like he's even further back than that now as they go through this section here by the Monster Energy setup and then into the short chute.
We still have not seen Colt Martin come through. I almost want us to try to hold this camera shot to see if we can wait for the 47. He is still up. Okay, our spotters are telling us, but man, that's almost kind of strange, Dean, how quickly he lost that amount of time. Got to think he was just given 120% of what he had and just couldn't go anymore.
Speaking of 120%, that's our race leader, man. Gage Brown has rode a flawless race this whole moto, staying in front of Darren Pine and Colt Martin.
Well, one thing we saw change was that overall lead. Darren Pine moves Colt Martin back to second. But one thing that hasn't changed, Gage Brown hanging on to dear life for that final overall podium spot.
And guys, as Nolan Ford moves into the 4th place spot, of course, this is for all the marbles here for Darren Pine and for Colt Martin. But Gage Brown, he is sitting 3rd in the championship. If Nolan Ford finishes ahead of him, he will be 3rd in the championship.
And we're getting word from our spotters that it does seem like maybe something going on with Colt Martin, possibly the machine, possibly a flat tire. We heard Cade Johnson getting one as well earlier, so it is possible that Martin could lose additional spots in these final few laps. How could that shake out the final few spots on the podium?
Yeah, we got to check it out now as we get ready to make the way around towards the finish line section again here in just a little bit.
Pine, it looks like calmed down just a little bit as far as the all-out dash to get around Gage Brown. I think he knows he's in a good spot, probably gotten told he's got the championship in hand. We've seen these guys do little glances here and there to gauge where their competition is at. And the white flag coming out for Gage Brown. There you saw a little glance over from Darren Pine. Where did Colt Martin
glances.
go?
I see 2 glances there. He had to make sure where is Colt Martin as he is rolling around the track right now. We're going to try to get a view of what's going on.
Yeah, sounds like something going on with the rear end of Colt Martin. Not sure if it's the tire or what, but he is not able to charge like we've seen so far throughout this race. And now just got one more lap to try to hang on to what looks to be a 2nd overall as they sit. There is Colt Martin on screen.
Definitely a flat tire. He's got rear wheel twist a little bit. We've seen it happen to Austin Keller last year. Lost that rear tire and
Hey, just a little bit of housekeeping here real quick, guys. Want to remind everybody on site that we got some events going on here this evening. Zach, are you going to be out there tonight still?
Yeah, absolutely. Still planning on jamming out in the arena after a little bit of music bingo. I'm going to try to hang out with the boys at Verb Moto, do a little bit of Radio Fox calling as well. So tons of stuff still going on this evening. Are you still talking Fluent Dog tonight at the Dog Show?
I sure am. Speaking of which,
Make sure Kevin Kelly teaches you.
You can sign up over at the MX Sports office now, or you can sign up at the event. That's going to be happening at the Pond at 7 o'clock, the Loretta Lynn Kennel Club Dog Show. Once again, 7 o'clock at the Pond, then on-track school graduation at the Monster Energy Arena. Go support all the on-track kids.
Man, great stuff to hear. Going to be a ton of fun to watch those dogs later tonight, and we're watching some dogs on screen right now. This is the big dog of the Super Mini 1 12 to 15 class. If he can hang on for another half a lap or so, Darren Pine. What an impressive ride it's been. He has worked his way up, dealt with his championship competitor, and is just about half a lap away from being a national champion here in Super Mini 1. Gage Brown, an incredible ride as well. Can't say enough about the pressure he has fought off in this race as he's going to buzz by us here in the tower. We all give him the salute as one more time through the Thor Sand Sweeper and the Bermuda Triangle, as Gage Brown on the number 19. An incredible ride and an incredible finish to the week as he's going to grab your 3rd moto win here in Super Mini 1, and looking like he's going to secure that overall podium with it. You can see the emotion on him as he comes across the line. There is Darren Pine, and we saw that sigh of relief right there, the look up. He's gotten it done. There's the emotion. Darren Pine looking like he's going to secure the national championship here in Super Mini 1. And how about it? Colt Martin hangs on to it, issues and all, for 3rd in the moto and 2nd in that overall podium.
Colt Martin, way to bring this one home, my friend. Darren Pine, how about it? You are a Super Mini 1 champion. And how about Gage Brown? Brown going to go 3-5-1. Man, what a race for the number 19 machine. Downtown Gage Brown getting it done here in this one.
Yeah, that was impressive to watch. I know we even talked before the moto, and don't get me wrong, Brown has had an incredible week, but that was, I think, without a doubt, the best ride that we've seen from him all week long.
I believe so as well. Dean, what do you see in here?
I'm just really happy to see Colt Martin with that problem out there still able to get up third in that moto. That's super impressive. You know, it's not easy to ride this challenging track with the rear wheel that's wobbling like that.
All right, so let's take a look here. Gage Brown going to take the win. Darren Pine, your second here in Moto 3. Colt Martin, third. Nolan Ford, fourth. Knox Lewin, fifth. Chase Dashiell, Dane Pop is your 6th and 7th. Reese Seba, 8th. 9th is Cash Anderson. Brecken Moss, your 10th place. As far as the championship goes, it's Darren Pine, Colt Martin, and Gage Brown, your top 3. We're going to get ready to throw it down on the podium where Sophia Phelps waits to crown a champion.
And as we wait to get our podium started, going to do a little changing around up here in the announcer's tower. Welcome Wes Kane, Kevin Kelly, and K-Dub back in. Wes, what'd you think about that moto, man? You guys were spotting it. You were in the windows. You were oohing and on. What'd you think?
I thought it was great. Get some of the fastest guys on. Fastest guy. Hey.
I'll just keep hitting switches till we all got power here. Yes, circling back.
I thought it was great.
Probably not so.
Yep. So impressive ride. Got a lot going on here as we change shifts to close out the day here on Friday. But what an impressive ride there. Hate it for Colt Martin. Look, we're all speculating, but we're on the podium. No, we're not on the podium. That's behind.
All right, we're going to get it together.
I think when Colt Martin slid up the tunnel of love, I think that's where, if it was a flat tire, that was probably where it started to break loose. So,
yeah, K-Dub's hot dog counter, folks.
We are counting hot dogs.
We all got our K-Dub shirts now. So how many have you got? He's got more than that.
Yeah, it's just a rebranding of K-Dub there.
That's going to be a business down in Centerville, Mississippi.
Me and you were just talking about that over there. Now look.
There it is.
They feed us well up here in the tower.
All right, guys, I'm down here on the podium. We've got Colt Martin down here. Our Supermini 1, Moto 3, third place. Colt, talk to, there we go. There's our crowd. Colt, talk to us about your week so far and that moto.
The week's been great so far. Got on the podium every moto. That moto just tire spun. Probably dead last around the first corner. Made so many passes on the first lap. Then got in the second. Gabe was rolling pretty good. I knew Darren was right on me. He was rolling the whole moto, and like I was trying so hard just to not let him pass me because I knew it was for the championship. And I was just kind of got a little tired because I've haven't really had to push that hard. I've always trying to like settled in, kind of followed, but I knew Darren was behind me, so I couldn't. And then with a couple laps to go, just after the triple right here, just slid out, had no traction, and yeah, crashed. And then I kind of knew it was over from there. Luckily, nothing was wrong with the bike, so come home to third.
Colt, who would you like to thank?
I'll thank my mom, my dad, my brother, Chris and Weston for coming and helping and watch. I want to thank my TT, my pawpaw, little cousin Rowan. I want to thank Alpine Star, Oakley, FXR, Deft,
Aaron from Oakley, Christian from Alpine Star, Jace from EVS, Brad from FXR, FMF, Mika Metals, T-Rex Throttles, Factory Connection, Tamer, Roost, Mifa Moose, Bell Ray, Guts, Miss JC, and Club Max, Hayden, Daniel, Ben, Mike, and Ross and Brandon. And everyone else I forgot, thank you so much.
That's Colt Martin,
And Monster Army and Monster Mike. And West Kane. West Kane.
Colt Martin, everyone, third place in Moto 3 of Supermini 1. Now we'll bring up our third Moto winner. Everyone give it up for Gage Brown. Gage, great ride. I bet it feels awesome to put this up on the podium this last Moto. Talk us through it.
Oh yeah, it feels great. I came up to a decent start. Actually coming off the gate, my bike really jumped off the gate and my Kickstarter came out. I had to kick it back in mid straightaway. Still came out to a good start, and I pushed really hard the first lap to get up to first, and then I just smooth sails from there.
Very impressive ride. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my grandma and papa, Mimi and papa, my sister, JM Racing 7, 100%, HB Moto Co, Tommy Hahn, MX Tire, Pro Taper, T-Rex, On Track School, Maximum Trick, FMF, Tommy Hahn, my trainer, Huxon, HB, Alpine Stars, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you so much.
That's Gage Brown, everyone. Moto 3 winner, Supermini 1. All right, we'll get a couple of pictures here, and then we'll get this number 19 moved off the podium if we can, and the championship bike moved up. Yeah, that is perfect. Thank you. Let's get this number 58 machine up here, set up with all the sponsor hats and whatnot. You know that this is a prestigious podium to have your bike up on, so of course everyone wants their hats up on here. As we get ready to welcome our champion. Put it on the gas can, you can hang it on Cook's head, you can set it on the ground. I'm full of ideas here. Heck yeah, there we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we can welcome our champion warmly. Everyone welcome, this is Darren Pine. Darren, you've got a crowd here. How does that feel?
It feels great. My moto was awesome. The beginning, my start was trash again, but my first laps were good. I got caught up behind people, and Colt got around me, and then I stayed right there with him, and almost passed him back. I think he fell. I don't know what happened, but it was a great race, and yeah.
Great racecraft to get this championship all buttoned up. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother back home, TTMX, Van Martin, FMF, Bees Moto Lab, Gas, Mended, Alpine Star, 100%, Monster, Mika Metals, Dunlop, the Pickleball champ, John Scorzino, and everyone who supports me. Thank you.
The pickleball champ. I've never heard that one in a podium speech before. Now we're going to get Mike Burkeen from the AMA up on the podium, and he's going to present the number 1 plate. Now that's a good feeling right there. Everyone give it up for your 2025 Supermini 1 champion. This is Darren Pine. Darren, we've got some champagne for you up there on the front of the podium. Just don't spray me, but spray everyone else. And back to you guys on the tower. What do we have going on?
Hey, I want to shout out to Road to Recovery. You know, anytime they do an auction, a charity, they help riders like Matt Byton and so forth. I know Matt's been listening to our coverage there, and wishing you the best in your recovery. And big thanks to Road to Recovery for helping so many riders out there. So anytime you guys get a chance to see an auction or see something going on or make a donation to Road to Recovery, they help a lot of these riders out there get the things that they need to help them in their recovery. So big shout out to you, Matt Byton, and enjoy your day. Listen to us on Racer TV, man. Kevin, what do you got there, Katie?
Man, it is time to kick off some micro classes. We're going to go micro 2, micro 3, micro 1, and then we're going to finish up with the final moto of micro E. Remember, they raced earlier today. That was a great moto there. Had a lightning delay yesterday. We got to go recharge the batteries. And
literally had to recharge their batteries.
They ran a moto today. They went back to the camp, recharged, and they will get their final moto in. So
outstanding. Yeah, big thank you to Road to Recovery. They're all over the place. They step in whenever somebody gets hurt. They have a big golf tournament, so Jimmy Button, I think, a big part of that, and his mother. So big thanks to those guys. That's a selfless thing. I want to give you a shout out, or give myself a shout out. We've got a big race coming up in Georgia. It's a 100% for charity, all grass track, modern and vintage classes. It's called The Great Escape after the movie. We've got you even jump over a fence. It's a good time. It's October 17th, 18th, and 19th. Just like Steve McQueen did on a Triumph, we have the fence jump in the race, the track. Barry Higgins is there, Keith Turpin, Matt Walker, Shea Bentley, Ezra Lusk was there. You name it, all the Georgia legends were there. Big crowd, 100% for charity. All of it. Every penny goes to it. It's called the Great Escape Grand Prix.com.
That's what I like.
Yeah, look at this. Down on the start line.
Look at that little guy. He was all smiles here.
You think we'll see a handshake or a dap up quite like we saw for the micros yesterday?
I didn't see that.
Man, it was one heck of a dap. Yeah.
Oh, those crazy handshakes.
I would assume a father-son. They'd worked on it probably for the 1,000-mile drive. It was on point, on time.
And they got a chance to break it out.
Dude, it came to the screen at the perfect time. Yeah, we got the full sequence.
Hey, little man. Good luck.
What's up?
Dude.
Good luck.
Kevin.
Yeah, rock out.
Got the horns out. There you go. Number 1.
Love it.
Go get them, buddy. So we're doing a little bit of track maintenance like we always do, kind of smooth out a few of the spots on the racetrack. So these little guys, hey, buddy, there's a big thumbs up. Kevin Windham likes what he sees here.
That's Bryson.
Oh, right on.
There you go. There's a good shot, Kato.
I just read his helmet. He had Bryson underneath his.
Well done, sir. I didn't
All right.
do that.
There we go.
Thumbs up to you, bud. Good job, man.
Good luck.
All right.
A little more cat work.
Of the big D6. D2.
All right. Show us some love. You're on camera.
It's like the kiss cam. But
no.
She's focused, dude.
Yep. We're locked in. We're not playing no games. There we go. Yeah. Hang it loose. I love it.
It's all about the kids, man.
Ready to go.
That's the future of our sport right there. The stars of tomorrow. And
is this the P-Dub class? Is that what we're watching?
Yeah, this is going to be Micro 2.
Okay.
4 to 6 limited.
Couldn't see the bikes.
You got the paper? What do we got?
Yeah, I got it.
What's up, little man?
We're doing a sight lap on this one, right?
Hey, buddy.
Yes.
Yeah, they'll do a sight lap.
Look at all the little ones waiting in the background, man. It's probably the safest these pits will ever be. There's like 140 kids just sitting back there right here between the next.
You got them all. You got them all. All the kids on the property in one place now.
Here's your time to shine,
Happy Dad. Welcome to Loretta Lynn's.
Go have a great moto, kid.
I love stuff like that. Dad and offspring smiling.
Those little Haiden Deegan dimples there. Look at that little guy. That could be little Haiden. He is business now. He's rubbing his chest. It's kind of getting loosened up.
I got this.
In the zone. What am I
got this.
I'm going to get the whole shot.
Look at that guy's face over there.
These are the best, man.
Love to see it.
Great memories.
Stars of tomorrow, bro. They're right here. This is where it all starts
There's a Supercross champion somewhere.
He's got that barcode on his. You go through. You're good.
He's got a toll. All right, crank the bike up, son.
It's time to go.
Now watch these rituals here, Kev. Like they pick the bike up, lean it out, blow all the smoke out of it.
Hey, you think they'll do the free rev on the sight lap, or we're going to save that for the final moto?
I don't know. Got to make sure it runs. Yeah.
Yes, you
do.
One
little guy took off. He got a little excited. Thank you for your service, sir. The EMS crew there.
All right, as our Micro 2 head out for their sight lap, it's going to be the 39 of Rivers Rice here on a 1-1 for 2 points. Going into the third moto, rider Corbin 3-3 for 6 points.
Oh my goodness, one rider down on the little sight lap there. Too much power. Sorry, Kev.
No, that's a notable there. Pick it up.
turn it around, and nothing like checking out the track after.
Does Dad even know? Like, I wonder if
he's like, I got to pack this gate.
He's back there packing the gate.
I got
like,
what? I got 4 minutes to pack this gate. I got to get after it.
I don't know if he ever saw that.
No. And third place with 7 points total, Ryder Williams. Fourth place, Wade Lloyd, sitting on a 7-2 with 9. Haiden, let's go with.
You need some glasses, Kev?
Nagamini, I'm going to go with 5-7 for 12. Jackson Boyd also sitting on 12 points. Weston Helpenstein, Helpenstill. That's where the glasses come in. Thank you. He's got a 9-4 for 13. Eighth place, Gus Biesmeyer with an 8-6, 14 points overall. Cooper Lemke with a 6-9, 15 points total. And Jet Tincher, 23 points total. And that is the top 10.
That's how they come into this moto, the third and final moto here in the Micro 2 class.
Got to feel Rivers Rice feels pretty confident right now. He's sitting on a 1-1.
Yeah,
he was pretty.
You don't see consistency like that too often in these 50cc classes, but he's the class of the field.
Hey, it could be the start of a very long win streak if he keeps going from
Kevin,
Micro 2 on. Right?
Duly rightly so. A lot of these little guys get this first couple, and then they go to the next class and get a couple. And they usually rack up. I mean, like Jordan Bailey came through.
He was on
and he just rolled like 5, 6, 7.
Jet Reynolds, same thing.
Well, here's the thing in amateur racing. These young riders here will be racing these same folks. I mean, some will go, some will come. There's some talent that, will be here in a couple of years that don't even own a motorcycle yet. So we have some late bloomers. But essentially, until you get to the pro ranks, you might lose a kid on the age group somewhere along the way because there's, 2 or 3 years spreading, between the years. But for the most part, you can get used to racing these same folks for your entire life.
Next 12, 20 years.
Well, then you might come back to the ranch and see them in the plus 40 class one year.
Well, another thing that I used to tell a couple of guys that were in Supermini that would be bickering back and forth, I said, you guys need to relax. You maybe will be riding on the same team, and they're not going to put up with all this bickering or parent, this or that and the other. And lo and behold, a couple of guys ended up on the same team, and they became buds, But you have to just, if you're going to be doing this,
It's not unique to this sport. I promise you that in baseball. And Kevin, you can speak to this
just
too.
Get along because you're going to be racing the same people for 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, my son has actually changed schools a couple times, and you always wonder how's he going to fit in. But there's such a relationship by all these travel balls and players, and you never know who's going to be a teammate, who's going to be. Hey, look, they could be on Team Green program. Maybe they go see Donnie Luce together one day. You never know how this is going to shake out. But
I always say there's the guys that are in there for 5 years and they don't get no gratification or they don't get any better and they just decide or whatever the circumstances. Then you get the lifers. The lifers are here from a 50 all the way to pro sport, and then they go on to either whatever they are doing in their life. So there's my bud coming back in.
Oh, my.
Steven came in, and he is giving Kevin Windham, what did you got? An autograph picture, and that is amazing. You need to sign that bad boy for him.
I think he needs to sign it for me. Is this for me? This is my gift.
Well, he's got to sign that for you.
Great picture Steven just presented to me when he kicked my butt in the head-to-head challenge here.
Nothing like rubbing it in. He gave you something to always remember.
Very cool, man. Thank you so much.
Good job, bud.
Thank you. It was a good time racing. Look, let's take another photo.
Wow.
All righty. Yeah.
Awesome, man.
Thank you, Steven. You're a true blessing,
and dreams came true for me. That was a great lap there. So thank you very much, Steven. And all right, thank you all. Appreciate it. All right, Steven. We're in the gate here.
What a treat, man. What a cool kid. Yeah. Even if he did beat you, I know you probably had some animosity there for a minute, but Steven was a great competitor, class act, and he took the win in stride.
I've learned to let it go. I've had to talk to several competitors this week who have beat me.
A very humble Kevin Windham. All right, 2 card is up. We're about to go to the 1.
Here we go. 2 card up and sideways.
Kind of behind the curtain with Wygant editing all his videos here.
Yeah, it sounds like the podium's going, but it's not, and it's Weege editing.
I keep thinking I need to stop because we're doing a podium, but here we go.
All right,
gate
down on Micro 2.
Oh, no.
Wow, a couple of riders getting tangled up off the gate, but look at them rifling down there through that first turn. We're going to pick up
Gotta go right here,
a couple
boys.
more guys getting tangled up.
That's why they wear all of the protective gear, man. Those kids are covered up head to toe, spend the good money on the helmet, the boots, the whole deal. There's another couple riders down. We got.
They are full send, I tell you.
They are right there with them. Plenty of folks out there to help, and we'll try to get a.
That looks like little Noah Fort right there.
The 31 or 39?
39, that's Rice Rivers. We see that for sure, leading them through the 10 Commandments.
I remember him yesterday. Has the perfect gear, the Dayglow yellow gear, and the gray pants there, the Thor.
All right, Rice Rivers out front, clears through the 10 Commandments now, heading out toward Storyland.
So
we'll touch up our track crew.
Yeah, we did a few bits of touch up on the racetrack. I think these kids would have barreled right through whatever we threw at them. They are amped up. They've been waiting all day to ride their dirt bike. Big championships up for grabs here.
All right, doubling up through there, coming out of Storyland. Rice River leads the field.
Yeah, this is even after they addressed this situation here, the sand, it's still rough as a cob there. There's a look at the number, maybe the number 92, the little AC number.
There's the number 92 coming through there, buzzing the tower. The number 12 looking good out there. And that's going to be Jackson Boyd. Keep an eye on him. There's the 38. I'm watching him very closely as they head through that sand sweeper section. And Rice Rivers is going to get credit for lap number 1. Rice Rivers, Ryder Corbin, the number 47 in second. Jackson Boyd.
Is that Rivers Rice or Rice Rivers?
It's Rivers Rice.
Ryder Corbin, Jackson Boyd, Weston Helpenstell, and Cooper Lemke. That's your top 5 in this micro 4 to 6. And Rivers Rice, I mean, the math's pretty easy there. He is up top right now. And Ryder Corbin sits second in the championship. And he sits second on the track. Look at the dads hanging out of that building there.
Oh, they are boarding these guys. Top 10 look like this. Rivers Rice comes around on the point. The number 47 in lap 1. That's going to be Ryder Corbin, Jackson Boyd, Weston Hempstell. Cooper Lemke, Ryden Williams, Maxis Bo Tucker, Ray Resendez, Dayton Nelson, Kewan Nagamine, Grayson Clark, Cameron Wolf, and Cohen McKittrick. Round out your top 13 right there as they come around. A couple of notables out there. Wyatt Otto down there, Jet Tittner, Tolbert, Lamb, Goodman, Fisher, and Maverick Duffy in 18th. We'll see how this shakes down. K-Dub.
Yeah, super pumped on Cooper Lemke there on the 25. He was able to double 4 times in the 10 Commandments. Didn't make it all the way through, but he was sending it and made some time up on Weston Helpensteel.
That is a hit on those littler 50s. I've seen the bigger ones do it, but these are the smaller of the 50cc machines, and that is impressive. They're younger. They're 4 to 6-year-olds doing that whole, basically a rhythm section, a supercross rhythm section. Looks like Castillo Ranch for them.
Yeah, it looks great.
It's probably a little bigger
right.
for them. Yeah, that's a huge gap for these young riders, so super impressive for the 25 there.
There's our Racer TV shot of number 48 coming through there.
That's not little Kevin Kozad, is it?
No, it's little Brynix Roberts.
There you go.
Taking an inside line there.
So your leader right by us in the announcer's tower, he's got 1-1 moto scores. Rivers Rice is absolutely cruising right now in the 39 machine. Look back to Ryder Corbin. He's got 3-2 moto scores. He was in second when he last came around. There he is on the 47. Looking good, like little Jeff Emming, one of your foes back in the day, K-Dub.
Now it looks like Weston Helpensteel has made the pass on Jackson Boyd just by the flyby that they gave us through the tower. We'll let them check in and see what happened here and how far back Jackson Boyd may be.
Well, Sophie just diving into a tomato there. Looks delightful. Just eating a raw tomato like it's an apple. Delicious.
All right, Ryder Corbin now clocks in at second. Rice River still on point.
Look at this little battle here, Wes.
They are getting after it. There's the number 13 looking good. Cohen Matt McKittrick.
And there's Cameron. He's hungry like a wolf. There he is in the mix just in front of him.
Rice, Corbin, Heppenstill, Williams, Lemke, top 5. Side by side, these two competitors now. Looks like the number 32, Maximus Bo Tucker.
Man, what a name, dude.
I'm Maximus. What's up?
And then you got Ray Resendez in the number 9 spot. Keone Nagamani.
Look at that inside rut those guys are going through early on in like Supermini, just getting a look. These guys are smart. They don't dive in there. They're schooled, hired guns technicians. Hey, don't go down in those inside deep ones.
Well,
take another line.
Late in this moto, actually, yesterday we were watching. Like late in the moto, it was like, find a hole and just go for it. Yeah, they were dive bombing some deep ruts like right here. A little bit of cut in there. Yes, that's a nice lineup for the 38.
That's a 3-way battle there.
And the 29 comes in, Kevin, so it's a 4-way split. A little square dancing going on with Key1.
Well, let's go ahead and add the 35 in there, too. Wade Lloyd jumping in the mix here. So now it's going to be a 5-rider battle as we're through the 10 Commandments.
Look at the, I don't know.
A couple of guys doubling, right?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, for sure.
There's the 32 we are following along here. Maximus Bo Tucker. Either one of those names works for me. Maximus Bo. Let's go, Maximus Bo Tucker. Those little smoky little machines running a little rich there in the all-black gear. The intimidation factor there. Look at that. The big double with the 50s there. They all do it in stereo.
They say some of these little bikes, you got to richen them up a little bit to really get the juice out of them.
There's 35 of Wade Lloyd.
Kevin.
I
like when I say stuff and Kevin just laughs out loud.
Oh, man. Well, I just love that we're going to, we should do like a little pre-race jetting service for these riders. I'm sure they would come to our shop and trust us to jet their machine too.
Well, you'd have to get your spectacles on because you can't see what you're doing.
I really
you'd
can't.
be like, what is that, a 52? What is this, 68?
Drop the needle one clip there.
All
so
right.
These two riders dressed very similar there.
Wow, look at 20 miles of bad road.
Is that the 88?
Look at the 69. Whoa, 32 has a little
dive
bit
in there. Look at that.
Slip up.
And that is the 69 of Ray Resendez.
What a great drone shot here on our Racer TV. You're watching that little number 32 Maximus Bo Tucker.
He's literally about 3 feet off the ground, too, following these little dudes.
Doing great. They're buzzing the tower now. And great little battle right there going on. And your leader is still Rivers Rice out front. Ryder Corbin, Weston helping still.
Ooh, look at the 29.
Oh, a little challenge to the inside. Nothing doing on that one. I'll just change line. It blocks the guy. Blocks a little 48 going inside. They all dive to those inside ruts.
Careful.
They're all battling to get there.
4-way battle here.
For one rut.
Here comes on the outside.
Now, look at this. The 29 about to make a
Another
pass.
one coming in, a 5-man breakaway.
Just everybody get in there.
What a battle.
If you had a fishing net, you threw it out there, you'd
catch
get them all. Get them all. You have
Get your limit. Pull them up on the boat. Yeah, man. Tag them and bag them. Let's go.
I got them. The little whippersnappers were trying to get away. They're giving me a fit.
Giving him a tiny little kid elbow right there in the jaw.
Let's see if the 35 squares it up here.
They got textbook moves.
They do. That was some good racing there.
Kevin, the way the video games are built now, the new releases they got out there, it almost puts these kids right out there on tracks like this.
Yep.
And they sit and they watch, and they're actually getting good, like being in a simulator. So I believe it's helping these little guys tremendously.
Whoa, hang on to it. That's the 47.
Is that our
That's going to be Ryder Corbin, yeah.
Come on, Ryder Corbin.
Get
it back up. There he goes. Good job, bud.
Quickly.
Ryder Corbin on fire. He's got to get back in the fracas. Doesn't want those guys to get away from him.
Not sure how that's going to affect him in the points, championship.
Well, we'll have to see how many spots he lost.
I don't think he lost a spot, huh?
He was in second. Yeah, I think that's who we were watching. The 4 riders, they had caught him.
And you see Weston Helpenstein right there is in 4th, so it's going to be close, K-Dub.
That would be Helpenstell, S-T-E-L-L.
Helpenstell.
Good job, sir. And we follow along now the 61, and that is Weston Helpenstell.
That's why I should wait until they pass the finish line and let this let this tell me what's going on instead of trying to read. Jackson Boyd is clearly in the picture. I saw that Now we're back to our leader here. No stranger to a first place position for this guy. Rivers Rice here, number 39, cruising around to check in with lap number 4.
Man, he's going to be a little terror. He's going to jump on that 65. He probably races a little bit on that bad boy already. Just can't wait to get off his little 50. Playing another whole year of this.
That's good days.
Good days for everybody, man. The family, the kids. Throw it in the back of the old Honda Civic. Take it off to the track.
Looks like little Alec Lopez with a lawnmower gas can, a little 3-row trailer.
Yeah, it seems like, when you're training some of these kids, they stop by and they're on their 50s. They do prefer to practice on their 60s. It helps them throw this around, but I also think that the maintenance might be a little bit easier on a 65 as well. So
yeah, absolutely.
You see these guys spend some laps on their 50s, but I find that when they ride a 65 for a while, learn to start using the clutch, but they get back on the micro classes and they can really.
They're gone.
Yeah, manhandle those bikes and toss them around. So.
How about this? We never go backwards on the racetrack. We had to go backwards to catch these guys. Another good battle here. The drone shot. That kid had gold mag rims there.
I believe that was the 12 of Jackson Boyd, I believe.
Yeah, all right.
Backwards again. Never
great drone shot. Look at that. I mean, it looks great because we don't see it really from that angle. We see it just following the riders around. So. All right, here we go. Rice, Boyd, Helpenstell, Williams, Corbin.
Yeah, just trying to find these little battles. There's little packs of 4 and 5 little riders here going at it, having their own private national championship race here, their moment. This is their 3rd and final time to race this racetrack. This is it. They'll have to be thinking about going home and back to school. School starting back in Georgia. It's already started.
Look at this.
Oh.
Wow, we're going to slam the door. That was
Change that lineup. What if check that. Go ahead, Kate.
That was Nagamini. That was like a grown man move right there. That's not a 4 to 6 move.
Yeah. I mean, they're watching so much stuff on social media about racing and stuff, and they're watching, Deegan and the Lawrence brothers out there, and these kids are picking that up. Great job out there. Not going to change anything. Rivers Rice out front.
We got a dog show coming up here in just a little bit, folks. That's going to be a fun thing to watch there. Bring all your dogs.
Now, I wonder if Cole Cotter is going to be in a dog show.
Is he legal?
Is he eligible?
Oh, he's got extra hardware, boys. That's modified. He's got the broke leg, so he's got some hardware.
You have to have a modified class.
Can't do it.
He's kind of stockified.
Can't do it.
Can't
We're not bending the rules even for family. Yep, got to go through it.
He would be a shoo-in for a win.
Got a lot of personality.
He's got, yeah.
I heard him breathing. He comes zigzagging underneath.
I actually held him the other night when you were up there at the promoter's dinner, and he's just like a solid chunk of love,
You work out? Like what's your dog's story? Just naturally gifted.
He's stout. But there's Rivers Rice out there in the number 1. Boyd, Williams, Heppenstill, Corbin, Lemke, Lloyd, Tucker, Nelson.
Is that our leader? The
30?
No, we're in the
39. Sorry,
41. That's going to be Ty Schrader there in 33rd position. So we're showing Racer TV, showing all of our riders some love here. Now we're back to the leader, Rivers Rice.
Rivers Rice is still going to be in charge of that championship. Ryden Williams going to be in number 2 for the championship. He stays on it, and Corbin, for sure, with that little tip over, still going to be in the top 3 for championship, K-Dub.
Kevin, we're following along with the number 39. We've been on him for just a minute trying to find him on our run sheet. Where is he at? That's our leader.
No, that's our leader. Yeah, he's in a different county right now.
Yeah, so I was like, is he battling with someone? Nope.
He's down in Dixon County.
Yeah, Rivers Rice has things going his way right now.
Look at this guy, 47 doubling up through the 10 Commandments.
It looks cool. Ryder Corbin.
I mean, dude.
He was your second place rider there for several laps. Second place in the third
nice
now.
Third, yeah.
Oh, no,
third.
so he needs some passes to happen.
Yeah, Ryder Corbin went 3.36, and Ryder Williams 2.25 for 7. So there was 1 point separating them. So,
no.
Yeah, that mistake earlier had championship implications there, but nothing happening for this guy.
Nope, just perfect ones across the board here. And the white flag flies right now, boys. This is his last lap en route to a national championship. He's going to give us a salute up and over the big step up there. Looks over to the left, says, I see you, Wes Kane.
Just like K-Dub did when he had the big race with Steven.
Got the autograph. Steven says, peace out. Go ahead, Kev.
I wonder if he's just able to enjoy this last lap. Like, you wonder where his head's at and his gap and margin and what he's accomplished here in the 1-1-1. I hope this final lap for him is
He
just
seems very mature and poised for his age, and they're well prepared bringing us in here.
Bring us home, Kevin Kelly.
Let's go with Rivers Rice, folks. He's going to be your national champion. Micro 2, 4 to 6. There we go. The Jeff Ward fist pump. Yeah, he's looking over there. He sees you. How about that? You wonder where they're at. There's the 92 and the 66. The 92 is our
that's going to be Ryder Williams. Yep.
Did he make the pass?
And right behind him is Jackson Boyd. Yes, we had a
change in the running order there. So that's going to further solidify his second place. Ryden Williams will finish up second.
In the Moto and in the championship. Jackson Boyd across in third.
Your first trip to Loretta's and you nailed down a top 10.
Helping Steele comes across in fourth.
Looking for Ryder Corbin to round out our top 5. Ryder Corbin will finish up fifth and finish up third in the championship, so he gets on the box. Heck yeah. Micro 2, 4 to 6 limited. It is done. Rivers Rice is your champion. I mean, that's a great story to tell when you finally have to go back to school. These kids are hoping Loretta's is 3 weeks long so they can avoid going to school. Maybe they like school at that age, though.
Maybe so. Yeah, no, I'm sure he's going to. I'm sure he's going to enjoy show and tell day when he gets to bring the hardware and just won a national championship.
No big deal.
Oh, by the way, I didn't lose a moto.
Yeah,
just a little cliff note.
Are you serious? Yeah, look.
Not
I got a video of it. I was on TV, dude.
Didn't lose a 1.
Not a 1. How about it?
Congratulations, Rivers Rice, and the rest of the podium there. Ryden Williams and
Ryder Corbin.
Yeah, Ryder Corbin. Thank you for that. I needed the bifocal. That is the overall championship podium, and we will send it down to the podium now with Sophia.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm up here on the podium for our Micro 2 class. And we've got our third place rider coming up. Everyone give it up for Jackson Boyd. Hey dude, awesome ride. How has your week been so far here at Loretta's?
It's been good.
How about this moto?
This moto was really good. It was hard to come back in the pack, but it wasn't that far. So yeah, we're just happy about the podium.
Did you get tired after passing so many riders?
No.
Well, that's because you've been training so hard, is that right?
Yes.
Awesome. Who would you like to thank for helping you get here?
Swan Max, BJ's Training Facility, Canon Coatings, my mom, my dad, BC Goggles, Nobby Shop, O'Neill, my cousins, my uncles, my aunties, my friends, Braden, Money Inc., and everyone else that I forgot. Thank you.
That's Jackson Boy, ladies and gentlemen, your third place finisher this third Moto in Micro 2. Now we are ready for our second place finisher in this Moto. If we could get Haiden Williams up to the podium. Haiden Williams getting all cleaned up and ready to go. Man, he still looks fresh in that kit. You'll see once he's on camera, I promise. All right, here's our second place finisher this Moto. Everyone give it up for Haiden Williams. Haiden, that was a great job, and it's got to feel really good to be up here on the podium. Is that right?
Yeah.
Tell me about your race.
It was good.
How was your start?
It was bad.
Well, then how did you get on the podium?
I just tried the rest of the race.
You did ride your race. Did you pass a lot of people?
Yeah.
You must be pretty good at that. Who would you like to thank?
God for keep me safe. Oakley, Minden, Alpine Star, Mitten, Cobra.
Everybody, that's Haiden Williams. Here's your second place finisher here in Micro 2. Okay, and as we get ready to crown our champion, we've got our Oakley free lasso certificate up here for our champion. Thank you very much to Oakley for that. And everybody get ready to hear from your champion. Give it up for Rivers Rice. Rivers, you have had an excellent week. First place finishes in all your motos, is that right?
Yeah.
Now tell me how you did that 3 times in a row.
I just charged my heart out.
And that you did. Now this moto, did you get a good start?
Yeah, I got the whole shot.
And that's exactly what you want in championship?
Yeah.
Well, Rivers, I hope you had a great time. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Podium Works, Driven Max, Catalyst, Elite Decal Store, the Youngkins family, the Sock Steels, 60, Dunlop, Mitten, MX Tire, MX6, Ritz Gas, T-Rex, Ride Brand.
You got everyone?
Yeah.
Everyone, that is your champion in Micro 2. Give it up for Rivers Rice. Now, Rivers, we're going to have Emily. She's from the AMA, and she's going to give you your #1 plate. Nice. Check that out. You got a championship trophy here as well. That thing's about as big as you, bud. All right, everybody, one more time. Give it up for Rivers Rice.
All righty, thank you, Sophia, as we are in.
Sorry, Kevin.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, we have Savannah from On Track School. She's going to give Rivers this massive check for an educational fund so we can get a picture of him real quick. So thank you very much to On Track School for helping out all our riders with their education. And back up to you guys in the tower.
Alrighty, thank you, and congratulations, River Rice. We are into it here in Micro 3, almost a lap complete, as your early race leader is none other than Edwin Meyer. We'll do a quick rundown of the top 10, let them check in so we can give you a full running order. But standing in championship position, Edwin Meyer is in first, Mickey Fluhart second, Boone Lloyd in third, Mason Howard, Dylan Chipman. And that will round out your top 5. We'll let you know how things shake and fall out as they are now passing the finish line. What do you see there, Wes Kane?
I see Boone Concrete Lloyd out there, number 12. Boone Lloyd coming around there, checking in with the captain, getting the go-ahead. Green flag out. Riker Ward, the number 47 in second. Isaiah Benton in third, the 99 machine. 23 of Deacon Thomas in fourth. And Colton Tubbs, the number 40 in fifth. 79 Ezra Armbruster in sixth. Lincoln Lepke in seventh. Kevin Kelly, what do you see?
Watching the number 12 of Boone Lloyd, like you were saying, tried to run and hide, try to grab this championship.
He's got to watch out. The number 47 of Riker Ward. Watch him now doubling up through, hop, skipping, and jumping through those 10 commandments. We had Mickey Fluhart. He came through in 8th, so he's going to be looking to make some spots up. Ryan Mode, 9th, and Brenton Gonzalez in the top 10. K-Dub, what do you see?
Well, I had my head down. I was reading the overall points and all that. Edwin Meyer had the lead. I look up, and now Edwin Meyer is showing the 11th place.
Yeah, something happened. I did not see him go down or have the issue he had.
Well, that's going to be big there because Mickey Fluhart here sitting in second with a 2-4 overall at 6 points. Of course, he's not. He's running in 8th right now. So
it's Boone Lloyd's championship.
Boone Lloyd's championship
in the lead there. So Boone Lloyd came into this moto sitting third. He has 9 points total before the start of this moto. So we will see. There's going to be some. This is going to be an interesting boy. This is going to be a good moto here, and there's some guys that need to do some work.
And you got to think those kids
they're
going to climb up the ladder there and start knocking some points out and kind of change this thing how it sits overall. So Boone Lloyd can only do one thing: go win that race. See what happens behind
you. You got to go. You put your head down and you got to let whatever happens behind you happen. Protect your own. Stay out front. Boone Concrete Lloyd, Riker Ward in second, and it is a beehive activity for the rest of the riders now starting to come through as they complete that toll road down 20 miles of bad road to Rocky Mountain ATV sand section. And now Kevin K-Dub looking out the window. What do you see?
Yeah, we're heading into the Bermuda Triangle here for our race leader, number 12. We'll let him go as we're focusing now on Racer TV with the number 79 of Ezra Armbruster. Looks like he is in a battle with, I can't read the number on that bike. It was covered in roots. How are these 50s
Armbruster, I believe the number 40 is in front of him.
Okay, so well, that'd be Colton Tubbs.
Yep.
Let's see as they check in. Wow, Ezra Armbruster all the way up to third.
Making moves, big moves there.
See where Edwin Meyer, he sits in second in the championship, and it might start changing because he was in 11. All he has to do is make a few passes.
Edwin Meyer's now up to second in the championship. Now he is, I
think, ninth
on the track.
Yep, ninth on the track, and that is enough to already bring him to the second position. So you would expect a couple of more passes, and he may have enough points, but too early to call, obviously, and the 1-1 was fantastic. So we would expect to see him start to move to the front.
Looking for the 36. That is Edwin Meyer, just now cracking the top 10. A little kid pulling a wheelie there, just styled it out, never let up. We're going to jump into these 10 commandments with these dudes. Look at that, Wes.
Yeah,
they're all doing it.
Micro 3 now, it's a different game. We're going to clear 5 quick jumps to get through the 10 commandments.
That is something else, man.
They're not rolling through them. They are jumping through them like jumping Jeff Willow back in Des Moines, Iowa on a Saturday night.
$100 pro purse.
That's your cash. Talk to you later. All right, here we go. Lloyd, Ward, Armbruster. And the push is coming from Armbruster, but you got to watch out for Fluhart and that man right there coming through, Edwin Meyer.
226 for Edwin Meyer, kind of about par for the course till you get up to the top 3, a 220, 222.
Whoa, little rider down. Sorry to interrupt there.
That was a scramble. Yeah. I mean, he's okay. The way he moved off the track. Oh, there he goes. Let me go get my bike.
He's like, let me get out of the way. That was.
Hey, that's self-preservation.
That was really.
I mean, he's ready for the military. There's a high crawl, low crawl, and a barbed wire crawl. And he high crawled. Yeah, in record time.
It was fun to watch little AT routine scamper, but I'm sure the parents of Caden Wood are not excited as he went down in the Ten Commandments, but
back up on his bike.
Back up on the trusty steed and going for it.
He made sure he was safe. Look at me. I'm good. All right, back in.
Back to action, baby. I love it.
Let's follow along the number 12. It's Boone Lloyd heading down towards the finish line turn. There's our second place rider, Riker Ward, on the 47. And there's third and fourth. We're looking at Isaiah Benton on that 79. Oh, that's Ezra Armbruster.
Yeah, Armbruster and Fluhart. This is going to be a good battle. It's going to be one to watch here for the next lap.
Freight train to the front.
Heavy hitters. And they're already well known in the 50 class. They've already made a name for themselves.
I mean, that ride Ezra Armbruster did last year is just one that you're always going to remember. When that comes up on the highlight reel, you're just looking. K-Dub.
Yeah, just looking at Edwin Myers now at the top of the championship battle here. Boone Lloyd, Mickey Fluhart as they run right now. That will be the top three if it were to end right now, but we all know that that's not going to happen.
Here's the 47 of Riker Ward trying to keep Ezra Armbruster right there on the 79. Behind him, there's Mickey Fluhart. Should see Edwin Meyer here in just a minute. Might have been him just coming out of screen there.
Isaiah Benton there on the 99.
Yep, that should be Meyer just behind him.
Yep, and your leader Boone Lloyd is cleared the Ten Commandments and already headed at 180 before Storyland. And he's got a good straightaway of that track in front of second place. So he is gone right now.
Meyer got a pretty factory-looking little Cobra. It's got the yellow front end and then changes to red in the back. So it's a unique look for his little Cobra. It's got the all-black gear ensemble. There he is. He just shows up on your screen there to the right, just behind that rider in blue.
That was a little flash shot right there. The 36 just came by real fast.
Don't worry. There he is.
All right, in the Storyland, there's our Racer TV shot right there. We're picking up these competitors now as they come through.
That's Benton and Meyer, attorneys at law.
Hey. You ride, we fight. Let's go.
You think there'll be a case in the, look.
We roll up our sleeves for you.
We don't get paid unless you do.
If we win, you win.
The strong arm of the law, Benton and Meyer.
Hey, we twist the throttle for you.
There's no race too big. All right.
Here comes Isaiah Benton. I'm going to throw it here to Boone Lloyd flying by the tower.
Kevin Windham laughing out loud.
Wow.
What a great...
I'm sorry, you can hear that?
If you can. There's Meyer. Feet came off the peg. There he is.
Good job. Look at that.
Zoomed in, going after our fifth place rider there, Isaiah Benton. You are next on the hit list.
Yeah, Isaiah's doing a great job there. The last lap, Meyer was some 4 seconds faster, and he's been behind... Meyer has been behind Benton there for almost a full lap. So
that's the 79 jumping up into second now as Ezra Armbruster has gotten around Riker Ward. And that is a great battle there over the tunnel of We're Just Friends. By the billboards we go. And all the while, Boone Lloyd can only do what he can do. Win yourself a moto, man. Get you a gold medal.
Get up on there.
Let everybody know you're coming for him. Here on the inside, that is Edwin Meyer. Can he make the pass?
Oh, a little dog
can.
leg, but little dab and a little drag the leg, but he's moving now.
He is on the move now.
There he is. There it is, right there.
Yeah, that changed a couple laps ago.
He's been up there now for a couple of laps there.
So we're following along with our fifth place rider, but it's good enough for the championship. That is Edwin Meyer. So he's having to claw his way through the field. He started about 15th or so, got into the top 10 and started climbing up the championship ladder. Here he comes, doubles into the Ten Commandments right there on the edge. The black gear, the yellow bike there looks great. Leaves those riders behind him. Let's see how far he can climb up into the field here. Edwin Meyer, the 36.
They've got plenty of time. Plenty of time out there. I don't see the two-lap board, or they're just motoring along. I mean,
yeah, they've got 4 complete here. So.
I'm looking over here, though, by the lake. They're setting up for the dog show. They got a little half pipe with some hay stacked up. So the dog show is not in the arena. It is over here in the center field of the track in the grass by the lake. So
little agility.
Check that out tonight.
Kev, you got dogs?
I do have dogs. Not that can run through not that can run through a tunnel or no tricks.
You got to do treat. He'll come right through.
Oh, you
didn't, Kevin.
Yeah, mine just sit there and look at me.
He's like, give me the treat.
Just like my kids are like, no, give me the keys, Dad.
Put them in the treat ball. We'll get them out of there. All right, here we go.
Boone Lloyd having a great moto, putting him up into the number 2 spot. How far can Mickey Fluhart go, though, because he's got just a couple of riders in front of him. if he can make
Fluhart is getting on it. He's third right now in the championship. He finishes there.
Oh, yeah,
running fourth.
Let's check this out. Boone Lloyd coming across. He's going to get to see the third most beautiful sign from the flagger there, a 2-card.
Yep.
Nothing beats the checkered when you're in first place.
He's got 2 more laps. Whoa, see him full send over there. Boone Lloyd using some body English over there to keep that thing in check. I got you.
Going way wide there, avoiding all those bumps. That's the number 12 of Boone Lloyd. Is that, nope, that's a lap rider behind him. It's not Ezra Armbruster, I don't believe. There's Armbruster back there just coming out of the turn there. And then he's got Fluhart right there with him.
The heat is on. Both of those riders turn at 2:21. However, Ezra Armbruster was about 0.8 of a second slower. So got to keep the head down there for Ezra Armbruster because Mickey Fluhart wants to come take a spot.
Check out the flowing locks of Boone Lloyd, man. The long blonde hair hanging out of the helmet.
All right.
Flowing there, Wes Kane.
20th right now. I'm going to pick him up there. Urbanowski just picked up a spot for 19th. Ryan Mode in 20th. We're going to see if Bodie Roberts hangs in there. Nope. Trey Geary right there in 21st. And I've got Sawyer Sanders in 22nd. Bodie Roberts 23rd. Ryder Drake 24th. Indigo Spina Culp 25th. And those riders now hanging tough in there. 26th was Jason Krulicki, I believe. Brody Jones at 27th, Tyler Campbell 28th.
That's a tough one.
Bryce Hollinger 29th, and Jack Corson in 30th. So riders back there, we're giving them some love. They're doing their job back there. Hey, very proud of the young guys. And
when you go home, you're one of the 40 best riders in America.
They've looked around the world to fill them 40 gates, and they got them here.
Congratulations.
And the 41 gates, and they're here.
Guys, we got a race. It's coming from the 79 and the 69 of Fluhart. That's going to change the championship here, or at least bump some guys around if Fluhart were to get around Boone Lloyd. But I think Myers is still pretty solid. He could lose a point here. 1-1s are tough to beat. He can get a second, no problem. There's the 36 and the 47. That is Edwin Meyer and Riker Ward now battling it out. Right up here by the announcer's tower. That's pretty much our view.
We got one of the best views.
Dude, it went from way over there, our old announcer's tower, and now we are in the dead center. We have an incredible command center. The guys from Phoenix Honda, David, he actually built this thing for us, man. It looks absolutely beautiful. 3 stories.
Definitely appreciate being able to spectate from here. The white flag now out. Boone Lloyd got 1 to go here.
2:22 for him, a 2:20 for the riders behind him. All 3 of the riders directly behind him. 2 seconds faster that time around. So Boone Lloyd trying to hold on to this race win. Don't take that away from me. There he is, the number 12. On this white flag lap. Can he hold on to it, Kev?
Giving a little check there, so he wants to see where the competition's at. And to be honest with you, the competition's coming.
They are. That's them right behind him. You see the 12 there. They're second, third, bouncing right behind him. Boone Lloyd got the best hair in the game right now, Wes.
White flag out.
There you go.
Lloyd.
Follow up on that.
So he's got that Paul Michel hair product.
Check it out here. There was Ezra Armbruster in the picture here. So
Paul Michel Bell.
He's got that. Hey, he had some locks.
Here's the gap here, boys, as we're back into Storyland. Boone Lloyd on camera there. Right behind him is going to be Ezra Armbruster and Mickey Fluhart.
So it's heating up.
It's heating up. Might be running out of time. Boone Lloyd probably needs this. He's sitting third in the championship, and I know he wants that medal and to go up there and thank his sponsors and win a moto, of course.
All right, so here's Boone Lloyd coming out of Storyland. Boone Lloyd now has got the heat on. Armbruster, Fluhart now got a missile lock on him. Boone Lloyd, the number 12, skipping, jumping down 20 miles of bad road. K-Dub, there is the 79 of Armbruster now. He's got him in missile lock. Will he take the shot?
He's going to take the shot. He's got about 3 corners to do it. One of them is the infamous Bermuda Triangle. Got me today, so we'll see here. A lot can happen, but we're running out of time, and the 12 looks strong here.
Yep, one more time past us in the announcer's tower. Looks like Boone Lloyd is on his way perhaps to a moto win if he can fight off the 79 of Armbruster, who is right there. You'll see him in the camera shot.
Oh, Lloyd goes the outside.
Right there.
Okay, good job. He took the same line. Here they go. And your moto winner, Kevin, take us home.
It's going to be Boone Lloyd, fist in the air. Congratulations, got yourself a moto win, and it looks like you will be third in the championship. Ezra Armbruster with a very impressive charge to almost catch Boone Lloyd, but it is not enough. Ezra Armbruster will come across in second. Mickey Fluhart will be your third place finisher in the moto. Edwin Myers now across, and that will do it for the championship, I believe. It is Edwin Myers, your Micro 3 7-8 Limited champion. Congratulations, Edwin Myers. Mickey Fluhart, you're the runner-up, and Boone Lloyd, third place overall.
And you got to wonder, they were nervous early on in that moto when Myers was outside the top 10, 15th or so. And they're like, oh, he's got some work to do. He climbs all the way back up to fourth and to the #1 step in terms of that championship. So congratulations, Edwin Meyer, digging deep in that last moto.
Can you imagine the moms and grandparents here on the fence with their just doing the math in their head? Probably over in one of the monster trucks.
But the funny thing is, when they don't have even their phone, they know exactly where they're at.
Oh, they got it figured out.
If you ever on the podium and you need some help, they'll all tell you, no, this guy, that guy.
We're trying to keep track of 40 riders. They got to have one to focus on. They know the situation, and they figure it out.
That's why I told Sophie, if you ever need help down there, believe me, the riders' parents are going to let you know.
You know
it. If you're wrong or right. He don't belong there. That ain't his medal. Put him up there.
15 minutes out from our dog show. If you want to start making your way down there. Practice is underway for the dogs. I don't know what they practice, but
all right, take it away, Sophia.
Okay. So we're going to wait, they say. We're going to wait till probably the end of conclusion of racing before we get into our dog show. Kind of get scared, might ruffle.
I thought we were going to wait to throw it down to Sophia.
No,
we're going to throw it to Sophia, but right now we're going to pause on the dog show practice.
You got it.
Take it away, Sophia.
All right, I'm down here on the podium. We're getting ready for our Micro 3 7-8 Limited class. We're going to start off with our third place rider, Mickey Fluhart. So if Mickey wouldn't mind coming up to the podium, Ezra Armbruster will follow. We need our third place rider, Mickey Fluhart, to head on up here, please. There he is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our Micro 3 third place finisher. Everyone give it up for Mikey Fluhart. Mikey, this is not the first time we've seen you up here on the podium. Are you getting pretty comfortable up here?
Yeah.
Tell us about your race.
It was good. I got mid-pack start, and then I worked my way up to third, and then I rode my race.
Well, you did a great job. Overall, how would you say your week has been here?
Good.
That's great. Who would you like to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Thor, Cobra, Lee, Scott Goggles, Ethica, SRE, Carolina Cobra, Tyson, Nathan Jurgens, Clay, and everybody else.
Everyone, that's Mickey Fluhart, your Moto 3 third place finisher. All right, now we're bringing up our second place finisher. If we could get Ezra Armbruster up here. Here he comes, getting ready for his silver medal. Everyone give it up for Ezra. Ezra, a great ride, and it seems like you've had a great week. Tell us a little bit about it.
I crashed at the first moto, and I pulled off. And these motos, as I try to stay on top, and I got the second place. In the last moto, I got third.
Well, you definitely are staying on top now. Who would you like to thank?
My mom and dad, Jesus, my grandma and grandpa, my sister, Dunlop, Cobra, Mika, Alpine Star, and that's all. Money Inc. too.
Everyone, that's Ezra Armbruster, second place in Moto 3 and Micro 3. All right, now it is time for our Moto winner. Boone Lloyd, come on up to the podium. Everyone give it up for Boone. Look at this awesome crowd of people. It's got to feel pretty good putting your bike up here on top of the podium. Is that true?
Yeah.
Well, tell us how you got it done.
I just rode my race. I had a couple good lines.